Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to you. Hope you had a great weekend. Hope you're doing well. We appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you until 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Brandon Scott in for a vacationing Seth C. Payne. Good morning, B. Scott. How you doing, man?
Good morning, man. Seth's got to get in on this action. I'm glad to be in with you the last couple of days and the next couple of days, but it's been pretty busy over, I guess, since the time that we got off the air on Friday.
A lot of meat on the bone, man.
A lot has happened, so I'm excited to be here.
I like weekends like that where something like LeBron announcing his decision happens on a Friday, and then the Astros go out and they get a couple nice wins against a good team on Friday and Saturday. And I'm like, man, like, I don't need anything to happen on Sunday. Like, the show's practically written itself for Monday.
Yeah. Sunday got to be like a literal day of rest.
Kind of. Yeah, kind of. It was
kind of how it was intended, it feels like.
Indeed. But it's funny, you and I are watching, we got the news on in here. I like to have the news on before the show. We have KHOU on in here. Shout out Cheetah Craft telling us what the weather's going to be like right now.
Indeed.
But I like to have the news on in here just to have a little perspective on the outside world before you and I jump into our fantasy land of sports for the next 4 hours. Just remember that there's things going on out there. I thought the story that they had up there right before you and I went on the air was actually a pretty good metaphor for the Astros yesterday. You and I are looking at each other watching the news in here, and they have a story, and I don't know who it was, but they were talking to some young man in there who has making sure that people don't drive into buildings kind of a movement.
Yeah.
There's a movement afoot to try to prevent people from driving their vehicles through the front of buildings, like a strip mall. Apparently this is an epidemic going on right now.
Because who knew that you needed to be deterred from driving straight into a stationary building like that?
Yeah.
I did not know that this was a thing, that this is apparently either what the kids are doing or just the new fad.
Yeah.
But it needs to be addressed.
Apparently so, because this I know. I've been on this earth for the better part of 5 decades and change. There have been buildings my entire life, strip mall type buildings. There have been vehicles my entire life.
So how did you resist?
Well, how is it now in 2026 that all of a sudden that there's this epidemic of people driving their vehicles into these buildings? And then some of the video is pretty harrowing, actually. I don't want to make light of it. I just didn't realize it was one of those things where we needed a committee or volunteers to make aware that people are driving their vehicles into buildings. And undoubtedly yesterday, in their 12-3 loss to the White Sox, the Astros drove their vehicle straight into the building, right through the front door.
So,
blammo.
So you're saying that at least the Astros should have been paying attention to this segment at the very least.
If they're up, and they're in L.A. right now, so I doubt. Well, maybe a few of them are up and they're just getting in. You know, they don't play till tonight.
Yeah, that's true. But no, they could probably stand for some lessons in this and do not crash into it's very simple instructions, but perhaps a little bit underrated. My question really was, how did you resist all of these decades?
Got a ton of buildings around.
Apparently, it's that enticing. I don't know how you
target
resist
practice, evidently.
Yeah,
evidently. So I would have signed up yesterday, notwithstanding. We joke about the Astros driving their car into the building. I mean, they undoubtedly did yesterday. They lost 12-3. They gave up 5 home runs. And I hate to say this, but the warning that I gave everybody with these Tommy John guys coming back is none of them have worked out over the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
The people going, well, the reinforcements are coming. Dana Brown does this all the time. Well, we got some guys coming. You know, Ronel Blanco's going to be back. Apparently, Hayden Wisniewski is very close to coming back. And there were people touting that this weekend because Eric Eddy is on the IL with a foot injury now.
Right.
So it's all right, though. Eric Eddy hasn't been good. He's got a foot injury, but it's cool because Hayden Wisniewski threw 65 pitches in AAA, and now he's coming back. None of these Tommy John guys, none of them, other than Justin Verlander, who came back and won a Cy Young 4 years ago, none of them have worked out. None of them have worked out.
I am up to here, and if you can't see me on YouTube
they
or
need
Twitch,
pitching.
if you're just listening on the audio-only platforms, Like, I am all the way up to the top of my head with the idea, year in and year out, that the Astros reinforcements are going to be like their real deadline acquisitions. Like, don't worry about what they do at the trade deadline. Don't worry about who they actually acquire, because there's somebody that's been injured all year who's right around the corner that's about to pop up. I am done with that. Now, I would love the idea. Like, I like the idea of Ronel Blanco coming in and being able to contribute, or Hayden Wesneski having those reinforcements, but the idea that you can actually rely on it and depend on it as a strategy, to me, is absurd. And we're seeing that kind of play itself out now with Ronel Blanco. Yeah,
Ronel Blanco, and he gave up a couple of home runs again. So he gave up a home run early in the game, a 2-run homer. Same exact thing he did in his first start back. His first start back, I thought overall was pretty decent, even though the numbers, just the end result statistically wasn't very good. He gave up 4 runs, I think, in 4 2/3 his first start.
Right.
But if you dig deeper into it, which Chandler Rome did as the follow-up article, Chandler laid all the numbers out really well, I thought, of that start. Not the one yesterday, the one a week ago. And he gave up 4 runs, but it was like, all right, the only 2 hits he gave up were home runs. It was one of those, if he can just keep the ball in the ballpark, then right. Well, there's only 2 hits. Yeah. He had pretty good command. He got ahead of most of the hitters. I think he faced 19 hitters, and he got ahead of 16 of them in the count. So those are all things that if you just keep doing them, good things are going to tend to happen if you don't give them meatballs to hit at some point.
Yeah, positive signs.
Positive signs.
Yeah.
This was not that. This was 3 walks. This was another 2 home runs.
Yeah.
There were runs given up that didn't involve home runs. There was a lot of hard contact. There were 85 pitches and 55 strikes. And he's got an ERA of 8. That's the big thing, is he's just giving up a lot of runs. So, so that wasn't good yesterday with Ronel Blanco, and then the bullpen didn't.
Yeah,
seeing Brian King out there again. And was
the entire operation. It seemed like everybody was either giving up a home run or giving up hits. I feel like pretty much everybody gave up at least a couple of earned runs, so it was just overall bad. And I felt like Ronel Blanco and his poor start obviously set the tone for everybody else to be bad after him.
Now, that's the problem when you come in on a Monday, and the Sunday game was the bad one. Because the fact of the matter is, what happened over the weekend, I probably would have signed up for.
Yeah, it was overall.
On Friday, if you and I were doing the last segment of the show, and I said, would you sign up for winning 2 out of 3? One of them is a comeback from being down 5-0 on Friday. One of them is the return of the old Hunter Brown.
Yes.
Those are the 2 wins.
Yes.
Those are the only things I'm telling you. I'm not telling you Arrighetti got hurt. I'm not telling you who got the hits or anything like that. One was a comeback that set the tone. The second one was Hunter Brown looking like the old Hunter Brown. And then the last loss was going to be just a throwaway game. I would have signed up for that at the beginning.
If you had just given me one of those, never mind the 2, and I'll get greedy. But why not? That's what they did. But if you had just told me either one of the 2, hey, they're going to come back from down 5 runs, or, and I think I would prefer this the most, the one that's stuck right there in the middle, the Hunter Brown resurgence. I think that part is the most important for the overall, bigger picture of the Astros. I would have signed up for just one of those outcomes, much less 2. So by the time we got to Sunday, it is true that by the time Ronel Blanco took the mound, I felt like the Astros were working with house money because, again, they got the old Hunter Brown. Then the day before, they showed us that sort of classic Astros characteristic of, like Patrick Creighton says on the night show, never getting off the mat. You could never really count them out, and they showed you a little bit of that too.
They did. And the thing that was frustrating about yesterday, aside from everything just unraveling on that, once it gets to be 8-3, Amy and I were sitting around yesterday. We got back. We did a little staycation at the Post Oak Hotel this weekend.
Nice.
And we got home at noon, and we always settle in Sunday. That's what we do. We settle in, watch the Astros game, and then we remembered it was a birthday of a friend of ours who's a bartender over at Lizards where we go. It's like, we got to go see Kobe for his birthday.
There you go.
It's 3 in the afternoon, but okay, well, let's see how the Astros game plays out. We'll go after the game. And at that point, it's 5-3. Well, then the whole thing unravels. All right, well, we can go. We don't have to pay attention to this anymore. These games do reach a point where they unravel. I'm all right, I'm just not watching any. I don't need to watch Michael Eola come in and give batting practice to the White Sox. So there is a certain point where it's just beyond frustration, and it's kind of comedic. The thing that was frustrating about yesterday's game was that they got off to a nice start. Like you could feel the sweep early in the game.
Right.
Pena hits the home run. Pena's on a tear right now.
Yeah.
The first of his 2 home runs.
Yeah. One of my other big takeaways from the weekend is like this guy.
Well, if they were like 8 or 9 games under 500, then the narrative would be Pena is, they're shining up Pena real nice to put out there on eBay right now.
Right.
I mean, Pena could not be doing more to enhance his trade value right now.
Yeah.
He's the trade, but he couldn't be doing more to enhance his trade value. But Pena hits a home run to lead off the game. And then the White Sox burn both of their challenges in the first 10 pitches of the game.
Yeah.
The first challenge was on the first pitch. I said not of the game, but of their side of the inning. Right. Yeah. The very first pitch. Challenge lost. Both of them lost 10 pitches in. I'm like, you can start to smell the sweep a little bit.
Yeah.
And home run.
And it's like, what
it's very same at bat. Home run.
What even tone are they trying to set by squandering their challenges that early on? That early on.
Right.
Like I could see once you get, a couple of rounds, like, a couple of at-bats into it. So maybe you're in the third.
Yep.
But 2 in 1 inning that's anything short of like, I don't know, the 6th inning or later seems a little bit aggressive to me.
You know what it felt like? Because that umpire was all over the map, especially early on. I don't know what his name was, but he was, even after the 2 challenges, I'm like, God, I would have challenged that, but you can't. I would have challenged that pitch. Even the Astros, too. I don't ever want to challenge, like, first or second pitches of an at-bat just because it doesn't make sense.
Right.
Just in terms of leverage. But there were pitches, I'm like, man, I might challenge that, even though it's an 0-1.
Yeah.
It was that bad.
Well,
this might have been a case for the White Sox of paralysis by analysis. I know the Astros have talked about their process of how they handle the ABS, and they scout the umps as much as they scout the pitchers and the catchers, things like that.
Offensively, one of the better in the league at doing it, right?
Yeah.
The Astros, at least from the plate,
yes,
they're one of the better in the league.
So maybe the White Sox, I'm guessing most teams have a process like that. So the White Sox may very well have had a book on that ump where they were challenging and they were just over challenging to begin. I don't care. In the end, they won the game.
Yeah, way too much dip on their chip if they're challenging that early. But like the one challenge, like the quirky challenge process that I would go with, where I would challenge early in at bat, if it was like Jordan. And I'm trying to get, like if I'm the other team and I'm trying to get as many strikes as possible, probably shouldn't pitch to the guy anyway.
Yeah.
But like outside of that, like what are we doing?
You know my theory on Jordan. Have I told you? I think I told Seth my theory on Jordan. I didn't tell you. Jordan, to my knowledge, has only challenged 1 pitch all year.
Oh, that's a good
It was early in the season. I think he's still only challenged 1. My theory on Jordan is he gets so few pitches to hit that he's cool with just letting them get 2 strikes on him.
Well, he's a beast.
Because then he'll actually get. No, he's the best hitter in baseball with 2 strikes.
With 2 strikes, yeah, no.
He may as well have an empty count when he's got 2 strikes up there. So that's my theory on Jordan, is that he lets guys get 2 strikes just to bait them into giving him something to hit.
Yeah,
he's never going to get anything to hit without 2 strikes.
It really just highlights how great. Not that I need to say it because we watch Jordan night in and night out, but there's really no way around him other than just giving him the free base.
Yeah.
But as far as pitching to him, left, right, fastball, off break ball, 2 strikes, up in the count, down in the count. It's like this guy is inevitable and there's no way to escape him unless, again, you put him on base.
On base.
Yeah.
They're 2 games back of the division. 2 games back of the wild card right now, too. So that's easy also. They're just 2 games out of everything right now. The Astros are. So after you and I went off the air on Friday, LeBron James made his decision, which I was a little surprised. When all the Miami stuff started bubbling up last week, I'm like, I think he's going to Miami. I asked my social media people like you, does this link that got put up by the Miami Heat, you were a little less.
Yeah, you remember what I said? I was like, whatever you thought before, think it the same.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if you thought he was going to the Heat before, you can still think that, but don't use this as a reason to confirm or reaffirm or make you think sway you into thinking he's going to Miami.
Predecessor, Garrett the Web guy,
all right,
thought that the Miami thing, he's going to Miami.
Yeah.
So he had the opposite opinion of you. So I had thought I thought that happened like on Tuesday and Wednesday last week.
Yeah, the leak or incorrect post was Tuesday, I believe.
It was Tuesday going into Wednesday, so Seth and I talked about it on Wednesday, and then you were in Thursday and Friday.
Yep.
So I predicted he's going to announce on Thursday, because why would you do it on Friday? That's news dump day. Well, he did it on Friday.
That's exactly what he did.
And he announced he's going to the Philadelphia 76ers, and it turns out that your Houston Rockets were a big reason why LeBron is now back in general, let alone a Philadelphia 76er.
That series, in my opinion,
convinced him to keep. Yeah. I can see why. And it really is a perfect puzzle piece for the Sixers, because if Embiid's in and out of the lineup, it's the playoffs. You just need to win this series and worry about the next one if he can come back. LeBron can get that done.
Yeah, I think if they somehow get swept or lose 4-1 in that series,
he's like, what am I doing?
Yeah, it could be different. I think that gave us, and I'm so glad, because I think it gave us another.
Luke Kennard and Marcus Smart are your two best players. LeBron won a playoff series without a single average starter in the lineup.
That hurts to hear again, by the way.
Yeah.
Reliving that. We because LeBron is choosing to come back, we have to relive that series. And when you lay it out that way,
you're welcome, Philly.
When you lay it out that way, well, LeBron's going to a team where he's probably their fourth best player when everybody's healthy now?
Third at best and potentially the fourth best
player.
He
ain't as good as Jaylen Brown. He ain't as good as a healthy Joel Embiid.
Yeah, but that would be the kicker. Because he would be more reliable even at 42 years old. But talent-wise, you're right.
Yeah.
Like he is somewhere likely fourth and third at best, depending on if you got an off night from one of those other guys. He could be the third best.
To me, zero concern. The people that were trying to kind of throw tomatoes at this decision that LeBron made are like, oh, how are you going to divide up the basketball? Everybody's going to want the ball. And I think, first of all, you got to take into account what you just said. Joel, 50 games. You can count on that. You can set your watch to it. If the tipping point for you was LeBron coming there and worrying about dividing up the basketball, I think it's a bad take.
Yeah.
Your take should have been maybe before that. If your take has been that all along, okay. But I think LeBron at this stage, look at the contract he signed. It's 2 years, $8 million.
Yeah.
LeBron knows who he is. LeBron can facilitate. I think it's a good choice by him.
Sean, of all people, we're talking about LeBron sharing the basketball as if he hasn't done this exact thing countless of times already. Was obviously just playing with Luka with the Lakers just a little while ago. Before that, or if we want to go all the way back to the first time he did this decision thing, joins Dwayne Wade, who played a very similar style as him.
Yeah.
They figured out a way between him and Chris Bosh to figure out how to share the ball. Goes to Cleveland, goes back to Cleveland, I should say, does it with Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love. They figure out how to share the ball. This is not new to LeBron James, has done it in the Olympics. I understand that's a different kind of game, but has shared the floor, shared the stage, and shared the basketball with a number of other stars before. He's probably best suited out of all stars to actually do this sort of thing.
Yeah, I think with LeBron, LeBron, I guess maybe you'd be more worried about sharing the spotlight than sharing the basketball.
I know that's what they're worried about in Philly.
Yeah,
it's like he's going to come in and LeBron takes up all the oxygen in the room. That's right. Who really wants that, especially at his big age?
Yeah.
But I think they're going to deal with it.
I think so too. I think they're excited up there, man. They are excited. Baseball talk, which we did a few minutes ago on Sports Radio 610, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. All right, training camp starts Wednesday this week. So we got 3 more questions to go. 10 days leading up to camp. We've been doing questions for the last several days in this segment. So if you want to go back and listen to us talk, Seth and I talk about the offensive line or the wide receiver room, or listen to Brandon and I last week talk about the running back room or who the most important newcomer is, you can go back and listen on the free Odyssey app. Of course, you'll be listening on nice crystal clear FM radio in just a few weeks. August 13th, the big day coming up where we switch over to 95.7 The Fan. So make a note of that. But the question for today, question number 3, as we count down, aside from injury, is there any way the secondary is not the best in the NFL? We'll hit that coming up next. But what I would like you to do right now,
2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, someone texted in. Apparently, at least for this person, there's some bleed through of another station going on Sports Radio 610. I bring this up to tell you, August 13th, baby. August 13th.
Yeah.
That's when the big changeover happens. 95.7 The Fan.
Yeah, those bleeding days can be over.
Static, dropping out, all those things.
Again, unless you're into bleeding, unless you're into that sort of thing.
We had more people than I expected when we made that announcement, and we may have people just coming back from vacation this morning, not knowing what we're talking about. Sure. If you missed it last week, we announced on Wednesday that we are making the move to FM. This is huge. It's the biggest news in the history of the station, and there's been big news in the history of this station, Houston sports leader. Sports Radio 610 is becoming 95.7 The Fan and 610 The Fan. So we'll simulcast. And the fact that it was greater than one person, hey, are you still going to be on SEN? Me is who cares?
Yeah.
We got an FM signal now.
Yeah.
But there are people, what I learned, B. Scott, and Brandon's in for Seth today and tomorrow, is that there is a nostalgia to AM radio for some people.
Yeah, a small minority who likes the nostalgia feeling, the idea that it's from a previous era, or maybe it makes them think about their dad.
It's a Pavlovian thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it reminds you of your dad or your granddad, or listening to baseball games on the radio way back when. Yeah. I mean, I guess there is a charm to it, right?
Yes.
I can't relate, but it's not for me to relate. Nope. It's for us to have the options to you. AM, FM, the app, YouTube, however it is you want to find us, you'll be able to find us as of August 13th.
Real quick one, too, on yesterday's game. We were talking about the ump being a little wonky early in the game, and the White Sox deciding to challenge him. They actually lost their challenges offensively.
They got
both
really
of them,
aggressive.
First 10 pitches. Yeah. And I talked about teams scouting umpires. And appropriately, the texter points out, and I heard Todd Callis say this yesterday, that particular ump doing yesterday's game is one of the better umps according to accuracy. He's the second most accurate ump. Fair. He was bad early yesterday, I thought. The two lost challenges by the White Sox notwithstanding, I thought the ump was a little all over the place. And sometimes, hitters, umps have heat zones, Yeah. Yeah, he's really accurate overall, but the misses that he has he tends to get the calls that are up in the zone wrong.
Yeah.
More there's that kind of thing.
Yeah, and then also, we didn't bring up this point, but I brought up the point of, if you're pitching to Yordan Alvarez, I could see if you want to be aggressive, from a defensive standpoint and challenging. But if you're at
you get to do that.
But if you're at the plate, and it's Ronel Blanco, no disrespect to Ronel Blanco, but of all, it wasn't like it was Hunter Brown on the mound who was up there the day before.
Ronel's going to walk you eventually, probably.
What exactly are they doing?
It was wild.
It's kind of strange.
It was wild. All right, countdown to Texans training camp. We've been counting down in this segment for the better part of the last week or so. 10 questions we've been counting down with. We're down to question number 3. So 2 will be tomorrow. 1 will be Wednesday morning when Seth is back, and Seth and I will be out at training camp doing the show out there. Aside from injury, is there any way this secondary is not the best in the NFL this year?
The only way, aside from injury, that this Texans secondary is not the best in the NFL is if there just happens to be another secondary that we don't know about that's just going to burst onto the scene.
Yeah.
They got some guys that you hadn't heard about or just didn't know that they were as good as they turned out to be. Mm-hmm. But as far as going into it, trying to project it, looking at the name brands as a part of the secondary from corner to corner with Derek Stingley Jr. and Kamari Lassiter. Obviously, we know that Kalen Bullock, I think really over his first 2 seasons has really shown himself to be a gem of a draft pick for Nick Caserio and the Texans. And then they add Reed Blankenship.
That's the big thing.
The fact that Reed Blankenship is now in that spot where there was objectively a weakness in the secondary, and now you cannot call that a weakness anymore. It at the very least has a seasoned, experienced veteran there. I just don't see any weaknesses in the secondary at all, really. And that's not even to mention Jalen Petrie, who's kind of a hybrid defensive back / linebacker / nickel defender, whatever he is. I don't see how they're not the best in the league, if not either for injury or just somebody completely surprising us and coming out of nowhere.
It was the best in the league last year, and their second safety spot was a 5-headed, rotating, injury-plagued, idiocy-plagued, if you count C.J. Gardner-Johnson as part of it, which you have to. He was there for the first 3 games.
Yeah.
Their other safety spot was a mixture of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, M.J. Stewart, Jalen Reed, Miles Bryant at times, who's not even a safety really, Kevon Wallace at the end of the year. Kevon Wallace is starting important games in the middle of a long winning streak for you. They were the best secondary, I think, clearly in football last year, and one of the 5, 4.5, I guess we'll call it, spots, because I'm with you. Jalen Petrie doesn't always count as a member of the secondary for me. At times, he's as much a linebacker as he is a safety.
Most of the time.
But let's count Petrie as part of them just to run up the score a little bit because he's an outstanding player.
Yeah.
One of the 5 positions was street guys, 6th-round picks, journeymans, and morons. Yeah, singular.
Yeah.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, but at the
or at least somebody who acted like a moron when he was here.
But at the very least, a ragtag of cast of characters,
yes.
right? Like you got moron to start it.
Right.
You replace it with M.J. Stewart, who's notably not a moron.
Not at all.
Not at all.
I like M.J. Stewart.
But at the same time, mostly a backup / special teams guy who then again was also injured after that, like almost immediately or not too long after that. And then you start going with the rookie, and then you get into the cast of characters like you mentioned, the Kevon Wallaces of the world. Like it was a turnstile. You know what that safety spot looked like for the Texans on defense? It reminded me of like the turnstile at left guard or center on the other side of the ball. It was like all of a sudden now this safety position looks like the way left guard and center have looked the last few years.
And I think it illustrates the drastic difference between, as position groups go, the O-line and the secondary. That the secondary had that going on and they were still the best in football. The O-line had that going on, and it felt like that was symptomatic of what that offensive line was.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think the simple answer is no. The question again was, aside from injury, is there any way the secondary isn't the best in the NFL?
Yeah, I don't see it.
The answer can be no.
Yeah, I don't see it.
It actually, and to illustrate this, this secondary spawns even more superlative questions about it. Like these questions: are they the best position group in the NFL? You know, forget about being the best one on the team, best one of the Texans groups, or in the AFC South, like Eagles' offensive line of defensive rooms.
Yeah, and that's interesting because if you were to just because we're doing the whole secondary, so like the comparable part to that would be like the entire defensive line. Like I think if you were to do the high end of the Texans defensive line and just put their edges against the Texans corners, then that would be advantage defensive line. But then once you go but not by much.
Yeah.
But then once you go the entire group, then I think that's when it's advantage the defensive backs, the secondary, and then if you compare them around the league, they're probably going to win that one too.
I think we were to ask maybe questions that had a bigger debate than is there any way this secondary isn't the best in the NFL, barring injury? Because I think the answer to me is clearly no. They're the best in the NFL, and they will be if they're healthy. Best position group in the NFL. Is this the best position group in the history of the Texans?
Ooh, it could be.
I think the only one the one that pops to mind to me to have a debate, and this would be fun, like if Wade Smith were in here, this would be a fun debate to have, because I'm guessing, because he was part of it, he would have a fun argument against this secondary, would be the offensive line, the first 2 seasons they made the playoffs, the Texans.
Yeah.
In 2011 and 2012, they had 3 Pro Bowlers on that offensive line, the same way the secondary had 3 guys make the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
Chris Myers, Wade Smith, and Dwayne Brown, who, it's between him and Tunsil for best left tackle in the history of the team.
You know what?
Even the other pieces were, Mike Brizell and Eric Winston were very solid.
Very solid. You know what, though? I remember those teams just as what you do. Mm-hmm. I think I'm going to go with this secondary.
No, I am too.
Now that I think it through.
I think the debate is those two and then a big drop-off. Because even though, so you might say, what about the wide receiver room?
Yeah, because you've had DeAndre and Andre at one point
and
together.
You've had DeAndre, you've had Andre Johnson, DeAndre Hopkins, and Nico Collins as part of this team. For the most part, the lineage is almost all the way connected.
Yeah, except for 2020, right? It's the only year where you don't have
in that year you had Brandon Cooks who got you 1,000 yards. But but those three guys, those are clearly the three best receivers in team history.
Yes.
And the only year you didn't have one of them was 2020. Some would argue you didn't really have Nico in 21 and 22 because he hadn't developed into what he is. But I think that's what keeps the receiver room is that Andre Johnson and DeAndre Hopkins were never that guy at the same time. It was almost a passing of the torch. You know, DeAndre was good his rookie year.
Yeah.
He wasn't great. He wasn't a Pro Bowler. DeAndre was great his second year, and that was the year that Andre's numbers started to dip a little bit.
Yeah, and the awkward part about that discussion is also how good could they have been if they had requisite or the proper quarterback play.
Correct.
Right? This isn't to necessarily crap on Matt Schaub, but they didn't really have that.
2013 was Hopkins' rookie year. That was bad Schaub.
That was the worst Schaub.
2014, it was Fitzpatrick who got benched for Ryan Mallett.
Yeah. So they were never actually able to realize their full potential together, I don't think. This secondary, I think I'm going to go with the secondary. The 2026 Texans secondary, the potential at least to be the best position group that the Texans have ever seen.
I have to pull that one. I don't even know who else is in the conversation other than that offensive line.
Yeah. Again, unless you wanted to.
Yeah.
Unless you wanted to be kind to that wide receiver combination, but I would go with the secondary.
Text in 713-572-4610. All right, headlines coming up next. The Astros take 2 out of 3 from the White Sox. We'll dig into that. LeBron made his decision. Lots of automotive news from the NFL over the weekend. Lots of bad driving going on out there, or drunk driving. We'll get to that as well in headlines coming up next.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence. Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. Let's start with the Astros. They take 2 out of 3 from the White Sox over the weekend. Comeback win on Friday, down 5-0. They came back and won that game. Big hit in that one was Cam Smith with a bomb to put the Astros ahead. They go on to win that game 9-5. They win 4-1 on Saturday. Hunter Brown outstanding. 7 innings of 2-hit shutout ball. No walks.
Yeah.
7 strikeouts. Looked like the old Hunter Brown. That was great to see.
The efficiency. How about that? Like, he was getting
90
through
pitches.
I'm telling you, man, he's getting through each inning like 10 to 12 pitches,
Yeah.
maybe 15 here or there, but it was a very, very good workload for him.
It was great to see. And then yesterday, not so great. 12-3, the final score. That one got away from them a little bit. The bullpen came in. Renel Blanco wasn't good. The bullpen came in. They were not good. Nobody was good. Pitching.
Yeah.
And really hitting, the only one that was good was Jeremy Pena.
Yeah.
Who hit 2 home runs yesterday.
Yeah. Taylor Trammell had 1, but that wasn't going to be enough.
No. But it was 3-3, and then it was 12-3. Just it got away from them.
Like that.
Yep. So I would say the good and the bad. I think overall the good is you're sitting 2 games. You made some headway in the wild card race.
Yes.
So you're sitting 2 games out of the wild card right now. You're right in the hunt, and you're 2 games out in the division. And Seattle has really started to, kind of take on some water here. Like nobody's running away and hiding in the division race or in the wild card race right now.
So I got a little good for like specific players and then a good overall for the team. The good for the players are Cam Smith and Hunter Brown, right? Cam Smith being the guy for you on Friday, Hunter Brown seeing him return to his normal, usual self. And when we talked about the efficiency and how he was getting through innings, those were like the, sort of the sidebars for me. Overall, big picture for me, big takeaway for the Astros over the weekend. It's like, man, now this is the second time within the last couple of weeks where they've played one of the top teams in the American League.
Yeah.
And they came out with 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
Now, I know we've seen them get swept by a team or two. Like, they'll sweep, they'll get swept. They're kind of a 500 feeling baseball team.
Yeah.
But if they can get through the thick of it, I feel pretty good about how they match up against whatever is supposed to be the best of the American League.
It's interesting you say that because they brought that up on the broadcast yesterday as the game was kind of getting out of hand. They started to look ahead to what the Astros have on their plate, and they're in California now to take on the Angels the next few games, who are bad. I think it's like 21 out of the next 24 games, something like that, are against teams that are 500 or worse. And so on the surface, you go, well, that's good. They're playing bad teams. The thing is, they've actually played better, the Astros have, against the better teams this year.
Yeah.
They've done better against the good teams than they have against the bad teams. It's very strange.
Check this out. Yeah. The Astros right now, despite being third in their division, and we talked about it, all right, a couple of games out of the division, a couple of games out of the wild card. They are 27-22 against teams above 500.
Yeah.
27-22, which is one of the better records against teams above 500 in all of the American League. In fact, nobody else in their division is anywhere near as good as that.
No.
The Rangers also have a winning record against teams above 500, but the Astros by a mile have the most wins against teams above 500. They, according to that metric at the very least, they're kind of a pretty good baseball team.
And if this is what you're going to start to get out of Hunter Brown, that's really encouraging. They kind of made this, calling it a resurgence might be a little bit of a reach, because they're still 52 and 55 or whatever they are right now.
Oh, yeah, the Astros resurgence?
Astros, so they're calling it a resurgence is maybe doing a disservice to the word resurgence. But they've largely been kind of getting back in the race with a sort of ratchet version of Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
Until Saturday.
Yeah, ratchet or flat out absent, because he was injured for a stretch of for a stretch of that improvement.
Yep.
But wherever you want to trace it back to you and Seth resetting the season. Yeah. My birthday was May 21st.
Okay.
And I remember doing a show in here with Luke Morrow that day. Yeah. And it feels like ever since then they've been an above 500 baseball team.
Statistically they have. That's just a fact.
Yeah. So I mean, like you can trace it back to that, but Hunter Brown none of it is going to matter if Hunter Brown is going to be pedestrian or really, honestly, anything short of excellent.
LeBron chooses the Philadelphia 76ers. We will just treat that as a headline right now. We'll dig deeper into that and the role the Rockets played in that at 7 o'clock today. So be listening for that. We'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20 today. We got a lot of acknowledgments from over the weekend. Automotive news in the NFL this weekend. Two big ones. If you missed it on Friday,
I don't know how you would have, but just in case.
If you missed it, you missed one of the greatest mugshots in the history of mugshots.
Yes.
Tony Romo arrested over the weekend for, in Wisconsin, they call it OWI.
Yeah.
Operating while intoxicated.
Yeah, when I first saw the O, I was like, is this like BWI? Because we have that here. Like if you go up to Lake Conroe, BWIs are real big, boating while intoxicated. I was like, is this something like that? But that's just what they call it, apparently.
They call it OWI up there. So Tony Romo pulled over, failed a battery of sobriety tests.
Yes.
I think it's safe to say that this is the police body cam I am most looking forward to TMZ getting out there. How has it not happened yet? How quick? What's the turnaround time? Do you know ever? I've fortunately never been pulled over for a DWI.
It depends on the agency. It depends on the agency, and they can kind of mess around with you for a little while. But I would be shocked.
But it's public record.
Yes, it is public record.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if we were to go longer than the longest. I would say maybe a couple of weeks, depending on the agency.
Yeah.
But we could get this, especially TMZ.
Yeah,
get this thing in about a week.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you're the expert in this. You're the journalist in the room.
Yeah, no, 100%. You can. It is public record now. This is in Wisconsin. I haven't done any public records in Wisconsin. Could they kind of jack around with you a little bit? Sure. But they know, just like we know, this is a public record. It's going to get out there.
You got to find the mugshot. The mugshot is out there. You got to find the mugshot if you haven't seen it yet.
Dude, you talk about him failing a sobriety test.
Drunk.
Like, I'm not an advocate for this because I'm, innocent until proven guilty and all of that, the American justice system and all of that.
I know what you're going to say.
But, like, I feel like his mugshot is almost a failure of the sobriety test.
Yes.
It's like, it's at some point.
Hair's messed up.
I don't want you to get arrested before they actually do the sobriety test, but I feel like how do you look in a mug says a lot about whether you're passing this thing.
He's almost doing, like, that cocky duck face thing that people were doing for a long time, like the whole. Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, you see what I'm doing.
It's a little smirk.
Yeah, it's a smirk.
It's a smirk.
Yeah, it's
like
weird.
What are you doing? Like either mean mug or smile wide, but it was a kind of a creepy smirk there.
What does the journalist in you make of the other big automotive story in the NFL from the weekend, which is apparently 2 weeks ago, at the time 11 days ago when the news came out.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan had been involved in a car accident going all the way back to July 14th.
Yeah.
This news came out over the weekend. So we're talking an 11-day lag between something that is public record. There's 911 calls. There's, there were first responders sent to the scene.
Yeah.
And apparently it was a pretty bad accident. He suffered a number of injuries in this thing, including a concussion, some broken ribs, a broken nose. Like, it was a bad crash.
Yeah, he's busted up behind this.
The reports are that there was not any drugs or alcohol involved in the crash. It is very interesting. Then why did it sit out there for 11 days? And clearly, Florio pointed this out. It does seem like the Niners cut a deal with all the newsbreakers out there to sit tight on this because Schefter's got zero decorum. Like Schefter, 1 minute after the Niners put out their statement about Shanahan being in an accident, 1 minute later, Schefter has all the details of what the injuries were, like down to the rib of what the injuries were. Like, okay, clearly you've been sitting on this, for however long.
Yeah, well, and that's another thing.
12:01, Schefter's tweeting about it.
It's like, come on, why? How could you? And look,
it's a bad look. It makes it look like he's guilty of something.
Well, and I can also understand from the media standpoint of being kind of muzzled a little bit, but this is one where we would have had to have some kind of understanding, a meeting of the minds, if you will. Like, look, I know you guys don't necessarily want this out there, but he's the head freaking coach of the football team. He's Kyle Shanahan. We're going to have to report this. This is going to get out, and so now two things. It looks like almost like Shanahan or the 49ers had something to hide, even if he's not guilty of anything. And then it makes the media look weak for keeping secrets for 2 weeks about something that honestly especially if there's nothing nefarious behind it, it's just a news topic that is of nobody's fault or doesn't make anybody look bad aside from the fact that he's injured.
Well, I'm guessing there was another human being in the other car too. He hit another car,
right?
Unless it was a stray Waymo that didn't have a passenger in it.
Nah, there was another person. Sean McVay has been out here talking about how both people look like they're going to be okay and all of that. Like I don't get how it would have. And first off, glad that looks like Kyle Shanahan for the most part is going to be okay, even if he's going to miss some time. But how it is that this could go 11 days or more, double-digit days without being reported. There's a public record. There's body cam footage. There was, I'm sure, a commotion for an accident like this. It's kind of strange to me.
All right, LeBron James is the Philadelphia 76er. What role did the Rockets play in LeBron becoming a Philadelphia 76er? We got some interesting follow-up questions, too, I think, to this. What does this mean? Are the Sixers the leader in the clubhouse now in the Eastern Conference? Jaylen Brown is LeBron's teammate now. You remember what Jaylen Brown said about Bronny at Summer League one year, so we'll hear from LeBron on that as well. We'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20, acknowledging big performances from over the weekend. We'll do all of that coming up next, but I would love to acknowledge right now West Point.
Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today and tomorrow. LeBron James made his decision over the weekend on Friday. He will be a Philadelphia 76er. So that was the news that kind of rocked the NBA. We played this audio from Rich Paul last week, but I like looking back at it now because at one point the Sixers were the favorite. There were like 6 or 7 different points along the way where different odds came out on LeBron and where he was going to go. And it was always shifting. Now, Cleveland was the favorite at 3 different points. Cleveland was never out of the top 2 on the odds boards. And I think that's why if you were to listen in on any cities today outside of here that were involved with the LeBron James sweepstakes, and as it turns out, the Rockets were somewhat involved. We'll get to that in just a second.
Yeah, not the one to be, but involved nonetheless.
The Sixers were the favorite at one point, like a month ago, but since then, like the highest they were was 3rd, maybe.
Yeah.
Miami was the most recent favorite, even before that link on YouTube leaked of a hypothetical LeBron James introductory press conference. Right.
Yeah.
So Philly ends up winning the services of LeBron James. It turns out Rich Paul was accurate when he was saying last week, nobody knows anything.
I'll say it again. None of these people know anything. Nobody knows nothing. And I say that respectfully because we haven't made it to where anybody knows anything.
But let me take your temperature on something.
Sure. Let me finish first.
Okay,
let me finish. So I think it's important for people to understand we're not making this about attention and a spectacle. It's not about a decision or anything like that. He has a choice to make. He has a business choice to make. We're not going to sit here and decide or allow someone else to decide when he makes that decision.
Right. So that was Rich Paul. And as it turns out, I think we even knew during the whole process of him making that decision that nobody knew anything. You could sense the frustration of guys like Brian Windhorst, Shams.
Yeah.
You could sense the frustration anytime they were brought on a show to talk about LeBron James.
Yeah.
LeBron did a pretty good job of keeping this whole thing under wraps.
Yeah. Shams is like, there's nothing else.
Yeah.
The decision needs to be made.
Yeah.
This is like toward the end of last week.
Windy, too, man. Windhorst was like...
Yeah.
And especially for Windhorst, who goes back to high school LeBron.
Yeah.
Covering him in high school.
Yeah, I mean, he was spent.
Not playing with him in high school. That would be a sight to behold.
But did go to the same high school. He's just a few years older than LeBron.
Yeah, and he's covered every game practically that LeBron's played in the state of Ohio. So this was Rich Paul over the weekend. Once the decision got made, sitting down with Max Kellerman is the second voice you're hearing on this. The two of them sitting down on their podcast for The Ringer. And said, you know what made a big difference in LeBron's decision to even come back at all was the way he played in that 6-game series win over the Houston Rockets.
That series, in my opinion,
convinced him to keep playing? Yeah. I can see why. And it really is a perfect puzzle piece for the Sixers, because if Embiid's in and out of the lineup, it's the playoffs. You just need to win this series and worry about the next one. If he can come back, LeBron can get that done.
Yeah, I think if they somehow get swept or lose 4-1 in that series,
he's like, what am I doing?
Yeah, it could be different. I think that gave us, and I'm so glad because I think it gave us another.
Luke Kennard and Marcus Smart are your two best players. LeBron won a playoff series without a single average starter in the lineup.
So what you're telling me is if the Rockets' quote-unquote young core is just a little bit better, they could have sent LeBron James packing, or at the very least not send him to Philly.
Well, how about the fact that Kevin Durant only played 1 game in that series?
Yeah, any combination of that.
Kevin Durant, I think you can connect the dots to say Kevin Durant's ankle injury may have spawned the Philadelphia 76ers era of the LeBron James saga.
Yeah,
I should say.
I think it's a combination of the Kevin Durant injury / because here's the thing that was frustrating about that, right? If you're a Rockets fan, even with Kevin Durant's injury, the Rockets ideally, with this young core, these talented guys, Albert Şengün, a 2-time All-Star, you got guys that are coming up and supposed to be developing here, they should have been good enough. As Max Kellerman is laying out for you there was not even an average starter playing alongside LeBron James, and despite that, Marcus Smart and Luke Kennard and Rui Hachimura and the DeAndre Ayton Jackson Hayes center combination cooked the Rockets' young core. Had they been better, or if Kevin Durant had simply been healthy, but by the way, you would have still needed them to be better, then things could have turned out a lot differently.
Not a Rocket tangent, but a tangent that involves one of the more polarizing former Rockets in this whole thing, because Brian Windhorst of ESPN had a long article once the decision was made. He had a long article about, okay, now here's all the things I'm hearing as to how he arrived at Philly,
right?
What the decision process was. Evidently, at least according to Windhorst, is that if Darius Garland were still with the Cavs, Darius Garland, a Rich Paul client.
Yeah.
Rich Paul's LeBron's agent. There may actually be people wondering, who's this Rich Paul guy that you're playing this audio from? He's LeBron's agent.
Very important. Agent and friend.
A longtime friend.
Yes.
The three of them, Rich Paul, LeBron James, Maverick Carter.
Perhaps his agent because he's his friend. But that's here nor there.
But he's built a big empire, Rich Paul has.
Very successful, yes.
Clutch Sports has a lot of NBA guys, including Darius Garland. So that's one of the things Windhorst had said was, if the Cavs just didn't make the Garland for Harden trade, there's a decent chance he might have gone to Cleveland.
Yeah.
But there's no other Clutch Sports guys on that roster right now.
But see, that's chess, not checkers, right? Because they only made that move in the immediacy because they were trying to make a run right then and there. Like, I don't know if they were necessarily already looking ahead or even factoring in how that move could impact what's going to be ahead, as opposed to, hey, right now we're the most expensive team that there is. Yeah. We've got like this chance, this run, and Darius Garland doesn't play. James Harden does.
James Harden does, and it got them out from under the second apron, all that other stuff.
All of that.
Like in a vacuum, they won that trade, the James Harden trade. I know they got swept by the Knicks, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think they make it to the Eastern Conference Finals without James Harden on their team. So there's that. But so James Harden, in a weird way, has a role in this whole thing. It's just the NBA offseason. We haven't had it like this in a while. Free agency almost doesn't exist in the NBA anymore because teams' salary caps are so clogged up. Pretty much any team that matters operates way over the cap because you can pay your own guys to go over the cap. So whereas, a decade and a half ago, it was easier to clear out cap space and go make a run for Kevin Durant or LeBron James or Carmelo Anthony or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen anymore. So for there to be a free agent, and keep in mind, LeBron's signing for 2 years, $8 million. And do you feel any kind of way about this as a Rocket fan? Like, hey, if you were to did the Rockets? It's almost like a double-edged sword because if the Rockets, according to that Rich Paul audio, if the Rockets had mollywop LeBron, then LeBron doesn't maybe even come back.
Yeah.
But I feel like the Rockets have a talented enough roster where if A, they had shown that they are capable of at least winning a playoff series, and B, didn't have all this extra going on all the time.
Yeah.
That this would have been a good spot for him to sign for 2 years, $8 million.
Well, it is the big part of the frustration and disappointment of the season is that it turns out, and this was before we even got to this LeBron piece of the narrative, but just getting bumped out by the Lakers or knocked out of the playoffs by the Lakers exposed or revealed to you that this quote-unquote young core, this talented young core, might not be quite as talented as you once thought and certainly not quite as ready to win a playoff series on its own with no Kevin Durant out there like you thought that they would have been. And I don't think we've mentioned this enough. They were going up against a Lakers squad that did not have Luka. LeBron's out there, but Luka's not out there. Austin Reeves is not even himself by the time he gets back, and they still could not do anything. So to your question, as a Rockets fan, it was already disappointing that they could not beat a ragtag Lakers squad to begin with. But then on top of that, the implication is that, you know what, that's not the young core that maybe Kevin Durant thought was
right.
that he thought he was joining the year before. I'm not going to make that same mistake if I'm LeBron James.
I don't think. And when Durant made his decision, and I know it was a trade, but Durant had say in where he was going to go. It was as much a decision by Durant as it was the Rockets trading Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks, etc. But if, I don't think anybody thought that the Spurs were going to get in the HOV lane like they did this year either.
No.
That all of a sudden there's going to be 2 60-win teams with young cores, with young MVP candidates that you've got to deal with in the West. So that's what would have made it interesting if the Rockets had been able to win that Lakers series. And then in the second round, they'd have gone up against OKC, I think, the way the brackets would have laid out.
Yeah.
If they'd gotten into just even a 7-game brawl with OKC and lost, then I think this would have been a really interesting place for LeBron to go for 2 years, $8 million.
Well, it's not even just that he didn't come here. It's that he didn't even. I don't even think he gave it a look, or a thought, or a consideration when Rich Paul puts out that list of teams. And maybe if you're a Rockets fan, you don't want LeBron. I know there are a lot of Sixers fans who talk about LeBron taking up all the oxygen in the room, and they don't want him coming over there and taking over their entire franchise. I get it. Maybe you're a Rockets fan who is similar, like-minded in that way.
Yeah.
But you can't deny that it would say a lot about your franchise if the best player of his generation and arguably a top 3 to 5 player of all time wanted to come here in his twilight years. That would have been a major pull the Rockets had they been able to do that.
Yep. Text messages on these. Didn't Kevin O'Connor and a few others have a pretty detailed explanation of what LeBron was waiting on? And he went with Philly because he couldn't get the Warriors or Cavs to do what he wanted. Rich Paul denied that. Brian Windhorst said that LeBron's camp denied that they were asking teams to go get guys. I'm not saying that they're telling the truth necessarily.
Or that they're not being lied to, potentially.
Right. But yes, I mean, there's all sorts of discussion. Now, this we know, he ended up going to the team that traded for Jaylen Brown. This is a great question on the text page is, what if the Rockets had traded for Jaylen Brown? Does LeBron still go to Philadelphia? Maybe not. I don't think it means he would come to Houston or that the Rockets were in the market for LeBron.
But it's a good point.
It's a great point. No, Jaylen Brown going there, according to Windhorst, was a definite tipping point.
Yeah, it was the domino effect. And then you were mentioning this earlier, like the different era of basketball and salaries. Like, we got to go back to the original point of the Jaylen Brown trade. There was a lot to be discussed about how unhappy or happy he was or discord with him in the franchise. But it did come down to an accounting thing. They've been getting rid of at one point they had 6 guys making over $20 million a year a couple of years ago. Now all of those guys are gone except for Jason Tatum.
That's it.
So there was
they've got Paul George on their team.
Now they did add Paul George to the team as part of that trade. But the point is, there was an accounting issue there that is collectively bargained, that is part of the collective bargain agreement that forced them to make some business decisions about their team. Yep. And they decided to send Jaylen Brown to one of their arch rivals in the Philadelphia 76ers, and which subsequently brings in LeBron James.
Yeah. No, it's almost like LeBron James was part of the Jaylen Brown trade.
It is very much like that.
If you're a Celtics fan who hated the Jaylen Brown trade, and most of them did, what the hell is this? He's 6th in the MVP, and we're bringing back Paul George, who hasn't played good basketball in however many years and is not a good postseason player. Jaylen Brown is a finals MVP. Paul George is someone who named himself Playoff P, and everybody laughs at him.
Yeah, quite ironically.
So they already hated that trade. But if Jaylen Brown is a big reason LeBron went to Philly, it's almost like LeBron was part of the trade. He may as well have been. I mean, there's hardly any salary cap implications for it. He signed a 2-year, $8 million deal.
Yeah.
It's a cheapo deal that he signed. Now, as far as the Jaylen Brown angle goes, it was just about a year, or was last summer was Bronny's first summer in the summer league, right?
Last summer would have been going into a second year. Okay. So it would have been 2 summers ago.
2 summers ago. Okay. Yeah.
Which is wild to think that Bronny is about to go into his 3rd NBA season.
Yeah.
But that's where we are now.
Well, he's played like 200 minutes, so it doesn't feel like that much. But yeah.
Hey, look, I don't feel like it. I'm in a position, man. He kind of cooked the Rockets a little bit too.
He did.
I was like, man, the Rockets are getting beat by Sanford and Son.
I know.
Like,
Bronny, you big dummy.
You big dummy.
You big dummy.
This is the big one. Coming to join you, Elizabeth.
Coming to join you.
What is happening here?
I got to watch me some Sanford and Son today.
That's what it felt like, man. By Sanford and Son, you got to be kidding me.
TV land. It's got to have Sanford and Son on there. So anyways, Jaylen Brown, like a lot of guys do, they use the summer league, even if they're not playing it, as a reason to go to Vegas. and sit courtside. So Jaylen Brown's sitting courtside with a nice young lady, and you could read his lips, and he was saying some pretty derogative things about Bronny's game.
Yeah.
Just you could read his lips. The internet read his lips. Clearly LeBron did. So LeBron, this was actually from the season after that happened. This is from, over a year ago. But this is LeBron being asked about his relationship with Jaylen Brown.
Our relationship has been, pretty respectful. Besides what he said about Bronny and Summer League.
I was wondering if you guys were able to get past that.
But other than that, we've been all right,
Were you guys able to get past that?
We'll be all right. Yeah, we'll be all right. I think he went on social media and said something about it. It's all good, but Bronny got a long way to go, but that's another story.
Okay, so that was LeBron. That's a while back. That's not audio from over the weekend or anything like that. I'm guessing as meticulous as LeBron and his camp are about picking where he goes, executing plans, things like that. I'm guessing that he and Jaylen Brown have squashed everything and that he's looking forward to having Jaylen as a teammate. I'm assuming.
Yeah, because that's not like just a couple of days ago, but that is fairly recently because that's this past season.
Yeah.
Because part of that media scrum is them asking LeBron about Brown's MVP year or MVP caliber year and what he's doing in the absence of Jason Tatum. Yeah. So that clearly that timeline gives you this past year when Jason Tatum was hurt. And most of that is LeBron giving Jaylen Brown his flowers. I don't know what led them into actually getting into the relationship between the two. A little bit of.
I think they're about to play each other. I think the Celtics. That's it. I think it was right before a Celtics-Lakers upcoming game, that kind of thing.
Even then, were you guys able to get past the LeBron? I was like, okay. Now, it's very much relevant now.
If anything, you would want him not to have gotten past it because you're talking about an opponent that's coming up.
Right, right. Which is why all those oldies but goodies are always kind of cool to go back and look at. But yeah, man, you got to figure that they can obviously coexist.
You would think, right?
Yeah, and let's just be real about it. It's not like Jaylen Brown was saying anything about Bronny that other folks. LeBron James had to go check Stephen A. Smith courtside at a game for some stuff that he was talking about Bronny and the family. So it's not like this is the first time he's had to deal with that, or from LeBron's side. And let's just be real about it. This was my perspective last week before he even made this decision. This was the best group for him to join. I thought that once the Jaylen Brown trade happened, and part of the reason why it made sense for them to be favorites, that was the clear and most logical place for him to go, the place with the highest upside if you just plop him onto the team.
It's the most talented starting five in the NBA.
And if I could recognize that, certainly LeBron James could. That was the way I looked at it.
It's the most talented start five when healthy in the NBA. More talented than the defending champion Knicks, more talented than the two juggernauts in the West. Just 1 through 5, pure talent. I'm not saying they're going to be the best team. And if you're wondering what the effect has been on the odds board with LeBron going to Philly, they and the Knicks are right there neck and neck with each other to win the Eastern Conference. It almost depends on which outlet you go to as to who's the favorite to win the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, and also more talented than the other 3 possibilities or popular destinations out there. Going back home to Cleveland, going back to Miami where he once won before, or going to go join his friends in Golden State or in San Francisco and play for the Warriors. This makes more sense than all 3 of those options.
All right, let's do Acknowledge Me. We do it each and every Monday right about this time. We acknowledge tweets, performances, news items, anything worth giving that extra lanyap of acknowledgement, that extra layer of acknowledgement, elevate them. I will say a name. Byron, who's producing with us today.
Acknowledge me.
We'll play the Roman Reigns cut right there. Byron, we've got several different ones in there, right?
Yes.
Yeah. They all say acknowledge me, but they say it sometimes a little different inflection. We like to mix it up, keep the people on their toes. I actually want to acknowledge a few of the tweets about this LeBron James signing in Philly.
Let's.
Acknowledge me.
Gotta say the name first, Byron. We've done this. This is the second Monday. Come on, man.
He's trigger happy, man.
Yeah, he's just excited. he's big Roman. Are you a fan of the Tribal Chief?
Yeah, but I'm a bigger Seth guy.
You're a bigger Seth guy? Okay. Yeah. SummerSlam coming up, right?
Yes, sir.
This weekend. All right, ready, Byron? Davor Vikovic
Acknowledge me.
Who is that? I don't know, but he tweeted this. So Jaylen Brown back up. So Jaylen Brown didn't want to be Robin in Boston. Now he'll be Alfred in Philly.
It's a funny tweet.
It's hilarious.
And I love the name. What is his name? Vikovic?
Davor Vikovic.
Yeah, good for him. That's an interesting name.
And that's not only his name on the Twitter account, but he's at Davor Vikovic too. So so that's got to be his real name.
Dude, I respect this. Whatever his real name is, this is a funny tweet. Yeah. Now, don't let the truth of the matter get in the way of a funny joke, right? Because I think Jaylen Brown actually on any given night could be the Batman on this team. I think he could be the best player on the team on any given night, or perhaps
he's
even
an
throughout
all-NBA player.
Yeah, he finished top 6 in MVP voting, all-NBA player, finals MVP.
Yeah.
He's at least as good as anybody else on this team, especially at this stage. But I still like the joke. I still find it to be a funny joke because he's now with a cast of if he didn't like playing in Jason Tatum's shadow, now he's in a cast of shadows with the other guys around him.
Yep. Jot that down as a topic for later, B. Scott. We're looking up at the screen in the studio here, and they're talking about C.J. Stroud. Yeah.
Take a photo.
Jot that down. Yeah, take a picture of that. We'll use that as a topic later. Okay, another tweet about the LeBron signing with Philly. This is from McNeil, who's a big... I don't know who exactly he is, but he's a really funny follow. His name is just McNeil on Twitter, and he's a Cleveland guy. So he's obviously got Cleveland views on this. But McNeil,
acknowledge me.
He's got a picture of Kenny Atkinson, the coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers, who probably most famously or infamously said that while they were down 3-1 or whatever it was to the Knicks in the conference, or 3-0 in the conference finals because they got swept.
Yeah.
He's like, we've really won 2 of these 3 games if you look at it through analytics.
Well, and one of those games was like an epic collapse, I'm pretty sure.
They blew a 29-point lead.
Yeah. But analytically, they won.
It's got a picture, right. It's got a picture of Kenny Atkinson with a goofy look on his face, and it says, quote, analytically, we actually landed LeBron.
This is hilarious.
That's great.
I like this one even better.
Yep.
I think that it's a shame for Kenny Atkinson. He should have never said this, obviously. But for a dude that's such a decent coach, he's been an accomplished head coach in the NBA. Yeah. I think he's going to be known for this comment for the rest of his career.
Yep.
A solid coach, a really 100%. Good coach. Going to be known for this gaffe.
When you Google his name, it's going to be a bunch of articles about being up 2-1 analytically in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yikes.
All right, last one last tweet that we'll acknowledge, and we got some other. Elon Altman.
Acknowledge me.
Who's also Elon Altman on Twitter. Now, I wonder if he's in a relation to Kobe Altman, the GM of the Cavaliers. But he points out LeBron is the first person to move from Bel Air to West Philadelphia.
Yeah. It is a fresh kind of
Bizarro Fresh Prince.
Fresh Prince, exactly.
Yep,
that's exactly what it is. It's normally not how the story goes.
It's not.
But leave it to LeBron to buck the trend, if you will.
Absolutely. All right, so we acknowledge those tweets. Hey, let's acknowledge Carlos Beltran.
Acknowledge me.
And Jeff Kent.
Acknowledge me.
2 guys with Astro ties who went into the Hall of Fame this weekend. I don't know. I was trying to kind of dip my toe in the water. It didn't get a lot of attention on my timeline. It was a 3-person class. It was Kent, Beltran, and Andrew Jones.
Yeah.
Who obviously all great players.
Yes.
And Beltran, the more polarizing figure than Jeff Kent, I think, among Astro fans. I think most Astro fans think positively about Jeff Kent because he was so good for the few years that he was here.
Yes.
Beltran, much more polarized. Beltran was great his first stint as an Astro. I mean, postseason, GOAT great.
Yeah.
That level. 8 home runs in the postseason that year out of 20 hits.
Well, between the 2 of them, did they spend more, like between the 2 of them, did they spend more than 3 seasons with the Astros?
Beltran.
Forget the 2016 season for a second.
Yeah.
I think he was just
2017.
Oh, that's what I mean to say. 2017.
For Beltran,
For Beltran.
Yeah.
But like the real prime of their careers, Beltran just had
half a season.
Had the half a season. And Kent was here for like 2 seasons.
2 years, I think.
So I don't think they had 3. I think that's part of the reason why there wasn't a lot of buzz, at least for Astros fans.
Yep.
For 2 guys that were great players and former Astros, they just didn't spend enough time. Even though Beltran's half a season was some of the best Astros performance that we've ever seen, neither one was here for long enough to even fully be thought of as an Astro. Astros.
No, but Beltran. There's a lot there with Beltran.
Oh, for sure.
The way he left, he was booed incessantly for the next decade in whatever uniform he was in. Because he played for the Mets for a bunch of years, played for the Yankees. I think he was a Ranger there for a little bit. He got booed. Anytime he'd come here to Minute Maid, he got booed because of what happened after the 2004 season, the way that Astro fans felt led on by him. And then his role in the sign-stealing scandal complicated things again because it almost felt like 2017 when he re-signed back here.
Yeah.
The fact that he was a veteran leader of that team, and we didn't know anything about the sign-stealing at that point.
It kind of felt redemptive at the time.
It cleansed it. It did.
Yeah.
It did. Like, we forgive you. We won a World Series. It's all good. And then come to find out, he's the brains of the operation. At least that's what he was portrayed as by Major League Baseball.
So it's almost like you're dead to us again.
Yeah. And so now he's going into the Hall of Fame. To me, my biggest Astro takeaway in this whole thing is that Beltran going into the Hall of Fame, it tells me that I don't think we have much to worry about with Altuve.
Yeah.
Nor should we. I mean, he's the one guy that didn't use it at all, but he's still portrayed as a user of the sign stealing.
Yeah, still portrayed, but I think even around that, and I don't think it helps Altuve that his MVP season was that year as well, but we're still talking about a dude with 3 batting titles, and they won a World Series. So I guess a couple of things that help the sign stealing era Astros, especially if they were still around on that 2022 team, which Altuve obviously was and still is here. If you were a part of the team that won later, and you've got more to your resume beyond that, I think that there's going to be some forgiveness there.
Acknowledge me.
Was that a stray that we just caught right there?
No, my bad.
What happened?
Dude, I just blanked out my fingers.
Man,
really?
You gotta get
my finger's always on the mouse whenever there's one.
Okay. You got twitchy.
He's got to get a safety on that thing.
My bad, y'all.
You got twitchy. That's okay. That's all right.
Got to get a safety on that radio Glock.
Yeah. Dylan Brooks.
Acknowledge me.
I want to acknowledge Dylan Brooks for answering the question, acknowledging in his mind. This is from a podcast of some sort. He's doing this like standing up at a court somewhere, probably at Summer League.
Yeah.
Not that Dylan Brooks is playing in it, but as we pointed out earlier, a lot of the guys go to Vegas just to chill during Summer League, watch guys play. So Dylan Brooks was doing an interview where they asked him to power rank the 5 biggest complainers, the 5 biggest whiners. 5 guys, so it's almost like you're all whiner team in the NBA.
This is really good.
Yeah, here's who he has.
First one that come to mind for me, obviously Luka. Luka's obviously a big ass complainer. Let me go down the line. Curry, one. I actually gave him a shot. You seen that play? I gave him a shot right in his chest, contest.
Damn.
Yeah.
You just fed up.
That's 2.
Yeah. 2 people.
Who else complains the most? LeBron, for sure.
That's 3.
He knew LeBron was going to be on that list.
Hey, Jaren Jackson. Old teammate. And
damn, he don't spare nobody.
Let me see, last but not least.
His old teammate.
You ain't seen nobody from my team, so I ain't know about it.
Giannis, there we go.
Giannis.
Right. So we're good. So we acknowledge all 5 of them collectively. Luka, Steph, LeBron, Jaren Jackson, Giannis. A 5-headed Mount Rushmore of whiners, according to Dylan Brooks. Here's my question for you, B. Scott. If you had to put that list together for the Rockets, the biggest whiners in Rockets history.
Ooh, Rockets history.
In Rockets history. And with mine, a lot of recency bias for me.
Yeah, I mean, the recency bias, I can't get past Albert Şengün.
Şengün's on it, man.
Like, Şengün is...
Acknowledge him for being a whiner, yeah.
Acknowledge me.
I mean, Şengün is at the top of the list.
Elite whiner.
Now, it doesn't help that Şengün plays in the era of reviews. And this is an ongoing joke at Toyota Center. Like, you should see us on press row. Every time something happens, we kind of do like this to see is he gonna do it because he does it so much.
Yeah.
I mean, he's clearly leading the class right now by a lot.
Okay, can I throw some other names at you?
Please do.
There was never a call made on Eric Gordon that he agreed with.
Oh, yes.
Ever.
Eric
Gordon and PJ Tucker of that era of Rockets basketball.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, they're on a team with Chris Paul, who I think is also on this list.
Yeah.
I actually had to think about Chris Paul a little bit because P.J. Tucker and Eric Gordon are such whiners.
Yeah.
Every call. Eric Gordon never thought he committed a foul ever.
Yeah.
It's annoying.
Yeah, I mean he's even got at least among Rockets fans like a meme or a GIF of his face, like just his perplexed face.
He's number one
because he's never committed a foul.
He's number one on my list, but I would say Alpe's a good one. I would say Alpe, Chris Paul, Eric Gordon, P.J. Tucker. Boy, so that 2018 team had a lot of whining going on.
It's basically Alpe on the 2018 team.
Alpe in the 2018 team, although ironically, Dillon Brooks probably belongs on there too.
Yeah.
They were putting Rockets on there. Ironically, the man who spawned this very topic, Dillon Brooks, who had been acknowledged, and I'll acknowledge again.
Acknowledge me.
Should also be acknowledged for being a whiner as well. Hopefully he's not listening.
Can established tough guys be whiners though? Like is it complaining and whining? Like is whining complaining and vice versa?
It's just whining and complaining are almost in the same neighborhood.
Yeah.
Me, you know,
but because you know who also used to kind of get on the refs a little bit,
Who?
and it's Houston royalty. Hakeem
did, yeah.
Hakeem would give the refs the business here. Now, it's hard to see him as a whiner because he's such a proud man.
Yes.
But at the same time, he'd give it to him.
Right. Because Hakeem is the opposite live wire off of the court.
Right. And not a whiner, but a complainer, though.
Yeah. Okay, we'll get Hakeem, you're in the mix here. We'll acknowledge him for that.
Acknowledge me.
All right. So I acknowledge food. The crab cake Benedict at Bloom and Bee.
Okay.
At the Post Oak Hotel.
You have my attention.
Acknowledge me.
Do you like crab cakes?
Yes.
I love crab cakes.
Yes, I do.
So we had breakfast. Amy and I, as I mentioned earlier, we did a nice little staycation. Let me acknowledge the Post Oak Hotel, too. Mm-hmm. Especially Kenneth, the front office director there, who left us a nice note we got it to our room, and there was a note there waiting for us with some charcuterie, bottle, and the note, handwritten note, and he was congratulating us on the move to 95.7 The Fan.
Dude.
So they're excited for it there as well.
Yeah.
The Post Oak.
The FM life is going to be amazing, but what's a better combination when you get to your room than a bottle of wine, charcuterie board, and a personalized handwritten note?
And some of those nice ball caps that they have.
Yeah,
at
that's
Post
sweet.
Oak. They gave us a couple nice, the little ball caps you wear at the pool.
Yeah.
So shout out to them. We had a great stay there. It was awesome. But dude, this crab cake Benedict. So the Bloom and Bee, which is where we ate our breakfast there on Saturday, they've got a sort of customize your own Benedict thing. I love Eggs Benedict. It's one of my favorite breakfasts. The hollandaise sauce and everything else.
Yeah.
But you had your choice between, the Canadian bacon, which is sort of the staple, or a crab cake.
Oh, come on.
And I'm like, I got to go crab here. Or salmon. Salmon was the other one. There were three choices.
I'm a salmon guy, too.
I am, too. I like this. The Salmon Benedict at First Watch is really good.
Okay.
So,
I got to check that out. I go to First Watch all the time.
Salmon Benedict, really good.
I'll
but
try
this crab cake Benedict, I'm eating this thing, and I'm saying to Amy, I'm like, I might come here and just valet and come here and eat breakfast sometime and not have to stay here to eat the breakfast. Like,
not a bad idea.
For this dish. And it's not, and it's not cheap or anything like that. But it was so good.
The crab cake Benedict.
Crab cake Benedict. It was just simple, man. It was English muffin, crab cake, the poached egg right there, and the hollandaise sauce drizzled all over it there. Oh.
I'm in.
Acknowledge it again, Byron.
Acknowledge me.
Byron,
I almost want to go get one now.
I know, dude. I'm hungry.
2 hours left in the show.
You're a young guy, Byron. I feel like Eggs Benedict is one of those things you eat as you get older, as your palate gets more sophisticated. Are you a fan of the Eggs Benedict?
I've never had it.
Never had it. Okay, that kind of proves my theory.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I didn't eat sushi for the first time till I was like 25 years old.
Yeah, same here. And my kids are only into sushi now because somebody older has put them onto it.
Yeah.
And so, they're a little bit more sushi savvy than even I am.
We never ate it in our house growing up.
Not at all.
I don't even know if the town I grew up in had a sushi restaurant.
Yeah, it was not a thing for me, but it is now. Same thing, though, too. If I would have been
last night.
In my mid-20s, like Byron, I don't think I would have been eating no crab cake Benedict.
Crab cake Benedict.
I'm here for it now, though.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. It is thumbs up on that, man. It was really good.
Yeah, man. Not to you, man. That sounds like a heck of a weekend for you and the lady, for you and Amy.
We had a blast.
Well
man.
deserved for both of you.
Sat by the pool on Saturday. It was good. Thank you. Yeah, it was good. Bought one night in an auction at the Texans season premiere. There was an auction for one night at the Post Oak, and so we tacked on a second night. So we wouldn't have to like check in and check out in the same 24 hours.
Yeah,
like,
you don't
no,
want
if
to
I'm
be
going to do
rushed.
this is the nicest hotel in town. If I'm going to do this, I want a full day to just look around, man.
Yeah. When you're supposed to be doing, nobody wants to be rushed, period.
No.
But especially in the midst of luxury or some type of luxurious experience like that.
And it's the weekend before training camp, too.
Oh.
You know this as well as anybody. The work amps up in 2 days.
100%.
In 2 days. To that end, we enjoyed Acknowledge Me, as always. That was a good one. I want to talk a little Texans here. We are going to have to start pocket watching at a certain position on the field. And we got a gauge for exactly what the market looks like over the weekend. We'll let you know what that is coming up next.
Houston. 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
And I never thought I'd be playing Robert Kraft audio to lead into a Texans. We will do that in just a second here. Before we do that, real quick, there is at least one texter that's incredulous that Draymond Green didn't make Dylan Brooks's all-whiner list of 5.
It had to be the non-Draymond Green
right.
all-whiner
There had to be some sort of prelude we didn't hear before that cut.
Yeah, it's like, if you're one of the people that just believes LeBron or that Michael Jordan's the best player to ever play, right? It's like, okay, who's your Mount Rushmore of basketball players not named Michael Jordan or not named Bill Russell or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
Aside from so-and-so.
Whoever is your already favorite guy. Like, clearly Draymond Green deserves to be at the very top of that list.
Absolutely. All right, so I mentioned Robert Kraft, owner of the Patriots. Patriots training camp is underway. We'll hear from Mike Vrabel here in just a minute as well. But Robert Kraft was asked about Christian Gonzalez, who is their star cornerback, who's eligible for a contract extension. He's just finished up his 3rd year. He's a great player, and they really like him there. Here's Robert Kraft talking about that situation.
We love Christian Gonzalez. We love him as a player, as a person. That's why we've made an offer to him that makes him the highest paid player ever to play that position in the NFL.
Okay, so they have, I know the audio was a little rough. The clicking of the cameras was louder than his voice and that.
This was 1995?
Right. No, but I think you could hear what he said, which is we made Christian Gonzalez an offer that would make him the highest paid cornerback in football. We know at one point Derek Stingley Jr. was the highest paid. If you're just counting the new money, Stingley signed an extension a couple of years ago, or it might have been last year.
I think it was
last year. Yeah, 3 years, $30 million a year, almost fully guaranteed.
Yeah, it was like $90 million with $89 million guaranteed. Or
exactly
something crazy
right.
Like that. Yeah.
That's exactly what it was. So we know that's what the market was then. We know since then Sauce Gardner signed his deal, which is for like $100,000 more per year. It was like 30.1 that he signed, and then got traded.
Got traded
to the Colts,
and then he got hurt.
I don't know what Trent McDuffie's deal that he signed.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Was
after he got traded to the
Rams. Yeah, he got traded to the Rams. The Rams gave him a big deal. I'm assuming it's in that neighborhood. Reportedly, it sounds like Christian Gonzalez and Devin Witherspoon are kind of waiting for the other guy. There's kind of a staring contest going on right now. Like whoever signs next will be the highest paid for like 5 minutes.
And then the other one will sign.
Then the next
right
guy will sign for like $32 million plus a bag of balls or something like that.
Yeah.
So, but why is this relevant to the Texans? Because if Kamari Lassiter has another season in 2026, like he did in 2025, and I'm factoring improvement into this as well. I'm not saying that Kamari Lassiter is the best cornerback in football, but I think undeniably he improved year over year, and he was good in year 1. He was really good as a rookie.
Yeah.
But he definitely improved year 1 to year 2. If he has that similar level of improvement, he is a top 5 cornerback in football. I think if you really wanted to get sexy with it, I think you could make an argument that he's up there right now already, given his all-around game. There's no more willing cornerback in football to play the run than Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, I like the point that you make about the all-around game, because I think there are other guys who are bigger and perhaps flashier. Maybe they make more plays on the ball. And I think that, like, when you look at the top end of this position, the Christian Gonzalez's of the world, the Pat Surtain, even Derek Stingley Jr. himself, these are like sort of bigger body, more prototypical, hey, that's how I would draw my corner up.
Oh, yeah.
But then, so ideally, they're better corners, but like in practice, like what about practically? What do you want your corner to be about? You want them to cover. You don't want them to be afraid to hit. In fact, you'd like for them to lay the wood when it comes down to it or when it comes time for it. And Kamari Lassiter is all of those things. I don't know how close he can get to that top 5, but I definitely think that he's going to be, firmly planted in the top 10, perhaps top 8. There's a lot of good corners once you get kind of to the top end of it. There's a handful of good ones that I think he's probably going to be behind. But to the point of it all, it's still going to be a very serious, business decision, because I don't think that there is a reasonable Kamari Lassiter discount, if that makes sense. Like, Kamari Lassiter is going to be, I think, will have earned enough, especially being a day one starter and contributor to such a good defense.
Day one in OTAs starter. Like, they had him pegged from about the day they drafted him.
Yeah, for that matter, that's like day zero.
Day zero,
if we're talking about OTAs.
Good way to put it, yeah.
He's a day zero starter and has been productive since the very beginning. I don't think that he's necessarily top 5, but I'm not sure he's going to have to be to command a really respectable salary and make it an interesting business decision for Nick Caserio and the Texans.
He's going to live in that neighborhood, man. He's just going to. And I don't think they're not letting him walk out of that building. I've said this before. I think that this is just me saying this, just me kind of just reading the room about how they feel about Kamari Lassiter. And this is not to denigrate what they think of other guys in that building. But if it came down to a choice of them having to pay Kamari Lassiter a market deal, but you got to move on from Derek Stingley Jr. and I think that would be, if you had to. In a perfect world, you keep them both. Stingley is currently one of the top 5 cornerbacks. He's one of the top 2 cornerbacks in football. But when you're a good team that drafts as well as the Texans have, especially on the defensive side of the ball, especially in the secondary, I mean, think about it. Jalen Petrie, he's thankfully he's under contract for a couple more years, as are all these guys. But Bullock and Lassiter are going to be in line for big raises.
Yeah.
And that's why just watching the market at safety, watching the market at corner, and then and then there's still C.J. Stroud sitting off to the side over here.
This is where I was going to go.
Yeah. Like, it'd be a puzzle, man, and they're going to have to make hard decisions like that. And I know it sounds blasphemous for me to say if you had to move on from Derek Stingley, because he is at the peak of his game at a premium position. I just don't think – I think Kamari Lassiter – Derek Stingley might be a cornerback that was made in a lab. Kamari Lassiter is a cornerback made in a lab owned by D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
No,
the whole ethos of Lassiter on and off the field.
Yeah, I think he perfectly fits the brand and, again, like you mentioned, the ethos of what the Texans are and certainly what they want to be, what they aspire to be. Like, he is the Texans' dream realized. I think Kamari Lassiter and Will Anderson Jr. between the two of them, right? Now, where am I at still, like, on which cornerback would I rather keep once that business decision comes? As I sit right here today, still give me Derek Stingley Jr. if we're making that business decision. Mm-hmm. But it's a really good problem to have, and you mentioned the C.J. Stroud point. I keep bringing this up every time we talk about the quarterback. I'm really curious if the Texans view themselves as, hey, instead of making business decisions on which corner do we want to keep, do we feel like, hey, we can just go super expensive on the defensive side of the ball and let's just find another rookie quarterback or a quarterback on a rookie deal or a $25 to $30 million quarterback as opposed to the 50, 60 million plus.
That's what Seattle did.
I get it.
Yep. All right. Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today and tomorrow. All right. Would you have ever envisioned this former Houston Texan as a coach? Because apparently he's looking at it. We'll have that for you coming up next. But first,
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Actually, a bit of breaking news we can touch on a little later. Michael Lombardi, the general manager of the University of North Carolina football program, which is coached by Bill Belichick, placed on administrative leave. No other details.
Administrative leave.
Administrative leave, yeah.
Yeah. Normally when you're placed on administrative leave, it is not a good thing.
No.
Not automatically a bad thing, but normally not a good thing.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how popular Michael Lombardi is around football circles. I'm guessing there's a lot of people, A, speculating as to what it could be, B, happily speculating about what it could be.
Well, and to the point of not being all that popular, I would say one of the few places where he is in good favor would be with Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
So if he's already where he has some of his few advocates on planet Earth or in the football world, and he's there being put on administrative leave, I can only imagine what's going on.
How surprised were you when you heard Mike Vrabel say this over the weekend? DeAndre Hopkins was spotted at Patriots training camp. DeAndre Hopkins, who played in the NFL last year.
Yeah.
And obviously not the same level of player he was at his peak, but still presumably good enough to get on a roster somewhere. So he was at Patriots camp, and here was Mike Vrabel answering, well, why was DeAndre Hopkins here?
You know, DeAndre Hopkins is here with us, kind of in a, just to kind of check things out as far as what he wants to do as far as coaching, and you'll see him on the field, and whether that's personnel. And so I use him as an example because he wasn't the fastest receiver, but he had an unbelievable play style and a play strength and a route craft that allowed him to succeed.
Okay, so Vrabel, so the money out of all that is, wow, DeAndre Hopkins it sounds like looking at various career options here. I think to me the biggest takeaway from that, B. Scott, that 25 seconds of audio that explained why DeAndre Hopkins was there was that, one, okay, DeAndre Hopkins seems to be operating like somebody who might be done playing, period.
Yeah.
And two, wow, coaching for DeAndre Hopkins, a guy who, depending on who you believe, got traded up and out of here in part because he didn't like to practice.
Yes. Well, and it's hilarious because it's like he didn't like to practice himself. Doesn't mean he didn't necessarily like attending, putting in the extra work. He just didn't want to practice. So it'd be funny if the moment his playing days are over, all of a sudden, DeAndre Hopkins is now committed to practices and film work and the nitty-gritty part of the game. But
it's a lot of hours, man.
I thought it like this, and I talked about this yesterday on the weekend show with Zach Gelb. I wondered if DeAndre Hopkins is looking at this. Now, mind you, he's got a background with Vrabel, obviously, right, from both here and in Tennessee.
Yep.
So there's a relationship there. Is DeAndre Hopkins looking at it now as, hey, the only way I'm really going to get on a team is if somebody's injured or if I come parachuting in midway through the year or something to that effect.
Okay.
And so is he just kind of getting a head start in sort of a quasi de facto player coach role?
Is he like selling himself a little bit right now?
A little bit. Selling himself, hedging his bet.
Yeah.
There's a couple of different ways that you could, or angles you could take on it, but you understand what I'm saying.
For sure.
Could this be like his soft landing spot if he does take one last ditch at it?
That's interesting.
And by the way, it is the team that was in the Super Bowl last year.
I just took it at face value what Vrabel was saying, and maybe
it could be all of
DeAndre.
That.
No, it could be.
It could be a piece of all of
that. That angle is interesting to me because if he were doing that, it's almost like networking is what he's doing. If that's the case, and I always think networking is smart.
Yeah,
always, networking is smart. So if that's the case, if he's doing it just to maybe get some FaceTime up there, kind of scope out the situation. I think they have needs at wide receiver. The Patriots do. Yeah. I know they traded for A.J. Brown. DeAndre Hopkins might be able to latch on with them.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's a contender also.
That's what I'm saying. They were in the Super Bowl last year, and even if there's nobody on that depth chart that at this stage of his career that DeAndre Hopkins could beat out, I think you can make the case for that.
Mm-hmm.
Even if that's true, we understand the war of attrition and injuries. It could be him just kind of waiting there on his moment or on his opportunity. Somebody either gets injured or is just not available to play for whatever reason, not productive, whatever it might be. There's DeAndre Hopkins to kind of just take advantage of the opportunity.
Do you think he ends up in coaching?
This is the part that did surprise me because of what we were saying earlier. Like
I say no.
He did not strike me as like coaching vibes.
No, and I'm not.
I did not see it. No.
Yeah, so you're with me on that one.
Not this early, at least. Maybe later on in his retirement life, but like straight off the field to the sideline.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, and to his credit, I think it's really smart for him to do due diligence on things like this. I think he's operating in a very intelligent manner, and diligent and purposeful, if that's what he's doing, if he's examining it. I just don't know if he's going to examine the hours and go, you know what, that's for me. I mean, DeAndre Hopkins made a ton of money.
Yeah.
He's made a ton of money. Now, I don't know like what the options are for DeAndre. I always thought he was a really thoughtful interview. I don't know how great he would be at broadcasting, or if that's something he's got thoughts about, or if the new wave of what players can do on their own platforms, if he would be good.
That's what I was going to suggest.
He's had interesting things to say on social media before, like video, like IG Live and things like that. Like, you know, he's an interesting guy. So I think to me, if I'm picking which side of the scale he skews in terms of potential media, I think he skews towards a yes for me, or at least do it and see how it goes.
Yeah.
He's not a slam dunk or anything like that, but he's also not somebody where like, don't bother. He should try it if he wants to.
I think that obviously he's DeAndre Hopkins. He's a kind of an alpha in his own regard.
Yeah.
But I think he fits best as an interesting cast member on a show like think of what Pat McAfee has done, what Ryan Clark's doing with The Pivot. Some of you basketball fans out there who follow Jeff Teague's podcast and it has a bunch of like basketball voices on it. I view him as one of those sort of supplemental voices with like maybe a more refined hosting the show.
Yeah.
But DeAndre still being one of the stars of the show.
Yeah.
But like whatever the next generation's version of The Pivot.
Yeah.
Or, what Pat McAfee, their version of it, I could see him being one of those.
DeAndre would be good. You know, DeAndre and I have a history on social media with each other.
Oh, yeah, there was a back and forth.
There was a back and forth. Well, it was, and it goes back to his practice habits.
Yeah.
The reported practice habits here. They didn't like practicing.
I
so
do
this
remember
was,
this.
This is when he was on the Titans, and we're coming up, the anniversary of this was yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah. Yesterday was the 3-year anniversary of DeAndre Hopkins coming at me on Twitter.
That's right.
Because a comment tweeted out footage from a Titans practice where DeAndre was practicing, and I retweeted it and said, rare footage of DeAndre Hopkins practicing. I didn't tag him. I'm not one of those people like, you should have tagged him on this as if there's some level of accountability. I'm like, I think most athletes would rather not be tagged.
Yeah.
Because then they're not subject to all the replies and everything else.
I think it's actually tacky to tag the. I know people who do it and actually even do it by policy. I think it's actually pretty tacky.
Yeah, so
unless you're talking directly to the athlete.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the headline of an article that says from back on July 27th, 2023.
Yeah.
That would be 3 years ago today. DeAndre Hopkins eviscerates Houston radio host, then deletes it because it was probably a bit much. So I tweeted that. DeAndre retweets my rare footage tweet and says, just buy my jersey for your wife at this point. I'm sure she's tired of hearing my name in your sleep. Pretty good.
It's a pretty good dig.
And then someone else retweeted and said, DeAndre Hopkins just outsmacked the 5-time smack-off champion.
Yeah, man.
But then DeAndre deleted it, and then he DM'd me and was like, hey, I'm just joking around. It's all good. And I was like, yeah, man. I wasn't mad about it.
All in good fun.
It's hilarious.
All in good
fun.
The
notoriety's good, man. Thank you for punching down.
I like the fact that he was able to find this without you tagging him, which lets me know that either he or somebody close to him has a window or a specific window for his name.
Yep. Mike Vrabel, who we just heard, was we heard that cut quite a bit over the weekend about Hopkins. The other thing Mike Vrabel did that got a lot of run over the weekend was he showed up at the first post-practice press conference for Patriots training camp with a puppy dog tucked underneath his arm. Okay?
Something that we did last year Obviously, the first day of training camp was the Patriots program that Dana Kraft implemented last year and was really successful. Did a lot of really good work, not only for these dogs, but for the families that adopted them. So I think we've almost got 60 dogs this year. And so if anybody's looking to add to their roster at home, we would love for you to be able to adopt these dogs tomorrow.
Okay, so this is apparently part of something called Patriots.
Sure.
P-A-W, Triots, which, as Vrabel outlined, this is the second year they've done it. There were 60 dogs there. Some of them have been adopted already. The dog he had under his arm could not have been cuter. It was some sort of German Shepherd mix, and he had it tucked under his arm.
A good boy, I'm sure.
It was a good boy.
I imagine.
And the optics of Vrabel with a puppy dog underneath his arm certainly was very wholesome. Just something you feel like a family guy, solid dude, loves his family, loves his wife, would have a puppy dog underneath his arm.
Yeah, someone who would never embarrass their kids.
No. And you know who noticed that? The internet. The internet noticed that. So I understand that there is an actual charitable initiative behind this and that Vrabel may have done this last year at this time with a puppy dog under his arm. And I had one Patriot fan, because I tweeted about this as well, something to the effect of, hey, 5-star deflection tactic. Dogs are loyal beasts also. Vrabel might be able to learn a thing or two from the dog, right?
Yeah.
So I had some guy come at me. He's like, they did this last year too. It's called Patriots. Might want to delete that tweet, bud. And I'm like, it was a joke, A. B, I'm not going to delete the tweet.
Yeah. And also, there's a noticeable difference between last year and this year. Might I point that out?
Read the room.
Yeah, there we go. There's the sentence.
Yeah.
Read the room.
Okay, so
come on, guys.
So B. Scott, I want to run this past you.
All right.
So I just feel like, I know there's a lot of Patriot fans like, hey man, we're just trying to find homes for all these dogs out here, which I'm an advocate of. I think dogs are awesome. I love dogs. Dogs should live way longer than we live as human beings. They certainly should live way longer than they currently do. Dogs are great. But I do feel like this is part of the infidelity washing that's going on with Mike Vrabel going on right now.
Yeah, so a few weeks back there was some pushback on, I'm trying to remember which athlete it was, but there was an athlete that brought his son or brought their, maybe it was Embiid. Joel Embiid or some. It was somebody.
Joel Embiid brought his son to a press conference after they got knocked out of the playoffs,
and it was like a controversy. You were on the side of, hey, this is weak. Don't do that because it makes people a little bit less likely to be harsh on you when you're sitting up there with your kid.
Yep.
I know Nick Wright was one of the national pundits who was on that.
Yeah.
I've got far less of an issue with bringing your actual child, your flesh and blood child, to the podium as I do a dog. Like, I think you can make excuses for, hey, my kid really wanted to be with me at this moment. And also, don't let my kid keep you from holding my feet to the fire.
That's, of course.
Like that. Like, to me, none of that should have anything to do with the other. Just because my kid is sitting up there.
Okay, so you think what Vrabel did is worse than what? But a dog don't make me argue like a Patriot fan argued with me yesterday. I mean, there was a component that it was tied. He didn't just randomly bring a dog up there.
No, what I'm saying is that's worse.
Yeah.
That's even more of a deflection.
Okay.
Because what is the dog up there for? You can get up there and talk about this charity or this charitable cause, this thing that you're doing for the community, but you come up there with just some random mutt or some random dog, and you've been going through everything you've been going through throughout the offseason. Come on, that's a clear deflection.
Let's rapid fire these real quick, okay? I've got 6 things that Vrabel has done to cheat wash his reputation. Okay?
Okay.
You rate these on a scale of 1 to 5 in effectiveness. Skipping the 3rd day of the draft to go to, quote, rehab.
Yeah, that's going to be 2.
That's a 2 for you.
That's a 2. That's a 2.
5 meaning it's a sincere, boy, it makes me feel different about Vrabel. 1, you're rolling your eyes.
Rolling my eyes. Yeah. What, the draft? The 3rd?
3rd day of the draft.
All right.
Okay.
So it's a solid 2.
Number 2, when he got to Utah to do that rehab, which I guess seemingly took place, they have a place in Utah, I think, and it involved his family. There was that video of him buying his wife like some sort of hoodie or something at the gift shop at the airport there. 1 to 5.
Yeah, now that's going to be closer to a 4.
4, so that's...
Because he embarrassed that woman in public. She needs a hoodie. She needs a costume, some kind of disguise.
And that didn't feel staged either.
Nah.
It was like somebody seeing Vrabel in the airport. And we don't even know. He might have been buying the hoodie for himself. But the color of it looked very girly.
Yeah.
Okay. The photo afterwards of him entering the Patriots headquarters the day he got back from rehab, pep in his step, but a little bit of gravitas, kind of walking in. 1 to 5.
We're back down to the 2.
We're back down to the 2. Okay, a little phony.
Yep.
A little fugazi. All right. The family photos at his son's engagement party. Whole family together, new daughter-in-law, soon-to-be daughter-in-law. Everybody all kumbaya.
I'm going to get closer to the 4 on that.
Managed to leak them out on social media.
Let me go 3.5 on this one.
Okay.
3.5 on this because I think that is a legitimate effort to kind of rectify things or reconcile with his family to whatever degree he needs to do that.
Yeah.
I think that's legitimate.
The video of him getting into the limo with his wife before the Taylor Swift Travis Kelce wedding.
Man, he was leaving that woman in his dust. Like, I don't know how to judge that video.
That video, to me...
What's going on there?
That's almost more damaging. He quickly got into the limo before she did.
Right.
Didn't even help her in or anything.
Yeah, and somebody made the excuse, well, if you've been in a limo, you want to scoot to the other side so she doesn't have to climb over you. I could see that. But at least you want to hold her hand or her dress or...
You would think.
There's some kind of... Feels like there's some chivalry that should be happening there that was not.
Okay. The last one, I think I know you're great on this one. Puppy dog at press conference.
Yeah, that's at a 1.
That's a 1?
That's at a 1 for me, dog.
Boy, that's an interesting take.
That's where
you are better with people bringing their little children to a losing press conference after the playoffs.
I might not even notice the child. Maybe because I'm a dad, too.
It could be.
So I'm just going to be like, whatever, with the kid. I'm going to look straight at you.
You're a real journalist, too.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get the air quote journos that are there that are more there kind of like the ones that would bury the Kyle Shanahan crashing their car story.
Right.
The ones that are there to kind of play the game a little bit.
Yeah, I would have rather have not known about the Kyle Shanahan thing at all than to have been asked to bury it.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. All right, speaking of which, vehicular issues in the NFL over the weekend. If you have not found this mugshot yet, you need to find it. For purposes of this segment, you need this in front of you. I don't often do this. This segment requires visual aid. Pull up, Google Tony Romo mugshot for this next segment. That's coming up next.
Texans training camp starts this. Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
B. Scott and I, during the break, just came to the conclusion that there's no choice. We have to Pender pull this tete-a-tete that you and I got into in the previous segment. B. Scott thinks that Vrabel bringing a puppy dog to a press conference is worse than Joel Embiid bringing his kid to a press conference.
Much worse.
Much worse.
Much worse to me.
Okay.
Because to me, it's more deliberate. I think that the child thing, it could be on purpose. It could also just be how Joel Embiid gets down. Some people get down. I've seen children at press conferences before. Now, I want to be clear. I think it's inappropriate either way. It ain't really for me to decide. It's not my kid. But I don't think it's appropriate either way, whether it's a positive, a win, a loss, you're going to get scrutinized or not. I just don't think it's great. But it's up to that parent to do whatever they want. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
What if
the dog thing, to me, is a clear and obvious, deliberate attempt to PR the
Mike
thing.
Vrabel has been through a lot. What if it's a support dog?
Yeah.
What if it's an emotional support dog? And he has to carry that out over the course of the rest of his life.
I'd like to be the journalist that goes, "Hey, Mike, what PTSD? What are you suffering from?"
Like, if you looked at the tabloids the last 5 months,
what's the trauma?
If you looked at the tabloids, dude, Vrabel having to carry a support dog around under his arm at training camp would be hilarious because there's no more hands-on. There's no more hands-on head coach than Mike Vrabel.
Right.
He puts on that linebacker vest.
Yeah.
And he gets in there and does the drills with guys.
Yeah, he'll go out there and bleed with you.
Can you imagine him
if it comes down to it?
Having to do that with the dog underneath his arm?
Or Vrabel going over to DeAndre Hopkins like, "Hey, DeAndre, you hold my dog here?
Dog, yeah.
Can you hold my dog while I battle with the offensive lineman?"
Yeah, that'll be the job DeAndre has. I don't really want to coach, but if you need someone to hold your dog when you do linebacker drills, I'm your guy.
Just the visual, the video of Vrabel handing over the little pup to DeAndre Hopkins.
That's my ChatGPT project.
These two guys with these massive hands just palming the little pup. Palming the little pup.
You're
That's
dismissing the possibility that it's an emotional support dog for a guy who's been through a lot.
No, it
all
could
self-inflicted.
That's the part.
Yeah.
It's like, why though? Why is it that you are a former linebacker / like just badass defensive player who used to do human car crashes, and the most trauma you've had in this game is the summer where you get revealed as a philanderer?
Right. Okay, so I've got the Tony Romo mugshot in front of me right now. Headline: Tony Romo busted for OWI in Milwaukee, operating while intoxicated.
Yes.
Not operating on a person. I think Tony Romo would be the last person I'd like to see as the ether kicks in.
Here we go, Jim.
Yeah. You're getting ready for an important surgery.
It's a triple bypass,
and the
Jim.
last face you see is this one right here. He was operating a motor vehicle. He failed a bunch of sobriety tests, apparently, Tony Romo did.
With that face, no way.
I asked you this question earlier. I cannot remember. I'll be honest with you. When I see these celebrities get DWIs and things like that, I'm not somebody whose mind goes to, like rubbing my hands. I can't wait to see the body comes out. I do enjoy watching it from time to time. Some are more entertaining than others. This is the first one I can think of in my life where I am going to be hitting refresh on TMZ to see when this thing drops. Tony Romo he's so off kilter on these broadcasts. I can only imagine what failed sobriety tests look like for him.
Yeah, so just assuming that Tony Romo is on the air when he's doing these CBS broadcasts, that he's sober when we're listening to him on the regular, to your question, what does he sound like when he's unable to properly operate a vehicle?
Yeah.
When it's bad enough for him to be failing sobriety tests, taking mug shots where he's looking like that, getting charged and arrested and all of that. Like, what does that version of Tony Romo look and sound like? And then what does that version of Tony Romo look and sound like when confronted with the possibility of going to jail that night?
Do you think that as he was doing the test that he was looking around for Gene Steratore, trying to find out what the rules are?
Gene, I don't know, Gene. What do you think, Gene?
Gene, are they allowed to ask me to stand on one leg and recite the alphabet backwards, Gene?
There's only one. All right, Jim. There's only one way to find out how many times did Tony Romo's voice crack.
Yeah.
In this encounter with the police in Wisconsin.
Tony Romo seems like a super nice guy. His performance as a broadcaster has not been to the level it was that earned him $18 million a year, and he earned that. He was really good his first couple of years.
Yeah.
And it feels like his performance has dropped off. I thought this, they've got several years still left of Tony Romo on that contract. Multiple years still left, and he is making big money. He's the best thing to ever happen to guys like Troy Aikman and Chris Collinsworth and other A-list guys who are on A teams for their various NFL media contracts.
Yeah.
Tony Romo reset the market, so that was really cool for them. But I wonder if there's any sort of clause in his contract. Like CBS has got to be looking for an opening here with Romo to not have to pay him $18 million. I just feel like his performance has gone backwards. And I would also say J.J. Watt would never.
Yeah, I was
J.J. Watt would never.
Just going to say that. Not only would J.J. Watt never, which I think is the most important part here.
Especially in Wisconsin.
Yeah, of all places.
J.J. find a way to get out of that in Wisconsin.
Wisconsin's native son, like one of their best. Yeah. They're one of their best products. Like you figure if there are guys that
Tony Romo's from Wisconsin. We should point that out.
Right, but you figured he'd be on this list too. Like J.J. Watt, Tony Romo, a current athlete, Tyrese Halliburton. Like there are certain guys that are.
How many did Brett Favre get away with back in the day? Probably.
Yeah, like Wisconsin heroes should be able. Like how bad must it have been? Did you hit a stop sign?
Right.
Were there pedestrians that barely escaped your wrath?
Can you imagine
because of this?
Can you imagine if they're like, okay, we have body cam, so we've got to do something to test you. So this is what we're going to do. We know, Tony, that you're the lead analyst on CBS. We're just going to give you some really easy NFL questions. And all you got to do is answer them, and we'll let you go. And they ask him things like, who's the quarterback for the Buffalo Bills?
Oh, come on. And he's asking for Gene. Can I call Gene?
Can
I call Jim?
Jim? Joe Ferguson?
The Nathan Peterman?
Yeah, Nathan Peterman. Yeah.
Is Ryan Fitzpatrick still there?
Dude, yeah, Tony Romo, man.
Nah, that's not great. Well, I would point out, too, though, since you mentioned JJ, not only would he not do this, but Tony Romo started getting all that money and became their top guy before JJ retired, right? Before JJ became what he is now as a broadcaster. And I think very quickly, very promptly, JJ Watt became very good at this. And I would say, like, objectively, not just because I'm a Texans fan or because we know JJ a little bit and all that and covered him and all of that. I think JJ's just better at it than Tony Romo.
Yeah.
So could this be a reason with that on top of this?
That's my point.
Be a justification for, you know what, Tony, we've appreciated you. I guess you're still going to get your money or whatever it is, however the contract lays out. But we're going to make JJ our top guy.
This is the tricky thing about this, though. If you're talking about moving a guy from the B team to the A team, and B team is not an insult by any means when it comes to this. We're talking about CBS, and they've got like 7 announce crews. You're number 2, and J.J. Watt's been doing this for 2 years.
Right.
Really a year plus a game.
Because he was in studio first.
He was in studio first.
The first year, yeah.
Right, and even on that was on a part-time basis.
Yeah.
JJ's gotten really good at this really fast. And so the thing I would hate, though, be for them to break up J.J. Watt and Ian Eagle. You know, like if you did a move to the A team, and we're totally speculating here, like we're probably way out over our skis.
Yeah.
But I think we both like JJ better as an announcer than Tony Romo, so it's fun to kind of kick around a little bit and stop driving drunk. That's what I would say, and then we won't talk about it.
Yeah.
But Jim Nance probably isn't going anywhere as the A team guy, and I don't know. I like Ian Eagle and JJ Watt have such good chemistry together, and I think Ian Eagle is I think he's the best that CBS has. Him and Kevin Harlan, I think, are the best that CBS has. And so I would love to see them as a team collectively bumped up.
Yeah.
I think Jim Nance is still really good.
I do too.
I enjoy Ian Eagle and Kevin Harlan a little bit more.
You are preaching to the choir.
Yeah.
I think that an Ian Eagle, J.J. Watt, Wally Pipping of the Jim Nance, Tony Romo combination.
Can you imagine?
I would be absolutely fine with. Nobody's asking me, and I'm not the the TV executive expert or anything, but that's just my personal preference. I would prefer both of them over the A team that they have now.
Nance already feels like he's a little annoyed by Tony Romo during broadcast.
Oh, yeah.
Can you imagine if Romo became the reason that they as a pairing got bumped down to the B team and they bumped up Ian Eagle and J.J. Watt?
And he's stuck with like Texans-Jags games.
Yeah.
AFC South games as opposed to whatever the 3 o'clock.
Is JJ undefeated on Texan games as a commentator?
I believe he is.
The one time I saw JJ in this past year was at we were coming out of the two different elevators in the lobby after that comeback against the Jags.
Yeah.
And it was funny because JJ was saying to me, like, because he does interviews like on CBS HQ. I think he does like different post-game interviews on different CBS platforms to talk about the games.
Yeah, they remote him in.
And he was like, man, he's like, I had all my material ready to go, and then the Texans pull this fourth quarter comeback.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, that's called tearing up the rundown in our business.
Yeah,
there's a tear up the rundown moment.
Tearing up the rundown for writers, having to hit Control-Alt-Delete on your whole story that you've had pre-written, ready to publish when the clock hits zero. That's the business.
He's really good. He's really good at what he does. All right, Payne and Pendergast, B. Scott in for Seth Payne. Coming up next, let's circle back to the Rockets. All right, so the NBA offseason now is finally settling in a little bit here. We'll probably get a schedule pretty soon. What exactly are the Rockets right now on the board? And of the future LeBron James matchups, which are the ones we, as just NBA fans in general, are most excited to see? That's coming up next. I'll tell you who I'm excited to see every time I get to go see him. Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. He fixed my snoring, fixed my sleep apnea, fixed my deviated septum, which was a big reason for both of those things. Did that a few years ago. If you're someone who suffers like that clown right there who was snoring, that clown was me. I'm allowed to call myself a clown. You need to get
610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Byron Matthews, our producer today, did the thing that good producers do. He heard one of the hosts saying, I'm not sure what JJ's record is as an analyst in games involving the Texans. He went and looked it up. Byron, would you care to share that information with us?
Yes, JJ is 4-0.
Okay.
For the when he calls Texans games, the games that he called was the one against the Ravens, 44-10.
Oh, okay. Lucky. He's lucky he caught that one with no Lamar Jackson. Probably.
The comeback against Jacksonville.
Yeah, that's a game I saw him at. Okay, yep.
And then I think both Colts games.
Oh, yeah, definitely one of the Colts games and probably both. Okay.
That's really good.
Okay, gotcha. And there's a big potential to get JJ on games early in the season because they play a lot of noon Sunday games.
Yeah.
Early in the season.
Yeah.
Now, the schedule goes haywire in the back end of the season with all those cold weather games. You got a couple Thursday games in there. You got a Monday game with Green Bay. But if I'm not mistaken, other than the London game, the other 6 games before the bye week are all noon Sunday games.
So it's cool because JJ, obviously, the Texans have good fortune when JJ's out there. So like Byron mentions that Ravens game. Of course, they were fortunate that Lamar Jackson wasn't playing. It wasn't just Lamar Jackson. They had a bunch of guys missing in that game. But that's also before the Texans had really hit their stride for real last season. So that's pretty cool. But I'll shout out JJ one more time on this broadcasting point. It's not just that he's really good. It's not just that the Texans have been successful when he's been out there. But I've noticed this online, how the fan bases of the opposing teams, specifically the Colts fans, who expect there to be some back and forth or a little bit of animosity for Texans great calling a game and against the Colts of all teams. And they, to a man, seem like to really respect how JJ goes out there, calls it like it is, tells it like it is, and is objectively really good at it.
If anything, Texan fans are mad that he's biased. Yeah. There's more Texan fans upset with JJ playing it down the middle than there are Colts fans or the opposing team's fans upset that he isn't playing it down the middle.
Right,
That probably says a lot about how he's doing as a broadcaster, which is very, very good. All right, so the dust is settling a little bit now in the NBA offseason, now that LeBron, who's certainly not the LeBron that he was the last time he was making decisions like this one, where is he going to play? But he is still a domino that needs to fall before the schedule gets put together. He's still, obviously, as the Rockets learned the hard way, an effective basketball player.
Yes.
They learned that in the postseason. But as far as the Rockets go, okay, now camp will be here before we know it. We're less than 2 months away from the Rockets being at their training camp. We're less than 2 days away from the Texans, or 2 days and 14 minutes away, I guess.
Excited.
Excitement level, though, B. Scott, for the Rockets, and of all the things that they've got going for them, because this article in The Ringer by Michael Pena that dropped last week basically asking the question, why are people not talking about the Rockets as a title contender when a year ago at this time they were being discussed that way? And the one thing that seemed to really damage their season, losing Fred VanVleet and losing Steven Adams as well, I'd add to that. They lost him in season. Those things are both rectified. Both guys are healthy. And now they're old, but they're healthy and coming back. What is, within the context of competing for an NBA championship, what is the best thing the Rockets have going for them, in your mind?
Oh, the best thing that they have going for them is definitely Kevin Durant. And the idea that Kevin will play at all NBA level. Now, is it a lot to ask of somebody to do it at age 37 and then do it again at age 38, which is what you would be asking Kevin Durant to do this upcoming season? Yeah, that is a tough ask, and I think a risky proposition. But to be clear, it's the best thing that they got going for them, unless you believe a little bit more in Alperen Sengun as the all-star that's going to become the superstar, or if you believe that Amen Thompson is going to develop a 15 to 20-foot jump shot, or God forbid a three-point shot, or just any kind of offensive profile to speak of aside from being physically superior than the next guy who's guarding them. Yeah, I don't know how you can hang your hat on that, on anything beyond or more than the greatness of Kevin Durant.
The article that I'm referencing really goes over the top on Fred VanVleet as some sort of force multiplier. in so much as, hey, you're getting Fred VanVleet back. We don't know what the knee looks like. We don't know what he looks like. He's older. We do know what he means to the team in terms of leadership. And I think one of the things we learned last year, because VanVleet was around the team all the time.
Yeah, he was.
Is that it's different providing leadership sitting in street clothes than it is being the floor general out there.
Yeah.
It's just two different things. And one really cannot impact as much as you had hoped it would, you know?
Dude, if Fred VanVleet is playing and healthy, the game 4 collapse doesn't happen.
Right.
Where Jabari Smith Jr. just gives the ball to Marcus Smart and, and LeBron just taps the ball, taps the ball out of Reed Shepherd's hands.
It was Marcus Smart.
Yeah.
Our new friend.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, man. That doesn't happen with Fred VanVleet.
No,
on
it
the
doesn't.
floor.
Well, and the point that Pena is kind of making in here is like, look, you're getting Fred VanVleet back, and we'll see what that is. But you've got at least 2 or 3 guys that are being asked to play normal roles again. It's a little bit like what the Texans, I think, are getting in David Montgomery.
100%.
Is they're getting David Montgomery, but they're getting a better version of Woody Marks. Woody Marks is going to play in character with this team. With the Rockets, I think you can cite at least 2, maybe more guys, but at the very least, Amen Thompson and Alperen Şengün should be asked to do things that they're much more comfortable with. There was a number for Şengün that I had seen. Yeah, here it is. 2 years ago, 70% of Şengün's mid-range game was 70% of his made field goals were assisted. You know, in other words, came within the flow of the offense.
Yeah.
This year, it was half that. It was 36%, which when you start to visualize what Rocket games look like, if someone's asking me to translate that for them, what that means is Alperen Şengün is taking the ball, facing up, and going into business for himself, backing guys down, ball faking 7 times in the lane, and against bigger guys, sometimes getting his shot sent back at him. And if you're a Rocket fan hearing me say that, you're like, oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He did do that a lot this past year. That I would assume we're back to something much closer to 70% next year.
One of the biggest issues of last year, right? And we talked about it going in once we knew that Fred VanVleet was going to miss the season. The Shin Hub. This has been a buzz topic amongst like the Rockets community. Well, I guess it's just going to be more Shin Hub, and by proxy, Şengün is going to sort of play some of the point guard duties. Yeah, but that ain't great.
No.
Like that is not ideal. Like one of the more infuriating parts of the season, and I would talk about this whenever I would get the opportunity on any platform I could. If I see another Şengün isolation from 5 feet past the 3-point line where he's just dribbling and backing it down and backing it down, and it's like, why is this happening? Why are 2 things happening?
Yeah.
Why is Kevin Durant bringing the ball up the floor? Oh, I get it. They don't have a point guard.
Yeah.
Why is Şengün isolating from the 3-point line? Oh, I get it, because they don't have a point guard. To your point, having Fred VanVleet out there should mitigate some of these things. I think what the playoffs did expose, though, was just that they were overly reliant on that. Like, even these guys that you're going to slide into more like role player type of vibes, role player type of stuff, like Reed Shepherd, for example. Well, he can't shoot 29, 30% from 3 or whatever the hell it was in the playoffs, right? Like that part of it still has to be better. Jabari Smith Jr. has to still be consistent hitting the wide open shots that he gets. Same thing with Tari Eason. These guys have to still star in those roles with or without Fred VanVleet, who is supposed to fix a lot of things for them. But I think the issue for a lot of people viewing Rockets in that way is that not having Fred exposed the Rockets to not be as good in some areas as maybe we thought they were.
Okay, shifting gears real quick. LeBron James. I'm excited to see LeBron, come here in a Sixer uniform. It'll be something different as a Rocket fan.
Right.
I think there's matchups, and this is why Adam Silver was waiting to put the schedule together. There are some pretty sexy, fresh matchups for LeBron. LeBron hasn't been in the Eastern Conference since 2018.
Yeah.
So there's some fresh, and I know everybody plays everybody throughout the year, but in terms of playing them frequently and playing them in games that mean something.
In marquee matchups.
We get some good ones. You tell me, of these 5, then they're not all East versus, they're not all Eastern Conference foes. But of these 5, which one you, as a basketball fan, are most excited to see involving LeBron?
Okay.
Sixers Knicks, Sixers Celtics, Sixers Lakers, Sixers Cavs, Sixers Heat.
Yeah.
I got mine.
So I'm gonna go Lakers and Celtics because those are the former teams.
You gotta pick one
of the guy. Oh, well, I thought I was ranking. So I'll just go.
Pick the one that gets you Lakers.
Lakers.
Why?
Yeah, for some admittedly cultural reasons.
Okay.
Somebody, one of my favorite. We were doing this earlier. Favorite tweets. Yeah. Somebody called it like Sixers versus Lakers. Somebody called it Brown versus Bordercation.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can't unsee it. I'm sorry. I know.
It is an interesting coincidence to the Lakers strategy.
And on top of that, it's going to be good basketball. Yeah. So I want to see it. I'm sorry.
Mine is the Cavs because I think there's a distinct possibility that we see some booing of a guy who's not only from there but won a championship for them a decade ago.
You think the Cleveland fans are going to boo LeBron?
I think there's some that are upset about this thing. There's some that feel like they got dragged around by the nose in this process.
Hot take: if more than 50 people boo LeBron James from Cleveland, the Cavs should be relegated. I mean, after that 3-1 thing from 10 years ago, like they can't say anything to LeBron James ever again. Not him.
There's a lot of people put out by the way he handled his business on this one up there. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just telling you that seems to be how it is.
You want to talk about being ungrateful.
Right.
The best thing that happened to Cleveland sports, unless you got something else for, I know Myles Garrett's amazing, but he didn't win him no championship.
Oh, no.
The best thing that happened to Cleveland sports by a mile for most of our lifetime.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah. That's me kind of reading things a little bit. And again, I'm saying it would be a very small portion of the audience, but they would be very vocal too.
Yeah, I could see
they burn a jersey outside of the stadium.
These are all really good options, but I like where you're going here. Yeah. Like the idea of Cleveland be so beside itself that he didn't come back for a third time.
Yes. Yeah. The possibility of it. The possibility of it. Yeah. And that James Harden is somehow in the storyline as well.
Shouldn't they be more mad at him?
Yeah.
Or the team for bringing him in. Probably. If that was the thing that kept him from getting LeBron or not trading for Jaylen Brown.
All right. Speaking of being mad, which of the names that have been revealed so far in the NFL Top 100 at quarterback has C.J. Stroud seen and gone, oh, come on, man? Because I don't think C.J.'s getting in there. We're down to 50. We'll go through the names. I've also got the names I think still are going to make it. If this many quarterbacks are thought of as better than C.J. Stroud, wow. All right, so we'll get to that coming up next in the next segment. Stay there.
I was up on the interstate last week driving towards
I had to guess, C.J. Stroud seeing Bryce Young at 98. If he cared enough about this, and again, I'm saying somewhat tongue in cheek that I hope he cares deeply about this. Fact of the matter is, a lot of the players care about this. My guess is his reaction when he saw Bryce Young at 98 was relief. Like, oh, I definitely made it. Like if Bryce made it at 98, then I'm definitely in the top 100.
Yeah.
So I don't think his reaction in the moment at all would have been like, damn it, I didn't make it, Bryce Young did. Whereas Bo Nix, that's the one that I even said that. I had that in the rundown. Bo Nix got revealed a day that Seth was in here. And I remember saying to Seth, I'm like, man, Seth had just heard me the day before kind of saying how much I love this, but I don't get emotionally worked up about it. I just enjoy anything that's a power ranking for me. I like numbers. Bo Nix got me upset. I'm like, I cannot believe, but like him being in it at all with CJ not in it, but him being 59th?
You're right. You're right.
Lamar is 69 and Bo Nix is 59. What the hell? And CJ's not in here at all?
Yeah.
What the hell is going on?
Plain and simple, you're correct.
Yeah.
Like, this is an outrage. Like,
it's an outrage.
Just flat out, full stop.
Yeah.
This is an outrage.
Yeah, man.
Bo Nix over CJ Stroud.
That's the one for me.
Bo Nix over Lamar Jackson. Everything you just laid out, that's got to be it.
So we're at 50 now. Derwin James just got revealed at 50, which I'm going to close the book on two other Texans who I thought might make it. I thought Kalen Bullock had a shot.
But he's not making it ahead of Derwin James.
I thought the book was kind of closed on Bullock and Jalen Petrie. I'll throw in there as well. Petrie's actually almost more of a doppelganger for Derwin James because they play similar roles on the team.
Yeah.
So I think we can cross off Bullock and Petrie for good because they play the same position. I had crossed them off a couple weeks ago, but like now it's like, okay, like Kevin Byard was 61. I'm like, all right, I can see maybe one of them being viewed as better than Kevin Byard. Now I think the book is closed.
How much do you think, before you move on, how much do you think that the Tech are, like, it's oversaturated? Like, they're a prisoner of their own success. There's too many guys. The conversation we were having earlier about the best secondary in the league. Like, I wonder if, and then Derek Stingley, of course, is the best of them all.
Yeah.
I wonder how much they're hurting their own value here, their own individual value.
Yeah, because
they're so good collectively.
Because the way the voting is done is, at least reportedly, we'll see. It's not like you've got some accounting firm overseeing them counting the ballots. I'm guessing. I'm guessing the ballots give them some sort of guidance, and then they use some subjectivity. That said, the way that the players vote is just to list who they think the 20 best players in football are, and I could totally see that where they're like, look, we've already got Will Anderson and Stingley in here. What am I going to have? Do the Texans really have 5 of the best players in football on their defense? I could definitely see that.
And they might, but voter fatigue of some form of it. Yeah, yep. I could see that.
So these are the quarterbacks. So I think the book is closed on Petrie and Bullock. I think the book is closed on Lassiter. I think he would have been announced by now. That said, I think Stingley and Hunter and Anderson are all going to make it, and I think we're probably like a couple weeks away from hearing any of their names. They were all in the top 25. Well, Will was like 46, but Will might be top 10 this year.
Yeah, I mean, he's the second. He's no worse than the third or fourth best defensive player in football.
Yes.
Probably the second.
Yes.
So, yeah. I mean, he's right there with the Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons conversation. Like, he's not on his way there.
Right.
He is there now.
Yes.
So, yeah.
So back to the quarterbacks. These are the guys I still think have not been announced yet who are going to make it. Tell me if I get to a name where you don't think they're in the top 50 players.
Okay.
Josh Allen, Drake May, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Dak Prescott, Jaden Daniels. He was like top 20 last year.
Yeah, and he had that injury-riddle season. So
he only played 7 games.
I mean, he and Burrow also. I mean, they missed time, but everybody knows
Burrow's going to make it.
Oh, as he should.
Yeah, Burrow's going to make it.
I think Jaden Daniels is going to make it too.
I do too.
Oddly enough, and I know he had that injury-riddled season, but when he plays, he's kind of undeniable.
And he's going to be in the top 50. He's going to be, because they just announced he's going to be in the top 49.
Dude.
Yeah.
How do you feel if you're CJ Stroud? I mean, I'm looking at these names. You haven't even got through all of them.
I'll do the rest of the names, yeah.
Go ahead.
Jared Goff, Matthew Stafford, who might be number 1, and then Sam Darnold, who gets real interesting. There's no way Sam Darnold is behind some of these guys, and yet they're getting to a part of the top 100 here where I'm like, God, Sam Darnold, 40th, really? Like, he's good, but like the 40th best player. But he is the quarterback for the defending Super Bowl champs.
Yeah, I don't know if you're allowed to have a list. I don't context be damned. I don't feel like you're allowed to have a quarterback list where Sam Darnold appears ahead of Lamar Jackson. I don't care how many games he missed. I don't care if he missed all games.
Buckle
last
up,
year.
Buttercup. You're
that
about to get it.
Absurd.
Yeah.
What are we doing? I mean, it might. You're right. It could happen. It might happen.
Okay.
But that's crazy.
So you had thoughts on Jaden Daniels before we did the rest of the list?
No, I just think that not just Jaden Daniels, but I keep going back to this. All of these young quarterbacks. All of these quarterbacks, and C.J. Stroud himself is a young quarterback.
Yeah.
But all of these guys that have come behind him that we feel like are going to surpass him on this list. Talking about Caleb Williams, Drake May, right? Jaden Daniels. I mean, like that's a...
If you agree that all 10 of those names I just read are still yet to be revealed, there's 9 that have been revealed already. That's 19 quarterbacks. If you had told me before this thing started getting revealed that a player vote for the top 100 players would have 19 quarterbacks on it, and C.J. Stroud was not going to be one of them.
If I had told you that when?
If you had told me that before they revealed the very first player.
Okay.
If you had told me that before they revealed player number 100, whoever that was, I think it was Quentin Nelson. If you had told me before they revealed that there's going to be 19 quarterbacks in here, I would have said, all right, well, C.J.'s probably like 13th among them, which would have put him like in the 70s somewhere.
Yeah.
It would have put him like around where Trevor Lawrence is at 62. The ones as a Texan fan, that might be Bo Nix. Bo Nix offends me as a football watcher.
Bo Nix was the one I didn't mention, who comes after C.J. Stroud. But there you go. Yeah, there you go.
Trevor Lawrence might be the one as a Texan fan that irritates me the most, that he's in there and C.J. Stroud isn't. And I know Trevor Lawrence had a better season last year. He was an MVP finalist. I get that. I just need to wait and see on Trevor Lawrence before. He's had 2 really good halves of seasons in his 5-year career.
Yeah.
That's what he's had. That's why they've been picking so high in most seasons when Trevor Lawrence has been the quarterback of their football team.
After the first 2 seasons of C.J. Stroud's time in the league, I felt pretty comfortable saying that Houston, the Texans, had the best quarterback in the AFC South.
Yeah.
I still feel pretty comfortable with that, even if I have to acknowledge that year 3 for C.J. Stroud is advantage Trevor Lawrence. But it does put into perspective of where you are right now. I mean, again, after the rookie year, I've got C.J. Stroud top 7, top 8 in his position.
Yeah.
Just based off of that year alone.
Okay, here's one.
And we're way past that now.
What if Jaden Daniels is omitted? What's the more startling omission, C.J. Stroud or Jaden Daniels? If he's omitted from the top 100,
the more startling omission would be Jaden Daniels. I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, he was really good. Obviously, he was amazing his rookie year, and just up and down, in and out of the lineup last year, but still amazing when he played.
This list is not just performance last season. Otherwise, Jaden Daniels wouldn't be on the list.
Right.
We know this firsthand here. J.J. Watt still made the NFL top 100 after the seasons where he hurt his back and after the season where he broke his tibial plateau.
Yeah.
He was in the top 100. He was like 35 the year after he played 3 games. He was like in the 80s the year after the leg. So for great players, they account for injury.
Yeah. It's the reason why Lamar Jackson is in the 60s and not in the 20s.
Yeah.
Right? It's just because he was injured. But nobody has fooled themselves into thinking that Lamar Jackson all of a sudden can't play anymore.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not happening.
A few people texting in, there's breaking news. We don't have all the details yet. But Eric Bieniemy, the once again offensive coordinator, right, for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, he's going to be returning in his first year back as their offensive coordinator this year. I think he was with the Bears the last couple of years, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he spent a little time at UCLA. He's been out of the offensive coordinator role in the NFL for a while, but he's back to the place where he was an offensive coordinator for some Super Bowl teams. His wife was shot at their home in Virginia on Sunday. Now, it sounds like Bieniemy is in Missouri at Chiefs training camp. So, because that's the first question I think people ask, was it a domestic dispute of some sort? So we don't have all the details on it. We'll find the articles during the break. But, yeah, that's some scary news.
Yeah, Nate Taylor from ESPN saying that Eric Bieniemy was with the Chiefs earlier Sunday, in St. Joseph, Missouri, at the campus of their training camp.
Okay.
So that leads you to believe that that's where he was when all of this happened.
Yeah.
But what a very scary thing to happen, and all thoughts and prayers and all of those things with the Bieniemy family.
No doubt. All right, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne as we roll on here in the 9 o'clock hour. All right, we had a couple players going to the Baseball Hall of Fame with Astro ties this weekend. I am curious if anybody watched. Did we see Astro fans up there supporting Carlos Beltran and Jeff Kent? My question, though, B. Scott, is this. Of the future Hall of Famers in this town, which ones are non-negotiable, must-go pilgrimages to Canton or Cooperstown or Springfield?
Springfield, yeah.
We'll do that. I've got 2 at least. We'll do those coming up next.
Fun.
Texans training. Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident, call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Sean Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Seth will be back on Wednesday, which just so happens to also be the first day of Texans training camp. I think the fellas are all back in the building tomorrow, and then first practice is on Wednesday.
Yeah, man. It'll be all hands on deck come Wednesday, man. The team, the Texans' actual team, our radio team, it's going to be lit.
Yep, going to be great. And just keep it tuned here to Sports Radio 610. And then, like halfway through training camp, all of a sudden, poof, we'll be 95.7 The Fan. So we got some exciting times coming up here. Yeah, if you missed it, if you're on vacation last week, we should probably talk about it almost every segment, but you probably hear the promos running. We are moving to an FM stick, as they say. 95.7 The Fan. Station will still run on 610. It'll be 610 The Fan over here, but we still get texts from people like, is 610 still going to be around? Because people, they like nostalgia, some of them. Some of them enjoy nostalgia and may have a fetish for light static.
Yeah.
It might turn them on.
Yeah, but
to each their own.
To each their own. I will say, though, this is not quite like Sean, some people who still like to listen to their music on a record player.
Yeah.
But that's a little...
Making a comeback.
But that's a little bit different. Like, there is a charm in the different sound on the record player.
Some would say the record's better.
Yeah, but that's much different from the AM versus FM dial, but it reminds me of the same type of feel. Like, I remember back when it used to sound like this.
Yes.
Versus how it sounds now.
We can all agree the worst was cassette tapes.
Yes.
That was the worst sounding of all of them. They were just more portable, that's all.
Not just the worst sounding, but could also make the most of a mess, like the biggest mess if you were to, if the tape was to...
The tape got stuck.
Oh, my God. I'm so glad we're past that
Bad
day.
times.
Yeah.
All right, so Jeff Kent and Carlos Beltran went into the Baseball Hall of Fame this weekend. Definite ties to the Astros. I don't know which cap each of them is wearing or, which cap is going to be on their plaque. I didn't bother to look up. I think Jeff Kent, to me, is most associated with...
He's a giant.
He's a giant.
Yeah, he's
Him and Barry
giant.
Bonds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a giant.
He's a giant. Carlos Beltran's an interesting one because he rose to prominence as a Kansas City Royal.
Yeah.
But he was probably the best version of himself as a New York Met.
Yeah, he's a Met.
Or he might have been, those early years, he was like a 40-40 guy.
Yeah.
In Kansas City.
That Astro run, too, though, was pretty damn good.
Well, it was...
as short as it was.
Very short. It was,
as short as it was.
It was crazy productive.
Yeah.
The 2004 one. 2017 was just a different flavor.
Yeah,
that was just different flavor.
Not
He's
that one.
here as a leader and things like that. But I get the sense that Astro fans are happy for both guys. I don't know what the sign stealing scandal did for Carlos Beltran's Q rating here in Houston. What I got to thinking was I have never been to a Hall of Fame induction ceremony before. Amy and I thought about going to Andre Johnson's ceremony up in Canton a couple years ago.
Yeah.
It just didn't work out because the Texans were playing in the Hall of Fame game. I had to stay back here to do some duties here. It just didn't make sense to travel. The one I'm really sad that I've missed was Jeff Bagwell's.
Yeah.
Because I told you this last week. Jeff Bagwell played sports in the same conference that my school was in back in high school.
Yeah.
So I've known about Bagwell since he was a 36-goal scorer in soccer back in the day.
Played soccer against your brother.
Against my brother, yeah. So I was really mad at myself for not going to that one. And I told myself, man, if someone is at that level going into the Hall of Fame, career guy, icon, I said, I'm going to go. Whoever it is, I'm going to go. So I've got 2 non-negotiable must-goes that I will be at one way or the other. I will find a way to be there. And if I need to be back on Monday for work, I'll be back on Monday for work.
Yeah.
Jose Altuve, J.J. Watt.
Yeah, I think those are pretty safe.
Those are the 2 non-negotiable must-go. Are they that for you also?
They are non-negotiable. Now, I'm not in the same position. I'm not even sure if I'll be allowed to negotiate. Like in a perfect world, let's just make this fun and say in the perfect world, if I'm if I rule the world, if I can make it non-negotiable, these would be the two on the top of my list. I will say, though, that another name that's about to come up, not non-negotiable, should be a non-negotiable, but it's his own. It's not our fault.
Yeah.
It's his own fault, I think, that he's not a non-negotiable. Like, he should be far more revered by the Houston sports fan base than he is, but he's lower on this list, and I think it's his own doing.
Okay.
We'll get there.
Okay, we'll get there. So I've got these in different buckets.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first bucket is non-negotiable, must go. Jose Altuve and J.J. Watt, and admittedly, it's easy for me to say that. My kids are all grown up. I don't have to, you know what I mean? Like, I get it for people, like, life happens. I know that.
Exactly.
Serious consideration is the next category. These are, for me, serious consideration. Curious what you think, B. Scott. Justin Verlander, Daniil Hunter.
I like Daniil Hunter. Daniil Hunter is kind of a late ad for me because, like, I think he's always had, and it has only extended and made better, a low-key, kind of quiet Hall of Fame career, so to speak, or Hall of Fame resume, I should say. But I wouldn't have necessarily put him on this list before last year. And he's really sort of just like solidifying himself as one of the all-time great Texans in a really short amount of time. So I'm good with both of these guys.
And he's from here, too.
From here, from the Katy area, Morton Ranch.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm with that. I'm with both of these.
That ad, so you're with, Verlander is one. You know,
Well, Sean, there used to be a Verlander day, like like we called it that. I understand Hunter Brown's the ace now, and we've had other really good pitchers, great pitchers here, but Verlander specifically, Verlander day, and in 2022 when he won the Young, I made a habit to just go park my fanny right there in the Crawford boxes and just watch him do his thing.
He's the second most meaningful player of that stretch, behind Jose Altuve to me. You can argue Alex Bregman. You can probably argue George Springer, Carlos Correa, Jordan a little bit later on. No one's more meaningful than Jose Altuve to that run. Nobody. And Justin Verlander's number 2.
I think that's accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. If I'm in the area, this is the third bucket. These are ones I would go to if I happen to be in upstate New York.
Why does if I'm in the area feel passive aggressive?
Does it feel a little dismissive?
It feels a little dismissive, a little bit.
Well, I'm not going out of my way to buy a $1,000 airline ticket for it or anything. You know what I mean?
I get the gist of it.
It's better than no, right? Which is the next category. If I'm in the area, DeAndre Hopkins. Have we gotten to the one yet that you teased?
Not yet. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Zach Greinke.
I like this one.
Because I think the speech would be incredible. James Harden.
Ding, 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 ding.
Okay.
There's the one.
Okay. Let me finish up this bucket, and then we'll go back to Harden. Chris Paul. Honey Badger.
Yeah.
I know it's just 1 year, but I like the Honey Badger.
I love the Honey Badger.
Yeah, I would go. If I happen to be in the greater Cleveland and Canton area in the first weekend in August, I'd make an effort to go watch him go in.
I also feel like his speech would be memorable. I would want to be there for
1,000%.
it. I would want to be there for it.
Well, and he's a redemption story too. So there's probably a lot of very interesting nuggets of his upbringing that he cite in that speech.
100%.
Kevin Durant's the last one. I would go to Kevin Durant's. I know people feel a certain kind of way about Durant these days. I would go to his Hall of Fame speech if I happen to be in Springfield, Massachusetts. Okay, yes. Circling back. Your tease on James Harden, which has now been revealed, was what?
Dude, James Harden should be one of those guys.
He should be on the Altuve Watt level.
I think so. But
accomplishment-wise, he 100% should be.
But it's his own fault. I think it's a couple of things. It's the style of play, which I think Rockets fans, a lot of them had to negotiate themselves into rooting for, especially the ones that weren't children when he was playing. Like, there are a lot of people that are adults now that were kids when James Harden got here and view him as like some kind of godly figure. So they're not in this bucket. But all of us who were adults when James Harden got here and had to kind of like adjust and decide that we were okay with this style of play, those people feel a certain way. The playoff shortcomings, it's hard to kind of like divorce yourself from that as if it's not a part of the James Harden story and narrative overall, but certainly since he's been in Houston. And then, of course, how he left.
Yes.
The fact that he left in sort of a hissy fit with sort of a disregard to the fact that the Rockets were in that position that they were in large part because they were trying to placate him. You know, so it's like this. A lot of this was your doing. The Russell Westbrook, Chris Paul trade happens because of you to begin with, and now we're just not good enough. Well, no bleep, Shirley.
Yep.
Because of you.
Texter agrees with you. Says Harden's done so much for the community and single moms.
That's great.
No, it is great. These are sports fans we're talking about.
Yeah.
I am a sports fan. I do not like the way he left either.
Yeah.
I'm saying I would go. He's not in the next bucket, which is no effing way,
Right.
which would be Garrett Cole, Russell Westbrook, and if he keeps putting a few good years together, Framber Valdez.
Framber Valdez, you already know for me, is in the definitive hell no.
Yeah.
He's definitely in the can't say it on the radio FCC no version for me for sure. I ain't going. I won't be there.
Too early to tell if there's a conversation to be had about them like this, because none of these. Well, the only ones that are surefire Hall of Famers are Altuve, Watt, Verlander, Greinke, Harden, and Paul. Like Tyrann Matthews, borderline. Oh, and Kevin Durant also. Like DeAndre Hopkins. If I had to bet, I would say DeAndre Hopkins might not get in my lifetime. I have no idea. You know,
so the lifetime part is the key because he's going to get in at some point.
Some point, yeah.
But
Veterans committee,
and it's a logjam at that position. Wide receiver is one of the more tricky ones to try to predict. But hey, look, I think if you really look at it, Daniil Hunter, like he's got a low key, like easy Hall of Fame resume.
If he did what he has done in his career in New York, he'd be in. He'd be a surefire thing.
Or if he just talked a little bit.
Well, it's a combination of a soft-spoken personality with playing in Minnesota, which, you know, for a lot of the people that vote on these things and follow the NFL, that drive the narrative on these things. Because ultimately it's 50 people in a room that decide that probably know Minnesota better. But the narratives for segments like this, Minnesota might as well be Manitoba.
Yeah.
You know?
By the time he gets his shot at it, I don't know if McClain will still be around doing this sort of thing.
Yeah.
But whoever is that version of, you know, the next generation's version of John McClain, hell, it could be me. I don't know. But whoever's doing that needs to make sure that they go out of their way to make this case for Daniil Hunter because he's not going to make the case for himself.
Too early to tell if there's a combo to be had, but I can tell you right now, I would be front and center at Will Anderson Jr.'s induction.
Yeah.
If he keeps doing this for another 8 years or whatever it is.
Yeah. I don't have a lot in my savings, but I would bet every dollar of it on Will Anderson Jr. making it.
The two that it's too early to tell if they are going to be Hall of Famers, but if they continue to do things the way they are, stay healthy, et cetera, that I would put into the non-negotiable must-go. Will Anderson Jr., Yordan Alvarez.
Agreed.
Yep.
Agreed.
Those are non-negotiables.
100%.
Two of my favorite players.
I think by the time it's all said and done, Yordan Alvarez has a chance to be the best. I know right now it's Jose Altuve.
Yeah.
I think he's got a shot to be the best Astro of all time. We'll see how it goes.
Got to stay healthy.
But he's got a shot.
He's the best hitter I've ever seen. The conversation you're talking about, I know, factors more into what does the total body of work look like.
Yeah. And team success.
I've never seen a better hitter than him.
Yeah. But like if they can reinvent themselves as a squad and like let's say make a couple of more runs at it and Jordan's already a part of the previous era, he's in that conversation.
We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. What's the question of the day here on a Monday on Sports Radio 610? As long as we're talking about nostalgia and Jeff Kent and Carlos Beltran going into the Hall of Fame, there was some interesting nostalgia with the Astros going on this weekend. Kind of the other type of nostalgia that we'll get to. We'll set up this series that they've got going on with the Angels over the next few days. We'll do all of that coming up next.
Houston. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne in tomorrow as well. And then Seth will be back for the first day of training camp for the Texans on Wednesday this week, August 13th. Circle it. That is when SportsRadio 610 transforms into 95.7 The Fan and 610 The Fan. We will simulcast on both stations. So we're very excited about that. The Astros are 52 and 55. So we'll lay out the upcoming slew of baseball for the Stros here in a little bit. Under 500, and yet still only 2 games back in the West and 2 games back of the wild card right now.
Yeah.
With the series against the Angels coming up here. Imai pitching tonight, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
You just cannot count them. You cannot rule them out, despite the fact that it's been largely underwhelming, at the very least, like up and down or down then up.
Yep.
And then from there, kind of like almost like a plateau because they felt like a 500 baseball team for a little while now. But you just can't count them out. And this was my thing from watching them over the weekend. It's like, okay, now I've watched him do this a couple of times in a couple of weeks. You know, they do it a couple of weeks ago against the Rays.
Yep.
They do it this past weekend against the White Sox. These are 2 of the better teams in the American League. The Astros have not confused you into thinking that they're one of the better teams in the American League.
No.
But there they are competing with the best teams in the American League and with a puncher's chance of actually either winning their division or backing their way into this thing as a wild card. It's interesting.
They have Imai going tonight. They got Lambert going on Tuesday. And then Wednesday, there's no listed starter, so we'll see what happens with and then they're off on Thursday this week. Look, this is a big week for what does this team think it is?
Yeah,
you know, you got 3 games against the Angels, which are games you should win. It's not a good baseball team, the Angels, and then you got a day off, and then you come back here for 3 against the Texas Rangers. That's it before the trade deadline. Whatever you think you are is going to be shaped by the next 7 days, the next 6 games in 7 days, because then the trade deadline's the next day. The trade deadline is Monday, about 2 hours before the first pitch against the Toronto Blue Jays here at Daikin Park.
And it does feel like you correct me if you think I'm wrong on this, but it does feel like we know who the Astros are. Like, it feels like this is who they are. Like, they're an up and down, somewhat average, sometimes slightly above, sometimes slightly below, but mostly average baseball team, but top-heavy in the lineup.
Yep.
With a bona fide ace pitcher, which is what we learned over the weekend or were reintroduced to, and Hunter Brown returning to form on Saturday against the White Sox.
Man. That was big.
It's like, okay, they got a couple of key ingredients to a team that could make a run. They've got an ace. They got a couple of guys that we're still trying to figure out how much we trust, but it does feel like they've got at least perhaps 2 more trustworthy starting pitchers, and then we know that lineup is front-loaded.
Yes.
With Jordan clearly being the star of it, the MVP of it all. So they've got some ingredients, man.
Yep, absolutely. Of course, this texter completely disagrees with you. Would you please stop talking about the Astros like they have a chance in the playoffs? Yes, they're only 2 games out of playoff contention, but they're not going anywhere. Can't you be realistic?
No,
they suck.
No, this is the thing, though. He's right. They do suck. But what we're trying to illustrate to you, what we're trying to articulate to you, is that they all suck.
Yeah.
And they don't suck the most out of all the sucky teams. Like, it's one of those really weird and strange years where I'm not trying to, like, oversell the Astros to you, but I'm trying to properly sell the pitiful American League to you and let you know that the Astros, pitiful as they might be, could actually be in the mix.
Cleveland is 54 and 53. They are the final wild card team. 54 and 53. Twins are 1 game back. Seattle a game and a half back. Astros 2 games back. Boy, it's like you're counting by half a game. Baltimore, God, if you had just taken one of those games, you got a little bit of daylight, but they're 2.5 back.
Getting swept by Baltimore is a feather in the Texas cap, like an argument in their favor.
Sure.
What are we doing?
I'm not here to tell you that this is the 2022 Astros or 2019 Astros or any of those teams that went to ALCS. Is not at all, not one bit. I'm just a sports fan who happens to like it when my teams make the postseason. You know, but I understand it. I get it. And I think there's some people, and I said this last week, B. Scott, and I'll say it again. I think there are Astro fans out there that wish they were 10 games under 500 instead of games under 500, because then they would be more likely to take what is probably the pragmatic approach, which is to flip some of the assets that you have into more long-term assets.
Well, this is where I was at least a month ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, where I'm like, man, the writing is on the wall. Yeah. It is best, and it is time to rip the Band-Aid off with this Astros thing. Like, rip the Band-Aid off from the previous era and start thinking about the long-term health and viability of the franchise. Now, the big question with that was, are the people in charge, the people that Jim Creighton has employed for him now, are those the people that you want making the decisions? Yep. Are those the people that you want the future of the franchise? Like, say you trade Jeremy Pena, or God forbid, were to trade Hunter Brown or somebody better than that. Would you want the return for a player like that to be entrusted in the hands of somebody that's not going to be here in 4 to 5 months or however long it's going to be?
It's a great point. It's a great point. And here, my issue is that Jim Creighton, if he's smart, which he is, if he were to let Dana Brown, and I don't think they're trading guys away. I don't. But I think even if they're buying at the deadline, I think Jim Creighton needs to have some oversight here, because Dana Brown's trying to save his job.
Right.
So if you're doing it with no oversight, then Dana Brown's got to look at it like, I don't care what Xavier Nyans is like 3 years from now. I might not be here 3 months from now.
Yeah.
So I think Jim Creighton has to have oversight, whether they're buying or selling. He needs to be looking and scrutinizing. And in my opinion, this is where it gets a little scary, taking the deals that Dana Brown puts together and getting a second. My issue there is, who's he getting the second opinion from?
Yeah.
Is he getting the second opinion from the same people who were giving him second opinions when he was the GM, Jim Creighton, for like 2 months back in 2023?
So just based on...
That was not good advice he was getting back then.
Based on the history, which you're describing, and just having been around these guys a little bit, it does seem like obviously Jim Creighton has the interest, like the long-term health of the franchise, in his best interest as the owner of the team. But the way he's wired and thinks, I think would be more in line, not because they're motivated by the same things, but just because they would be wired in the same way. Dana Brown want to go all in, go for broke, and trying to save his job. Yeah. But also Jim Creighton would just like that competitive nature. Oh, we're always in it. We're always the window's always gonna be open. Yeah. Even if he does have the long-term health of the franchise in his best interest, still thinking sort of consistently with Dana Brown, even if their interests are a little different.
He walked away from a GM who I think people thought was maybe a little too conservative in James Click. I think in retrospect, James Click, that's when the franchise turned. We could do a whole segment on that, but them walking away from James Click is when it was a wild, wild west for a little while.
I do want to say, I'm not trying to take any kind of victory laps, because I care about the long-term health of the franchise as well. But at the time, I said this was not a good idea. This was not great. Did not love the way that they just kind of unceremoniously parted ways with James Click, or decided not to bring him back. And because coming to a World Series victory, and I understand it, we were kind of like, Click, Schmick, forget him, Jim Creighton, let's go if this is what he thinks. But at the time, I'm like, I don't know about that. And now looking back at it, I'm not taking a victory lap. I'm just thinking, hey, I really wish that we would have given that a little bit more thought.
We had no idea that Jeff Bagwell's contributions were going to be as damaging as they're perceived to be. Maybe I'm off base on that. Maybe Bagwell wasn't as strong a voice in the room, or what. I have no idea.
Well, whether he was or not, I think the big point is that we sort of just overestimated Jim Creighton. Yes. You can be thankful for him buying the team and turning the franchise around and winning these World Series and having this run, the ALCS Invitational here in Houston and all of that. Give him credit for that, but also acknowledge that he probably went a little bit too far by not bringing this guy back.
Hey, we got to get to the nostalgia part of this before we talk to the guys on In the Loop. The nostalgia part of the Astros yesterday, the good part was Jeff Kent, Carlos Beltran going into the Hall of Fame.
Right.
The sad part, over the weekend, Lance McCullers DFA'd by the Brewers after 2 appearances in 11 days. in 4 2/3 innings.
So imagine to be a semi-old school Astros fan. And when I say semi-old school, I'm talking about late 2010s, early 2010s.
Yeah, the early part of the golden era.
Yeah, when this Lance McCullers, this era starts to kind of really start to hum, you get Lance McCullers DFA'd by the Brewers, but also like out of nowhere, Dallas Keuchel signing a minor league deal.
They had 2 pitchers make the All-Star team in 2017. The Astros did. They were Dallas Keuchel and Lance McCullers. And this weekend, Lance McCullers was DFA'd by the Brewers 11 days after being traded there. We can say it now, now especially. Like, I was kind of trying to talk my way into Lance kind of recapturing something in a different, change of scenery kind of thing.
Well, because it's easy to root for.
I'm rooting for him. I like Lance, so I was trying to talk myself into it. In retrospect, the Brewers lit $2 million on fire.
Yeah.
They just dumped gasoline all over $2 million and took a match and said, let's burn this.
Good for them.
And someone said to me when I said that yesterday, they're like, well, they got Colton Gordon in the deal too. Have you looked at his numbers since he got to their AAA team? He's got like a 7 ERA for their AAA team.
Hey, worth the shot, right?
Keuchel signs a minor league deal with the A's. Dallas Keuchel's career is a fascinating one. He pitched 7 seasons in Houston, and he had a 3.66 ERA. He had a WHIP of a little over 1.2. Like, good, decent number. Those are decent numbers, not great numbers.
Yeah.
But then you get to 2014, where he won 12 games that year. The next year he wins 20 and wins the Cy Young. From 2014 to 2018, his last year here, 3.28 ERA, 1.17 WHIP. Won a Cy Young Award, made the All-Star team a couple of times.
He's the first pitching star. So I know I'll put Jose Altuve to the side for a second. He's the first pitching star to emerge from this Astros run that we're talking about.
No question. And it doesn't show up on Baseball Reference, but reportedly a big part of the sales pitch to Justin Verlander to give his no-trade clause back in 2017. So Dallas Keuchel is a significant figure in this era of Astros baseball. Since he left Houston, and this is just the stuff that's showing up on his major league page, because he's been in the minors, and I don't know if Dallas Keuchel, and maybe John Lopez or Reggie Atatula knows, I can't recall. Has Dallas Keuchel pitched in any of the international leagues either? Has he pitched in Mexico
I don't
or
think
Japan?
So. I don't off the top of my head, though.
But I know he's been in the minors.
Yeah.
And we know he's going to the minors with the A's. His ERA since leaving Houston, just at the major league level, 5.03. Mm-hmm. And that includes a COVID season where he was top 5 for the Cy Young. It looked like he had kind of recaptured his magic in the COVID. He was like 6-2 with like a 1.9 ERA in the COVID season. And then, Dallas Keuchel, depending on if you think they changed the strike zone around, and he was a victim of that because he lived in that lower part of the strike zone.
Yeah.
So now all his stuff is basically all the stuff that was a 1-2 count before is a 3-0 count now, that kind of thing. So, I didn't watch him enough to know if that had the most to do with it.
He was apparently last in Japan.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, but 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And that's when he last pitched.
Yeah.
What is he doing?
That's a guy that loves baseball.
How much? Okay, yes.
That's a guy that loves baseball.
You know how you know this? How much do you think? I know the number already. How much money do you think Dallas Keuchel has made in his career? He's been pitching since 2012. Got that one decent-sized deal from the White Sox.
I'm going to say
it's a 3-year deal back in the day.
$90 million.
Reggie?
Ooh.
It's got to be net.
Yeah, I was imagining, but also the way that this has been set up makes me wonder if it's a lot lower than it should. Than that, I was going to go like 100.
It's a little over $100 million.
Okay,
it's like $100.3 million.
Yeah,
that was higher than I thought.
He loves baseball.
He must, and like just not loves being a Major League Baseball player.
Yeah,
loves being in the clubhouse.
Yep,
loves the process of it. Probably big one. Likes being, quote, around the guys.
Yeah.
Like, I like being just, what's it? He always asks
They
guys,
always say it.
What do you think you're going to miss the most? I miss being around the guys.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Once he married Kelly Nash in 2022, and I thought he was just going to ride off into the sunset. Yeah. Beautiful wife, accomplished career, made all of this money. Yeah. Still got that strong beard, kind of like Reggie's.
Reggie does have a strong beard.
Like it's all working for my man.
And it was just trimmed, mind you.
Man. What are we doing? Go live your life, my man.
Yeah, but that's one of those things. That's one of those things where from the outside looking in, it's like, oh man, you got everything, and you're on the inside, and you're like, this don't feel. This isn't hitting me the way I want to.
Apparently, a little empty inside.
Especially these dudes that are professional athletes, man, and it's something that's seems obvious, but I feel like we can never feel it unless we were inside. That competition does something different to him, man. And there's not a comparison for it. I think it was the piece that was it Seth Wickersham that embedded himself with Sean Payton during this last offseason. Apparently, Bill Parcells gave him a call at some point, like Sean Payton. They keep in touch. And some of this is just because Bill Parcells want to stay around it. Bill Parcells also just like, I love it. I still need it. Yeah. Like, they're junkies. Yeah. This stuff gives somewhere in their, I don't know, like psychology, or really honestly probably down to their DNA, man. Absolutely. Like their biology is different and they need this.
But when was the last time that Dallas Keuchel's biology was competitive?
Yeah, he's chasing the high.
When was the last time this man was truly competitive? I mean, he was in Japan 2 years ago and hasn't pitched since and has not been good in like half a decade or more.
Bring him back here.
Please don't.
At least let him pitch in Sugar Land.
They just traded Lance McCullers. Yeah. And Sean wants to go backwards and bring back
maybe that's the
hey, man.
Sean's another type of junkie. Sean's like nostalgia junkie.
I'm a huge
I want more of these hits. Just give me more of these hits.
I'm a huge nostalgia junkie.
I get it.
I'm the guy that wants the Undertaker in WrestleMania every year from now until he can't walk anymore, all right?
And you're going to accelerate that time by continuing to bring him back to
whatever
WrestleMania.
It takes, man. It's all about me.
Somebody call Zach Greinke and see what he's doing.
Yeah, just for the vibes.
I would have such a good time. I mean, we were cheated out of a Zach Greinke year because of COVID.
Yeah.
So we didn't really, everybody get to be around him and really experience that.
Although, if the payback for that was we got to watch Zach Greinke sit with cardboard cutouts.
Yes.
I'm kind of cool with. I'm kind of cool with you, COVID, for that purpose only.
And also the awkward Zoom interactions with him doing the interviews.
Yeah.
Or
Classic.
him calling out his pitch, because there's no crowd. You can hear him yelling out his pitches.
I was just telling Reggie about
to Maldonado,
I was just telling him, he was like, curveball.
Curveball.
Yeah, you know what? I take that back. You're right. It was even better because of
I think COVID actually enhanced the
I stand corrected.
All right, so you're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Gentlemen, what is the question of the day?
Speaking of nostalgia.
Yeah.
Speaking of people like Zach Greinke. You guys are good, man. You saw Carlos Beltran, of course, and Jeff Kent went into the Hall of Fame. They didn't go in as Astros. They weren't here a real long time. Who were some Houston athletes, players, who were not here long but left an indelible impression? Left you will always have a soft spot, a warm place in your heart for them. Zach Greinke could be one.
Yeah, we just named one. So Zach Greinke, we can check him off the list. That's definitely one.
Greinke's a good one.
I've got a couple. Go ahead.
I'm going to give you a trio off the top of my head that were short timers for the Rockets.
Yeah.
But they were part of, to me, what was the most exciting Rockets victory that didn't involve an NBA championship.
Okay.
That comeback against the Clippers when James Harden was stapled to the bench. And Corey Brewer, Jason Terry,
good Lord,
and Josh Smith.
I forgot about Jason Terry, like Josh Smith.
They rolled.
How did I forget?
They rolled with six guys during that comeback. Terrence Jones was in for the beginning of that comeback, and the whole fourth quarter they rolled with Jason Terry, Josh Smith, Corey Brewer, Trevor Ariza, and Dwight Howard.
The Rockets used to be
those three will have a special place because they were all gone the next year. I think.
Montes Monis, is that who you're talking about?
I think he was. Yeah, we just called him Demo.
No, I know.
Because that was way too hard to say.
That was me low-key flexing that I know how to say his name.
Oh, no. Look, I know you know how to say difficult names. I take pride in shortening those. So what we going to really call you, brother? You know?
For me, one was when I was a kid. I mean, I was like literally 8 years old.
Yeah.
And one was more recently when I was covering the team. Joe Morgan.
Oh, that's a good one.
People don't remember. Joe Morgan played here 10 years and was a stud.
Yeah.
Well, you're breaking your own rules now. Does 10 years count?
10 years.
But people don't remember. He won't be remembered as an Astro.
You're kind of doing this backwards,
right? No. This is exact. Joe Morgan is exactly what I'm talking about.
Really? Because you said short timers, I thought.
Well, like won't be remembered as a Houston player.
You're changing the rules now, Jay.
I'm not changing the rules.
Well, no, but didn't Joe Morgan come back here also and play for the Astros? See, that's what I thought you were referring to.
He's a Red.
Okay.
He went into the Hall of Fame as a Red. Just like Kent and Beltran.
I'm literally, my head is literally spinning with trade deadline pickups.
I got two.
Guys that were here for 1 year.
We got two easy ones, right?
Yeah.
The answers for me are Randy Johnson.
Yeah.
That's a big one. Yeah.
Like, we got to go Randy Johnson, 1998.
Yeah.
And then for me, Chris Paul.
That was the one I was thinking of too.
I mean, those are
I didn't
the
even
two
think
for me
of Chris
for sure.
Paul.
That's a good one, too.
Chris Paul, Randy Johnson for me.
It's a good one too. Yeah, Randy Johnson's a good one. I'll never forget. That was probably the last big story that I found out by opening my front door and picking up the newspaper on my front, like literally, because it happened it happened like minutes before midnight. You were working at the Chronicle at the time.
It was the first year I was a columnist, so
Yes.
I wrote a couple of columns about Randy Johnson.
So but that happened like in the dead of night. What happened back then? Did you know something? Not just you, but did the Chronicle know we got to sit tight on this thing? Because the headline
I think it was late.
The headline was "Unit coming to Houston."
I think it was late, but you did. I think it was both. I think it was late, but we did sit on it because we didn't want. Back then, you didn't have an afternoon edition,
right?
So yeah.
So that was big. Love it. That was big. That's right.
Those are two really good ones.
Barkley fits for me.
Barkley fits.
Yeah. I was going to say the opposite of this if we were going to really break the rules.
Hang on. I'm going to write a name and see if it's the same name.
Ooh, I like this game.
Yeah, hang on. Okay.
Well, and remember my era of growing up, too.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to go Scottie Pippen.
That's a good one.
Like Bizarro.
Yeah, that's a good one.
The exact, because I thought that was going to really hit.
Yeah.
And it did not.
Sean has a good one.
Ed Reed.
Yeah.
That is the Bizarro one.
Yeah.
That is the Bizarro one.
And it's your show, so I don't want to.
No, we can take that.
But if it were my show, I would encourage people to give us ones that had an impact.
Very impactful.
At both ends.
Very impactful.
The good end and the bad end.
Who was that cornerback they traded for from the Raiders early on? They gave away like a second round.
Oh, no.
Conley.
Gary Conley. They gave up the third round pick that they got in the Clowney trade.
That's what it was.
So you basically traded Clowney for Gary Conley.
I think you got 8 games of him, maybe 8 games.
Half the season, it was 8 games.
Something like
that. They got him right before the deadline.
Yeah.
Is it too soon?
As opposed to the third rounder they traded for Duke Johnson that year. Go ahead, B. Scott.
Is it too soon to acknowledge Joe Mixon?
Yes. No, it is not.
No, of course not.
No, it is not, because you got 1 year of him. Yeah. It was a really good year.
And you needed him.
Imagine it didn't get that year, because it was an awful offense. Imagine how much worse it is without Joe Mixon putting on his cape.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
He was great. He was great.
J-Rock in the chat mentions Aaron Brooks. If you got to put yourself there.
Yep.
In the moment, the 09, 08, somewhere around there, where Aaron Brooks, this diminutive fella, actually was really good for the Rockets for a short amount of time.
I've got one, I'll tell you, that I miss just purely for
entertainment.
Say the vibes and entertainment. Boban.
Boban. That's a great.
Yep. Yes.
Have Boban on the Rockets, because that was not a great Rockets
team.
That
was so necessary.
He had to have Boban around.
Yeah, Toyota Center went wild whenever he would come out.
Oh, he'd stand up. His head would practically hit the ceiling.
And you know what's funny about that? Like, I know that we're kind of like tongue-in-cheek for the vibes in the arena. I would imagine that he was huge for keeping that thing together. In the
yes.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah, people loved him, man. Still do, I would imagine. All right, fellas, have a great show. I love this topic. This is listening at 1040 for that. All right, B. Scott, enjoyed it again. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you, too.
I will see you tomorrow. Seth back on Wednesday. Training camp starts on Wednesday, so it's a big week here. And, of course, August 13th, the day we flip over to 95.7 The Fan, so make a note of that. If you've been on vacation, just note that happened last week also. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. Happy Monday to you. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. I usually stop down while I'm saying your name to say, but it literally hit me as I look at you and say your name to the audience. Your shirt looks like it has scales on it.
It does have scales on it. It's a fish shirt.
It's not a fishing shirt. It's a fish shirt.
Actual fish scales. Well, not actual.
But a fish scale pattern.
The pattern,
okay.
yes.
All right.
Yeah.
It's smooth.
It's smooth.
Yeah, I don't have anything beyond that.
Smooth as a baby's bottom.
Like, usually I will try and have something of interest beyond just point and say what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
But it was just like, oh, you look like a fish right now.
Look like a fish.
And I don't have anything beyond. Don't love it. Don't hate it. It's just like that is what it is.
It's a fish shirt.
So happy Monday to J-Lo and his fish shirt in particular, but also to you for rocking with us here on Houston Sports Leader Sports Radio 610. Get involved with the program as we always want you to do. There's the text line 713-572-4610. That's how you get involved. Also, we have great appreciation to the Mo-Care Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. Get this, the Twitch chat. 95.7 The Fan, which on August 13th will be I imagine we'll spread a little bit further, but that's where you're looking for once we get on the FM dial on the 13th. Things are already shifting and changing. I figured that out. I was like, all right, let's see what's happening on the Twitch. Where's the Twitch? Oh, it is switched. It is updated ahead of us. So things are already moving with excitement towards the FM dial, seeing us coming. You know who else sees us coming, J-Lo? The Houston Methodist Training Center. Training camp.
Happening.
2 days, baby.
Things are happening.
2 more sleeps.
Yes.
Until we are out there in that heat watching that football. And excited for that. But also, I imagine the Texans are greatly excited for that. This entire offseason, hell, let's go further back. You go back to the playoff games and, on that cold night in New England. This had to be a date that everybody was looking forward to because redemption is necessary.
Yep,
and so
they did.
With that being the case, that is one of the things that we could talk about over the last few months. But also, what does Nick Caserio have riding on this training camp? Because clearly, there's a lot of things riding on this camp in this season.
This is one of those where I wish I had my firm opinion. It's not just a question; it's a statement. But this is a true question. What does he have riding on this? Is he untouchable no matter what? If the offensive line just falls on its face again 3 years in a row, is he still? Are we going to be doing this again? Because there's a lot of good that this man has done, and we, have given him all due credit because he has done. I go back to one of the best things that Nick Caserio did to me was just start the rebuild the right way. Just completely gutting this team, short-term contracts, bringing in guys that he knew, including head coaches that he knew were not going to last. Just sort of, the literal football foundation. Building it the right way. I at the time, Figgy will remember this. I was like, I see what you're doing, and I love it. And I think that he started the rebuild the right way. And then you can go through some of the other things that he did and has done since that are terrific. Just a deliberate approach, pretty good drafts, pretty good, very good in some areas, pretty good and not good in other areas. He cleared money, he cleaned house. He even, 2 of his other big moves that, frankly, pride would prevent a lot of people from doing this is he swallowed his pride and said, sure, fire Jack Easterby, fire my buddy.
Yep.
Because I'm sure they're still good friends, and he said that. The other thing that I think he kind of stepped aside and swallowed his pride was DeMeco Ryans was not his first choice by any stretch.
Well, I mean, clearly he didn't go to John Carroll.
Yeah, exactly, and still was kind of like. To the point where he even said in a press conference, "Hey, if they don't want me around," and I'm paraphrasing, but I'm willing to step aside. So he has done some great things for this organization, but he's done some bad, man, like some real bad, especially if you look at it, through the prism of C.J. Stroud's rookie contract, because that's done. I mean, that's just about done.
I mean, this is effectively the last year of you getting the benefit of it. The 5th-year option still is one that when you have a quarterback that C.J. Stroud absolutely is, like he's in that tier. When you have a quarterback of this caliber, you still, like it's a no-brainer, the 5th-year option is what you want. So you get this year and the 5th year, depending on how things break. And, those are still within the realm of, getting value out of it. But it's I mean, as you mentioned, there's been clear waste in what is one of the most important things in football, which is a good rookie quarterback on that rookie contract.
Right. And the offensive line is the one we always go to, but frankly, sometimes through no fault of his, the running back acquisitions have not worked out either. The Chubbs and the Mixons and again, some of it he had no control.
Yeah, I was like, I think the only one that I don't even know how much.
We'll see about David Montgomery,
because the Joe Mixon worked whatever the happened there, which I'm still waiting for that documentary to drop once that does. Nick Chubb very much felt like we need to figure something out for the time being.
But they didn't.
What do you mean?
I mean, he wasn't good.
Yeah, no, but at that point in the season, what was your alternative?
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is,
and again, I say that as somebody who was not very excited about the acquisition, but when Joe Mixon just isn't going to return.
As I say that, though, I mean, does that mean even if they flop again, even if it, and by the way, here's the other third thing that I don't know if you want to say is good or not. I have my doubts about it. I mean, this is Nick Casario's offense, and it is not the preferred offense of C.J. Stroud.
That's actually the first thing that I thought of, right? Yeah. When you talk about what are the stakes, in essence, is what we're asking. What are the stakes that Nick Caserio personally has on
He did this.
I don't think it's his job.
Yeah.
Let's start there. I don't think it's his job. I don't think that the seat is hot enough at this point. Like, maybe with another bad year, we start to look at, or maybe I shouldn't say we, because I think the collective we on the outside, have a different stance. I think that organization doesn't start to look at him until there.
Or do they?
Right? I don't think so. I really and truly don't.
Yeah.
The ways in which I do think that the personal stakes happen, and you can disagree with me, again, 713-572-4610 is the number to text. I do think that internally, your ability to dictate how we do some of the coaching stuff is hinging on this year. Yeah. Because implicit within this, Nick Caley is on a hot seat of sorts, right? We have not seen enough from him in year one to say that, it's probably fine.
Yeah.
I think that implicitly you were looking at Nick Caley like, how viable is this, especially when the stakes are Super Bowl, right? You have a defense on the other side that is super caliber. And clearly, you can connect the dots to see that Nick Caserio is pulling strings with that to some degree. I don't know how much you want to debate that. And so, if this does not work offensively, I do think that this is where we could end up with like kind of the ping pong, which is you picked the last one, Nick Caserio picks this one when we're talking about offensive coordinators and offensive styles. We go back to DeMeco Ryans taking even more ownership because as a head coach, he is more golden than I think Nick Caserio is as general manager. Even though he has his things, DeMeco Ryans is the one who I think has like the coldest seat, I guess to say. And so him getting that opportunity to really take back that fullness of the decision on how they decide to play, I think that that's at stake. I don't think that Nick Caserio, considering that he's, as you mentioned, navigated the salary cap and all these things, I don't think that they're willing to like put him out on the street per se and find another general manager behind this. But I do think that this could change the way that they operate their actual on-the-field product.
And yet, the number one thing is getting a franchise quarterback. And that franchise quarterback in Nick Casario's offense, with Nick Casario's offensive coordinator, the season is hinging on it. And if he fails C.J. Stroud and the offensive line, and look, everybody in this room and in this city, by and large, we want to see a Super Bowl. We don't want to have this discussion. But it's just a question like, this is his production. This is his joint. This is the offense, the way they handle C.J. Stroud, the decision not to extend him, the fact that there is a decision, not to extend him and all that. Nick Caley, 3 versions of an offensive line, the 2 have failed. This is Nick Caserio.
I mean, agreed.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you there. I just think that as much as we're talking about this, and again, I want to validate. Yeah. You are correct in that. He also gets the credit, as you mentioned and you started, for all the things that we talk about defensively that we love, right? Like the ability to navigate this. We could talk about how he's been really good at navigating these contracts, right? And so I think that the things that he has done well outside of offensive line, which is clearly a big deal, those are the ones that fall more into the actual prescribed roles of his job, which is general manager.
Yeah.
The things that are not going well feel like they fall more outside of or if we were doing like an actual, job listing, that would be the other duties as assigned portion of this. And I think that what we probably, at least in my mind, what we probably see from the Texans, assuming that this goes wrong, which knock on wood, nobody wants that to be the case. Yeah. I think it ends up being more of a shift in the relationship with Caserio and DeMeco and their work relationship. I think that there's a shift in that dynamic.
Well, that ain't great.
No, not individually, but I do think that, hey, man, DeMeco Ryans, you probably should take more ownership of this, even though I know that he will stand up to the podium and say, no, these are my decisions. I think that they are his decisions in as much as I allow them to happen.
Right.
And I think that if this does not go that way, which is what we're talking about, the stakes that Caserio has, the stakes are, well, DeMeco Ryans will no longer decide to allow you to have this much influence on what we do.
But let me ask you this. Let's say that's the case. And DeMeco Ryans, after this year, from the ownership on down, they say, look, man, I want you to make more decisions and have more influence on whether it's offensive line, offense, personnel, or whatever. How does Nick Caserio view that? The general manager, sort of getting, sort of undercut, as a general manager.
I think that he realizes that I've been here before, right? Like, remember, you were talking about this at the start of this. When DeMeco Ryans first comes in, there was a lot of deference given by Nick Caserio, and I would venture to say, and you correct me if I'm wrong here, they developed into a relationship where it became a little bit more
according to them
of a again according to them, it became more of a like partnership between the two. it can slide back another way very quickly. And that's what I envision are the stakes here. And I know, right? There's someone on the text line saying, did y'all forget that this offensive line couldn't block long enough for CJ to throw downfield? Oh, I'm watching the 2025 season.
We are well aware.
I'm seeing it up close and personal. And of course, we talked about it in real time. I'm not saying that those things are not issues, because clearly they are. The thing is, when we're talking about what the stakes are, I don't think that those are stakes that then cost him his job, which I think is what some people are talking about. I do think that they cost the change in the way that his job is done in the immediate term of this season, and then in the 2 seasons from now, that's when we start getting to a hot seat real circumstance. After that shift,
well, I think it'll start heating up when if and again, God, I hope we're not talking about this, but there's a lot. The gist of this entire conversation, there's a lot on the line this training camp and this season for Nick Caserio. Even if he's still somewhat, secure in his job, it'll be somewhat, it'll be somewhat not where he is right now.
From the 832, I don't understand how this offense is Nick Caserio. Yes, he drafted the players, but D'Amico said both offensive coordinators were his selections. All right. You want to do it? Let's see how quickly we can run through this.
Yes.
All right. So D'Amico Ryan's no real relationship with Nick Caley. Nick Caserio, at the very least, tangential relationships when you talk about a guy who was in a Patriot system before. The number of John Carroll University employees on the offensive side of the football, and just generally things in offense.
Jerry Shaplinsky, Nick Caley, Shane Vereen, DJ Debick, James Lipford, Frank Edgerly, Cole Popovich, Trent. Well, no, that's a player. But I have a list of players of offensive personnel, scouts, and offensive coaches that are all 100% via the Nick Caserio pipeline.
And so
that's the answer.
Y'all did a little too much with that. Why would the head coach say, you know what, I didn't make that hire? That was the GM. Why would the head coach do that?
He's protecting everything.
He's going to say all of this is his.
That's right.
Oh, Ben McDaniel, too.
Yep.
All Nick Caserio.
Imagine if he got up there and said, you know what, I didn't
Frank
make this.
Ross. Another Nick Caserio guy.
Imagine if he said, you know what, this ain't my hire, this is Nick Caserio's hire.
Yeah.
He's controlling he ain't gonna say that.
Yeah, exactly.
Which honestly, I'm happy that this is the way that it goes. Like, they are working in tandem. I'm very happy with the relationship that they have. We just need to see the results. Like, this is ultimately still a results-oriented business. And so I think those are the stakes that hinge upon the results. I think it's more just a change in the dynamic of their MO rather than the change of the people. I think that the people are going to stay where they are no matter how this season goes. Now, of course, the famous last words before you actually see what happens. But there you go. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, after another weekend series win, but importantly, after some more insight into what the thought process of this is of these Astros going into the trade deadline, it feels like we know who's running this show. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about the Astros next.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What'd you say about a baby?
You've said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
This man just always gaslighting me, man. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610.
Ain't nobody gaslighting you, man.
Yeah, he is. You ain't here to start of the show. Actually, it wasn't even. Yeah, it was during the handoff, during the crosstalk. He sets up the question of the day and immediately gives an answer that violates all the.
That's not even true.
What's that? What you call that, Fig?
I guess you gaslighting him.
Nah, he gaslighting.
Yeah, that's it. He was gaslighting me.
The text line heard it. Everybody that was listening heard it. You absolutely just be changing the rules, gaslighting folks. That's crazy, man. Mm-hmm. You are still the OG. I still give you that deference. That's John Lopez to my right. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. And you rolling with us on this Monday. And lo and behold, the Astros have had won 5 out of the last 6.
I could have used that last one, man.
Yeah,
I was really could have used that last one.
I started believing the hype. I started leaning in because when it was, they kept kind of going back and forth. It was 3-3. I was like, all right, the Astros are going to do it, man.
Yeah.
They were just hitting home runs. It was Jeremy Payne home runs, and then it was just like, oh, they're just gonna home run enough home runs until they win this baseball game, and then the avalanche happened.
Yeah. I was feeling pretty good because Friday night's game was wild.
Yeah, man.
They were just getting. I mean, they were down 5-0, 6th inning, and we're against a good pitcher.
I turned off the audio.
Yeah.
I turned something else on another TV. I started watching something else.
So then they put up the snowman in the 6th inning. That was all their runs. So so. We're thinking, all right, got a little luck, good fortune and good play going on here. And then obviously they were Hunter Brown was a beast on Saturday.
7 innings of what was it?
He was stalking.
He was crazy.
He was like a shark just walking around the mound like, give me the ball.
I was so happy though because his first few games, actually his last 3 outings had been so it's been so lacking in what we had come to expect from Hunter Brown. Mm-hmm. That was like, oh man, it was good to kind of almost get the monkey off his back.
Yeah,
where it's like, oh, okay, this is the Hunter Brown I recall, and it seemed like all the dudes had that same feeling. People were like, oh man, he is nasty, and they showed up for him with all the runs. Anyways, I say all that to say the Astros are doing the thing again where it feels like, oh, okay, they might be turning it on right at the right time, and so as we head towards the trade deadline, which is what, a week away about. It feels very clear the way that they're going about things, and only more has been demonstrated here. It feels like they're going to buy, as Dana Brown has made it very clear he's doubled down on. It seems like the Red Sox approached the Astros about Jeremy Pena, and they were just like, no,
not going to happen.
No. And so it feels like we have an idea of how the Astros are looking at the trade deadline, but also who's running it, J-Lo?
Yeah, this is a Jim Crane thing, right? Dana Brown, in the last year of his contract, I think we've talked about this here and there, probably does not have that much rope, that much authority to just call those kinds of shots. That's Jim Crane says, no, we're not going to sell. And, Jeremy Pena is not going anywhere. In fact, we're going to be buyers. And I just feel as if this is all Jim Crane. Is that a good thing, though? Is that a good thing that Jim Crane is really calling the shots here? I don't know. I'm curious.
It would be a good thing if he was always the type of owner that would go in all the time and stuff like that, pay people. But he don't be paying people like that. He trade them or let them go.
Yeah.
And so, right now in this moment, it's good. He's still trying to compete. But at the end of the day, we all know Jeremy Pena is probably going to get a bigger payday somewhere else.
That's the thing, Reggie. That's the thing. What Figgy just said, because I've seen reports, just rumors, 8, 9, 10 years, $250 to $300 million. You think Jim Crane's going to pay that?
I don't I mean, let's be honest.
Track record
Track
don't show
record,
it.
exactly. Track record says no. The only thing that I point to is it looks like we're heading towards a work stoppage, and I don't know what baseball looks like on the other side of that.
Mm-hmm.
If you end up with what the owners want, which is some level of salary cap and what you have affectionately called the Jim Crane rule, right? It might be that you can't really get all those years anyway, so you might as well stay here and get your money. But yeah, I don't. That's the only thing. That's really, otherwise, it does seem like Jeremy Pena is short for remaining on this Astros team, which is really sad when you see what he does this weekend.
Yeah.
All that being said, I don't think it's a good thing that Jim Crane is so involved in the very particular way that he is, because it feels like he is kind of having his cake and eating it too.
How so?
In so much as he wants to have influence on the team, which I don't begrudge him, right?
Course.
But I think he also still then has the capability of hiding behind the general manager and letting the general manager take the arrows that we are inevitably firing at him towards Dana Brown, whether it's the fan base or us in particular talking. I'm not going to take us out of this circumstance. And so, he kind of picks and chooses the ways that he wants to do this. And I know that he says that he wants to, always win. But as Figgy points out, there are some things that he leaves that he's not willing to go to. And so it's again, you're trying to play both sides of the coin, and that doesn't often work in any walk of life, trying to do both things at once.
Well, the other part of this is Bob Nightingale has reported, I think executives, or I forget how he put it, in baseball believe that Jim Crane has already made the decision on Dana Brown.
And we've talked about this, right? It would feel odd for you to stake the entirety of your decision on whether or not to keep him in tow on what happens at the trade deadline, especially when you are going to enact a level of pressure on what he does, Yeah,
no, and so the smart thing is, okay, if you're Jim Crane, we're always going to compete, right? Then you probably are going to overpay in some instances, like a Jeremy Pena in 2027 or whatever. So to say we're always, and also have no real general manager moving forward, and no real inclination, at least according to your track record, to pay these kinds of guys, and an aging, core of, really Altuve, and Christian Walker's not exactly a spring chicken either. How does it play out? He's calling all the shots on this, and it's kind of all over the board.
No, I mean, agreed. It is. There's a level of dissonance here. Now, I want to acknowledge that not every team is perfect utopia. There are some natural, differences that you're dealing with because you're dealing with humans, and so things will be a little bit difficult. I think that this is a particular challenge, especially when you look at the ways in which the Astros are kind of pushed up against the wall to some degree, right? Obviously, this works with Jim Crane when you are dealing with an Astros team that is flush with prospects, or with an Astros team that has young, talented MLB-level talent. I think it's because of the very particular situation that you are that this dynamic does not work for what the Astros have right now. And it's frustrating because we all want some level of resolution that feels like it's just not coming, whether it's making the decision to go all the way in, just burn all of everything of what you have. Burn all the candles. Let's do it all. Or do you just go, hey, it is time, we need to acknowledge, and it feels like they just continue to straddle the middle of this here, which again, I don't think that it goes well. So I've decided to be I'm here for a good time, not a long time, because that's the way that it feels like the Astros are kind of playing.
The other thing that's really interesting here is the American League has done no favors for the Astros,
right?
Because it's just not good. The Astros right now have a 27.4% chance to reach the postseason according to FanGraphs, and you're thinking, all right, better than a 1 in 4 chance. The problem is only 4 teams have a worse percentage chance to make the playoffs, so everyone is in it. And the other thing that is really wild, I wish the Astros would have gone on an 8-game win streak or lose 6 out of 8.
That's right.
One or the other, because where they are right now, you're like, I can see where you want to contend, but it's either you kind of wish they had gone in and they were in first place right now. Then you're like, all right, let's go. Or they had lost 6 out of 8, and you're like, all right, well, that's it.
But it feels fitting. It feels fitting, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It feels like where they are in their larger arc of organization of a team, right?
Yeah.
They are just kind of in this nebulous kind of purgatory where they're trying to figure out which way they go. And, it's shout out to the weekend that was for the Astros, where they push a lot closer towards, hey, we're going to force your hand that you kind of already decided. And so bring me Mickey Moniak or whoever the left-handed outfielder is that they're going to ultimately acquire and try and push forward. And I've just got to hope that Joe Espada and the boys are able to pull one more magic trick.
They're just in such a weird place right now. Even that game yesterday, Had they managed to win yesterday, that would have been, 6 in a row? Mm-hmm. We'd be like, okay, I can see it. But because they lost, it's like, oh, here they go again. Win 2, lose 1. Win 1, lose 2.
I'll give them 5 out of 6, man. I won't be a joke about that.
I'm just talking about we would have been.
It's a roller coaster.
Yeah,
man.
really feeling it. Yeah.
That's right. All right, but. Yeah, they continue to win enough baseball games. It seems like they get themselves within shouting distance of being able to do something interesting. But this is the nature of it. At the very least, I can say they're interesting. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's the type of interesting that I was hoping for, but there is an alternative, which is just uninteresting baseball. So at least I will appreciate them for that. But there you go, a little bit of baseball talk. And baseball talk here on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, talking about baseball. This weekend, we saw 3 inductees to the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. 2 of those, Astros related. Carlos Beltran, Jeff Kent. Neither of them go in as Astros, but their short time here meant something. And so that gets us to our question of the day. Who are some Houston athletes who weren't here long but left a lasting impression? 713-572-4610 to put in your thoughts, and we'll talk about it next.
Texans trend. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get to the question of the day here for this Monday on the 27th of July. And this comes after the weekend where we see some Hall of Famers go into Cooperstown. Carlos Beltran and Jeff Kent are the ones in particular of interest here in Houston because they played for your Houston Astros, and they go in to the Hall of Fame, not as Houston Astros, but as legends of the Houston Astros. And that got us thinking, who were some Houston athletes who weren't here long but left in a lasting impression, an indelible impression? 713-572-4610 for your answers to the question of the day. But J-Lo, were you able to watch any of the Hall of Fame inductions of Carlos Beltran and Jeff Kent?
It was one of those where I had it on and we were just sort of watching, and then I watched mostly Jeff Kent's because I've said it before. A lot of people didn't like Jeff Kent. I've always loved that guy. I just love him.
Why is that?
I don't know. We just get it off, and he was very direct and kind of surly. But I would just kind of talk to him back, and I think he kind of liked that. Like he liked the back and forth. He's one of those guys that kind of likes to mix it up a little bit, and it wasn't any credit to me. I was just like, he would say something, and I'd say something back, and we kind of built a good relationship. I'll never forget his 05 home run, a walk-off home run. That was incredible, and I just always liked Jeff Kent. And then Carlos Beltran, maybe the greatest postseason any individual, and that includes the current iteration of the Astros, individual player has had for an Astro in 2004, was just absolutely could not get him out. He was an extra base hit waiting to happen, and yet neither one of those guys went in as Astros, and will always have a special place in Houston because of what they did as Astros.
No, for sure. Yeah. And so, to that end, let's do a little of appreciating of some of the other here for a good time, not a long time type players when it comes to the Houston area. I will start the bidding with an answer that came up during our conversation in the crosstalk. I immediately went to Chris Paul.
Chris Paul's a great one.
Like, that is the closest that him being here and the way that team was able to elevate after, that was the second iteration of trying to find somebody to pair with James Harden to push this thing towards an NBA championship. That was the closest that you've gotten since 95 to a championship with your Rockets.
Yeah.
And it's very clear that it wasn't just he happened to be here for it. He is the reason why. Like, he was an organizational force that really helped bring the best out of what that team was. And if it wasn't for a damn hamstring, you would have reached it. Like, I don't think there's anybody who watched that team that did not think that they were going to get over the Golden State Warriors, which was the goal for everybody in the West at that time, was get over the Golden State Warriors, and then whatever happens in the East, you can handle that.
Yeah, no, that is a fantastic one. More recently, I thought of Vince Wilfork. Remember Vince Wilfork? Was 2 years he was here? He was iconic, and very, very, important in what they were doing. The fellas, I think Zach Greinke was mentioned, and Zach Greinke is a great one, legendary Astro, talking to cardboard cutouts in the stands during the COVID year, and just another great one.
Is it fair to say that baseball lends itself more to this because of trade deadline type acquisitions?
Randy Johnson. Yes, I think it's more than fair. Randy Johnson will be on the list. And Figgy, I don't even know if you remember this guy. I'm guessing yes, but a texter mentioned someone that Reggie, I'm not putting your stuff out there, but you couldn't quite place it. Webster Slaughter.
Yeah. No, I'll say that on air. I was like, Webster Slaughter, what am I missing here?
Browns legend. Really good player. Like, really, really good player. Not a Hall of Famer, but...
When was this? Like, when was this?
See, Figgy can't place him either. All right, cool.
So he was... 80s into the 90s. He played for the Oilers for 2 years and was good with the Oilers.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not remember
You don't remember Webster Slaughter?
I don't, nah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Not everybody was born in the Great Depression. All right? You got to help some youngsters out.
Jeremy Lin.
This is an interesting one because I don't agree with this. Like, obviously, Jeremy Lin over in New York, like, that was a short time type circumstance where he made an indelible impact and a cultural moment. I feel like it wasn't really that here, right? Especially because you brought him here, and I would even the argument of he kind of raised the profile of what you're doing, and then you immediately get James Harden, right? Like this, it immediately turns into something entirely different, and it was like, oh well, we got this over here. Don't worry about that over there. We good. Yeah. So like. Maybe I'm just missing something here because he also was not able to find his footing because, again, you bring in James Harden, you make him the point guard, he ends up being kind of the focal point of what happens here. Yeah, I don't think the Jeremy Lin, at least not for me, fits in this.
And we can go with the sort of the bizarro version of this. You know, they were talking earlier today, Sean was, about Ed Reed. Ed
Reed is, he was here for a short time, and it was terrible. There's a lot more of those, I imagine, that you could throw out here as well.
Yeah, the one I thought about, and I don't know if it falls in that category, but I just been a fan of this player for a little bit since once he was in the league. But Demaryius Thomas.
Demaryius Thomas.
We got Demaryius Thomas, and I know he ain't had the best career here. I think he only played 7 games or something like that.
Yeah.
But I thought it was cool just seeing him in the Texans jersey, man. After all them years in Denver.
No, yeah.
And then another one, my man Sterling just brought up right here.
What up, Sterling?
He brought up Michael Brantley.
Oh, yeah.
That was a great one.
That's a great one. You know another great one that a texter came through with? He played 18 seasons of Major Baseball. Just 2 with the Astros. Charlie Morton.
That's crazy.
There's no way. 2? That was only 2 seasons?
2 seasons with the Astros.
Yeah, so I think you pair those two together, and those are 2 guys that felt like they changed. Maybe changed is too strong, but they had a clear impact on the culture, which I think is probably the way that you have to do this. You can be really, really good on the court or the field of play, but I think when you have that cultural impact, I think that's probably the heart of what we're talking about here with some of these. Obviously, you have to be good in order to do that.
He was 33 when he got here. Charlie Morton was 33 when he got here.
And he just kept going, too. He kept going afterwards, too.
He pitched last season.
Was that last season?
Yes, 2025 for Atlanta.
God. That's right.
At age 41, he was pitching last season.
I forgot because Atlanta was so bad. Wasn't nobody watching them. But yes, he was over there throwing that baseball. That's wild. All right, which of those 2 fits more the answer for you? Is it Brantley or is it Morton? I would probably lean Uncle Mike.
I think so. As great as he's a professional hitter. As great as Brantley was, I think I'd lean Morton as well.
A great answer that comes in here on the text line, because they said it felt shorter than 5 years. Carlos Lee. Carlos Lee, I was watching on one of the social media accounts, one of those, kind of, can you name these players for your team? Carlos Lee is like the most impactful left fielder in Astros history. In 5 seasons.
He had at least 2 seasons that were just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Somebody said Roger Clemens and Andy Pettitte. Those are good answers.
Great answers.
Yeah,
what about this one? He didn't have a full season here, but...
We love Kikuchi!
Oh, yeah, hell yes. Oh, hell yes. Because, I mean, you could argue, his star was the brightest when he was here.
Yeah. Because I didn't know what the hell Dana Brown was doing. I'm like, what are you doing? You see his numbers? And he came in here looking like an ace.
Yeah, he did.
Is that the gem of the Dana Brown era to this point?
100%.
Or am I just doing too much?
Nah, that is.
I think it is.
That is.
I think Kikuchi might be it. And I'm going to go into the Wayback Machine. This preceded me. This isn't a memory of mine because I don't remember him at all. But Gordie Howe played in Houston.
He did.
Gordie Howe played in Houston.
And that adds legitimacy to your... Because, Gordie Howe is one of the preeminent names in all of hockey.
Top 5, right?
Right?
Yeah.
So, yes, it's way later on in life, but his name being on a team that is in your area gives hockey legitimacy, which I think it was necessary at that time for Houston hockey. Some other names that have come in: Robert Ory, Big Shot Bob.
Yep.
We mentioned Randy Johnson. I just want to make sure that shows up here. Joe Mixon was a name that came up earlier and is 100% the case.
Yes.
Because, yes, he was here a couple of years. He only played for 1.
Yeah. And this was one that was texted to me, and for the life of me, I don't even remember him being here. And I'm looking at his baseball reference. Is this true? No, he never was here. Somebody said that Ricky Henderson played in Houston. And I'm like, I don't remember that, but I'm looking at his baseball reference.
Well, everybody
plays in the city of Houston.
Everybody plays in
Houston.
For Houston.
Do play everywhere,
Yes. And then the one that when I was a kid, and I'm talking about elementary school, I was a big Joe Morgan fan. This is the one that he thinks I was gaslighting him or whatever. Joe Morgan as an Astro. When I was a kid, no one will eat. People think of Joe Morgan, don't even realize he played for the Astros for 10 years.
Yeah, but when you get 10 years,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like I hear what you're saying. You're not wrong. Like he's in with that Cincinnati Reds hat, 100%. But if he played 10 years, I feel like we're violating the rule here, man.
I don't think so.
I felt weird saying Carlos Lee when you talk about 5.
5, yeah.
You know what I mean? But yeah, and it was the early 10 years is what you're talking about. All but one of his all-star seasons are in Cincinnati. So, like, I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you on that. Some other names there's a lot of names in here. Clyde Drexler count? I think so. Would that be too much for you?
No, Clyde Drexler. Barkley is one for me, and that was a big flop.
Yeah.
But I loved, and people forget he was really good here too. They just didn't, get what they thought they were getting when Barkley was here.
More baseball coming in. Nolan Ryan.
Well, fair, but I mean, I think a lot of people do remember him as an Astro. It's a shame that he's being remembered as a Ranger.
I mean, he went up there and he did some fun stuff.
Oh, he did some great stuff,
including whooping Robin Ventura's ass. Amon Green comes in, Moises Alou. Kevin Durant. How do you think Kevin Durant? Because Kevin Durant did come in. I mean,
we'll see.
He played the most games that he had played in like 4 seasons last year for the Rockets, and was like, remember. And I know that this is one thing that people met, but when he came in, we very reasonably were trying to position him as like, all right, he's going to be a guy that helps accelerate what happens here. And then by the end of the season, you're like, he is the center of what you're doing.
We need him.
He is the middle of what we're doing here.
The Rockets got a lot of those type of players too, by the way. Just somebody like the Carmelo Anthonys of the world.
Yes.
The Russell Westbrooks of the world. All of that type of stuff.
Somebody said Danny Amendola.
Appreciate you testing in, Nick Casario.
He'll always be a Texan. What did he say? He's on something like along those lines, right?
Yes.
He was here for like an hour and a half.
Oh, Brian McCann is a good one too.
Yeah.
Like sometimes he annoys me personally, but absolutely.
Yeah.
No, that's a great one that comes in.
Danny Amendola.
Keep these coming in because if for no other reason, they're fun for me. I am enjoying reading them on the text line 713-572-4610.
OJ Howard. Remember OJ Howard?
I honestly, I forget OJ Howard. I remember in the last 2 years, he has been mentioned at least 3 times to me, and every time I have forgotten since the last time that he's been mentioned to me that he played with the Texans.
Amon Green. Remember that debacle?
Yes. And we didn't even get too much into all the negative ways that this could go. But shout out to Houston legends Carlos Beltran, Jeff Kent, because they are the cream of this class of players that played in Houston for a relatively short time, but made a indelible impact. And we're very happy to see them in the Hall of Fame. One in particular that I think we should talk about a little bit more later. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's go around the NFL next as there was a lot of news about coaching staffs over the weekend in the NFL. Let's break some of that down next.
All right, let's talk about Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com, and Louis Flory, Hurricane C. Man, did you see that storm is bumping back out in the Gulf again? Lord. Either way, make sure your trees are getting
Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Attitude.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
That's right. Let's go around the NFL here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Soon to be, mind you, 95.7 The Fan. That happens August 13th. The same day that the Texans take on the Chargers in their first preseason game. Don't worry about it though. If you're comfortable at 610 on the AM dial, we'll be here for you as well. Still there, but if you want to hear it bolder, clearer, brighter, 95.7 The Fan is where you want to stick that on your presets right now, so you'll be ready for 8 a.m. on August 13th. But right now, let's go around the NFL. And I know that you felt this as well. Mm-hmm. This was a weird weekend of news in the National Football League. And I know that obviously like that is somewhat to be expected when there's not actually football. So any news that we get is kind of football tangential, football related, but not actually football stuff. Yeah. But this was just odd, J-Lo.
Everything from firings to just weird things.
To
injuries, weird things in general. Hell, there's some very sad things that are going on right now
and
as
so
well.
I don't know how to set this up, and I'll do my best to get the right tone, so apologies up front if it feels like I'm being callous with some of these. There's just a lot of different types of things, and I'm going to do my best to make sure that we treat them with the appropriate respect. I start with the odd, all right? I could have gone with the choose your own adventure, but that feels like it's a little weird to go there as well. But I start with one of the odd things that happens. With the San Francisco 49ers, their head coach, Kyle Shanahan, we found out this weekend. It did not happen this weekend, but we found out that, was it earlier in the month or maybe almost a month ago?
I don't recall exactly. It's been a while,
in mid-July, so earlier in the month, he suffered significant injuries in a car crash that's going to leave him limited as the team opens training camp. That is per ESPN, at least is where I'm seeing it. And so they have named Chris Forrester the acting head coach. Put a pin in that because we need to talk about that. But also, hey man, there was an accident that apparently maimed a head coach to the point where he cannot do his job for a period of time where they need to, name an interim coach. And we didn't find out about it for a couple of weeks.
Pretty crazy. And, as far as, first Kyle Shanahan, these are severe injuries. Yeah, this is 5 broken ribs, a severe, this is what they called it.
I think 40 stitches.
Concussion, yes, 40 stitches in his face. So this, first things first with Kyle Shanahan, I could see where this is going to linger for a while. If nothing else, maybe just the concussion symptoms.
Yeah, and it did seem like that he has concussion symptoms rather. John Lynch, the general manager there, said that there is no defined concussion protocol for staff members, which that feels reasonable. Yeah. I'd actually been interested if the NFL was like, yeah, we got that for the teams too, for the staff as well. But they said that he will follow a similar process to what players go through for clearance, which I appreciate that they're like, hey, we're going to take our time and make sure that he is all the way okay when he comes back. But yeah, this is kind of wild that one, it took so long for us to know, but two, obviously we have not been given too much of the details of what happened. He collided with an SUV near his Northern California home, but that's about all we're getting from this. So I don't know who might have been reckless in the situation, if there was any recklessness involved. Just kind of a wild situation. It's obviously sad to see someone obviously injured in an accident of that magnitude, but it's just kind of odd, I guess, for lack of a better way of saying it.
Yeah, and by the way, I just looked at it. It was July 14th was the accident, so we just found out about it this weekend. Very, very strange, very serious, and make no mistake, this is going to impact the Niners just as a team. Big time, especially you mentioned Forster. That's a new voice at the top and already doing things slightly differently.
Yeah. So he's leading practices. Apparently he's fired up, which I have no doubt in believing, because you remember how we learned, at least how I learned about Chris Forster.
How's that?
And who he is. Remember when he was with the Dolphins?
What happened?
There was a video of him, doing illicit substances.
That was him. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, which I actually should double check on this, it wasn't just that he was doing illicit substances, that he was recording this for a paramour. Yeah, man, he's got some, I guess, demons.
Yes.
Let's so to say. Now, obviously, that was quite a few years ago. Like, he very well could have rehabilitated himself and be very good at his job, which I imagine in order to be on Kyle Shanahan's staff, you have to be. But Kyle Shanahan is a very unique individual, right? He's very hands-on. Shout out to John Weeks, former Texans long snapper, now Niners long snapper. I remember when we were at Super Bowl, had an opportunity to chop it up with him, and he was just telling me about how different it is to be in a room seeing Kyle Shanahan run things. And I meant for Forster, it probably does not behoove him to try and beat Kyle Shanahan.
And he's not. Apparently, he's going to, rather than what Kyle Shanahan did, which, again, directly impacts the Niners because of just his offensive mind and his approach and his play calling and all that. Forster apparently has already kind of delegated the offense to Clay Kubiak.
Smart.
And the defense to the coordinator, and I forget who it is. But so he's already doing things differently and just sort of being the overseer.
Which, honestly, good way to handle this, right? Make sure that the people that have been working with Shanahan are continuing their work, because it is worth noting Shanahan does empower the people around him. He still has his hands in everything, but those guys have a working understanding. It would not be smart for him to try and take over those. He's going to operate administrative things and make sure that everything runs smoothly. But that was a kind of a wild circumstance to find out about. Another thing that happened this weekend as we continue around the NFL, the Washington Commanders fired their tight ends coach. And mind you, their tight ends coach, they just hired this offseason. Now, of course, something bad has to happen for that to happen, and that is indeed what is going on here. The move comes 2 days before start of training camp for them. And according to court records, Ben Steele, who was hired as the tight end coach earlier this year, was pulled over on June 7th for a traffic infraction of changing course after a signal. He got a DWI and is facing charges for refusing a chemical breath or blood test. So a DWI ends up being the thing where they go, yeah, we just can't keep going with this.
Yeah, and this is the day before or the day of them reporting. And keep in mind, I mean, Commanders feel like a big significant change on the coaching staff. Tight ends coach, that's pretty big.
Yeah, no, that's going backwards to the Kyle Shanahan thing on the text line. Somebody said, why do y'all feel like y'all need to know everyone's personal business? I wasn't saying that because I felt like we need to. I just understand the landscape that we live in, and usually things of this magnitude get out.
So a head coach getting in a serious car accident is his is just nobody else's business.
Or was he talking about Forster?
No, I think he was talking about the Shanahan, because
either way, those are headlines. Those are open a sports website.
And honestly, like, we have found out about it, right? So I'm not saying that we needed to know in the immediate sense. I was just in a world where TMZ exists.
Yeah.
And we're finding out, like, families are finding out things from TMZ. Not to say that it is right. It is simply the world that we live in. So I was surprised that this information did not reach us as soon.
That's a serious car accident, though, man.
It's a serious car accident
for an NFL head coach.
And if you want to be, sort of selfish about it, if you're a Niners fan, that affects your team. I mean, so yeah. I mean, it's
something a little scary, man.
Yeah. Some other things that are happening around the NFL. I have been watching this. I don't know how closely a lot of people have been watching it, but the Cardinals are going into this season with kind of an interesting situation at quarterback. Some would say that they don't have one, but Jacoby Brissett is the preemptive favorite to hold down that position. I think Gardner Minshew also in the room, but nothing that looks like anything like a franchise quarterback. But Jacoby Brissett was clearly not happy with what he was currently working with. I think he was on a deal that was would have paid him like $4 million. It was very clearly little backup money that he was getting at the time, and it looked clear, at least to me, that he is the leader to be in that role. Well, this weekend we found out that the Cardinals and Jacoby Brissett have reached an agreement on a reworked contract. It'll pay him $15.5 million, which is a lot closer to like higher, if not better than higher, backup money, and it has a chance to make $21 million with incentives. And it also does not add on any level of obligation. So he does not have, it's not more years. They're just giving him more in this year, which seems like a tacit acknowledgement that, yeah, we're going to give you the money because we know that you're probably going to hold down this position for us.
Well, but isn't this an everyone's happy kind of deal? I mean, Brissett has to be happy. You can make up to 21, 15 guaranteed. Cardinals have to be happy. They're going to find out, exactly what they have. I thought this was more than fair.
Yeah, I thought so as well. I was happy to see it as well because I know that the Cardinals could have just gone through this without it. But I was like, hey, man, he's clearly going to do a job for you where I think you should compensate him appropriately, especially because he's going to take the knocks, man. This is not a team that this is not a team that is well situated,
or at least for the first part of the season.
Sure.
Agreed. I mean, well, I think for the entirety of the season because it's not like they have a young quarterback that they are holding off. Where
no,
he takes
I only said first part of the season because I'm sure at some point they're going to try to get the rookie in or something like that.
Well, the thing about it is that they're in a place where they cannot have their quarterback unhappy. They just can't. They got the rookie running back. They've got they got a lot of running backs, but they have some hopes, even though it might be far fetched from our perspective. But you can't have your quarterback unhappy.
No, I don't think so. Yeah. So I appreciated seeing that come to fruition for them and for him in particular. So that was really cool. You want to get the your top 100?
Sure.
Where we're now into the 40s.
Okay.
No quarterbacks here, but interestingly enough, we do get a free safety for the Chargers, Derwin James. He is the straw that stirs their drink. I'm very intrigued to see what his season looks like this year because I think that's going to be very important for the Chargers. That's one of those teams that you're competing with in the AFC. At least that is kind of the conversation with Mike McDaniel coming in with that offense. You're like, hey, there's going to be a tick up in the offense. Something that is, I guess, a little less discussed is the fact that they lose Jesse Minter for that defense, and he was very good at making that defense more than the sum of its parts.
Sure.
Derwin James is going to be the entry point for what that defense does this year, and so I'm very intrigued to see how they're able to do that. And then the other, at 49, is a guard who honestly was unranked prior. This is one of those guys that jumps up out of the unranked into the ranked, and that's Joe Thuney.
Okay. That actually sounds pretty fair. So Derwin James, again, I want to go back to Derwin James. That's going to be because he's going to now be not just regarded as a big-time player, but kind of to keep the continuity of the defense going. I know you're going to have a new coordinator and all that, but they're going to rely on him very heavily.
And they should. Yeah. Like, he is that caliber of player, especially when he is healthy. Like, that has been, I think, the issue for him in some previous years is just missing some games. He played 16 games last year, and that is not a small thing when you consider how good that defense ends up showing up. He is going to be very, very important to see if they're actually able to make the jump that it seems like some folks like me, I'll put this on me and not anybody else, are expecting from the Chargers because they should be able to run the ball significantly better and they should be able to find a passing game that fits or at least that works with Justin Herbert. You still need that defense to play at a certain level, and I think that Derwin James is going to matter a great deal for that. One more thing here around the NFL. Shout out to Foster Moreau.
Shout out to Foster
Coming for our jobs too, J-Lo.
Man, did you hear this, Figgy?
I did.
First of all, he was talking about C.J. Stroud. He's pretty impressed with C.J. Stroud.
I think this was on the Sirius XM NFL radio show.
Yes.
So he was hosting there, and I was like, okay, he got a little bit of radio to him.
Yeah, man, his pipes are pretty strong. He's coming for our jobs too.
Very early on, I wanted to go hang out with C.J. Just get a vibe, just see how he's feeling, catch a few balls, and I mean his arm talent is exceptional. Some of the best I've been able to play with. He missed 3 games last year. I mean, his statistical numbers for, where he wants to be in terms of as a successful quarterback, he's always chasing greatness, always chasing excellence. He's underrated with his legs. That cat can move, right? Yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited, especially for what I've seen throughout OTAs, throughout the phase 1, phase 2. He's got the guys. He's getting everyone together out in sunny California for a nice throwing session, as most quarterbacks do nowadays. Yeah. And I thought he was a quiet leader for us when I first showed up, and then we got into the workouts and we got into the bulk majority of what we actually do as a football team. And he's vocal. He's loud. Like he has an expectation and he has a vision for what he wants our offense to be, what he wants our team to be. And he doesn't have a choice. He's a leader for us, regardless of circumstance.
Doesn't it sound like he's got takes? Like he sounds like.
Oh, that was your first takeaway?
Yeah.
Is he coming from our jobs or Mark Vandermeer jobs?
No kidding, man. He has a good delivery. He sounds like a radio guy, a broadcaster, I should say.
100%. Yeah. How much did you lean into what he's saying here? Because this is a dude who is a veteran. He gives that impression as you're talking about. But he's talking about a pretty short period of time with the summer, or rather the spring and the summer. And he is like, this is a high praise that he has for C.J. Stroud and a level of confidence in C.J. Stroud's demeanor and his capability of leadership, which I think some people have talked about and I guess questioned to some degree throughout some of this.
Well, it's clear that it's not just us saying. It seems as if C.J. Stroud is buying in and really going to try to commit. I mean, this is a guy that just got here and said, yeah, not only is he doing this, but I liked the last part he said there where he said he's got no choice. You know, he's got to, just by definition, by the position he plays, he's got to be able to lead us.
Yeah, somebody said he sounds like if Barack Obama was a sports commentator. He does have a little hitch in his giddy up there.
A cross between Barack Obama and John Gruden.
Can you give me a little bit more of that, Fig? I want to see if I hear it.
Picture Barack Obama meets John Gruden.
Very early on, I wanted to hang out with CJ. Just, get a vibe, just see how he's feeling, catch a few balls.
Balls?
It's there. It is there.
You definitely sound a little bit like Barack Obama.
No, you nailed it. Yeah. You don't always nail it with some of these. You nailed it. It does sound like if Barack Obama, like if there was a voice changer that somehow merged the two voices of Barack Obama and John Gruden. No, I think that's it. Now I will not be able to unhear that, which is probably not great for us headed out to training camp where I feel like we're going to hear from him a good amount.
Yes, we will.
All right, excellent. Thanks for that. And then one more thing here, which is a very, very sad note, and there's not really a great way for me to say it. Mia Bieniemy, who is the wife of Kansas City Chiefs offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy, was apparently shot last night at the couple's home in Virginia. And it seems like, subsequently, his son, Elijah Bieniemy, their son, I should say, was arrested and charged after a shooting in which, quote, one adult female suffered from multiple gunshot wounds. So if you are to put these together, which I think we can reasonably do, but I want to make sure that it's clear that we are putting things together here. It sounds like we had another instance of a son shooting a parent, which is really devastating to see it happen once, but it's happened a couple of times during this year, and I really hate to hear that.
Yeah, and at first I thought, well, maybe whatever, cleaning a gun, something bad happens, but it was multiple shots. It just didn't. It's awful. And no other way to put it.
No, it really is. It's truly, truly terrible. I will say also, this is not the important part, but it did take me to the football side of things where I go, how does Eric Bieniemy handle this in a time period where he's, I guess, heading into being supposedly locked in with them? I mean, I would reason that the logical sense is he's going to go be with his family.
Correct.
In this moment. So that's obviously going to be devastating for the Chiefs. Not nearly the most important part of this, but it's going to be. There are football ramifications, I guess I should say, on what is really a truly terrible circumstance that happens in the Bieniemy family. So I guess condolences to all involved, and thoughts and prayers as well. All right, that's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we've talked a lot about this run game for the Texans getting better, but I'm very intrigued and I'm curious if you can help me out here, listeners, J-Lo, Fig. What kind of better are we expecting? 713-572-4610. I want to discuss it next.
Reset your presets. August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atula, John Lopez, Biggie Big. Took a bite too late.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest.
That Cliff Bar got good to him.
Took a bite too late. I was like, there's only one more bite. I'm going to get done with it. I did not get done with it.
I'm going to hop in and started the segment, but I chose not to.
I noticed. I saw it.
I chose not to.
I saw it happen. I thought we were supposed to be a team here. See that, Fig? See what happens here? So when I be saying stuff, y'all be like, oh, man, Reggie just being a jerk. No, I've seen things. I've seen some things. Anyways, jokes aside, we appreciate you being with us here on this Monday, 2 days away from training camp. John Lopez, excited to get out here and see this team. But I'm going to be honest. I think that the biggest thing, this might not be right, but it feels like the biggest thing that we should be looking for is actually the run game.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, we all know about the offensive line, but they go together.
Right, exactly. That will go together. I know that some people, I was like, okay, well, some people will say C.J. Stroud and where he is, but I don't know that training camp does much for you there. And I think that the regular season and more importantly, the postseason is what you're looking for there. With this, they went into the draft. They went through the offseason. Everything that they did was geared towards running the football. And what it looks like is going to matter a great deal. And I was thinking over the weekend, a couple of things that there was a couple of things that brought me to thinking about this run game. Both of them firmly plant me as a dork. And I think you understand. And I'm using this in the true sense of dork, not nerd, right? Yeah, I feel like nerd is, oh man, you like numbers and you like, I guess, dork it transcends. It's not just about studies. It is just, oh man.
Yeah, dork is a little harsher.
Yeah, you're not cool. And I understand that I was not cool because I was reading a football almanac and I was listening to a football podcast.
Don't get me started.
These were the things that I will. I'm excited to get to this because I'm ready to defend myself. But both of them, the run game came up and in various different ways. And it got me to thinking, I think we all expect the run game to be better. Or at least hope the run game to be better.
Correct.
One, how much better do we expect it to be, which I think is a conversation we've had, but more importantly, what kind of better do we expect? Because better is not a singular judgment. It is not just, okay, well, they run better. Well, in what ways? And so I'm very curious to think about what are the ways that we could see them being better? Because I was listening to Clayton Adams, who was actually the Cowboys offensive coordinator, but he was brought in there to be able to do some run game stuff. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And he was talking on the Athletic Football Show, and this is cut 4, Fig, about explosives and their impact on winning.
If you have more explosive plays the last 3 years, more explosive plays and less turnovers than your opponent, teams won 89% of the time. Okay. And so the problem with that is what you have to try to figure out is you're about 4 times more likely to commit a turnover when you pass the football than you are when you run. You're also about twice as likely to create an explosive play when you pass than you are when you run. And so there's some give and take that goes with that. But then it goes back to that thing about the other team being able to run the ball being a disease for your entire team is what's the secret sauce there? Well, the secret sauce is if you can throw 4 explosive runs into a game, you're probably giving yourself a really high chance of winning.
Is it possible that this team is going to be better at least at explosive runs, even if they're not as good at just like success rate, so to say, or just like being 4 yards in a cloud of dust? Like what kind of better are you expecting?
I'm not expecting that.
Really?
Yeah, I'm actually more the other side. And frankly, I think D'Amico Ryans, look, who doesn't want 4 explosive plays and an 89% chance of winning? Of course you do. You take those. But in terms of like, what do we really want from this run game? I think they want second and, sort of options, you run or pass, like 2nd and 5.
Oh, so just staying on track.
Yeah. I think that's what they want because it eats clock. It controls the ball. It keeps your defense on the bench, even though it gives their defense more reps to be able to be dominant once they do get in there. I think, of course, you want the explosive runs, but I think what they really want in their heart of hearts is second and manageable, second and sort of mysterious, in terms of what they're going to end up, the defense is going to end up guessing about.
Sure.
And third and short. I think they want to just boom, 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 the 4.2 yards per carry in a game. There's something along those lines. I think that's what they want. I mean, you'll take the explosive, of course, but I think that's what they want.
I don't disagree with you, but this is where I'll bring you back to my almanac reading. Mm-hmm. Yes. Again, we will talk about this at some point, I'm sure, because I sent these fellas clips from the almanac that I was reading. I don't know if they read any of it.
Oh,
Gentlemen?
I read them.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't think so. I thought you were just going to.
I was looking at it, and then I looked at the very top. It was on page 500.
That's right.
Whatever it was.
That's right.
And I was like, just random. How many pages does this almanac have?
It's a lot of them. It's a lot of them. But one of the things that comes up in this is just like, hey, man, the idea they're going to run the football better. We look at the offensive acquisitions, and we've talked about this, but seeing some of the numbers that, a football almanac will give you. Yeah. Wyatt Teller has had the downturn in the last couple of years. Like, what is the expectation for him? Mm-hmm. Ed Ingram, who I've watched this happen, he was not incredible last year. It was one of his best seasons as a player, but he was not incredible last year. And then also Trent Brown. He was better than what you had previously seen, but he was not incredible either. If we're talking about success rate with these guys when it comes to being offensive linemen, Tyus Howard was still pretty good within that, right? And so the thing that I ultimately come to is like the offensive line has improved again, and it feels like they've been intentional in that. But to what degree? And all of that comes down to, are they good enough to win every single rep, right? Because if we want to talk about the ball control, 4 yards in a cloud of dust, I think you need the offensive line to win every single rep. Yeah. And I don't think that that's this offensive line. Now, if I pair that with the watching that I've been doing of last year, this is an offense where if everybody blocks up properly, you can bust an explosive play.
Of course.
And so I wonder if they're actually going to be better in a way that we're going to get, 2 out of every 4 plays, like 1 out of every 2 plays where we blocked it up really well and boom, here is 7 yards, here's 8 yards. And then there's going to be plays where, well, he missed one because people are gonna miss him, and that one might be a stuff, and it might be more of explosive while not super consistent run game that ultimately adds up to, they ran for 4 yards of play, but it's because they had 3 really big explosives and then some pretty solid.
Why I think they want to go the other.
And I understand. I would love the consistent ball control. I know exactly what I'm going to get. I'm not sure that you're getting that with what you have.
Well, of course. I mean, that's part of the the intrigue of training camp. But the one thing that I had to guess, he's never told me this, kept DeMeco Ryans up at night over the course of last season was all those negative plays on first down.
Yeah.
Or all those, 2nd and 9s, on second down. That ate him up. And I think that's why their whole charge, bigger dudes, nastier dudes. We don't care about, getting a 22-yard run. Again, we'll take it. Who wouldn't?
Right.
But we want 4, 6, 7, 4. And that I think is what I think that's their marching orders. Just control the line of scrimmage. And then the other thing that does that DeMeco Ryans absolutely loves, fourth quarter. There were several games where the Texans in the fourth quarter did manage to sort of control the ball or have a big drive to kind of seal a win or protect a lead. That was his joy, to be able to control a fourth quarter offensively like that.
From the 281, this is a crap take, fair. No way you can game plan to be an explosive run game. You have to win in the trenches first. I'm not saying the game plan for it. I'm saying, what do we actually see?
Do you have it? Yeah, do you have it?
And that really comes from, I don't know that they are going to be a team that wins as consistently as you need to be the winning trenches type run game.
Right.
That's the question that I'm asking, and it comes from a little bit of negativity. I understand. I do think that they have the capability within the guys that they have where they're going to hit, and when they hit, I think they can hit big. Don't know the hit rate is going to be as consistent as we are hoping that it will be and that it seems like. And so my expectation is one where I go, we might be kind of hoping for something that might be beyond what they can do. Now, hopefully, I am wrong. I think we all want me to be wrong in that they are indeed that offense that wins in the trenches consistently.
Yeah.
I'm not certain that that's how this goes, though.
I am certain that that's how they're building it. And the other tell here is the tight ends. The fact that they brought in Moreau, they have these the confidence in bringing in multiple tight ends and maybe 21. That has all the markings of boys. We're going to go boom, and we're just going to deliberately go down the field.
No, for sure. Because I would love to be the person that can just take all the good reps that we've seen from these various different guys, right? Whether it's Ed Ingram, where there's good reps where he's throwing dudes out the club.
Yeah.
Well, Trent Brown, he's absolutely sending dudes all the way out of the game. Wyatt Teller, obviously, I don't have to tell you about the good reps that exist there. Even Ariante Ursery has been fantastic in some instances. But we have to consider all of the data set. We can't just throw out the data that we don't like. And I've seen, in rewatching these last year's season, I've seen some really poor reps from Ed Ingram that I had forgotten. I've seen some really poor reps that I think I had probably just put as rookie from Ariante Ursery that I can't forget. Talk less of like Braden Smith, Wyatt Teller, Trent Brown, who just didn't play as much. There's bad reps and I understand there's bad reps for everyone, but there's some really awful reps from them that make me go, is this going to be one where they win fairly consistently? And I'm not talking 100% and I'm not talking 90%, but they win 75, 80% of the time. I'm not certain that that's actually the case here.
The thing that, is worth mentioning here, we still don't know exactly what the sort of the philosophy, the approach is here, but these backs getting lighter and more sleek, does that feed into more of what I'm talking about, or maybe, hey, we want to be able to break some bigger plays and get that speed going on with these running backs? So we'll have to see.
It's a fair question. It's just a thought that I had where I was like, what style of better are they going to be? I do feel that they will be better, but I think that the style of better also matters, right? If they are able to be truly control the clock, that impacts way more than simply what you've got going here, right? That's how you bleed a team dry, where you just, here's 5 yards, here's 6 yards, here's 4 yards, here's 6 yards. You will absolutely kill the opposing team. I'm very curious to see if they're actually capable of doing that, and we'll get some little bits of insight once they start getting on the field at the Houston Methodist Training Center for training camp starting on this Wednesday. And you'll be able to hear our insights from that here on Houston Sports Leader Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, we get ready to get into what is popping, including the big weekend that was for the Astros and some Hall of Famers and their talk that relates to your Astros. We'll talk about that and more next.
Texans training camp.
details on example rate at selectquote.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And one of those things is the Astros. They're doing that thing, baby.
Mm-hmm.
We had talked about the anatomy of a surge, and then the Astros won 5 out of 6, and they did it by hitting a whole mess of home runs, baby.
That's part of the formula. I mean, you brought it up last week early on, and then they just kept rolling. And it's been impressive. I'll tell you what, after Friday and Saturday, I was like, oh boy, here we go again. And then it just sort of set you back a little bit, giving up, was it 13 spot?
12. So come on now. You don't exaggerate now.
Yeah.
No. The Murk thing, the rookie first baseman for the White Sox did turn up there. But shout out to Jeremy Pena because he was doing his best home run circumstance in that game as well. He's just been fantastic. What is it, an 8-game? Is it a 9-game hitting streak? Somewhere in that range for Jeremy Pena. A couple of home runs yesterday. His batting average is .319. I think his batting average to over the last, I need to find this, but there's a statistic that in a stretch he is hitting over 500.
Yeah.
He's just been fantastic. He is dialed right now, and so that is really fun to have as your leadoff hitter. And I imagine that means that you will not be trading him at the trade deadline. And of course, the Astros have said as much as they've warded off, I guess, the potential suitors that are the Boston Red Sox.
As far as we know, and as far as what they're saying, Dana Brown was very adamant about it. They're just not going to happen.
Yeah, man, they're not selling. They will indeed seem to buy, and they're winning baseball games at least enough to kind of, I guess, justify that question mark.
I don't know. It's the damnedest thing the way this Astros team, the place that it's in, because the American League is so bad. You almost have to say at least that you're going to buy or maybe buy a little bit in terms of margins and stuff. But if the American League was not this bad, there's only 5 teams with worse playoff chances than the Astros right now in the league. So you would be absolutely selling. It's just they're kind of in a bad spot, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, just as an organizational future.
Yes. Yeah. Right. Yeah. We talked about the pitching. Shout out to Hunter Brown. 7 innings of just lights out baseball on Saturday. I mean, how'd that one make you feel?
Well, it made me feel like not only was this the same Hunter Brown, but and I know you watched the game, like his demeanor, his approach, the way he was walking around the mound, like he was in one of those grooves where he said, give me the damn ball, I'm getting these guys out, and just sort of feeling it, and that's the thing that we haven't seen from him in a while.
Mowed him down. 2 hits, no earned runs, 7 strikeouts, just absolutely great for him. But of course, it can't all be good because you also had Spencer Urquidy on Friday only make it an inning through his game, and he's going to see the 15-day. In fact, he is already on the 15-day IL as he comes out after 1 inning, 33 pitches. Now they do still win that game. The bats do turn up later on, but Spencer Urquidy gets pulled, and he started to warm up in that 2nd inning, but he signaled for a trainer. He departed with what was described as right foot nerve irritation. Does that sound like something that clears up quickly?
No, and it's yet another new one that what nerve? I mean, that's the one that we don't see very often at all.
I don't have much insight in that. It's just he's come back to Houston to be evaluated, and that is another spot in the rotation that now you're looking at someone stepping into. Like, could that be Hayden Wesneski, right? Who went through another rehab start himself this weekend? I don't know, but yeah, man, the pitching. I guess God gives and God takes away is how this feels. As Hunter
Especially
Brown
with the Astros,
Hunter Brown back, like that one felt like a decisive back. Spencer Urquidy
gone,
unfortunately gone. Now back or gone. Where you want to see you email on the bump tonight versus the Angels on the West Coast?
Well, we'll see, right?
Okay, so you didn't want to call it in there. Okay, very good. I can't blame you, by the way.
We'll see on that. They're with the Angels. They should be able to win that one, but he's facing a good pitcher in Ureña, and we'll see how that plays out.
Did you see Miguel Loyola gets called up as well? So we'll see what he's able to help in the pen. Or I was like, they're not going to stretch him out. He's been not coming out of the pen
right?
too much recently for that to change. Some other things baseball wise. Shout out to Carlos Beltran and Jeff Kent, who on Sunday, just yesterday, go into the Hall of Fame. Two Astros legends will neither go in with a star on their cap. However, they both did mention the Astros in their speeches. This is both of them mentioning a couple of Astros legends themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, Fig, you got it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually about to go to a different one.
Oh, my bad.
Nah, you good. I was gonna go to the Jeff Kent story. Wait a minute.
Well, if you have that, we can give the people the Jeff Kent story as well. Both notable things that happened in Cooperstown on Hall of Fame weekend, as two of the three inductees to the Hall of Fame do have Astros ties. Both of them for a relatively short time. Both of them really appreciated their time here in Houston. And you said you appreciated Jeff Kent's time, especially yourself.
Yeah, I became a big fan of Jeff Kent, and I thought it was really, really important to this squad, especially with, Bagwell and Biggio. He was giving them all kinds of credit, and I thought he was huge for them as well.
This is both of the gentlemen speaking about the Astros and their time.
In 2004, I got the biggest blessing to be around two greats. Both of them are here. Jeff Bagwell, Craig Biggio. Believe it or not, I was 25 years old, and you guys were at the end of your career, maybe 36, 37. But you told me something very special. You told me that in order for me to aspire to have a long career in baseball, I needed to learn how to play with pain. I saw you guys grind day in and day out. That was very special to me, and that was something that I carry for the rest of my life. There's no way that I could have lasted 20 years in the big leagues without learning how to play with pain. Thank you.
My time in Houston meant more to me than the length on a baseball card would suggest. Jerry Hunsaker was the GM there, knew me by my Mets days, and believed in me enough to bring me in as a free agent. That trust mattered. And getting to play alongside the killer bees of Jeff Bagwell, Craig Biggio, and Lance Berkman was special. Didn't last as long as I wanted it to, but it left a permanent mark on me for what real leadership and accountability look like.
These two guys, so integral. I mentioned earlier the 2004 postseason that Carlos Beltran had. Even when you consider what came later with the Springers and the Altuves and all that, I don't know if we've ever seen anything like it. And I just found the numbers. Beltran played in 12 postseason games in October of 2004. Keep in mind, 12 games, 20 hits, 8 home runs, 14 RBI, 9 walks, and 6 for 6 stealing bases.
Is that good?
Jeez. It was like every time he stepped up, you're like, oh, here comes a double.
Sick.
Here comes a home run. And it was the greatest postseason I've seen, including what we've seen among the other guys. Individually, I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Yeah.
Did you see what Beltran said a week ago, though?
What's that?
About the Astros sign stealing circumstance, obviously in the lead up to this day yesterday. He was asked about the sign stealing, and he reiterated, like, hey, man, it wasn't just me. We came together as a team to do this. Mm-hmm. I think that I find that to be interesting because, again, we've had the conversation since we knew he was being inducted, but it's such an interesting juxtaposition, the ire that is lobbied at the Astros organization at large when Carlos Beltran, who, again, is not trying to take the full brunt of it, but is clearly, like, central to this, now exists in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and that's going to be important for a lot of folks down the road. Clearly, Altuve is going to get in the Hall of Fame. Some of these other guys are going to get in the Hall of Fame. I think it kind of one thing it does is it kind of tempers down, even though Altuve was still getting booed this weekend.
It was very interesting to see. I was like, really? Word?
Yes. He's getting booed every time he gets the play. But I think it's going to temper that from a larger perspective.
We'll see. Shout out to Jeff Kent, who did have this fun story that I believe is pretty relatable.
Now, there was a time in my life where I played baseball when I was young that I never dreamed of being here on this stage. There were more important things in my life than baseball. One of them was a pickup truck. When I was 16 years old, I was racing motorcycles and driving my great-grandparents' old Plymouth Volare, and my dad knew motorcycles weren't taking anywhere, so he made me a bet. He knew that if I were to earn a college scholarship, that he'd buy me a pickup truck. My dad was a simple guy, a police officer in Southern California, and that's about all we could afford extra at that time in my life, and that truck meant everything to me. So I quit racing and focused on school and baseball and won that baseball scholarship because I got that truck. That truck sits That truck is still with me. It sits in my garage as a simple reminder that some of the simplest things. The simplest things can change the entire direction of your life.
Just cool because if you were around Jeff Kent, at any point or watched him, you knew he was tough, gritty, surly, very direct. And there he is, like you get the backstory, and you get the emotion and all that. That's always great with these speeches.
100%. Salute again to those gentlemen. Astros legends, even if there's not a star on their cap there in Cooperstown. Some other things that are popping. Grand open and grand closing, which might be a little callous way of saying this, but it was really sad to see Lance McCullers Jr. DFA'd in Milwaukee after just 2 outings, 2 relief appearances. So he didn't even get to start. 2 earned runs, 4 2/3 innings, and he struck out 5. Now he did allow three hits, and here's the big problem: 5 walks. Yeah. Right, like it is the bags issued that continues to be an issue for him. And honestly, whenever shows are doing a little shaky, that's one of those things that pops up. It really sucks that this is the way it goes, but I'm not gonna lie. I do appreciate that the Astros were able to get a little bit in that circumstance, even as he's gonna end up getting DFA'd.
Yeah, I mean Milwaukee it's funny because guys have been kept around with worse numbers than that.
Yeah,
so it has to be injury, salary dump. Just for whatever reason they just wanted to go ahead and move on. I mean, two runs in 2 outings, okay. Like you mentioned, the 5 walks might be an issue, but 4 his ERA was like around 4. You can deal with that as a team, but
quick hook there.
Yeah, pretty quick hook.
Which I guess it shows a different place that that Milwaukee is than compared to where the Astros have been. Because if that's the Astros, he's getting a couple more outings, isn't he? Like there's a number of guys this year that we've been like, I don't know, and they're like, he's still coming out here,
including him. I mean, he clearly got a longer leash here than there.
Yeah. Some other things, and speaking of Milwaukee, how about Jacob Mizrowski? Miz is crazy, brother. This weekend, he did something sick that, you know what, looking at the time, I will get deeper into once we get to winners and losers of the weekend. But, yeah, man, that guy is absolutely insane. The velocity that he can manage. And it just, every time I think about it, I'm in awe, but then I get like a level of dread where I go, there's no way he could keep doing this for a long period of time, right? Or is he just like Nolan Ryan?
He might be a rubber arm.
Yeah.
I'm with you, generally speaking. At some point, it's got to catch up. And we'll get into it more in winners and losers, but the one thing that just, of all the numbers we've seen, about 100 miles an hour and all that, the one that really sticks with me, last 14 games now. 134 strikeouts.
Sick. He's not just a thrower, right?
14 games.
That's one of the things that is really encouraging because we got to a point, and we might still be in that point, to be entirely honest, where baseball purists could lament, oh, man, we don't have pitchers anymore. It's just dudes that are upping velocity, and it's just throwing really hard but not, really pitching, really finding your pitches and locating and, manipulating the game and playing the cat and mouse game. Yeah. It seems like he has that as well.
He really does.
And then one more thing. And this one was sent personally to me, and it I don't know why it offended my sensibilities because I was not going to be out there. Did you see the big Victor Wembanyama, the Spurs center phenom, was in the greater Houston area? He's out here playing soccer in Katy.
This was unbelievable. First of all, I guess he was working out here or something. And
let me find out that Hakeem is teaching him more.
I mean, if you're connecting dots, that might be it.
Come on now.
Why ain't got Tim Duncan teaching?
I know, right? They got big men over there. Why you got to bring him over here?
Can you imagine? He's like, hey, man, let's go to Katy this evening. Let's go play a little 5 versus 5 soccer.
Yeah, just quick.
Let's go have some fun, grab a beer afterwards, and then you see this. Yo, you see this.
Play my match day game, and I saw this real tall guy. I said, who's that? Guess who it is, guys? My boy Wemby. My boy Baller, too.
He was pretty good.
Pretty good.
Considering that he's 7 foot, like it's hard to.
He had
hard to be
5
good.
goals, a bunch of assists if they were keeping track. But the guy, this is credit to Ebed Garcia, who was just going to go play. Just go play a little soccer.
Like, man, I wish I was on that France team.
And it was
you would have won.
My thing is, so you all excited? Remember draft day, or was it not draft day? It was the draft lottery.
Yeah,
where it seemed very clear he was happy that the Rockets didn't get the number 1 pick. I'm like, but you want to come to Houston and play soccer now? No, stay in San Antonio. They got fields over there.
The other funny dynamic is in this little pickup soccer. There was another video I saw. Didn't have sound. But you could tell like Wemby was just like one of the guys. Like he's this big giant alien, and then a bunch of 5'10" guys or 9 or whatever, and they're like high-fiving each other and pass the ball. I mean, they were just playing.
Jerk.
Just playing.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said the guy that gave Wemby that whack pass almost tore his ACL is a Houston legend, by the way. He did look like, I was like, oh, I don't know if the Spurs are going to be happy to see that you're doing this. I imagine that contract that you got drawn up, there might be some clauses in there about not letting you play soccer. But coming up next here on Sports Radio 610, I continued rewatching the 2025 season. Got to Week 15 versus the Cardinals. Yeah, man, that game. Let's talk about it next.
All right, this Saturday is going to be.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. And 2 more sleeps is what I will tell you. 2 more sleeps.
It's exciting. Just looking at the highlights and stuff on TV.
Which highlights?
Teams in camp.
Oh, yeah.
Just running around.
Seeing big-ass Myles Garrett.
Yes. Shouldn't even get you excited, but you're like, ooh, football.
Football coming. Practice.
Yeah.
That's really what we're excited for. But still,
yeah,
it hits.
7 more Sundays into the NFL season.
Ooh, how many?
7.
7. That feels like a lot more Sundays than I realized. Don't worry about it. Let me not worry too much about it.
It's better than like 50 days until kickoff.
That's right.
It sounds a lot better when it's 7 Sundays.
You know what? I'm with you. You know what? You sold me. You sold me. All right. I've been continuing to rewatch the 2025 season for the Texans. Just to, get little insights, have opportunities to spin it forward towards training camp in the 2026 season. And last night on Week 15 versus the Arizona Cardinals, one of the best games that the Texans were capable of putting up last year, right?
I mean, just a romp. I mean, from the second snap, it was over. I believe it was the second snap.
It was the second snap.
Right, when Nico went the distance?
Correct. Inbreaker to Nico Collins, catches it, and we are gone, man.
Yeah.
It is... second play from scrimmage, middle of the field close, interestingly enough, which now we're getting to real nitty-gritty, nerdy stuff, but that high safety in the center of the field. And the Cardinals did that a lot. And I wonder if that doesn't fully push teams to too high versus this team, where they go, if you look at the splits, this team was significantly better throwing the football versus middle of the field close versus middle of the field open, which is more too high safety. And it's also worth noting that CJ did tell Nico before that play to look alive. So it did feel like he knew.
I don't recall.
It felt like he knew that this was coming. So there was good prep on this as well. But generally in this game, I forgot that Houston had 2 scoring drives before Arizona even touched the ball. Because remember, there was the Nico Collins touchdown, and then on the kickoff, Jamal Hill with a huge hit on kickoff, and he does such a great job putting, I don't know if it was truly his helmet or his shoulder, but that's on the football. Ball pops out, and I believe Dare caught it or something. But they catch the football, and now we're going with the Texans again. They don't score on that next drive. Well, they kick a field goal. They don't score a touchdown, which I think they should have. That's neither here nor there.
No.
The score is immediately 10 before Jacoby Brissett snaps the football or catches the football.
No.
And it just made me think about how much, man, game script matters to this team specifically with the way that they want to play. And getting a 10-0 lead basically ended the game 4 or 5 snaps into the game.
Well, you say that, and I think obviously it's fair, but 2 things come to mind. Number one, the game script has been where this Texans offense has generally been its best. After the script is when they have problems.
No, I'm not talking about the opening script of these are my first 15, 20, how many plays. I'm talking about the way that the game plays out where, oh man, if I'm down, that's a game script that puts me behind the chains. When they are ahead of this,
it's over.
It's so important for this team to get out ahead, and if they're capable of scoring early and putting pressure on that other team, the defense only gets better, right? The offense, you can see in this game, C.J. Stroud was humming. You could feel it in his movement. It's one of those things that's not analytical. It's not, it's
kind of like we're talking about with
Hunter
Hunter Brown.
Exactly.
Just stalking.
You can kind of just see it in the way that he moves, that he was going. There was a throw where he throws it between like a window of 2 players into Dalton Schultz, and it is a tight window, and it just hums that thing in there. C.J. Stroud, you could feel the energy that he had in this game because, of course, he was feeling good. The game was going their way. And I wonder how much the way that they play also puts them in that place where sometimes you can feel the stress of it.
Well, and clearly this is one of the template type games. Not only everybody to get a 10-0 lead right out of the chute before they even touch the ball.
Right.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about being able to, whether it's late in the first quarter or early in the second quarter, being able to take early control when you have it. This is what they need.
Yeah.
Even if it's second quarter and you get up 10-0, you kick a field goal or score a touchdown to go. That's what you're looking for, is that type of template.
Exactly my point. Exactly my point. Not to move too quickly away from that forced fumble, though. This reminds me, I don't think anybody was, and I was trying not to myself, but it reminds me, keep Jamal Hill in your linebacker considerations. That is the fast, physical type play that D'Amico wants from his linebackers, and especially as we are trying to find the answer as to who is the EJ Speed analog, who steps into that role. Jamal Hill is still very much in play there. We don't just have to go to the rookies Woodaz and Fisher on who might step in and do that. Jamal Hill is very much in play there.
No, I think that's a great point. We've talked a lot about the rookies and Mapu and some of these other players, but no, he's absolutely in the mix. And even if it's just a little bit in the mix, but still doing things like this otherwise.
Also, I think Henry is very good at what he's good at. In this game, it also reminds me that when folks can get after his weaknesses, it can look real tough.
Well,
because Trey McBride did not help my boy out at all. Did not help my guy out at all.
Look who the tight end was. You know what I remember about this game? And this is very, very selfish. We talk about Kalshi and futures and all that. I predicted, I got in on predicting less than 6 catches for McBride. He had a dozen. I think he had 12. It was over in the first quarter. I was like, holy smokes, this guy.
I mean, if you're going to lose a wager, I feel like losing it in such a way where there's 12, no
doubt. And so, but he was really all they had. I mean, he was unstoppable. And to your point, clearly, took advantage of some coverage missteps.
No, 100%. Yeah. And then also, the missed tackles that Henry To'oTo'o has that showed up in this game. But again, that's the strength of a Trey McBride. Just an unfair matchup.
Yeah.
Is there a potential Trey McBride this year on the schedule for you? Because
that's a great question.
That was something that I thought of. Because again, you look at that linebacker core, and Henry is still going to be a big factor, barring injury, knock on wood. Woodaz does seem like he could cover more, but I'd be very interested to see just how, not to say that they are unwilling to play rookies, because clearly they're not, especially on defense. I mean, Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock, the list goes on. K-Mac will be playing a good deal. But I'd just be interested to see how much he shows up. Who are the potential literal, the tight ends, the guys who provide those kind of matchup nightmares, I guess, for those type of guys?
Week 3 at Indianapolis.
It is Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
That is the one that you come up with. Anybody else that I tried to come up with is really weak. They've clearly seen the Bills tight ends, and they've not succumbed too much to those, whether it's Knox or Kincaid. I imagine Kincaid would be the one that you're more concerned about.
They're good.
Yeah, there's good tight ends, don't get me wrong. Like Jake Ferguson, another good tight end that shows up there versus Dallas. Who are the other ones that I missed? Chigakonkwo, who a lot slides over to Washington, so you'll see him. Mark Andrews, you've handled up pretty nicely. You will see Isaiah Likely as he makes his way over to the Giants, but I don't know that he provides. There's just not. I don't think that there's the same height of that tight end outside of Tyler Warren. And I'd be interested to see how they utilize Tyler Warren this year, as you'll see him with a slightly different.
The way they've been talking about him, they think he's going to be spectacular.
Sure, fair enough. Some other things I mentioned: linebackers. I really hate the feeling, but Christian Harris was a lot of what I don't want out of a linebacker in this game. I mean, it was just slow to trigger.
Oh, he played?
He did. He played in that one.
Was that the first game?
I don't know if it was the first one. It was the first one that I took note of him because it was like, man, that dude is not firing quickly. Oh, that's Christian Harris.
Yeah.
That guy is not in the right gap
that
right now.
That might have been his first or second game, I want to say.
I can't recall, but it was
remember
early.
It was that weird year?
Yeah, he was relatively easily blocked as well. Those were things that I didn't love. And then also defensively, they had a lot of Petrie playing deep safety in this instance where they were playing base 3 linebackers defense, and it felt like it was all to just keep Miles Bryant off the field.
Yeah.
And that does not feel like that bodes well for his inclusion in what they're doing. He was given probably the biggest run of attempt last year. Now, some of that was injury. Jalen Reed would have gotten a lot more of a run if he didn't get injured. MJ Stewart would have gotten a lot more of a run if he didn't get injured. MJ Stewart, MJ Stewart, wrong person. Miles Bryant, I'm like, I don't know how viable, because he doesn't really fit as a Jalen Petrie stand-in, and a deep safety he isn't either. And I was just like, oh man, what is Miles Bryant other than just a really player that's special teams, that type of stuff?
Well, and that's one of the best things about you watching these games, and as we like to say, spinning it forward, what's going to be different? That's going to be different. I mean, the safety position is going to look entirely different.
Yeah. Reed Blankenship will be there, and he plays with the physicality that's there. Honestly, it made me think about this. Have we thought enough about the possibility that the Jalen Petrie stand-in, if he is injured, is just Reed Blankenship? Reed Blankenship comes up and does the physical stuff, and then because he does that physical stuff anyways, and then you just slide Jalen Reed in at safety or whoever the safety is that you have as safety 3. They just slide in and they become the other strong safety. You know what I mean?
It's very possible. It's absolutely possible because that's the luxury of the depth that they've been able to build there.
This was just a weird thing that happened. You remember when they put Dare and Wildcat on the goal line more than once?
That's right. They sure did.
That just points to just how much they were trying to mix and match to find some things.
To find something.
On the goal line, they were like, well,
find some red zone.
What if we just snap the ball directly to a running back and then we have another blocker? Will that help us? I can tell you the answer was no. But I this is how they were searching for something in the red zone.
Oh, that's a great indicator of maybe one of the big differences that we'll see from last year, even in a great game that they played like this one, to this year.
Yeah.
And this was the Jawar Jordan game,
yes, it was.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
101 yards, 50 of them on one big rush. But outside of that, he was still rushing for what was like 3.6 a carry. Yeah. Outside of that one big rush, he was pretty solid in this game running the football. It was part of the reason why, explosives, maybe how much does that show up here? Pursuant to the offense, though, clear passing downs might still be an issue with this team because there was a third down where Ed Ingram and Trent Brown both, who could easily be starters. I know that Braden Smith is probably in our mind who starts right tackle, but both of those guys could start next to each other on the right side. They have at least one weird rep, and I know it's a singular rep, where they both get smoked by Calais Campbell and Zaven Collins. Now, Calais Campbell, a good defensive lineman, but he's also currently headed into year 19. Yeah. So you were dealing with year 18 Calais Campbell, and he is smoking you on the right side. And it's not like, hey, man, we don't have the heft to deal with this. We just didn't get it.
Yeah.
And so when there's clear passing downs, teams can still attack these guys, and I'm interested. Hopefully they'll be much better, and I'll be wrong. But I think they still need to just stay out of clear passing downs where there's no threat, because I'm still very intrigued to see how much pass protection and how much they're able to keep CJ upright. CJ looked good in this game. This was his third highest pressure game, I think, of last year. Still,
despite being whatever he was. Yeah, high percentage and all that.
Yes.
So were those one-on-one reps that they got? Campbell got there, and
I think that one it might have been a little bit of an interesting stunt that happened there. But I do remember that both of them just had a rough time with that particular rep. Now there's going to be individual reps. I don't want to try and overrate an individual rep, but it made me think I've seen enough of Ed Ingram in pass protection lose in this rewatch. And maybe he's just gotten significantly better from one year to another, because this will be another year that he'll be with Cole Popovich, right? And this was something that I was talking about in the break after we talked about being able to maybe running the football and how much is this offensive line going to be able to win consistently and every single time. They have the heft, and maybe they just need another year with Cole Popovich to continue to refine the technique, and maybe now they'll be road graders that completely move people out the way. Maybe that's the case, and I'll be very happy to see that. But I'm also very curious to see some of these guys we saw just last year still have some issues with various different things.
It's so funny because we spend so much time talking about the run game and run blocking and road graders and being nasty and all that. I mean, the pass blocking truly ultimately is going to be, the biggest direct effect on C.J. Stroud. You just talked about it. He had a good game, and it was still the most pressure.
Yeah, well, one of the most. He did do a QB sneak in this game, and I will ask this as a question. Did we do too much about the concussion changing the approach last year? Clearly, the numbers changed from using his legs before the concussion happens and then using his legs after. That I cannot deny. But he was out here doing certain things with, again, a quarterback sneak feels like one of those things that you just don't put your quarterback in if there's concerns about concussion. Well, maybe that's the case.
Yeah, it could have been his call. Feeling it, seeing a soft spot, and calling the quarterback sneak. Because the other thing, the bigger sample size is him not running as much.
Sure. No, that's fair. Yeah. A couple more things that I would like to try and slide in here, if you don't mind. There was a throwaway that CJ had early on in the game. I can't remember if it was like it had to be one of the first couple of drives, where CJ had Dalton Schultz coming across in a drag, about 3-4 yards away from the line of scrimmage, just coming across the field. And I was like, just dump it off to Dalton Schultz. And he didn't. And I wonder if it was just, it might have just been he didn't see him or he wasn't thinking about that. He was trying to get a shot downfield. Maybe that was the case. Yeah. But in my mind, I was like, is that I don't trust getting Dalton Schultz in space and him turning it into something? Because, they're in the shadow of the red zone on this play that I'm describing. And the thought that I had was, I could easily see Marlon Klein fitting into that drive. It's the second drive. And helping them get a touchdown rather than the field goal that they get. Because
Marlon Klein over Schultz?
And this is the reason why.
Yeah.
He was tight to the line, literally as a tight end, and it's a drag route where now I need the athleticism, get the ball to him as he's running, beat that guy to the corner, go score a touchdown.
That's a lot, man, because I think you trust Schultz every day, every snap over Marlon Klein at this point.
That's what I would think, but I'm just thinking like characteristics. And maybe that's and
maybe eventually.
And maybe more reasonably, that's Brevin Jordan, who I know has the athleticism.
Now that one I
but for some reason, my brain does not get Brevin Jordan into a 3-point stance.
Yeah.
But if he's in tight, that speed to get across,
that might be it.
And I was just like, hey, these are a couple of plays where I go, or a couple of players rather, I go, hey, do they take that and make that into a play where C.J. Stroud is not only seeing it happen, but willing to go, let me get this guy that he's a playmaker with the ball in his hand in that space where I think we all acknowledge Dalton Schultz isn't in that point. Just some of the takeaways and thoughts that I had after rewatching the Week 15 matchup versus the Cardinals. And I didn't even mention Jawar Jordan. You know what happened there. He was really good.
He was
really good in that. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions here on Sports Radio 610.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence. Mention Monday. Every conversation on your drive home, static-free across the entire metro area.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confession on SportsRadio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, Figgy, I'm going to look at you first because this is important.
All right.
I want you to kind of put yourself in this place. You're in your early 30s, okay? You're single. You're making a good living. You're popular.
Okay.
People know you. You're in the city of Houston.
Oh, man.
You just now picking up where he's going?
I was dead serious trying to see where you was going with this.
All right. So young, handsome, popular.
Oh, that's nice.
Well-known, in the city of Houston. And it's 3:45 in the afternoon on a Saturday. All right? What do you think that man should be doing?
He should be out here having a good time.
What do you like to say? Outside?
Yeah.
That is what it said.
He should be outside.
I mean, from at the latest noon, right? Go to some park, go to the soccer thing that Wemby was at. Go out to a brunch.
I definitely hit one of them black brunch spots.
Yes, exactly. Go hang with some friends.
Some hookah or something.
Yeah.
Get a little section.
Get things going.
What are you doing over there?
Get stuff.
Try to be around the hose.
Get the wheels exactly. Get the wheels turning a little bit.
Why are you encouraging him right now?
Because he agrees with me, Reggie.
No, I'm just saying that's what I would
you
be
can
doing,
say it.
right?
You can say it, Figgy. You agree with me. And it's 3:45. You should be kind of getting your second.
Can you explain what the people?
I will.
He's getting there.
I will.
He's laying it on thick.
You should get.
You notice I have not stopped you, mind you. I'm trying to let you cook.
You should get your second wind. Go home, shower. Maybe say goodbye to one because you got another one on the way. And then go out. A little dinner, little lounge, club.
Yep.
Whatever it is. By the way, the last free weekend you will probably have for months. Nothing on TV. No real sports to speak of out of the Astros. It is 3:45 p.m. on that Saturday, and I just kind of drew the backdrop for you. And you know what my man was doing?
Who was your man?
I don't know. You haven't even described who
you're
talking
about. Do you know what
about.
Reggie was doing?
What? It was me the whole time?
He was highlighting.
That's right.
Highlighting passages in a 480-page football almanac.
That's right.
And sending us screenshots.
That's right. I do it for you, baby. I do it for the listeners.
Was out at lunch.
I was
at lunch.
It was 3:45 p.m.
Yeah, I was at lunch.
By yourself.
Yeah.
Reading a 480-page football.
I'm trying to multitask.
Figgy,
I couldn't read it while I was in the barber chair.
I am so not even disappointed. I'm like legitimately angry that this is what this guy did.
I haven't heard you this angry
on a Saturday night. Do you realize?
Saturday night is stretching.
Well, Saturday afternoon, but on a Saturday, this is what he chooses to do. Given the backdrop that I just laid out, I could not be more disappointed. I could not be. You know how many diseases I would have?
Good God. Unbelievable. I was like, what word is he going to use here? And I did not
I can make this into the new intro.
You're right. My bad. I shouldn't have stepped on that. Continue.
I'll put it this way. Do you know what most grown-ass American men would be doing in that situation?
I could take a guess.
And I'm not even gonna tell you what I texted back to the crew.
That's right. That's right. Go ahead and you could just imagine. Just to make it abundantly clear, I had just gone to cut my hair because that was the first appointment that I could get at 2:45, and immediately after that, I went and got lunch. And while I was at lunch, I was like, instead of just not doing nothing, I'm going to make use of this time by reading the football almanac so that I don't have to do it later. When I will not have free time, John Lopez. John wants me to, as soon as I clock out on Friday, go hunting.
Yes.
And you know what I mean? I'm not hunting for no vermin. He wants me to go hunting until 8:45 in the morning on Monday.
The text board is on my side.
I know they are.
Yes. Figure you are on my side, too. You know it.
I am. But here's the thing, though. Like, I feel like Reggie, I know, Reggie, you just told us what you was doing.
Yeah.
I'm totally fine with if he's stopping to get something to eat and then, sitting there.
Yeah.
Just, let me read something. Because sometimes people, I know I do this sometimes when I go out to eat by myself.
Yeah.
I will throw on a podcast or something like that. It might not be the podcast about that damn almanac he was reading or something like that.
No, the podcast was about running the football. Come on, get it right.
It might not about that. Yeah. It might be a little entertaining podcast, a little messy podcast. But I might do that. But yeah, Lopez, it was so. I can't believe Lopez was so disgusted.
He was so disgusted.
Disgusted.
I could see it through the text on the phone.
I'm over here I'm like, damn, how many pages is this almanac?
480. 480-page almanac.
Yeah.
It will make you happy to know that I have not read all 480 pages just yet.
I mean, sometimes it just boggles the mind. He won't even let me help him.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
I was just like, man, Lopez came down on him hard, man. I'm like, damn,
I was doing more than he was.
My man is enjoying.
Congratulations. I'm happy for you.
Look, my man is enjoying something he loves.
I will say, I did not. This is a mini confession before I get to my actual confession. I am bad at planning. Mm-hmm. So one of the things that you said did hit me, where it was like, oh, this is the last free weekend. Like I did not do the calculus. A friend of mine had hit me up like in Dallas, like, yo, you want to come up to Dallas and get into some stuff? And I was like, yeah, I don't know if I'm really feeling the drive because I went up relatively recently and I'm not trying to be in Dallas all the damn time. Come on now. But I was like, oh, this is the free weekend. I should have actually done something there.
Hey, well, Lopez kind of hit me when you said this is the last free weekend.
It is.
Because I was thinking like, man, if I was a single man in my 30s, I don't give a damn about no free week. I'm still out in these streets.
Thank you.
Well,
hey, I must still have a good time, man. Work ain't about to stop nothing.
No, I know, but we got Saturday practices the next week. So I was like, damn
and
it.
Sunday football.
Hey, and after those practices, hey girl, what you doing tonight?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit these streets.
Oh,
that ain't stopping nothing.
We can work on that. From the 346, Lopez was pissed because it wasn't the Farmer's Almanac.
No, you haven't been paying attention.
Actually, my confession is also about my weekend. I apologize for being so damn self-referential. I didn't realize it was going to be all about Reggie here. I got to admit, I think I might be washed.
You're washed?
And not in the way that J-Lo is talking about, in this way in particular. So I realized on Friday, my body is just kind of tense. And I don't know if it was like...
Did you hoop?
I hooped on Thursday, which was the first time in like 2 or 3 months. So maybe that was it. But I was like, all right. Saturday, I was just going through and I was like, I don't feel quite right. So on a whim, I was just like, I'm going to go get a massage.
Hey, good for you.
Went and got a massage. I was like, I mean, that was cool, but I don't feel better. I didn't feel better.
Did you get deep tissue?
I should have gotten. See,
you got to go deep tissue, man. For guys, it makes a big difference.
Worth noting. First massage. Had not done one.
You never
before.
had a massage?
Hadn't had one, so I just made the decision. Clearly, I didn't make the right decision. I should have went to the massage expert, John Lopez.
Yeah, deep tissue is a difference maker for guys.
I'll try that next time. After that, I was like, let me break out the yoga. I ain't done yoga in a couple years.
Oh, wow.
See if that helps my body get right. Not quite. Last night, I was like, well, let's get the Epsom salt bath out, because clearly that'll help. I am still not feeling right.
You were sore from the yoga and the massage?
It wasn't sore from it. My body just is all tense. And I'm like, oh, is this just me being washed now?
Yeah, could be.
I just can't fix it. I just got to live with it. It used to feel like if your body wasn't right, I could do something and be right again. I might be in the place where it just don't get right no more.
Yeah? Well, you're acting like you're washed.
I knew it was coming.
These are my confessions. I know last week I had the confession about, I guess, was it about LeBron and the NBA, all that stuff?
Yeah.
I got to confess, and this is coming from a guy from Cleveland, Ohio, man. I think LeBron going to Philly, that's probably the most rabid fan base he ever been around, man. Mm-hmm. Like the most, because think about it, like he been in Cleveland, that's more of a homecoming type of fan base, like, everybody from there and all that. Went to Miami, that's kind of up in the air. LA, they kind of got a weird fan base a little bit. But Philly, that fan base is way better than Cleveland's fan base, man. And I've been really enjoying the people celebrating a 41-year-old who will be 42 in December coming to Philly. Like, dog, they were celebrating like they won the championship.
Yeah,
and I enjoy every bit of that for some reason, man.
It's gonna be good theater. By the way, he's also just gonna be another New Yorker that goes to Philadelphia for games. Did you see that?
Oh, yes. He's living in New York?
He's gonna be living in New York, commuting. Isn't that crazy?
Yes, it's crazy. He don't even want to live in Philly.
He doesn't even want to live there. He's gonna be commuting from New York. But it is going to be great theater with him on that team and in Philadelphia. Well, kind of in Philadelphia.
He said, "I ain't staying here. Like I would live in New York." He probably,
which is kind of sad because that city would show him crazy love. Did you see the number of restaurants that have like offered him free food and stuff?
Yeah.
And I think that they're already naming sandwiches after him in Philadelphia. He hasn't even touched down yet.
I think all of that, that's kind of making my point a little bit. That's way better than what would have happened in Cleveland. Because I hate to say it, the only thing that's connected with Cleveland is probably just family.
Yeah.
That's it. But Philly, they are going all the way out, man. And then kind of my other mini confession that kind of linked to remember what I've been saying the past few weeks about the whole, I guess, weird stuff going on with his decision and all that stuff, and somebody probably making a little money off of that. I'm kind of curious if this, I thought about this too. I wonder if it's a little bit of a Kawhi Leonard type of situation going on, where he take a bit of a pay cut, and then old Michael Rubin?
Yeah, they're doing the old end around.
Hey, just take this money right there. Hey, I'm gonna look out for you.
Oh, he ends up all of a sudden having ownership in Fanatics.
That would be a monstrous controversy.
I think.
I mean, how much different would it be than what Adam Silver's dealing with right now? They got the Kawhi Leonard, they got the Gary Trent. It would just be another one in the Adam Silver watch.
I thought, I'm thinking, and maybe I shouldn't be doing that, but for some reason, it just all feels kind of weird, man.
Well, the New York thing is weird to me too. He's lived obviously in Ohio, Miami. He had connections. He lived in L.A. Did he just choose New York just because? I
think this can't go back situation. He's like, I've lived in the big city, and now he is just one of those dudes that is bi-coastal in that I will live in New York or LA, period. Which is funny because Philly ain't a bad city.
Yeah, I like Philly.
I mean, do a lot of I know everybody ain't LeBron, but do a lot of players have that same commute?
No, the commute that they'll have
that's what I'm saying. You can't find a good enough house.
Southern Jersey is
for
where
2 years.
Yeah, they live over there. Across the bridge.
Yeah, you can't find a spot for 2 years.
Oh, he can.
Yeah,
he don't want to. Like
that's what I'm saying. That's what's making like New York. I mean, I get it. It's New York, but
this whole situation is kind of coming across a little bit weird.
That commute sounds insane too, because it's not like
he's going to go by helicopter. That's another thing. He's just take helicopter to practice.
Is 45 minutes.
Helicopter to games.
Can I be entirely honest?
Yeah.
I feel like the commuting via helicopter thing for me. Now I am nobody's rich anything. So, but if I was rich, the helicopter thing would have been something that I took off the table with the passing of our friend Kobe. Like I'm sorry. I feel very uncomfortable, and I understand that that's a freak incident. I understand that I'm usually pretty logical. This is where I'd be illogical and be like, I can't do it.
Yeah,
I can't do it. Just can't.
Yeah. Especially with him traveling to important games and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like just going back and forth. It's a little. It made me think about it.
Also, that's not going to create a rift in a locker room that I'm not sure is going to get along
They're
already.
hardly going to know him, some of those guys.
Right.
Yeah.
We're already wondering if the 76ers are going to have the cohesion that is necessary as a team. And it probably, even in a best case scenario, it'll probably take some months. Having one dude helicopter in periodically probably is not going to help that at all.
Well, yeah, literally.
Good luck to the Sixers.
Yeah.
All right, your lunch confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it was a weekend. We talked a little bit too much about mine, but let's talk about some winners and losers. Maybe I was a loser on the weekend. 713-572-4610. Let's talk about the winners and losers on this weekend. Next.
guests on Sports Radio 610 join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, big voice man. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on this Monday where we have to evaluate who were winners and losers on the weekend. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Clearly, J-Lo has made it very clear that he believes I am a loser on the weekend. He has not, mind you, told us what he did again to determine whether he is a winner or a loser. I'm not going to require that, though.
Big-time winner.
Big-time
winner. Didn't even go fishing.
Based off of?
I went to a pool party yesterday. Yeah.
Thanks for the invite.
It was really, really cool. Well, it was my son-in-law's birthday, but it was cool, man. We had
Did you jump in the pool and all that?
I was playing some water basketball.
Nice.
It was, I did a couple of dives for my grandkids. They laughed. So, yeah.
They laughed.
Did they like point and laugh?
Well, I was doing it to get them to laugh. Like I was doing real funky dives. And kind of, cannonballs and stuff like that. And my cannonball days are numbered, by the way. But
they're numbered or they're over? You're still doing them, but you're
still doing them.
The day is coming, you're saying. All right, very good. But yeah, let's get to some winners and losers. I feel like the easy answer on a winner is Miz, as they call him, Jacob Mizorowski. 12 strikeout game. It was just insane to see. He threw 66 fastballs yesterday. All 66 of them, triple digits.
And not even only that, 103. 104, 103.
Yeah, half of them. 33 of the pitches were at least 103 miles per hour.
Good Lord.
What the hell is this dude?
It's alien stuff. He's a Wembanyama without the stature, the freakish stature. This doesn't happen. I mean, it's not supposed to happen. To be able to do that. And I mentioned earlier, 134 strikeouts in his last 14 starts. It's not hard to figure out the math there. That's a lot of strikeouts every start.
And this start was no different. As retired the first 14 batters he faced. Do the quick division. That is a number of innings there. 12 of those were strikeouts. So he is just sitting, boys. Yeah. Like, I'd be talking all sorts of trash. This is the reason why God knew not to make me a actual factual baseball player. Because baseball, I don't know why. Basketball, I am a, block a shot and very quietly, give high five. I'm like, make a shot, chill. Baseball, I feel like I'd be a menace.
Yeah.
If you just sitting dudes down like that,
sit your ass down.
Yeah.
Yeah, sit your ass down every single time.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Has he turned into I got to switch the TV territory?
For me, yes.
He has for me too. And I feel guilty because this one slipped through the cracks. I was doing stuff. You should have seen it because you should have looked over the the brim of that.
I had
book.
it on.
And there you go. See, Figgy.
3 TVs, baby. That was all that. I've started really making sure that I have that. What is it? It's not quick pitch. That's the replay. But big inning, MLB big inning on it. I really enjoy it has the big things that are happening. This is what I miss in sports because I feel like we've moved away from this. I miss the people that are like, we will curate big moments for you. Because it feels like in sports, maybe like a decade and a half ago, maybe a little bit more, or rather earlier as well. The industry decided, we'll give you the buffet and you will be able to find it. I'm like, no, I don't want to find it. I want you to show it to me.
Yes.
The biggest of those being like March Madness. Remember, March Madness used to come on one channel and they would just take you to the best games.
Yeah.
I like that. Let me sit here and watch you take me to the good stuff.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate MLB big inning is like, here are the 4 games that are happening. We'll take you to the thing that matters. Similar
like
to
Red Zone.
Exactly. Yeah. Similar to Red Zone, where it's like, it's all here, but we'll make sure you catch the big important things. Do it for me, please. I do enough thinking already.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Some other winners and losers of the weekend. All right, I would like you to describe whether this is a winner or loser situation in the weekend. Do you remember one-time MVP Derrick Rose?
Of course.
Derrick Rose, who no longer in the NBA, clearly, but he happened to be on local television, and he was asked about the big NBA thing in the world, right? LeBron James deciding to go and play with the 76ers. This is what he had to say.
I'm going to ask you where you thought LeBron was going to end up, but what do you think of LeBron's decision 2.0?
With the 76ers?
Yeah, he landed with the Sixers.
I mean, I'm out of the game. Happy for him, but that's not my life no more.
I think it's kind of winner.
I think so too.
Yeah, I think it's kind of winter. Like you could tell, he wasn't even sure that LeBron ended up in Philadelphia. It's like that was Philly, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of love the players that could find their next life after being an athlete and like make the transition smoothly. In large part because it feels like so many athletes are unfulfilled when they get done, and they're kind of holding on, or they feel like they're missing something.
They're an identity,
and I hate that for them, man. Yeah. Like I can only to reach a level that a lot of us would dream to reach, and still feel like something is missing. I can't imagine the feeling that is, and whatever the hole that leaves you.
Yeah,
and so it seems like. Not chilling, man. That's not. I did that.
No,
it was cool, and we moved on. I don't
it
even
kind of remind me of Arian Foster a little bit.
Yes,
Arian Foster. When I tell you he ain't watch a lick of sports,
he's out.
Yeah, he was out.
Yeah. You know, we were talking earlier about Dallas Keuchel. That's a guy that just loves baseball. Not going to get paid a lot. Went to Japan, trying another comeback after sitting out for a year at the age of, I believe, 40. Anyway, been around for forever.
Dallas Keuchel is 38.
38. That's a guy that just loves baseball. We forget that there's also a very big number of people in sports that, and I'm not saying Derrick Rose is this, that really sports is a means to an end.
Right.
It's not in their blood.
Yeah, because you got people like John Wall who still watch a lot of college basketball. He can break everything down. And then you got somebody like Derrick Rose.
Say I'm out.
Who was just
it was great. Made a lot of money.
He signed for the Sixers, right? Like, I don't care about that. That's you want me to sit here and talk about work? I'm retired.
I'm retired. No, that's actually a good one. The question I have is, like, did Derrick Rose strike you as a dude who did not care about the...
Again, I'm not saying it's him, but maybe. And at this point,
it's actually not surprising to me because I guess because his attitude, he's so laid back and all that stuff, never really heard him just like giddy about breaking down X's and O's. He just kind of like super laid back. So this don't really surprise me.
No, that's
I've had NFL players, multiple, but one in particular is coming to mind that just and accomplished, very accomplished. Just told me I never really loved football. I'm like, wow,
man. And what's funny is I'm glad they told you instead of the general public.
Yeah,
man. And I can't blame fans for this. But it is always interesting to me to see fans just absolutely abhor the feeling that this person doesn't love it. You know?
No.
Because I don't think it's a prerequisite. I know that it sounds crazy, and if you talk to football, like football...
Well, just the money alone.
Yeah, the money alone.
I would do something I didn't love.
A lot of people would.
I would. Yeah, you wouldn't? You know, if you're criticizing, you wouldn't?
It's a lot of people in that locker room that had that business mindset. They know they got the talent.
Yeah.
And, you know, some people be like, man, I just want to win. And which I'm sure everybody wants to win.
Yeah.
But at some point, they just kind of like, you know what? At the end of the day, this is a business. And I'm going to keep playing as long as I can.
Yeah, but that, man, if you tell a fan that, man.
Oh, they hate it.
They hate, and it's funny because social media is littered, as you mentioned, with people that are like, oh, I would do all sorts of things for $4 million. It's like, hey, would you play football? Right? Like, I think that's kind of a funny thing that we get to. Some other things in the winners and losers. I think that the Indianapolis Colts are a winner here.
Oh, I know what yeah, I think they are too.
Now, this happened a little earlier today. I'm really stretching in order to put this into winners of the weekend, but this weekend the Colts find out that Daniel Jones says, at least when he talked on Pat McAfee, that he is fully cleared from his torn Achilles that he suffered in December, and he will be on the field for the start of training camp. So similar to Patrick Mahomes, he'll be starting the season with them. Now, I don't know, did you see any video from Patrick Mahomes this weekend?
Yeah, apparently he's having some issues going to his left.
He looked like he was babying that left knee.
Yeah, because he had a brace on.
Yeah. I mean, in itself, it's good business, right?
Yeah,
but the way that he was moving felt a little bit...
It looked like he probably shouldn't be out there as much now.
Or maybe just sort of being overprotective. It is just training camp, and for him, you can say just training camp. I know for some, it's basically, do or die, but for him, I think he can be a little more cautious when he does stuff like that at this point anyway.
I think he should be cautious.
Yeah.
It did make me think, and I think it was Chase Daniel that was saying something similar. The idea that he's out here practicing probably still puts it to where I'm not sure that he's playing week one.
It's possible. I would bet that he's playing week one. I think he's just kind of sort of slow pacing it.
Yeah. How about this? Because I think this is the one that I'm most convinced is indeed a loser on the weekend, J-Lo. You ready?
I'm ready.
So I think this started late in last week, but I think this continued over the weekend. Mike Vrabel, the head coach of the New England Patriots.
God, I'm glad you put this
I don't know if you followed this offseason, he had a little bit of drama in the public.
A little bit.
It seemed like an extramarital affair became public.
Seemed like it.
And so you show back to work and you had drama. People might ask you about the drama. You might be, Carol from accounting might come over and say something a little off color or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, there's other ways that things happen.
Yeah.
How do you protect yourself from that? Well, for Mike Vrabel, he showed up to his first press conference, or at least since the actual first press conference where he basically gave us no answers, with a puppy.
Something that we did last year, obviously the first day of training camp, was the Partridge program that Dana Kraft implemented last year and was really successful. There's a lot of really work, not only for these dogs, but for the families that adopted them. So I think we've almost got 60 dogs this year. And so if anybody's looking to add to their roster at home, we would love for you to be able to adopt these dogs tomorrow.
I'm glad you mentioned about adding to the roster. Did you want to add to your roster of women when you were hanging out with that? What are you doing? You hiding behind puppies, dog?
Hey, Coach, do Rossini like dogs?
I was like, come on, this is shameless, man.
So you like puppies, huh?
This is shameless. Because not only did, and look, you might be saying, he talked about this program starting the year before. Well, then how do you justify the very next time that we see him amongst the media? It is bring your daughter to work day.
And guess who the first question was from?
Just a little sweet baby girl.
That he selected.
Just a little sweet baby girl.
One of the reporter's daughters asking about Taylor Swift.
How many of these? How many of these can we have?
What's next? No, that's the question is. So he's used puppies as armor. He's used take your daughter to work day.
What other cute things can we use as armor from actually having to? And what's funny is I don't even know how many questions are still going to come up about that.
No, I got it. He's going to come. I don't hope she's still with us.
Oh gosh.
This is my mom.
Oh wow!
She just came in from wherever.
She wanted to see the. She never came over and
I'm going to give her a tour of the facilities. Go ahead. What are your questions? Right in front of his mom and everything else.
I would have been like, hey, this is a question for your mom right here. Did you know Diana Rossini? So I would be ruthless, man.
I know you would.
I'm sorry, man. I know everybody got a job and you got to keep it clean and all that stuff. But when you do stuff like that, I'm going to start doing stuff like that. Like, I see exactly what you're doing. Yeah. So I'm going to play along right with you.
Mm-hmm.
Two felt egregious. If we get a third, I might lose it. If we get a third, I might lose it because that's real nasty business.
What's the other possibility for tomorrow?
I can't imagine. I can't imagine what else he would use to try. Like, what is more adorable than little girls and
puppies?
You're gonna bring a Make-A-Wish kid in.
Oh,
that's it. That's the one. Figgy found it.
Yep.
Figgy found it.
All he ever wanted to do was come to one of my press conferences.
Yep, he's fighting cancer, and look, he's gonna beat it.
That's right.
Man,
any questions?
Yeah,
we're all with you, Bobby.
Yeah, Mike's gonna be. Sometimes there's some crazy things that happen in life, but ultimately all those things are so much smaller than this kid and his fight to stay alive. And so we're so happy that Bobby's here with us.
Like, were you fighting with your wife when you found out about Diana Rossini?
Someone said I brought lunch. Yeah, no, just bribe him with food.
Who wants donuts?
Bribe him with food. That's not a bad one.
Oh, yeah.
All right, there you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, shout out to the fact that we have weekend programming here on the station. Never forget it. And so this weekend, in fact, it was yesterday, B. Scott and Zach Gelb were on, and they had some really fun things to talk about, in addition to talking to former offensive play caller in the NFL, Todd Haley. And he gave some interesting thoughts on C.J. Stroud. I want to break those down next.
Houston, starting third. West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, and I love the length of our breaks because if it was 30 seconds shorter, you would have heard us having a conversation about fashion. Now, not that either of us is qualified to speak in that manner, just to make it clear. I'm not trying to make it seem like we knew what the hell we was talking about. We was just talking about it. As is kind of the trend here on Sports Radio 610. We just kind of want to talk about stuff, and we always appreciate
fashion. Why not? I mean, not on air.
Oh, okay, we having a good time.
Y'all trying to up y'all fashion or something?
No, we're just pros and cons of a particular style.
Yeah. It started with A.J. Brown, who was out at Patriots, almost said Panthers for some stupid reason. Patriots training camp, and he has the NFL issue hat on. I was like, talking about the way that it looked, and excited to see what the Texans issued stuff looks like in just 2 days when the Texans get going for training camp 2026 at the Houston Methodist Training Center. And all eyes are on a few places. One, offensive line, clearly, particularly the center position, right? Very intrigued at that. Two, probably, and maybe it's 1A, 1B, something like that. C.J. Stroud. Stroud is actually going to get a ton of attention with what first open camp practice is Saturday, right? The first?
Yes.
I believe that's the one where we're finally going to get everybody out there to see CJ. And again, all eyes will be trained on him as they have been all season long. And with that, I take it to the weekend programming that we have on Sports Radio 610. Incredible programming. On Sunday from 12 to 3, it was Zach Gelb with our very own B. Scott. And it was really good. It was really good, engaged conversation. And a lot of it had to do with C.J. Stroud. And they outsourced some of the conversation to Todd Haley, who you've seen being an offensive coordinator around the league to various different degrees of success. But still, he is somebody who understands this business. And so they decided to ask this offensive play caller, Todd Haley, on his viewpoint on what C.J. Stroud is going through.
Well, I don't have questions about him, Zach. I think he is still a young quarterback, but ultra talented. I would love to be around that guy. I just love his demeanor. He doesn't get frazzled very easily. I know what the playoffs looked like and some of that. I know what last year looked like, but you can't not fault CJ. I mean, he has to take some accountability for that. But I think it was I think young coordinators have a tendency when a quarterback has a rookie year like CJ did to just put it all on their shoulders. And he's still a young quarterback. He has very little experience. I mean, what he's done has been really impressive. Now it's a team game, and the quarterback is always the guy in the limelight. But, you go play off your first 3 years, you win them, and then, some things, obviously, like I said, last year didn't look so good. This year in the playoffs specifically. But I felt this feeling of they were kind of when 3rd and 10, hey, CJ, bail us out. You have to protect your young quarterbacks, and I don't think that's always happened. And the fault I place on him is just understand what this defense is you have. It's okay to punt. It's okay to throw the football away. And now for a competitor, that's really hard. I thought when he saw Davis Webb last year win a bunch, not playing at a very high level, and he's sitting on the sideline, that he might recognize some of that. But I think that falls on D'Amico, falls on Nick Caley to continue to communicate and educate him that, listen, we're not worried about stats, and that's the problem. The entire football population of fans, they fall into stats. But, the name of the game is winning games and do what you have to win games. And if I got a defense like I think the Texans are going to have again this year, I've been saying on Sirius XM a bunch that I think this is going to be a defense that we might stack up with the 85 Bears, the 2000 Ravens. I think they have a chance to be phenomenal. And if you have that, it doesn't make you a bad quarterback because you play smart.
All right. There's a lot there.
There's a lot there.
There's a lot there. Foremost.
Clearly, the most important thing is that he was talking on Sirius. No, I'm just playing.
foremost, that kind of program you're going to get on 95.7 The Fan, as well as Sports Radio 610, because these guys do a great. I mean, to have them on the weekend, live and local. I mean, that's what I was really appreciating. Like, we got our shows now on the weekends. That's first. That's number one. But let's get to what he said about C.J. Stroud, because part of it is you want to feel better, but you can't.
Tell me why.
Because he said,
if you don't mind, that was instructive. I apologize.
Because let's go through the whole sort of just recap of what he said. He's still a young quarterback. He's not. He's 24.
He's not?
He's 24 years old, but this is his fourth season. He also said doesn't have a lot of experience. Yes, he does. He has a lot of experience. He's been on the field, the vast majority of the games, and including in the postseason. So that almost feels like excuse making. It really does. He's a young quarterback. Yes, he's 24. In quarterback, in terms of what he's done as a quarterback, he's not young anymore. I mean, no NFL GM would say going into year 4, hey, he's still a young quarterback.
I think he's still a young quarterback.
No.
I think I will go with you on the experience thing.
Yeah.
Like
but he said that.
He does have 3 years of experience under his belt. But
he said he doesn't have a lot of experience. Yes, he does.
He does have.
Yes, he does.
He does have some experience. I do wonder how much he was talking about in the general sense, which of course that is what he left it pretty general. So I'm not trying to twist his words too much. But there is still a level of, hey man, there's a lot more things for him to experience in this league.
Well, that's different than being young.
But he is young. He is flatly young. You cannot we're talking about an age 30 quarterback is still in a pretty good realm right now.
Yeah.
And he is 6 years off of that. No, he's still a young quarterback. I'm not moving off of that.
Depends on how you interpret it.
I think in every way you cut it, he's a young quarterback. There's dudes coming into the league right now that are 23. I think in their first year.
Not in every way you cut it.
I think in this day and age, I don't think they look at it like, oh, he's only 24, 25. Because you got other people that age that are making the moves and stuff like that.
Yeah, but okay, let's set that aside. That's number one.
Fair enough.
I don't agree with that, and certainly the experience part. Number two, he said he doesn't get frazzled. Sure he does. We see it all the time. He's had some games where he doesn't get frazzled, and he bails your ass out, and he makes big plays to win the games. And I'm not even talking about the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
He got extremely frazzled in both games of the playoffs last year. Let's go back to some of these regular season games. How many times have we talked about body language and facial expressions and all these other things? Yes, he does. That's what I'm saying. Like, you want to feel good about what he said, because here's a former offensive coordinator, longtime NFL mind, saying, hey, he's young, he doesn't get frazzled, and everything that we've seen is not exactly that.
But where do we then add a little bit of deference to this guy? And I recognize Reggie Atatula saying that when I look at Tom Brady and go, I think he might be wrong about this. Might not be the right person to say that. But I do think that there is something to be said about like the not getting frazzled in so much as he has seen now in the regular season. Mm-hmm. This is the thing that I'll make clear here. We've seen situations where he's under pressure and he does get the ball away and throw it away and things like that. And like places where you would imagine frazzled means throwing the ball away. We did see him very, very protect the ball, which is why we were so frustrated when you get to the playoffs and he just decides, screw it. But I think that Todd Haley does an interesting job of maybe alluding to that point a little bit later on when he talks about how young offensive coordinators can put it on the quarterback's
Glad
shoulders.
You brought that up.
And he was mentioning how 3rd and 10 you would see this team and just kind of it felt like put it on CJ come bail us out, because that does happen. And I wonder how much of the feeling of frazzled is, well, yeah, the weight of the world is on his shoulder in some of these circumstances where the world is coming after him.
That does happen, but this is what I got out of that. He said, put it all on his shoulder. Young coordinators, when things go bad, or not bad, but they're in these situations, your whole goal is to put it all on his shoulders. Well, they are and have been actively trying to not put it all on his shoulders. They have been since last year. We want to run the ball. We want to be smart with our plays. Now, he's had to try to make those plays, but that's not what they're actively trying to do. They're actively trying to make him more of, not specifically, but more game manager than game playmaker.
Yeah, and I think that you're talking about the attempt, and Todd seems to be talking about, I said Todd like I know him. Haley here seems to be talking about what the actuality of this is. Because, all right, we want to run the football. And you've acknowledged this. We've all acknowledged this. All right, so you run for 1 yard on 2nd and 9, and then on 1st and 9, and then 2nd and 9, or 1st and 10 rather. 2nd and 9, you end up not picking up that much. Now we're in 3rd and medium or 3rd and long, and now it's, hey, C.J. Stroud, the ball's on you. It's a clear passing down. They're going to be getting after you. Now bail out of this. And this is interesting because since I read this, again, I'm going back to the Football Almanac. This is such an interesting characterization of I was about to say Todd Haley. Damn it, Nick Caley, which is a weird rhyming circumstance there. I take you to a segment that I like to call reading. Excluding the quasi-meaningless Week 18 game, the Texans had 4 games last season with double-digit offensive DVOA. 3 of them came against the Ravens, Niners, and Cardinals, all of whom were undergoing major injury crises on the defensive side of the ball, and none of whom kept the same defensive play caller headed into this year. So that's the point, too. When the Texans were really, really super successful, it was clearly against just bad defenses, both on personnel side and play calling side. Those are the kind of defenses that Caley can blow through just running his offense and executing it well. The trouble is that when the Texans get punched in the mouth, Caley doesn't really seem to have the ability to counterpunch. Right. I think that these are the things that Todd Haley is talking about when he mentions the young play caller circumstances. When it becomes those times where, hey, we need something to happen, it feels like it falls to C.J. Stroud to make the adjustment and find something where nothing is there, as opposed to the offensive play caller.
No, that's a part of it. I'm not saying that nobody has. That Nick Caley is not without fault or flaw here. All I'm saying is, like, I really wanted to feel good after hearing Todd Haley, but there were so many holes in his argument. In fact, later on, and this wasn't in that cut, and we don't have to play it, but he also said, well, keep in mind they were a little more conservative CJ's first year. And I'm like, no, they weren't. They were the exact opposite of what they are now.
No, that's fair.
No, they weren't. It's a lot of I guess excuse making, or at least justifying, or however you want to put it. I wanted to feel good about what his thoughts on CJ. Just had too many holes in it.
Did it feel like something that happens a lot with CJ Stroud? And honestly, it just feels like it happens a lot with Houston sports. He was talking in some generalities.
Yeah.
And the reality of the situation is that this one doesn't quite fit as squarely into the general circumstance as you would like.
Right.
Now, there are some things that are pretty general that we don't have to make very difficult, right? The offensive line has not been sufficient enough. They clearly have not been able to run the football enough. You can get down into the specifics and see that. But it did feel like, in agreement with you, while I will disagree on some of the takeaways here, Todd Haley did seem to be coming from a fairly general standpoint, and I can't blame him, right? Yeah. If he's not specifically tied to what's happening here in Houston, and it's just a passing curiosity, I can imagine that he has not watched with the intent that we have in order to try and diagnose what is happening.
And the other thing that and he clearly watches a lot of football. I'm sure it was just an accident. He called Davis Mills Davis Webb. I mean, that happens a lot. We've heard that before.
I probably have done that before.
Yeah, he clearly has watched a lot of C.J. Stroud, watched a lot of the Texans. It might just be his nice way of saying, have you seen his offensive line the last couple of years? Like everybody else always comes back to. So, again, we'll see. But it just didn't – it wasn't the strongest of arguments for CJ and what they're doing.
But, again, I don't think anything will be outside of the argument that CJ Stroud will make on the field for folks, right? And again, I think that if this is one of those things where people are kind of entrenched with their beliefs until we actually get the football –
yeah.
I think people will continue to be entrenched no matter if now, here's the thing, and I've tried to avoid this the whole way. I vividly remember not liking Todd Haley as a play caller.
Oh, he got run out of town a couple places. He got run out of town.
And so that probably doesn't help any of this.
Was it Kansas City?
Kansas City.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh is the one that really sticks out to me where I'm like, what are we doing here?
Pittsburgh, the Browns.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Todd Haley. I was like, hey, maybe this also works if I have a play caller that I like a little bit more.
He's now offensive coordinator for the Columbus Aviators.
UFL?
Yeah.
Very good. Did not realize that. All right, shout out to Todd Haley. And more importantly, shout out to Zach Gell, B. Scott for holding it down on the weekends, along with the other fantastic Sports Radio 610 that have weekends for you. So don't forget to keep it locked right here on Sports Radio 610 Saturdays and Sundays as well, because we continue to be your Houston sports leader all throughout the week. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time to hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, brother?
Yeah, got an entertaining story about a local carjacking that was kind of entertaining to me.
That's entertaining?
Yeah, you understand what I'm talking about. Plus, if you hear barking inside of a sewer, don't say nothing, man. It's no big deal. No big deal.
I'm not supposed to? Okay, I got to figure out why that is. Next.
Reset your presets.
Initialize.
Houston sports fans.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop. Sports Radio 610, presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers. If you've been hurt in an accident, let the Sheriff team fight for you. Visit callthesheriff.com today. Happy Monday to everyone out there. So in the tease, I did mention how the car's going to happen here in Houston.
And you were kind of excited.
Just one, huh? It was a little bit entertaining for this purpose because you had a stupid ass criminal.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
This was hilarious. Like I was literally laughing out loud when I heard this story from ABC News. And here is it.
Only on 13, a man recounts how he outsmarted a man. He says kidnapped and carjacked him at gunpoint.
The victim says he had just finished walking a dog in Rice Military when the suspect tapped on his window. James Sheehan says a suspect, Deshaun Johnson, told him, "Move over. We're going for a ride." Court documents show Johnson has only been in Houston for a few months and asked Sheehan for directions. He said he discreetly called 911, turned down the volume, and then began giving specific instructions on where the two were going.
I told him, don't go too fast over the railroad tracks in this 2006 gold Lincoln Zephyr, and then we'll go ahead and stop at this Circle K gas station here at Shepherd and I-10. And he didn't seem to pick up on that. I made a lot of mistakes. I outwitted the man.
When police caught up with him, they say Johnson led them on a chase before crashing on Washington Street. And investigators say Johnson faces several charges, including aggravated kidnapping and robbery.
Now, was I wrong? Was this a little bit entertaining for a carjacking?
That was very entertaining. You were not wrong. Like this.
I'm in a 98 black Lincoln. Make sure turn left right here at Shepherd Street off of I-10.
And did I mention that the 98 black Lincoln, the
going over the railroad tracks,
the license plate is 737.
The guy's sitting there,
the guy just saying, "All right,
that is the license plate."
That is right. You're technically correct.
Appreciate you describing everything to me, man. Yeah.
Also, why? Like, if you was gonna carjack him, don't take him with you.
Yeah, why didn't he just get the car and take off?
This is the thing I don't get.
He said he was new to Houston, right? And needed the directions or something.
Yeah, but kidnapping, there's not a good way to, like, he clearly didn't think about what the out is. What was the end goal for him? Like, what did he think that best case scenario was? I got this car, I'm going to get to where I'm going and then kick this guy out as if he's not going to call the cops and send them directly to where I'm at?
Once you have the car, you don't need the dude.
Right.
And then that's, I mean, I ain't trying to be his lawyer or nothing, but that's a pointless charge right there. Kidnapping?
Yes.
Because
that's what I'm saying.
Kidnapping is one of the easiest charges you could get.
Unless, how bold was he? Was he planning on getting rid of this dude is the nicest way I could say that without being like crass about it.
Yeah, but just,
what was the end goal? And it's the thing that I don't get. If you had told me this was 1965.
Yeah.
I get it. Maybe you ain't got no map. You don't know where you're going. Brother, it is 2026.
Yeah.
Use your phone.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you need directions from a local? Why?
Where do I go?
Why do you need this?
Left or right?
I just wish I was a fly in the car, just so I could hear this conversation.
The cops didn't. They were there.
Hey, I'm in the go Lincoln. I would have been like, dog, shut the heck. Wait a minute. You wearing a wire or something?
Yeah.
Something would have clicked if I was that guy. I would have been like, hold on. What is you doing?
Is this where I say criminals are stupid?
I believe so.
Yeah. Criminals are stupid.
Yeah, but I'm glad the guy's safe.
Yeah.
And
I do hate that his car got crashed up, though.
Yeah. But smart guy, he outwitted Well,
there weren't a lot of wits involved. With the
I don't even know if that's a compliment at that point. That's how stupid this criminal was. It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. Let's go out to the Woodlands, man.
Okay.
So remember I told y'all in the tease, if you hear any barking in the sewer, don't worry about it. No big deal. Just keep on about your day.
I can't.
Yeah, all the same to you, I think I would worry. Yeah.
Yeah, so apparently I did not know this, and a lot of people in the Woodlands area didn't know this because they kept calling 911 because they kept hearing barking inside of the sewer. So let's go to KHOU 11 with this story.
As soon as the sun began to set, the fire department got its first call of the night.
How did a dog get in there?
A Woodlands neighbor in Cochran's Crossing called 911 to report a dog trapped in the storm drain. When firefighters arrived, they knew the drill. It's July. They get calls like this all the time.
Inside of the sewer system, where you get that amplification from the tunnels, that sound just like a barking dog.
Woodlands Fire Department Chief Palmer Buck says the sounds neighbors are reporting aren't from trapped bugs, they're from mating frogs.
Almost every time it is frogs.
In fact, they get so many calls like this, dispatchers sometimes tell neighbors to perform a test.
Go out and bark at them. If they bark back, they're frogs. Half the time they would do that, half the time they go, you're crazy, and come see us.
Here's one firefighter showing how it works.
And it does it back. He barks into the gutter, and if they bark back, we feel pretty comfortable that it's a frog.
So next time you're worried there's a stuck pup in the drain barking for help, try the test first before you call 911.
There are some potholes in this. Like what?
Wait,
dogs bark back too.
That's what I was gonna say. I was like, if I bark at a dog, I think they bark back.
Hey, shout out to all my dogs that's probably listening to this show.
Yeah.
Don't go near a sewer.
Yeah.
If you fall in there,
they're leaving you in there.
Your ass is grass.
That was my second point. Like this is going to be like the boy who cried wolf kind of thing.
It's going to be a dog.
Don't worry, it's a frog.
What do you mean going to be? That's actively what this is. Lo and behold, never thought I would see the Woodlands Fire Department being lazy, but this is what it feels like.
Just imagine a puppy was down there.
That's what I'm saying.
And then you got somebody like me, like, let me see if he bark back. And the dog like, hey, come get me. Come get me.
I'm right here. Save me.
And like, nah, it's a frog.
So there's that. There's the fact, the second thing we just talked about. And the third thing is, no idea if frogs made that noise.
Yeah, it was like, also.
I was going to ask you. I thought you was going to be like, oh, yeah, that on order all the time.
Nope, I had no idea.
But here's the thing: they didn't just say frogs making that noise; they said frogs mating.
Yeah, mating. Yeah.
And I was like, wait, so it's very specific to that? They got to be doing the deed in order to bark. Like, I'm very confused. What about the deed makes them bark? That's the question I have, and it's honestly,
maybe she asks.
Well, that's fair. And you know what? It's only
they down there role playing.
Bark at me.
It is only kind to reciprocate with your partner. I respect that they have that kind of respect amongst each other. But yeah, that is,
Yeah.
Yeah. How did they find this out? Who was the firefighter that was like, let me go get this dog, and was like, actually?
Yeah, and it's funny because clearly they get a lot of calls for this, and they're like, oh yeah, it's around that time. Let me tell the people that it's not a dog and it's actually frogs having a good time down there.
I feel horrible for the actual dog that's going to end up down there.
Yeah, just stay away from the sewers. Yeah, stay away. It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. Y'all don't watch what was the show? Love Island or
no, yeah,
no chance
Love Island.
No,
I'm good.
Yeah, well, who the hell needs that when you got the WNBA?
Yes, that is correct.
It is a lot of drama going there, man.
Yeah.
I wish they could start just rolling on whatever's going on. Because did you see my girl Bijani Carrington?
That's right.
Yeah. She decided to hop on Threads and she tweeted this. Since MFers want to be funny today, I'm going to be hilarious. Yes, Nalissa cheated on me with, was it Deja Kelly and Aaliyah Nye? And then she added 3 pluses. I don't know if that mean anything. 3 pluses, many more. So apparently, for those who don't know, I think Bijani and
Nalissa Smith, they were together
at one point.
Not only were they teammates, they were together in an on and off, on again, off again is the words I was looking for, type of situation. and they are pretty well known as being that couple in the league.
Yeah. So they're going through a lot. I guess they no longer together. But here's Nalissa Smith. I guess she was on a live stream. I don't know if she was on TikTok Live or just a live stream. And she addressed what Bijani had to say.
Next allegation, cheating. Whether she cheated on me and I cheated on her, why are we bringing that to the internet a year later when nobody did anything to anybody? Whether she cheated on me or I cheated on her, that has nothing to do with anybody. Like, what? That don't even make sense. And then to bring it to the internet a year later is crazy. Just for fun, that's ridiculous. Especially when you're in a happy, healthy relationship. I would never in my life do that to nobody.
Yeah, it's a lot of drama going on. And by the way, I think the two girls that she cheated on with are were rookies at the time for the Las Vegas. I was about to say the Raiders, but the Aces.
That is correct. Where Nalissa
both
Smith
on
played.
the same team.
Yes.
And a lot of people pulled up some TikTok videos or whatever they was doing. Them together and all that stuff. It is a mess.
It is a mess. But here's the thing. It is a mess, and it gets to different places because it is a same-sex relationship. Yeah. But just take away, like, the same-sex nature of it. And you heard Nalissa Smith. That sounds like a cheater to me. Yeah. Like, why are you bringing up old stuff? Is very much the thing that I'd expect a cheater to say. Like, look, maybe she's not a cheater and I'm being unfair here. Yeah. But she also did deny. She's like, what happened a year ago don't even matter. Why are you bringing it up now? Yeah, so you just say you cheated then. That's cool.
Yeah, man.
That's cool.
Who need Love Island when you got
what?
this?
I hear you on that, and I hadn't considered that because I was kind of like, well, she's not wrong. I mean, if it's that old and neither one has done anything and there's no real, sort of flashpoint that brought this all back up, or was there something that brought
it sounded like it was because if you read her message on Threads, she said, since MFers want to be funny today, I'm gonna be hilarious.
Okay.
I don't know if somebody said something. Maybe the rookie girls, one of them might have said something.
I am not proud that I know.
No idea.
I'm not proud that I know a lot
you
about
all
this.
into this?
I clearly know a lot about this. It was WNBA All-Star Weekend.
This when you put down the almanac.
Yes, it was. I was like, oh, drama. Apparently, people were getting after Bijani Carrington, like cracking on her on social media, and so she was like, "Oh, okay, everybody wants to talk bad about me. Well, how about this?"
Yeah.
But yes, that's what happened there.
Yeah, a lot of drama right there.
That is right.
I'm gonna have to keep my ears to the streets on this one.
You should.
Oh, you tapping in?
I'm gonna try to, man. It's crazy, man. And by the way, I felt like Nalissa, she got a nice little roster, man. She got it tight, clearly. All right, I'll get y'all out of here. It's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610 presented by the Sheriff Injury Lawyers. I feel like this might be the sixth time I brought up Young Miami on this show.
Oh, goodness.
I don't think she ever been on a sports talk show like this as much as this segment. But salute to her, man. Here's her reaction. So Young Miami is obviously from Miami. And she was kind of hoping LeBron James would have went to Miami, but went to Philly, and this was her reaction to it.
Hey, shout out to LeBron, though. LeBron, you hurt my heart. I thought she was coming to Miami. I'm up. No, I thought she was coming to Miami, but, if it's 49ers, it is. 49ers, it is. Hey.
Hey, salute to the 49ers, as she said.
What was she? How did that? I missed something there.
It was around the time somebody asked her, and she's like, man, I thought she was going to Miami, but if it's the 49ers, it's the 49ers. So in her mind, he is going to the 49ers.
Okay, that's what I thought, and I was like, what did I miss?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
49ers, huh?
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
Yeah,
is this how we get
under Kyle Shanahan?
this is how we get the news, huh? Okay,
I guess so.
Yeah.
Look, we have to find alternative news sources at times, and this is not the place where I thought I'd get that, but hey,
I guess LeBron be in training camp this in a couple days.
I guess so. Yeah. I guess so. So what happened here? She just took numbers, right? She just was like, "What is the numbers team?" And she, instead of getting 76ers, she got 49ers, right? Like that's what happened here. Okay,
that's exactly what it was.
I would love to see her pull up to San Francisco. Like, all right, so where's LeBron?
Where's LeBron?
Where is he?
She gonna come out with a LeBron James 49ers jersey.
Is there James 23? On the jersey on the team right now? I need to see. And she just gonna ends up with like the number 34. This is LeBron's number, right? No, baby girl, it is not.
No, it's not.
All right, there you go. That's another fantastic edition of the mixtape here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. 1:20 p.m. every weekdays when you catch it. And if you see something mixtape worthy, hit our guy up on social media at the Figgy Fig. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But before we do that, we were talking about Zach Gelb B. Scott on from the weekend. Mm-hmm. There was something that they were talking about that I vehemently disagreed with, and I would like to take this platform to be angry at them. Let's do that next.
Texans training camps.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Monday in the great city of Houston. What did you just say, John?
The front office sports talking about the 76ers expected to receive 34 national TV games this season, which is the most allowed.
Goodness gracious. I mean, it makes sense. They added not one but two of probably like the top 25 to 30 players in the NBA this offseason. It'd be hard for you to not do something like that.
Have you looked at all the stars they have in that city right now, as far as like from the three professional sports teams?
Let's do it. So there's clearly LeBron, Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid. If you want to throw Tyrese Maxey in there, you can. You go to the football team where Jalen Hurts is there, Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
Who am I missing on defense? There's got to be at least one that we want to put up to that level. But there's a number of talented players there. At the very least, we can put those two guys in there. Then on the baseball team, you got Schwarber and Harper. Hockey team, who am I forgetting on the Flyers?
Oh, God bless you, man.
Yeah. You weren't even. You were like the Flyers. What were we? I didn't
notice. I said 3 teams.
Fair enough. I remember that the Flyers exist, but I'm not good enough to remember who's on the Flyers. So I apologize for that. But no, man,
it's a good time.
They got a lot of good players.
It's a good time to be a Philly fan.
Yeah, I imagine so. And there's probably. I wish I had this in front of me. I was reading something that was pointing to the economic uptick that's expected.
Well, look at this.
With
just like 43 million or something like that.
There's expected to be a huge economic uptick.
A 41-year-old player, man, doing that.
Wild. I mean, no matter what you think about LeBron James, there's still very clearly an impact. And then more things on the weekend real quick, just to run through. Did you see that Dan Hannigan, who's the Astros director of hitting, is expected to be hired by Wake Forest? So how I feel about that, the idea that, somebody who... I know that the hitting coaches or whatever, offensive coordinators sometimes get too much blame, but I also never know exactly how much actual responsibility to put in there.
Yeah.
But this team hits the ball decently.
All I know about him, and I'm being completely honest, is the little snippets I see during the SCHN broadcast when they interview people, and he was talking about how much he's learned versus how much he teaches, and good for him. I think this is just a product of being part of a really good organization.
Yeah, maybe so. So I don't know exactly what that will mean for the Astros on the field, but I don't know how immediate it goes into effect either, right? Like this is one of those expected things where I don't know if they're waiting till the end of the baseball season or whatever to do that. But in the immediate term, we'll see what Tatsuya Imai has for the Astros as they are out on the West Coast versus the Angels tonight. Speaking of this weekend, I was listening to Sports Radio 610 because we are on all the damn time.
And reading that almanac?
Yeah, I was doing that as well. I was reading the almanac, eating some Vietnamese food, all that, man, having a good time. But while I was listening to the radio show, that was the part that I wanted to get to, I was listening to Zach Gelb and B. Scott, and they started off talking about C.J. Stroud, which it makes sense, right? We're headed into the training camp, and he ends up being a big point of conversation. And they basically had the thesis that C.J. Stroud is under, contractual pressure this year more so than the Texans, and they came to it from the conversation of if CJ Stroud was offered, if the Texans offered one of these kind of more reasonable deals, $45-48 million on average annual value, that they think that CJ Stroud should jump on it. And I just don't believe that at all. I think that I might have said it here before, but I was fascinated to see that, and I'm curious, J-Lo, how you view it, because I'm very much in a place where yes, the Texans are probably smart to just go, let's see what we have this year. If we have to pay more on the backside, that's fine, but that would be the cost of comfort in knowing that the quarterback that we have can do the job that we ask. I get that.
Yeah.
But I also think C.J. Stroud and David Mulugeta 100% are in a place where they go, do not offer me anything less than top dollar because I will get that top dollar regardless.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you all the way on this. I do think it's going to be an interesting dynamic that we're going to be talking about all season long. Depending on what kind of year he has. Obviously, not getting a contract before the season starts, which I'm sure you saw this. There is a little bit of feeling out there that it's still not over yet, that there still might be that contract, and maybe that was the gist of their conversation, or the impetus of their conversation.
Good word.
But regardless, no, I'm with you. They're not gonna do any team friendly deal just to get some money. They want all the money.
Right. And just to kind of suss this out, because I think the theory that was coming from that side of the argument was, well, we know that there are people out there that are souring on C.J. Stroud and his capabilities, or whatever. What else you want to put in there, right? Mm-hmm. Whatever the downsides are to C.J. Stroud or being in that business, there are people that are acknowledging that, and we saw that with the insiders or like the executives kind of pointing to some of them saying no, still I would like him, and some of them saying I would I'm happy, that's not my problem.
Yeah.
But I think that it's still a split, and so I also came to this and going, I feel certain that C.J. Stroud would get his money if the Texans were to, like, let's say, try and trade him after this year. Right. I think C.J. Stroud would still get his money. And in order to try and suss this out, I was like, all right, what teams would need or would reasonably be in the business or in the market for that type of quarterback in a year? And so I actually listed them out. And so tell me if I'm wrong here. Now, there's a couple of them that I thought of that would be in the market, but I don't think that they would go for it because they're definitely drafting one with where they are.
That's what I was wondering.
And that's the Jets and the Cardinals.
Yeah, they'll draft.
I think they'll be high enough where they're looking into this draft that's upcoming, where you might have like 5 bona fide first round quarterbacks.
Right.
They're looking there. But then I also take you to the Miami Dolphins. They are absolutely looking for that type of quarterback next year. The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yes.
The Indianapolis Colts, I think, could easily be in here.
Could. We'll see. I mean, but they gave Daniel Jones some money.
There's a potential out coming up in this upcoming season, or after this upcoming season.
Yeah.
The New York Giants.
Yes. Well, yes.
Because this is the thing. The Jackson Dart thing, they seem to be enamored with him. I also think that with John Harbaugh stepping into that role, John Harbaugh is pragmatic, one. I think John Harbaugh knows the benefit of having a really good quarterback. And two, or rather three, Jackson Dart is the dude that, again, plays reckless like they're back, and I just don't know how long you should be in that business.
Yeah.
You know? Minnesota Vikings, clearly.
Yes.
I think the New Orleans Saints could be in this place. I don't know
about that one.
This one I was a little dicey on.
It depends on what Shuck does.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think that it could easily be a year where Tyler Shuck regresses to the mean and you go, oh, okay, this is not actually a solution. Now, he is still on that rookie deal, and maybe that would preclude them from doing it, but I think that'd be there. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I could see that.
I mean, they haven't even gotten a contract done with Baker Mayfield. I think the Los Angeles Rams could be in this place where they are like in a year, if Matt Stafford's like, all right, I think this is now where I'm done, they could be in the place where they go, hey, a C.J. Stroud talent is out there with Sean McVay, who knows that he can elevate the quarterback play as well.
Yeah.
Now, the complicating factor there is that they just spent a first-round pick on a quarterback in Ty Simpson. And so maybe they would be in a place where they're like, we want to see this out. But I think that feels – does that not feel like where the Vikings were with J.J. McCarthy? Now, I don't want to say that Ty Simpson is J.J. McCarthy, but I think that the Rams have the temerity to be like, no, we're not doing this just because of a first-round pick.
Yeah.
That could be a nice little trade asset too.
100%.
If that end up being a conversation, Houston get Ty Simpson back.
Seahawks, I think, could do this because they have an out on Darnold next year, and I think that the Seahawks also would be in that place where they go. I think that C.J. Stroud can easily be like what Darnold is as his peak and probably higher now. And then I also threw down some possibles.
I've got a couple of possibles. Go ahead.
Is Cleveland one of them? I was just like, they can't do it again, can they?
Well, they have to be.
But I think that the history would make it so that they couldn't.
The history tells you that they're impossible.
They couldn't.
What are 20-something starting quarterbacks, Figgy?
Yeah.
They couldn't just be like, hey, would we go to Houston, go to the same store for the quarterback again?
Yeah.
And pay those prices? Atlanta?
Yeah, I think that's a possible.
And then Carolina is the funny one to me.
The funny one to me is the Lions.
Oh, No, I didn't even put them in there. I feel like they like Daniel. I think that they like Jared Goff enough to where they might not be. I was trying to be really, really like judicious with this.
Yeah.
And the reason why the Cleveland, Atlanta, and Carolina are the teams that I would like maybe not is I think that they also might be teams that go, they're bad enough to just go and draft one.
Yeah.
And so, but I'm like, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams that I put up there as like reasonable still out there. I don't think that there's contractual pressure for CJ. I think he just goes, hey man, wait, and then somebody else will give me that payment in another year where the cost of the brick might have gone up by then. Where, I mean, he's already going to be playing on the rookie contract actual number this year in year 4 and the 5th year extension year 5. Like the additional extension will be money that kicks in later.
Yeah.
That honestly I think falls more on the Texans, where if they got the deal done now, you could spread that money out over more years and you don't wait for the next person to get their money. And so I vehemently disagree with the idea that CJ has like contractual pressure. He has winning on the field pressure, clearly.
Yeah.
But I don't think the contractual pressure actually factors in to what we're watching with CJ.
I agree. And Clint and Hayden S. Luke are joining us now.
I'm sorry, Luke. I've made this a part of your personality, man.
It's a good way to start the day.
And Clint has talked about this as well. I mean, the system is in play too, because we're talking about, is CJ Stroud, is there more pressure on him because of the contract to maybe even sign for something less? And we're both saying no, because, and I think there's an aspect from the other teams that might be interested, because they're like, in our system, he will thrive. You know, the system that he's in and down in Houston is not going to be his best fit. We'll take him.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I think most importantly, that's a real conversation, right? I mean, that's not just a hot take. That's not just a pot stir. There's a real anybody that covers the game and anybody that's covered the game for any amount of time has watched guys. We watched Deshaun Watson do it here. I mean, if anybody's honest about that scenario, they won some games and Deshaun was great as a player, but it was a constant tug of war or constant square peg round hole kind of deal, and so we're not foreign to it around here. But yeah, look, I don't think that's it's unfortunate for us, because if it happens somewhere else, it's going to be like, what the hell? Why didn't that happen here?
Right.
But you're very right. I mean, there is you put CJ Stroud. I'll die on this hill. I don't want to die on too many CJ Stroud heels, but I'll die on this hill. You put him in a system where we're going to build this thing in every sense of the phrase around you, and we're going to make you the priority. I think CJ balls out.
I mean, imagine a world in which Sam Darnold doesn't work out, and Clint gets hit.
Yeah.
All right. We'll take him. Yeah. We'll pay him.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, Sam's not in Vegas right now, so it would be. What's his name? But I get your point.
Yeah. Who's their OC again? I've forgotten who they hired.
You wouldn't know his name if you said it. They moved the guy up. He was from inside the organization.
But you get my point. Like Seattle would be like, we'll take him.
Ryan Fleury. That's right.
Yeah, there's no doubt. There's no doubt about it that there is a that is a CJ sitting there. I said this before. Guys, I think the Texans are nuts if they offered him a contract, and I think CJ's nuts if he accepted anything they offered.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so I think you're at a stalemate, and I think it's easy. It's not everybody CJ should have paid this, should have paid that. It ain't that easy, man. And so I'm with you guys in the sense of and now it's unfortunate for CJ Stroud though. That's the deal, is he ultimately the further removed you get from that rookie year, the less people remember it, right? And nobody's going to sit there next year at this point in time and go, yeah, we're going to pay him $60 million a year. Never mind the fact that he's kind of regressed ever since that rookie year. And boy, that system, it was really difficult in that system. Any way you slice it, it's going to impact CJ Stroud unless he goes out there and balls.
Right.
Period, point blank.
Yeah.
And so it's unfortunate that he's in a quote unquote, contract year, but he's got to deal with the situation that he's in. And let the chips fall, man. That is the positive about it, boys. Is like if you're a mentor to CJ Stroud, there ain't nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Hey, it's like mom and dad. Hey, you can piss and moan about mom and dad. You can hate mom and dad. You can do everything you want. Can't change them. That's what you got. That's your mama. That's your daddy. Hey, there ain't nothing CJ Stroud can do. Nick Caley is his offensive coordinator next year.
Yeah.
He has absolutely got to do the best he can with that, and because that's the hand he was dealt, unfortunately.
Very much so. I want to appreciate D&M Audleys for the crosstalk and remind you that you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Luke Morrow sitting in with our guy Clint Stoerner on the drive today. And Luke, I realized as he called you hating ass Luke before he even referred to you as Luke.
I do it ironically because he's not.
I might have created a monster. And is that how you feel at all, ever?
No, I appreciate it. We talked about it. I think Seth and I talked about it like a week or two ago about Jeremy Fowler was saying like people are indifferent on C.J. Stroud. Mm-hmm. And so as we were saying, like you want somebody to have some sort of thought. So either call me real positive or call me call me a hater, I guess. Either way, at least you're thinking.
Just remember me.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a bad thing. There's no such thing as bad publicity.
I wonder how that conversation went, Luke. I must have missed it.
What's that? About being indifferent on Stroud?
Especially in this city.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how you can't be indifferent.
Yeah, Jeremy Fowler was saying that the NFL, that the league as a whole was like indifferent on Stroud from a voting perspective or whatever it was.
I think that when it came to the top 10, though, and I think that's the tough part is when you're talking about who you're going to put in the top 10. I understand you this year being indifferent on C.J. Stroud. Mm-hmm. What I found interesting, was that still the Jeremy Fowler, or was that somebody else that undertook this one where they asked specifically how coaches would or how executives would do this? And it felt like they were split one way or the other. It was polar, where some executives were like, nah, he's still a young, talented quarterback that I'd be in the business of. And there were others that were like, woo, glad that's not my decision to make.
Right.
And so I took that as there's still places in the league that are like, you don't want him out? You don't want to finish that?
Yeah.
I'll take that biscuit off your plate. And C.J. Stroud is indeed that biscuit.
Oh, there will be plenty of demand. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you've got the Arizonas of the world and Miami. They may have found their guy, but we'll see. But you don't
believe that.
You've got a handful.
You don't believe that.
Well, no, I don't know. I was a big fan of his coming out. I was a big fan of his coming out. Yeah, I mean, I liked him coming out. I say big fan's probably a little stretch.
Okay,
I liked him coming out, and it didn't work out, obviously. But I don't know. I didn't follow them closely enough, and it was too small of a sample size in Green Bay. All you can say in Green Bay is like, hey, the dude finally got somewhere where he had some. It wasn't dysfunctional around him, right? And he showed some promise. So I don't know if Miami's got it figured out or not. But there's a handful of teams out there, man. You look around. I mean, they ain't gonna be real picky if a guy like C.J. Stroud comes available. So,
I was just doing the accounting. I had nine teams that I feel like reasonably
Jets.
The Jets, I think they're going to draft one.
No. Anybody that drafts one obviously wouldn't, but right now they would take his ass in a hurry.
Agreed. Right. I put the Jets, the Cardinals, probably the Panthers, and the Falcons as teams that are probably going to be bad enough to just draft a guy in this really good class. But I had Dolphins, Steelers, Colts, Giants, Vikings, Saints, Bucks, Rams, and Seahawks as teams that I think in a year could easily be in a place where they go, oh, you have a out there? So let's talk to you.
Yeah. Ooh, you put the Super Bowl champs in there, huh?
Yeah, and there's a potential out in Sam Darnold's deal after this year.
Sam ain't going nowhere. Sam's one of them good soldiers, baby. Super Bowl, surround me with talent. I'll take that lesson.
Okay.
Sam ain't going nowhere, man. He was seeing ghosts a couple years ago, Chief.
Yeah.
He ain't going nowhere. I just don't know how you can look. If you don't do your due diligence and it's, and you don't have an opinion, that's one thing. But like if you really dig into what's going on in Houston offensively, the decision makers, the switching the offensive coordinator, the regression, the O-line problems, I don't know how you can be indifferent about, because you got a guy that was, they'd have paid him $60 million a year after his rookie year if they could have.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
And they're saying, I heard somebody earlier talking about, well, I think D'Amico Ryans, I think it was on with Gelb and B. Scott.
Yeah.
It was Haley talking about, well, yeah, D'Amico Ryans in a really good spot. You put your arm around him and tell him that nobody else wants you, but I want you. No, you can't do that, Haley.
Yeah.
Because you've proven you don't want. Right now, you don't want to get in bed with him. You won't pay him.
Yeah.
So you can't be that guy. So it's like for you to not have a feel one way or the other.
If you want me, pay me.
Come on, man. There's got to be some kind of.
We've all worked somewhere where they try and run that play, and you like, who you fooling? I see my paycheck. What you mean?
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing too is like, and I've said it on these airways, but there's no way that big football minds, and I'm talking about these national TV guys, don't look at what's going on the offensive side of the football. And look, I know you love D'Amico. I know you love Nick. I know everybody loves them, and they're doing a good job. But I don't know how none of those people look at them and go, ooh, boy, that's been rough.
Yeah.
Man, that's CJ. That guy we saw play these decisions have been made. This offensive line has not been fixed.
Yeah.
And now the kid's hanging out there, going to have to play his fourth year without the life security kind of deal.
Yeah.
It's Well, you got to feel some kind of way, right?
Yeah.
Right, Lou?
That's what we were saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm
you
glad.
feel some kind of way about it.
Full circle. Glad you feel some sort of way about my opinions.
All right, fellas. Excited to hear what you got for the 4 hours on a Monday. 2 more sleeps, gentlemen.
Yep.
2 more sleeps till we get to be out there at Houston Texans training camp. But until then, J-Law, I'll catch you tomorrow for a Tuesday
You sure
show.
will.
Fellas, have a great one. You're listening. I already got you that. But appreciation again to D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live. I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Luke Morrow. T. Mills on the ones and twos behind the glass. Would you call them the steel wheels, Luke? Is that what you call them? I like that.
That's right, steel wheels.
I like that a lot. I mean, it sounds like one of them KIKK FM, one of them Kick FM type of Pasadena get down back in the day, man. When KIKK was a thing now. But Ron the Show Hughley is out. He's out there rooster telling. He's got some problems holding it down, boys. He's got some problems holding. Must have ate something on the plane, or
hold on, though.
Yeah, must have had some of that San Antonio Mexican food. Got to him, boy. He went down there and tried to enjoy San Antonio and got that old bug. But
did he eat some lettuce?
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. He is a salad eater these days.
You know, he's trying to get it slim.
If he's watching his what he's eating, man, he does eat a little lettuce. But I think they found that lettuce bug. That's what I told him. I texted him immediately, Luke, and I said, I hope you lose 10+ pounds, brother. I mean, I will not run away from a good, strong case of diarrhea, boy. I mean, I could afford to lose 10 or 15. And the leanest I've ever been in a photo, by the way, is, I mean, I don't know what I was doing at the lake, but I'd spent about 3 or 4 days not leaving the apartment, and then everybody went to the lake, and I went. Somebody snapped a photo, Luke, and your boy looked like straight bodybuilder, shredded. And I was like, damn, I didn't know I had that. 2 days later, that old water weight came back on. that extra blanket put back on. Boy, the abs disappeared. I said, oh, hell. But, yeah, man, hope my man gets to feel a little better and back with us tomorrow. I do want to – I'm going to remind everybody this. This weekend was big, boys. This weekend was big for multiple reasons. But I can't tell you how many times I had people walk up and nudge me, T. Hey, what's this 95.7 thing about? What's going on with this fan? I said, well, let's sit back and let me tell you about it. If you hadn't heard, August 13, we are flipping over to the FM dial. No reason to worry that the AM dial is still going to work as well as it is right now. I can't guarantee it's going to work any better. But 95.7 over on FM is going to be the fan, and that's who we're going to be, and that's where we're going to be. And it is about more reach. It's about a crispy connection. And a lot easier for folks that don't know what an AM dial is to find us over there on the FM dial. Used to, you had to dig deep down in that 100.3 HD stuff to find us. That is, if you had HD. Well, now you're going to be able to find us on that FM. Stay plugged. I'm going to remind you many a times today, but it's going to be a much easier listen, and we're going to turn this thing up a notch for you as we flip over there to the FM dial. So stay plugged in. We're super excited about that. I tell you what else I'm excited about, Luke, is the Astros. The Astros, they've won 5 of the last 6 against some quality opponents, I would say. Looked really, really good doing so. And instead of just 30,000-foot view in this thing, I want to drill down real quick because this is big. This is big. I didn't express it on these airwaves the way that I internally was processing this. I was worried about Hunter Brown. I was worried about Hunter Brown in a way of not just, boy, he's performed bad a little bit. And look, I wasn't necessarily on a Hunter Brown track and watching every article that was written about him, but I obviously see the 2 or 3 back-to-back performances that weren't ideal, subpar to put it nicely. Right, I remember initially when he came back from his injury, the velocity being down, and that kind of planted a seed of like, man, is he good? Is he okay? Is there some kind of strain or some kind of injury? Is he not going to get back to 100%? And then all of a sudden, you start digging into those previous games, and you realize, man, he's walking 4, 5, 6 guys in a game. What the hell is going on with Hunter Brown? And so I was really concerned of like, have we seen the best Hunter Brown we're going to see in 2026? Could he potentially be hurt? Well, Luke, this weekend was big for the Astros on many fronts, but Hunter Brown is back, folks. Hunter Brown is back. There's no need for me. I don't know if anybody out there was under this impression. There's no need to worry about his health. My man was touching 97, 98 throughout his outing. hadn't heard this discussed in a while, but 17 plus inches of break on some of his off-speed stuff. The other cat that he faced was on the mound was getting 14 or 15, and I was waiting for him to say that Hunter wasn't getting that much. They said, no, he's getting 17 plus. I said, oh my God. So he's getting the movement on his off-speed stuff. 7 innings, 2 hits, 7 strikeouts, and most importantly, no walks. Hunter Brown's performance this weekend for all Astros fans had to be a big confidence boost moving forward.
Yeah, for sure. Because really, the only guy you could count on in that rotation previously was Lambert.
Big Pete.
That was it. And Hunter Brown, like you were saying, I mean, since returning, the numbers had not been great. Was averaging less than 5 innings to start, had almost as many walks as strikeouts. It was ugly. So to see that old Hunter Brown return, at least for one outing over the weekend, certainly promising, because you're going to need him if you want to go anywhere. Not only making it to the playoffs, but like once you get to the playoffs, you actually need 3 starters at minimum you can rely on. And prior to this weekend, I think, again, we only felt good about Lambert. Now at least you have Hunter Brown. And if you were to make it to the postseason, you throw those two, and then, I don't know, you figure out the rest. You hope Ime has a good night in Game 3. But you need enough starting pitching between now and then to be able to actually compete in a postseason series. And right now, they still don't have it, but at least Hunter Brown, I mean, that's such a huge boost for this rotation and for this team here coming down the final 2 months.
Well, Luke, it's not like this team's not foreign, and we as a fan base are not foreign to, hey, man, we got 2 big boy starters that are pitching really well, and then we're going to figure out a way to get 3 innings out of this guy, and we're going to piggyback, and we're going to – I mean, there was – I don't remember what that was, but I know it was the combination of Ronel Blanco, Jose Urquidy, I think Christian Javier was even in that mix. There may have been even one more. Every time they took the bump, we'd be on the right talking about, hey, man, can we get 3? Mm-hmm. Hey, can we, if he makes it to 4, it's a win for us. And we were in the playoffs doing well. So it's not like we're foreign to that. I'm not saying that's a path that we want to take by any means, but it's not that we're foreign to it. To your point, though, Luke, there is – I mean, let's be honest, man. If the Hunter Brown thing is bigger than just having another starter. I mean, you have no. We've talked a lot about just getting the playoffs, and I said I think the Astros just get to the playoffs and then see if you can get hot and maybe upset a few people. I don't think it's a legit. This team is ready to make a legitimate run, even though the AL is awful. So who knows what could happen? But the point is you have no chance. I don't give a damn how bad the AL is. You have no chance if you don't have that one dude that you know can swing a series. Like, if you don't have that one, whether it's the first start in a series or the last start in a series or somewhere along the way, if you don't have a guy that you know, hey, we've got a really good chance of getting this game right. If you don't have a true ace that can give you that, you just – I mean, the playoffs, you're going to be a joke in the playoffs. So not only is it the starter, the number of starters as you count down, but that guy being – the one that's coming back and pitching well is huge.
Yeah, and then just peace of mind in general. Like, even beyond this year or trying to make the playoffs, you know, when you see Hunter Brown pitched so well last year and then you have this injury and he comes back and he's not pitching very well, there's concerns of, okay, how long could the recovery be? And then, you know, knock on wood, you never want to think that one injury like that could alter a guy's career. But we saw a trade happen over the weekend in baseball where the Red Sox moved on from one of their young pitchers who right now has some elbow issues. And part of the thought is, well, you know, maybe this is going to become a bigger issue than has been let on. So point being, like, you never want your ace to have an injury and then really scuffle afterwards. So it's nice to have, even just for the peace of mind for next year and beyond, beyond even the postseason this year, to know, okay, Hunter Brown, he's back to the Hunter Brown we were expecting. Again, at least for one outing. Hopefully this is the start of something. But it was good to see that Hunter Brown from a year ago, hoping that that's what you get now moving forward.
Astros winners of 5 of the last 6. 2 impressive series. One they swept. One they just won. And this brings me to this. 2 games back in the division. 2 games back in the wild card. Luke, are the Astros out? Look, we're a week away from the trade deadline. Are the Astros out of the cellar conversation now that we're a week away and we're sitting that close to wild card and the division lead?
I think they've always are out of the cellar conversation just because of Dana Brown's situation. He needs to try to save his job, and so I imagine he'll do whatever he can to do so. But I think if we're being realistic, to me, this Astros team should be sellers regardless. I think, as I've been saying all along, you need to focus on the record. Those are the numbers to pay attention to, as opposed to games back. Yeah, they're only 2 games out of a playoff spot, but they're still under 500, and we're almost in August. And as you saw yesterday, like Eric Getty goes back on the IL, and they got knocked around yesterday. You can still see the holes show up far too free, as we said yesterday. The offense is still not deep enough. It's too inconsistent, too reliant on homers and Jordan. And the pitching just has so many issues right now where now the hope is like Hayden Wisniewski's going to come back and take Arrighetti's spot. Like you feel a whole lot better about that. So I think this is, as I told you before we came on the air, I think this is the turning point for this organization. And you could really improve this team by being sellers here in the next week. Problem is, when you have Dana Brown, who's fighting for his job, he has no motivation to be a seller. I think they're going to be buyers no matter what happens between now and Monday.
I like where you landed, but I'm going to have to boo. Wet blanket, Tyler. We can't get away from that wet blanket in that seat over here next to me, man.
Ain't Nestle.
I mean, golly, look, the New England Patriots made a run all the way to a Super Bowl, man, in a bad AFC. Can the Astros make a run to a World Series in a bad AL?
No, I don't think so. I think the Patriots are
not a good comp.
No, it's actually not bad. I honestly haven't thought about it, but I do think that the Patriots are a better team compared to their peers than the Astros right now. The Patriots weren't sitting at their bye 4-6. Like I think we could turn this
around.
Didn't
sneak in. Huh?
Yeah, right. So
they had one of the better records in the AFC.
In the AFC.
Yeah. I said AFL, AFC. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see, man. Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity, y'all. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. All right, y'all, Texans vets, they report Wednesday. The old heads get to camp, man. Camp is here. Top 3 topics, right? We've talked about a lot of stuff this offseason, right? We'll narrow down to 3 topics that you need to be dialed in on as a fan once Wednesday gets here when camp starts. That's next. Before we do that, though, I'm going to tell you about Fielder's Choice. Look, if you're an athletic director or a superintendent out there and you're in charge of making decisions on the sports fields at your school, right? Are they natural grass now? You flipping the infields on softball and baseball over to artificial? Is it time to re-up, rip and replace, put new turf down? Hey, are you redoing all of your facilities? How about your tennis courts and utility fields and things of that nature? If you're an athletic director or a superintendent that's making those decisions, you need to know who Fielder's Choice is. There is no doubt about it. All my general contractors out there, engineers, architects, and the sports construction.
Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron the Show Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in, and The Drive is live, baby. T-Mills on the ones and twos. He needs no introduction, and you know it. You don't even need to hear his voice. You hear it. You hear it coming through the radio loud and clear, baby. Texans, they crank up. Veterans actually report to training camp and on Wednesday. Are they actually practicing on Wednesday, T, or is it a Thursday practice?
As far as I know, I believe they're practicing out on the practice field Wednesday.
Okay, little. Either way it goes, I mean, you'd rather practice when you report. Either way it goes, it's they'll be in there Wednesday, and the season is getting cranked up. And there are a ton of storylines. There's no doubt about it. There are a ton of storylines, and we talk a lot about the offensive coordinator. We talk a lot about the quarterback. Hell, we talk a lot about the general manager and how he built this thing. But the reality of it, meet the road Wednesday, Thursday, this week, and practice cranks up. I got the top three things for the Houston Texans. And you ain't going to believe this, but I just realized as I was saying that none of these three things right here, Luke, involve the general manager, the offensive coordinator, or the quarterback, which is a relief. I love talking all that game, but it's good to realize that there's some bigger stories or some more important stories to the 2026 season that are out there. And I'm going to go from the bottom up. Top three things to watch or listen for in Texans training camp as it pertains to this year's team winning more games and having a chance to make a run at a Super Bowl. We know who our quarterback's going to be. We know who our offensive coordinator is going to be. It's just a matter of we'll see how they execute together and how that fit works. Number three, I'm sorry, first and foremost, this year in training camp, Jalen Noel. I've said it a million times. When you look at the wide receiver group for the Texans, I think in terms of pelts on the wall, we know who they are. We know what they're bringing to the table. This group leaves a lot to be desired. The pass catchers, let's not just put it on wide receivers, the pass catchers. And I think it's proof every single time, guys, that I see a Texans pass catcher weapons list, Tank Dell is at the top. We don't even know if Tank Dell is going to be able to go when the season gets here. Hell, we don't know if he's going to be able to go mid-season at this point in time. We know he can run without a limp, and we know he can change direction without a limp. But I think it was you, Luke, that I heard say it. When's he going to be ready for violence? That's going to be the real teller. So when your list includes Tank Dell so early on, given what Tank Dell has gone through, I think that speaks for itself. But Jalen Noel being that slot receiver, really being, if we start here, being any receiver, being a receiver that produces for this offense is an absolute must. He doesn't just have to play and play a lot. He's got to produce in a big way, Luke. And then you look at the offense and where this offense has been at its best, back to those New England days, there was a shifty, change of direction, real headsy type player in that slot position to complement the tight end group. So I just think Jalen Noel, for me, is number three in terms of I want to see him from day one getting a lot of rep. It's plug and play, and we've seen him have good chemistry with C.J. Stroud. Does that continue? Does it start right away in training camp, and does it continue throughout?
Yeah, I'm with you. Honestly, I'd probably put I don't disagree with anything you said. I might put Tank Dell on that list just to see what we get from him. But to your point, and as I've been saying all offseason, anything you get, in my opinion, anything you get from Tank Dell's gravy, and I don't know what he can bring to the table. So maybe it's unrealistic to keep my eyes peeled for him in these next couple of weeks, and he is further away. But either way, it goes back to the overall message that you're delivering of the questions in this wide receiver room and how someone needs to step up, whether that is some sort of version of Tank Dell this year, or certainly these young guys like Jalen Noel. And, the last 2 years they brought in a veteran with Stephon Diggs, Christian Kirk. They chose not to do that. And we talk so much about Stroud and this offense and the offensive line, but nothing was really done for this wide receiver room. So they're counting on these young receivers to step up. we'll find out if it's too much to ask for. And so to that point, I'm certainly with you that pick your poison in that wide receiver room, but that obviously is one of the big storylines to see who will step up and how those guys look here these next couple of weeks.
Well, you look at that. There's another segment that you mentioned there, Luke. Is you look at the guys that have been injured, that are kind of wild cards. You can even narrow it down to pass catchers. Tank Dell, Brevin Jordan. I think Cade Stover could even be one of those guys, given how much he's been injured. And so you start doing that math, and you go, boy, you could have a who's the bigger wild card if they are healthy.
Right.
I tried to keep this list to guys that we don't really know who they are, what they're capable of. Their expectations are going to be through the roof, and the way if they produce at any level, they're going to change the dynamic of the team. I think Jalen Knoll is number 3. Number 2, this may surprise you. I'm going with rookie Caden McDonald. I think Caden McDonald there's not much of a need on this defense. Mm-hmm. And I have not seen Caden McDonald in person. But there's not much of a need on this defense, and the two places where there is room to upgrade. Not that they were bad, but there was room that they could upgrade. One of them is at that safety position, I think, next to Kalen Bullock, and the other one is in between the tackles at that D tackle position. Right, and Caden McDonald is as big of a force as some believe that he is. It could absolutely change the dynamic of this defense. If you put all of a sudden, and it doesn't even have to be an every down guy. If he's just a first and second down run stuffer, you add that next to Togiai on the inside on first and second down with Will and Daniil outside, you've got as good a front as there could possibly be in the NFL if this young fella is ready to go right out of the gate.
Yeah, no doubt. I was on the air at B. Scott at the time right after the draft, and he thought that this is the guy that's going to put this defense, bring them to that next tier, kind of like you alluded to, of that's already one of the top defenses in the league. He could help them become really elite. And a lot of people love that pick for the Texans, that he was able to drop that far. So when you talk about those rookies, I mean, obviously, the eyes are going to be they're going to be in the trenches, offensive line and Rutledge, and then the defensive line to see what he can bring. But no, I'm with you there. It will be interesting and could be very exciting to see what he brings to this defense here these next couple of weeks.
Well, look, it's easy to overlook him because there's so much good on this defense, and I think this boils down to the reason I'm excited to see him. This boils down to a visual thing for me. You see a lot of players, and unfortunately, the one I mentioned didn't pan out, but you see a Kenyon Green as a first-round draft pick. And the minute he walks out, you're like, yeah, dude's got to get in shape.
Right.
Yeah, dude's got to – I mean, he's either a baby and just hasn't developed yet, or he's lazy and his body is a production of that, right? Like there was – like that's the visual of it. And – if this kid comes walking, if this Caden McDonald comes walking out of there and in pads, he looks like a man amongst boys and is built different, the expectations for me go to, all right, he should be on the field, and not just this rotational piece kind of because somebody gets hurt, but he should be on the field pretty consistently on first and second down, to say the least. So Jalen Knoll, it's more of plug and play, explosive, twitchy, change of direction, great chemistry with C.J. Stroud. To Caden McDonald, I just want to see you. I just want to see you and see what you're built like and what you're capable of doing. Number 1 for me is obviously the O-line. We've talked a lot about, you mentioned Keelan Rutledge, the first overall pick this year for the Texans. I'm going to go further. Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith, all 3 of those guys, and hell, we can add Ingram in there if you want to. This should be a different look, and I've already seen Braden Smith, by the way. I'd seen Braden Smith play a lot on TV and even at the games, but I saw him up close at one of the OTAs walk by. He's built different. You want to talk about just a guy that just looks different than the Texans' offensive line. I mean, I can't remember a Texans offensive line looking the part that I covered. I mean, because I remember guys like Smitty's group with Big Dwayne on one side and Smitty. I mean, Smitty was as thick as you come from your nose to your toes, just built the way you want a guard to be built. And you look down that list, those guys look the part. I've already seen Braden Smith look the part. I think Keelan Rutledge is what I hope McDonald is. He's built it well also. But those 4 offensive linemen, it just has to be a complete different vibe at camp. I don't. This is a group to me. This is a group to me, fellas, that this can't be a we're 8 games in and the O-line product is a little bit better. We should see an entire different approach to offensive football and how the offensive line walks, talks, punches folks, how physical they are, and you don't just wait till Sunday of game day to do that. That should start pretty much day one out there in training camp. So I think for me, the O-line, for obvious reasons and some, the O-line is the big watch in training camp this year.
Yeah, it has to be number one. And I think we continue to kind of gloss over the fact of specifically Keelan Rutledge, of this idea that he's going to make the move to center. We talk so much about this offensive line and how much better it needs to be for Stroud, and then you're going to have a rookie center, which is tough enough, let alone potentially a rookie center who's playing the position for the first time. So that's to me, obviously, the offensive line, but that's the huge question where I feel like we're all glossing over. It's almost like a Moneyball when they try to move Scott Hatteberg to first base, and Brad Pitt says it's, tell him how easy it is, and Ron Washington says it's incredibly hard. I feel like it's like we're all just assuming like, oh yeah, it's going to be fine. I still have a lot of questions about a rookie center playing the position for the first time, trying to lead this offensive line. So yeah, absolutely, it's number one for training camp.
I ain't gonna boo you on that one because boy, you speaking my language right there. It is a tall task to ask a young fella like that to come in here and not only reshape the O-line, make them more physical, and then, oh, by the way, command the line of scrimmage the way that you're going to have to in this particular offense with as much communication that is required. So good luck with that. We'll see, man. The O-line, for multiple reasons, from several different angles, are definitely the number one story going into training camp for the Houston Texans. Hopefully we get more great reports than bad reports from that particular piece. All right, believe it or not, Texans offseason hype, reports, audio, and much, much more. We got a little something we got to ask you. Luke, you believe it or not? Coming up next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Ooh, I can't believe it. Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th.
Believe it or not.
Sports Radio 610 presents
The strange, the bizarre, the unexpected.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Believe it or not.
Believe it or not, baby. Have my pacing right? Believe it or not.
Believe it or not.
There you go. Boy, I'm coachable. I'm telling you, I'm coachable. Ron the Show, Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. Tyler Milner's on the ones and twos. And believe it or not, I'll tell you what it is. There's a lot of hype in the offseason, a lot of talking going on in the offseason. Players, coaches, general managers, media, national and local. A lot of hype. Do you believe it or not? We've ran down a list of the offseason hype, and some we're buying, some we believe, some we do not. Now, we just got through talking about rookie Caden McDonald and how important he could be for this defense to help take this great defense to being even better than they were last year. I think it's almost like C.J. Stroud's rookie year. You were so good last year, like duplicating that season is going to be very difficult to do. I think health is going to be the biggest part of it. But if this team is going to get better in the offseason, if this team is going to get better by adding players, I think Caden McDonald in the draft was a good add. And then I think the offseason free agent sign was a big one. Reed Blankenship signed a 3-year, $24.75 million contract with the Texans. $16.5 million was guaranteed. $7.25 million of it was a signing bonus. He's going to play opposite Kalen Bullock, and he's going to play behind, obviously, Azeez Al-Shaair. I like the signing. I needed to hear more, Luke. I needed to hear more. Could he make this group, a little bit? Could he make them better? Could he make them more consistent? Could he be more of a consistent force that can stay healthy and play that position? Having won a Super Bowl, by the way, obviously a sharp player. By the way, I did not know this, 2022 undrafted, free agent. He was a free agent to Philly, worked his way into the starting role and ended up winning a Super Bowl. So in a short career, he has had a lot of success. Offseason, he comes to Houston, and obviously the players and the coaches are asked about Reed Blankenship. And here is Azeez Al-Shaair, the quarterback of the defense. Do you believe it or not? He's talking about Reed Blankenship and how much better he can potentially make this defense through his communication.
Yeah, I think the thing that I love about Reed, it feels like having just another linebacker on the field, and I say that in the way that he communicates, just urgency. You can tell he's obviously done it at an extremely high level. Already has Super Bowl to show for it, and all the experience and stuff like that. So I think the number one thing that I like is just seeing that his communication, even when he's not saying the right thing, like me and him, we're talking and communicating back and forth, but he's echoing everything and talking to the defense. But there's been times where I might say a call and I was wrong, and he's yelling the right thing, whereas other times maybe I'll say it and maybe somebody might not hear it or whatever, but I just think the biggest thing that I've enjoyed about Reed being here is just that communication piece. Obviously, I know the ability and the talent that he has, which is why he's here in the first place, but I think that's something that I enjoy just about him so far.
Extension of the coaching staff, communication piece. Luke, do you believe it or not that it's going to make this team that much better on defense?
Yeah, I'll believe it. Where I might nitpick is I don't know how much more room there is to grow, at least this category. I don't know how much better it can make an already elite defense, but I do buy the overall idea. He is, and it's maybe not saying a whole lot, but this guy in that secondary, so you get some of that veteran leadership to come in there and help be that second voice back there and help with the communication, so I can buy into that. And I also think part of it too is when you get somebody that comes in from another organization, it can be helpful too. Sometimes it can be daunting because they're almost the outside guy looking in, but for Reed it seems like he's acclimated himself well. And when you get somebody who comes from elsewhere, it's almost like person that moves away from home and they can have more life experiences, or just everybody's so used to doing it one way that when you add a veteran at Reed Blankenship, it's like when you bring somebody new to the company that's not just like a yes man. I think that can be beneficial in general, let alone potentially for this defense as well. So all that is to say, I do buy it. I don't know if it's going to have some sort of huge impact because this defense is already so good, but I do buy the overall sentiment.
I buy it big time, Luke. I buy it big time. Look, this defense is already so good. Again, I think it's going to be difficult to replicate the season they had last year just solely on a being healthy basis. But if you talk about this team in the offseason, Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans and company making moves to make this team better. I think they added that piece in interior-wise that we've talked about quite a bit the last 2 segments, Caden McDonald. That's just a body. That's just a big body that's capable of doing things that some of your current players aren't capable of doing, right? This communication piece could be absolutely huge because think about it. He's playing next to a young safety in Kalen Bullock that's obviously a ball hawk. By the way, did you know that Kalen Bullock had 10 interceptions already and Reed Blankenship's got 9 in his career? I saw that post they were the other day. You don't – I mean, I don't anyway. Just top of mind, realize just how good Kalen Bullock has been. I know he's been really good. I like him, but when you start putting those numbers to paper, you're like, good God! I mean, more than some of these guys in their career already. But he's playing next to a young guy in Kalen Bullock. He's playing inside a young guy in Kamari Lassiter. We saw last year how detrimental just the communication piece could be when they brought in Chauncey Gardner-Johnson or whatever the hell his name was. It's Johnson Gardner Johnson. Which one was it? CJGJ? CJG? Something like that.
Now you have me second guessing. Gardner Johnson, right?
You know which one I'm talking about. The one that couldn't figure it out. But you bring him in here, and the communication piece, can't trust where he's going to be. He's not communicating. I don't know if it was just he thought he was better than he really was, or he wouldn't buy in, or whatever. But you can see how detrimental early in the season early this past season was it this season? Yeah, that actually was just on the scoreboard. So that piece of just having a guy that's going to be where he's supposed to be when he's supposed to be there is absolutely huge. But when you talk about the communication piece, I mean, Azeez Al-Shaair just said, when I'm wrong, he corrects me. And Azeez Al-Shaair is one that typically aces the test. Mm-hmm. Very rarely is he wrong. So if he has a guy behind him that's going to help make sure that the alignment assignment piece of this thing is right, never mind if Azeez Al-Shaair ever goes down or misses a couple of games for an illegal hit or something like that, which he's definitely got in his bag. Never mind the piece that then Reed Blankenship be a big communicator, a veteran communicator, how big that is. When Azeez is on the field, to have that guy behind him with that communication piece, I think is absolutely huge. Then you throw in the Super Bowl experience, obviously. They've got this thing damn near, assuming a couple of things work out, they've got this defense damn near to where you can't find a problem. At the cornerback position, if the Jalen Smith kid, if he's healthy, if he can stay healthy, got injured last year, you've got another corner that can rock and roll. The flexibility of Kamari Lassiter that can roll inside at the nickel if anything were to happen to Petrie, that kind of deal. Now you've got the safety position figured out. I mean, I guess, Luke, you could look at the edge rushers and say, the depth at the edge rusher position right now is a little bit unknown and could probably be better. Mm-hmm. But other than that, man, you look across the board, and especially in that starting lineup, you look across the board, it's really difficult to find a weak spot. Not a weak link. It's a couple of things work out the way that they expect them to work out. It's going to be tough to just find a weak spot, much less a weak link in this group.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the concern just becomes for any team if there's just any sort of injuries, but you can never plan for that, and you just hope it doesn't happen. But it's why Todd Haley, I heard on these airwaves yesterday with Zach Gelb and Brandon Scott saying that this Texans defense could be there with the 2000 Ravens and the 85 Bears as like one of the all-time legendary defenses because, as he said, same idea. Like I can't find a weakness on this defense. If I was an offensive coordinator preparing to go up against this team, there's no weakness to try to attack. I don't know what I would try to do against this team. So I completely with Reed, it reminds me of almost like Harrison Smith in Minnesota, where granted Harrison Smith, much better safety. He's a Hall of Famer. We'll see what the rest of Reed's career brings, but I don't know if he's on a Hall of Fame trajectory. But nonetheless, the idea that the Vikings keep trying to bring Harrison Smith back even at the end of his career here because he is such a great quarterback for that defense, that adds enough value. He might not be as quick or he might not be as good as he once was, but his communication and his ability to direct guys is what brings the value now for someone like Harrison Smith. And so for Reed to bring something similar from a communication perspective, certainly can be obviously a huge boost for this defense.
You got to be a Vikings fan.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. I was going to say you bring Harrison into this piece. I like Harrison, though. Big fan. I do like watching him play, but unfortunately, the Vikings don't do much for him. I mean, we got to, knowing that now, we got to get into that quarterback situation. Believe it or not, real quick, though, Foster Moreau, tight end, another ad this offseason. I'm assuming was brought in to be more of an inline guy, hand in the dirt, to do some things that he's familiar with the system and maybe bring something to the table that not many other guys do. Will Anderson on the Texans defense is on the record of talking, like literally mentioning, talking about how much more physical this group has been, this offseason has been, and literally dropped the name of Foster Moreau. Do you believe that Foster Moreau has that kind of impact on this team or not?
I'm starting to believe it because I talked about this, I think, one day when I was in with John Lopez, but the fact that these guys keep just dropping Foster's name almost organically in all of these conversations or interviews, whenever you bring up unprompted, I compared it to the Diana Rossini when people went back and looked like, oh, she kept mentioning Mike Vrabel in a lot of interviews. Maybe that should have been a red flag. Whenever you mention somebody unprompted, there's something to that. And we're getting a lot of Texans players just name-dropping Foster Moreau unprompted this offseason. So I think he has shown some promise of why they're impressed, and I also think he will play a big role, which is another reason why people keep talking about this guy. I think he will be an important part of the offense.
There is no doubt about it in this particular offense. You know, one thing we talk about Gronkowski in New England, and we always talk about how great of a player he was overall. If you listen to Tom Brady, the most impressive thing that guy did was the blocking, the blocking piece. Now, he was great down the field and all that kind of deal, entertaining, but the blocking piece at the end of the line of scrimmage, it's an absolute game changer, and there's no doubt about it that the Texans need that piece. Dalton Schultz, I don't believe, is that guy. He's a willing blocker. He's not great. And Brevin Jordan, I think Cade Stover has lost weight. As I'm on record, Cade Stover is one of them that I got to. I hope everybody else sees what I saw and how quick he is and how much leaner he looks. But so Foster Moreau, I know. Look, if you just start by process of elimination, hell, there ain't nobody else they're going to lean into to play that connected tight end. So we shall see. Good little segment right there. Believe it or not, maybe have legs, huh, Tyler? Yordan Alvarez. I told y'all. It doesn't always come to fruition when my man shows around because he's driving the ship. But when I'm driving this thing, one, you never know what the hell's going to happen. It may come off the rails. But two, we have a Yordan Alvarez update, Triple Crown update. I don't know why, but I feel like I'm on an island. I'm the only one that is super fascinated with the potential of this. We'll see what Luke Morrow thinks next. Yordan Alvarez, Triple Crown watch coming up on The Drive.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Yordan's a go for launch. DRIPDROP20 for 20% off your first order. Head to DRIPDROP.com now and use promo code Radio20.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ryan Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. Tyler Milner's on the ones and twos. And I'm going to guess that when the Astros rattle off 5 or 6, T. Mills' best bets probably hit a few. Probably wasn't too shabby of a weekend for O.T. Mill. I know we're going to see in that 5 o'clock hour, but probably wasn't a bad weekend, was it, T?
The weekend overall for my betting, yes, you are correct. It was not too shabby whatsoever. Friday's 3 picks for the people on best bets could have been better, but we'll see. You'll see in the 5 o'clock hour.
Yeah, it's one reason to stay plugged in. 5 o'clock, T. Mill is going to get. I don't know if you want to fade him or if you want to if you want to ride with him. But
it's Monday, so you probably want to fade.
I tell you, Jordan Alvarez. This is for me, Luke, is a super fascinating watch. And the more I dig, the more fascinating it is to me. Right, we talked about Jordan Alvarez and the Triple Crown watch. I think it was Thursday or Friday. We broke down exactly where he was and how he was rolling. In the Triple Crown, it's only been done 12 times by 10 guys. Obviously, 2 guys did it twice. And that's in the entire Major League. That's not just AL and National League. That's in the entire – since 1920, I think it was, when – RBIs became a thing. Is 1920 right? Did they start? Did they start? I think it was 1920.
That's a good question. I don't know.
RBIs have been around a long time, over 100 years. But anyway, the it's just so rare, Luke. That I mean, I don't know why, but is this as fascinating to you as it is to me, or is it just too early to?
No, I think we're there. I don't think that often you get a guy that's still making this strong of a case heading into August. So I think it's fair to have these conversations because this doesn't happen every year.
Deepest run since Miggy Cabrera won it.
Oh,
for
really?
Somebody to lead in the 3 categories.
Wow. So exactly, that was the point I was just trying to make. Yeah, you have the data. Yeah. So we don't get this very often. So yeah, I think it's fair to be having this conversation and keep the watchful eye on.
Yeah, Ohtani didn't lead in all 3 categories, but he was competitive till early July, and then I can't remember who the other one was. Tyler, I don't know if you remember, but it was. Somebody else had carried it to like July 24th and then fell off. Yeah. 2 guys jumped him in average. And so Jordan Alvarez on the 25th was or the 24th, 25th, somewhere in there was the longest run since it was actually done. But here is where Jordan sits right now. Tell me which one of these things, Luke, you think is going to be the hardest for him to hold on to right now. Jordan Alvarez. By the way, Triple Crown is batting average, home runs, and RBIs, leading in all 3. You can go AL, you can go NL, and then the overall Major League Baseball has been done a handful of times. A handful of those guys that it's been done 12 times. A handful of those guys, I think 3 or 4 had done it. It wasn't just their conference; it was their overall. The overall Major League Baseball they won it. All right, here's where Jordan Alvarez sits right now in the Triple Crown watch. Average. He's first in the American League with at 323, right? He's third in Major League Baseball overall, but it's a tight race, man. I think he was actually second in overall Major League Baseball the last time we reported it. But Otto Lopez with the Marlins, he's first with 328, and Luis Arias is second with 327, and then Jordan Alvarez is third with 323. But he is leading in the American League right now. Home runs. He's first in the American League and in Major League Baseball with 34. Kyle Schwarber has 33. Hunter Goodman with the Rockies has 31. And that Yankee turd, Ben Rice, has 31 as well overall.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
RBIs. He's first in the AL. Ben Rice, same Yankee turd. He is he's behind Jordan Alvarez. And then he is second in Major League Baseball. By the way, he's at 77. He's second in Major League Baseball. Apparently, DJ Abrams had a good weekend and made made a little bit of a run, I think. So which one of those do you think is can he hold on to? And if he's going to lose one, which one do you think he loses to?
It's a good question. Initially, my initial reaction for Jordan, all due respect to him, but normally I would say batting average because, I mean, he's a slugger. I shouldn't have to worry about the homers, but can he continue to hit at a 320-plus clip? However, when you look at just the American League, right now he has a 20-point advantage on anybody else. Only one, the next closest is 303 in the American League. So he's got a pretty big cushion there. At this point in the season, could Jordan drop 25 points on the batting average? Of course, but, that'd be a pretty bad 2 months for him the rest of the way.
Okay.
So I guess we cross off batting average. Homers is the one I would feel the safest about, and yet, as you just referenced, like Ben Rice is sort of nipping at his heels there with homers.
31 to 34, yep.
Yeah, so he's right in that conversation. All this is to say, though, I think my biggest concern might be runs batted in, not so much because of Jordan, but RBIs, like you can only drive yourself in or people that are on base. So I guess my concern would be as the season wears on, how many opportunities will he continue to get to drive guys in because of the lack of depth in this lineup where I don't have the numbers in front of me, but if you look it up, like specifically for the month of July, I think this has been a bit of a slow month for Jordan in RBIs, and I think there's a couple guys like tied with him for this month alone in RBIs. So my concern would be like how many opportunities will he have the next 2 months because just Altuve's not having his normal year, the half of the lineup's terrible. There's just not guys on, and you can only drive yourself in so often with homers, with solo homers. You need guys on base to be able to drive them in. Teams might not pitch to him as often with men on base. So it might end up being runs batted in really at no fault of his own.
I'm with you 100% on that right there. I think from an average perspective, you mentioned him being a power hitter, being a slugger. I think he's the best all-around hitter in baseball. I mean, it's just the crazy thing about Jordan to me that we all understand and we all love it, but we probably take for like his ability to drive bad pitches. Mm-hmm. Like even when he gets fooled and there's off speed that starts in the zone and then breaks out of the zone, his ability to steal not only get solid contact but drive that ball out of the park or drive it with an exit velocity that few can match kind of thing is wild. I'm with you on the RBIs because it has to do with, I think, the willingness to pitch to him, although it's shocked the hell out of us on this show that they do it at all. But I think the willingness to pitch to him as the season goes on is gonna diminish. And I think the other thing is, too, we'll see what happens at the trade deadline. But, boy, if the Astros do become sellers at the trade deadline and move a couple of big players, that's going to impact his ability to drive runs in as well, which that brings me to this conversation. We'll keep an eye on Jordan. I mean, I imagine from the stat perspective, every other day we'll probably bring this to light and see kind of where he stands. I don't know that average and even home runs and RBIs are a daily tracker, but a couple of times throughout the week, I am absolutely fascinated with it. The Astros have won 5 of the last 6, Luke, but the trade deadline is a week away, and we've seen this thing turn, as it has for the better, in a week in a drastic way. I don't know what the next week is going to hold. Better be good. You got the Angels for the next 3. But I don't know what the next week's going to hold. I'm in hopes that the Astros are moving further and further away from being a seller at the deadline. I want them to. I always want my Astros to stay in the hunt and in chasing World Series, and even when it's not the smartest thing. But the Jeremy Pena trade piece scares me. Now he's obviously done himself some good. I mean, what's he at 5 bombs in the last handful of games? I mean, he is absolutely tearing the cover off the ball, and so that is his value has got to be going up if they were going to trade him. So that would be a good thing if they were going to trade him. But just overall, the Jeremy Pena trade piece, you buy into that? You think it's possible if they are sellers at the deadline?
I don't think they're going to do it. I honestly think they should because I don't believe the Astros will sign Pena to the deal that him and Scott Boras are probably going to request. And also, like some of the health and injury concerns, part of me now is starting to come around of like, oh, I kind of get it if you don't want to commit, $300 million to this guy over a 10-year, whatever the deal would be, that Boras would want. So I don't think they're going to move him. But if I was Dana Brown, I'd have a serious conversation with Jim Crane and be like, hey, what are you willing to pay him? And if it's so far off of what Scott Boras is going to want, then you should trade him now. This is where you'll get the most for him. It's not this offseason. It's now where teams can have a year and a half of him. You get him potentially 10 races. So that's kind of a roundabout way. But I would trade him if I was the Astros now because I assume they're not going to sign him. But I don't think they're going to do that.
Astros 2 games back in the division, 2 games back from the wild card in a bad American League. We'll see if they become sellers or not. Other than Jeremy Pena, if they do become sellers, we've talked about the value pieces. Obviously, Christian Walker, Isaac Paredes, Josh Hader, Brian Abreu, handful of guys out there. Who do you think, along with Jeremy Pena, brings the most back if they do decide to move on from?
It's a good question. Probably Josh Hader. The Paredes is the one guy from that group that I wouldn't want to move. I think he's impactful enough and he's young enough that I would keep him around. Pena, I would like to keep around. I just think he's going to be too expensive. But Christian Walker, you can get rid of him. That's fine. Even Hader, you can get rid of him, and that'll be fine if you're the Astros. And Brian Abreu at this point, right? Please, someone take him. But
who would have thought we'd be talking about Brian Abreu like that? I mean, a year ago, we were talking about, man, if Josh Hader was to ever go down, man, Brian Abreu is nails, man. He could be the closer for this team.
I know.
And now Luke just he just waved him off, Tyler. he just said, hell, who'll take him? It's all right, who'll take him? I mean, it's been less than a calendar year.
I know. I gave the terrible take of the offseason. I said I would trade Josh Hader now, get something for him to help out this team, and let Brian Abreu be your closer, and that would have been horrendous. So at least they still have Hader. But yeah, that's why I mentioned earlier, I think this organization's at a crossroads right now, and you can continue to believe that you're something you're not and try to, chase the dragon here and hope can compete in a bad American League, or you can sell off some of these pieces, and we don't have to have the long rebuild of 2010 to 2013, whatever it was, because you could get enough back at this deadline that you can be competitive again next year just with a different group. It's almost like a regroup than a rebuild. Because Jeff Passan, as I'm sure you guys referenced, put together, he has that list of best trade prospects for the deadline, and the Astros have like 6 guys in the top 60. And I think if you're realistic and we can't win a World Series this year, then unload some of those guys, bring in other pieces that you can actually be a World Series contender next year. Instead, the Astros might go down this road of being buyers, and then it could further set them back for the next couple of years where you keep having this idea that you're something you're not, and you keep trying to compete when really you're just a mediocre team, and you just spin your tires for year after year where you can rip the Band-Aid off now. You might stink for the rest of this year, but then you can, bolster the team with these trades that already next season you come back as a more competitive team.
So you think that this could be obviously executed the right way? You think you could part ways with guys like Jeremy Pena, Hader, or I guess those are the 2 big names. You waved off Abreu and Christian Walker. But you could part ways with those guys and bring back, I'm assuming, younger prospects kind of thing in a trade and be competitive next year.
I think so, or at least be in a position where you can restock some of those positions in the meantime, like bridge players to be competitive next year, and those prospects, maybe it takes to 28 for those pieces to really work out. But I think Jeremy Pena, you could get a really good haul for. I think Hader you could get a good haul for. Abreu won't be much, obviously. Christian Walker would be a little bit. But I think the other thing that helps out the Astros is this market right now where every team believes they're in it. So not a lot of teams are selling. And I referenced the trade earlier, but we had our first, big trade of the deadline over the weekend between the Red Sox and the Nationals, where the Nationals were able to trade a guy who was DFA'd earlier this season. And because of a couple of hot months, they traded him for a 24-year-old pitcher from the Red Sox who, has been fantastic, top 30 in ERA since coming into the league the last 2 years. But it's such a competitive market that if you are going to make a move, you have to give up something good. And so if you're giving away Pena and Hader, I think both of those guys could probably bring you back 3 pieces each, or maybe 3 for Pena, 2 for Hader. And right there, you got 5 guys that you lose 2 players, but you bring back 5, and hopefully 3 out of those 5 work out, and you were able to plug those holes and still have somebody else left over. So you get the arithmetic. So I think so. I think this is the type of deadline, and the Astros have the pieces that if you're willing to really sell off a handful of these guys, you could bring back quite the haul that will set you up here for the next few years.
I'm out on your haul, Luke. I want my Stros to make a move, and let's see if we can't make a run in a bad AL. I may end up behind the 8 ball, like you mentioned. I probably will, but damn it, we're going to have fun while we're doing it. So that is Luke Morrow. He is in for Ron the Show Hughley. I'm Clint Stoerner. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, The Drive, baby. Sports leader, soon to be 95.7 The Fan. If you hadn't heard, we're moving over to the FM dial. We will still be here. You can still catch us right here on the AM dial. If this is where you want to live and where you want to stay, we'd love to have you. But we're going to go to the FM dial, a little crispier sound, if you know what I mean, a little further reach, a little easier to find on The Fan 95.7. Make sure you let everybody know. You mentioned, Luke, somebody, I don't even know who you're referring to, getting DFA'd. Well, it didn't take long for a former Astro to get DFA'd by a team. It took the Brewers about 2 outings to do what some folks think the Astros should have done a year ago with Lance McCullers. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Fielder's Choice. Look, here's the deal, man. Football, baseball, softball, soccer, utility, tennis, pickleball, any kind of sports surface, sports field, natural.
Hey, Houston's big. Your favorite station signal should be big, too. From Sugar Land to Spring, League City to Cypress, you'll hear us loud and clear. No dropouts, no static, just Houston's favorite sports talk everywhere you go.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Bury me in the H.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ryan Hughley is out. I almost said he's in. He is out. He is in trouble at the house. He's in the bathroom at the house. My boy Luke Morrow is in. Tyler Milner's on the ones and twos. And Houston, it took the Brewers 2 outings. Lance McCullers is no longer in the league right now, as Luke told me before the show started. He could get picked up, or even the Brewers could pick him back up and send him to the minor leagues. But the Brewers have DFA'd Lance McCullers. He made 2 relief appearances for Milwaukee. He allowed 2 earned runs in 4 2/3 innings, striking 5. Also allowed 3 hits and 5 walks. Luke, do you think this is one, do you think Lance is completely done? And 2, do you think this was just there's something behind the scenes, or do you think he just didn't perform well enough to keep a job?
I think he's probably done. Maybe a team out there will take a shot on him, needing an arm at some point here these final 2 months to try to make the playoffs or to fill a roster. There might be a desperate enough team. I think he should be done. If I was another team, I don't think I'd be interested. But a team eventually might be desperate enough to bring him in as a guy who's pitched in the postseason and hope that he can be that last arm in the bullpen or in the rotation or whatnot. The second aspect for the Brewers, I think it was more of a numbers game where they had to make a decision. They had to get somebody off their 40-man to make a move, and they figured, well, Lance McCullers Jr. is the least valuable at this portion, at this time of the season, so let's DFA him. But with that said, I think it does show that trade was more about like trying to get Colton Gordon, and then McCullers was just the throw-in to make it happen. Like, okay, sure, Astros will take him off your hands, but I think they really just wanted the other arm. And I also, if I'm the Astros, I wouldn't feel so great about Prince Fielder's kid that I got back in the deal, because it seems like this was all just, yeah, sure, we'll take McCullers, you take this guy, but we really just want Colton Gordon, and it was never about Lance McCullers to begin with.
Isn't that your boy, Tyler? Isn't that one you were riding with last year, Colton Gordon?
Oh,
Big
yeah.
C?
Oh, yeah, Big C?
Wasn't that Big C?
Yeah.
The Brewers were high on him, too. Yeah, there for a while, you were the only guy that I knew that was really high on Big C, but apparently the Brewers are high on him as well. I'm going to tell you, I got a lot for this. I think I'm owed an apology, by the way. By nobody in this room, nobody on this station, but definitely some fans out there, because I remember being pretty critical before the year started when I heard Lance McCullers speak to the media. And when you've made it to the pinnacle of your career, and you have been to the mountaintop in World Series and in a run to a World Series, and you've been really great. Although it's not been of late, obviously the injuries and he struggled as late. But when you've gotten to that point with one mindset and doing things a certain way, when you decide to change that mindset, and when you change that mindset drastically, Luke, it's a bad sign. And I remember, I'm going to play this audio for you. I remember when in the preseason, before the year started, I think it was spring training at some point, Lance McCullers spoke to the media, and I'm going to play the audio for you. When he said this, I immediately said he's done. This is not the mindset of any player. Damn sure not one that's been the tightest wired Astro maybe of all time, given how this sucker has dealt with injuries, how he pitched and how high strung he was on the mound, how he's dealt with injuries. But this piece of audio right here, some of y'all out there, y'all owe me a damn apology. I knew Lance McCullers was done when he was still an Astro, and this was his response in spring to kind of how his career's going and his return from injuries.
I have no, reservations about my future in baseball. If
God's blessed me, man. I have 2 beautiful daughters. You know, I'm a beautiful wife. We've been married 10 years together, 16, 17 years. So if the future for me is to be home with them, I'll be happy with that. I'll be content with that, you know. But the future for me is to be in this game. If I can be healthy and I can help a team win, you know, I'll be happy with that too. So I don't have I'm not coming into the year like, my gosh, you know, if I don't pitch well or if I'm not healthy, like, what am I going to do? You know, I'm going to be able to provide for my family and we're going to be able to spend a lot of time together. But if I am healthy and, you know, if that's in the plan for me, I would love to keep playing baseball. But it's not like something for me where it's like it has to swing one way or the other, you know? And so that's a good place to be. And so I'm hopeful that it's healthy. I'm hopeful that it's good for the fans, for the organization. I would love to leave on that type of note. So we'll see how it plays out.
Hey, Luke, I got this coming from a girl dad. I got a beautiful wife and 2 little girls too, Lance. I knew it was over when he said that. I knew when the guy that hell, he couldn't even stay away from the media because he wanted to tell us every day, give us a report on how far he was throwing the ball. Flat ground, throwing off the bump, spin this many, threw this many fastballs, reach this velocity, to all of a sudden, hey, man, I'm going to be fine. Like that mentality, and I'm not opposed to that mentality. Look, and everybody out there, relax a little bit. This is what y'all did to me the last time I said this. All of a sudden, y'all started hammering me about it. There ain't nothing wrong with a guy who wants to spend time. Nothing wrong with a guy who wants to spend his family. It's my priority right now. But I knew when that guy that was wired the way Lance McCullers was, it was borderline life or death for him. To all of a sudden do a 180, and we're in a situation where we got Hunter Brown and nobody else. Peter Lambert wasn't a thing at this point. We needed Lance McCullers, and it was a big opportunity for Lance McCullers. And instead of talking about the opportunity of, hey, my timing's right, man, I got a real opportunity to get in here and be a top starter for this team, and they need me. And he's talking about how fine he's going to be if it doesn't work out. Luke, I knew right then and there, hey, man, my man is cooked. Now, I'm a Lance fan, and I wanted it to work out. And every time he took the mound, I wanted to see and still saw that fiery, on the edge player. At least that's kind of how I had trained myself to watch him. But I knew, if I'm being honest, I knew when that damn audio right there came out, my man is cooked. He's done.
Yeah, he was content. And I remember talking about it at the time, and I felt like he knew. He came around, he had an understanding of his situation, that he wasn't the same pitcher he once was. He just wanted to be out there and be able to actually compete, had more realistic expectations of this is just who I am now. And yeah, he had that clip of like, he knew this was the last season. His contract's up at the end of the year. I'm sure he was under the impression like no one else is going to sign me. I don't have it anymore. I'm only here because the Astros are still paying me. So let me just ride this thing out. Let's see what happens. And then when it's all done, I'm content with my career and my position in life, and I'll go hang with the family. But it's sort of like, I think it was Bill Parcells would always say, like, if you have a plan B, you have a plan A. So if you're already talking about like going to be with the family, then to your point, you're not locked in on what you're doing in the here and the now. You're already looking ahead to what's coming up next.
There's a way to go about that, Luke. There's a way to go about, hey, well, we watched Greinke do it. Let's be honest. I mean, there's a way to go about, hey, man, look, I know I'm not the guy that I once was. I got to kind of remake myself a little bit, but I still love the competition. I love this team. I love the opportunity that's out there. I can't wait to go. But no, my man says that. Mm-hmm. To your point, you hit the nail on the damn head. What you just said is exactly what I heard. Is, hey, they're still paying me. Might as well show up, man. But I'm gonna, I'll be just as content at the crib with all my girls. Which I love that. Hey, man, to each their own. I just don't want my starting pitchers, or at least the pool of players that could end up being a starting pitcher for my organization. I don't want them being content sitting at the crib with their wife and their daughters. Unfortunately, as a pro athlete, that's not. You can do that later on when you retire sooner than the rest of us. But boy, I knew right then and there, Luke. It's that ain't the Lance that I come to love right there, no doubt about it. All right, coming up next, Mondays. It is Monday, ain't it? It is a Monday. This ain't a reaction Monday, but it is a weekend's best, weekend's worst Monday. We do it every Monday at 3:40. That is next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I'm going to tell you, man, look, we just got a little bit of a scare.
The world of sports doesn't stop just because it's everyone else's weekend. Don't worry, H-Town. Clint, Ron, and T-Mill will get you up to speed. It's Weekend's Best and Weekend's Worst on The Drive.
Ron, the show Hughley is out, so we're going to get Luke Morrow's best and worst of the weekend today. But I'm going to start this thing off, boys. Monday's weekend's best, weekend's worst. Let's start with the good news here, Luke. I'm going to go with Jackson Creighton. I don't know if y'all watched the 3M Open this weekend. Not a overly popular tournament to watch, but the PGA Tour was in action this weekend, and this young fella, Jackson Creighton. Now, I'll give the boss a little shout out. He is an Auburn Tiger. He's a fellow Auburn Tiger boss man. So that's one thing you may like. I don't necessarily like it, but you may. He was a hell of a college golfer. He's only golfer in college to sweep all 4 major awards given in a season. So he swept, only golfer to ever do it. He absolutely crushed college golf for 3 years, I believe it was, and then he turned pro this year. And not only did he win this 3M tournament, but in his third round, he shot a 10 under 61. It was a record on the back nine, tournament record on the back. Where he shot a 28. He ended up finishing with a 72-hole tournament record, 25 under. And this is it was cool. I didn't catch the whole thing. I wasn't watching the whole thing, Luke, but I was watching the highlights of it. Scotty Scheffler came down the stretch on Sunday and was absolutely rolling, and he was able to hold him off, obviously. I think he won by 3 strokes, but watching a guy that literally just turned pro getting tracked down by Scotty Scheffler and handling his business was fun to watch. It's the best thing I saw this weekend.
Yeah, certainly. Pretty cool to be able to do that for, against, the guy like Scheffler and whatnot. I'm with you on that. I was going to go with the low-hanging fruit of Hunter Brown for how well he pitched over the weekend, but then I was thinking, I'm going to say the New York Knicks were a winner of the weekend in the sense of I just like this idea that, look, LeBron James, we got the news on Friday that he's signing with the Sixers. And honestly, I couldn't care less about the whole LeBron story.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, I mean, he's like the 4th best player on that team. He's 40, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. And I know the person normally sitting in this chair would have something different to say, but I couldn't care. But what I do like, the winner is the Knicks, because as the story goes, reportedly, LeBron and his camp reached out to the Knicks. They were not interested. And even though he signed with the Sixers, LeBron reportedly is going to live in New York City and commute by helicopter every day to and from Philadelphia. So I just like this idea of the Knicks. You got your championship finally, and now you can say no thanks to LeBron, who was so desperate to be in your city that he's still going to live there anyways, wishing he was part of the Knicks while playing in Philadelphia. So it's a roundabout way, but I'm going to say the Knicks are winners of the weekend because they said no thanks to King James, who is so desperate to live in New York City, he's going to take a helicopter every day.
That's, is Philly, I've been told Philly's a great place.
I know. My brother lived there for 5 years. I love Philly.
How'd he like it?
He loved it. I liked it. Whenever we would visit and spend time there, I was surprised.
I'm out on the winter days in Philly. I don't.
That's fair.
I have nothing for it there. But if I was going to go down there and try to win a championship, I wouldn't be worried about the weather. That is a. And I know Kobe Bryant did it, and unfortunately he lost his life doing it, taking helicopters from one destination to the other. I guess when you've got kids and you're in a place like LA and you're doing that travel circuit of basketball and trying to do it a certain way, I guess if you have the means like Kobe did, okay, cool. That is doesn't surprise me, but that's an odd approach to how you gonna spend time with the fellas.
It's true.
How you gonna? Conveniently, is that just you got to get on LeBron's schedule for a team function or what?
Right. I know. Even like the team planes for road games and everything. Like, hold on, LeBron's helicopter's running late. We gotta wait. I think it's crazy, and I'm afraid of helicopters. I've never been on one. I don't want to be on one because, as you referenced, like things like the Kobe thing. So to be taking a helicopter that often, like count me out. I wouldn't want to be doing that every day.
Yeah, and that's your weekend's best though, because it's a Knicks, correct?
Yeah, because it's the Knicks. Yeah.
So I didn't mean to take your weekend's best and turn it to a worst, but leave it to me to do that. All right, that's Luke and I's weekend's best, weekend's worst. I'm gonna start this thing off with. I mean, could this have gone any worse? And let's be honest, it's since Brady left New England. Could this thing, if this weren't Bill Belichick at North Carolina, he would have been fired midway through last year. I mean, you backtrack to all the goings on at North Carolina and not winning games. Last year was an absolute nightmare for the Tar Heel Nation, if you will. And the appeal of Bill Belichick has to have worn off. They've got to be annoyed, right? And then all of a sudden, in comes one of his old buddies, Michael Lombardi, who we've had on this show multiple times, right, T? Hadn't we had Michael Lombardi on the show a few times?
Yeah, friend of the program.
Should have stayed his ass in the media right there. He hires Michael Lombardi as his general manager. As you know, college football is going in a direction of general managers and how do you pay this NIL roster, this roster era of football. Well, bad news in Tar Heel Nation. University of North Carolina general manager Michael Lombardi has been placed on paid administrative leave. Apparently, it's an HR issue. Some kind of complaint from a former North Carolina employee. I mean, I don't want to speculate, but I mean, it seems like an HR, probably a woman. Could be comments about a woman. I guess it could be some kind of hire and fire of an employee potentially done the wrong way. So, in any way you slice it, Michael Lombardi being on paid leave at North Carolina is just the next storyline. And it just seems like Bill Belichick can't get out of his own way. For a guy that tries to stay out of the spotlight, he sure somehow finds a way to be in the middle of it.
It's true. Yeah, it's a circus. What's going on there at UNC? They're paying Lombardi $1.5 million a year. I also think about that for Lombardi. Like, not a bad gig. He went there for a year so far. We'll see what happens, but this might cost him his job. You get just over, they started over a year ago, right? You get almost $2 million. They have had no success with Lombardi, and then you get to go home with your $2 million for working a year in North Carolina as a GM. Like, that's not too bad for him. But he's fascinating, and I've spoken to him a number of times as well, and he's always been a great guy when I've communicated with him. But, I think Payne and Pendergast, I think they're not fond of Lombardi. Because of that whole kind of like hanger-on thing where he's kind of like drama and entourage. He gets these opportunities just because he's like friends with Belichick.
Drama and entourage, that was a great show.
Al Davis had comments like 20 years ago about Michael Lombardi on how he has no ability and like he has no, he gets fired from every job. And it's just this thing like, because he's friends with Belichick. Him and his kids keep getting like opportunities in football. And this has been a disaster. UNC's paying Belichick $10 million a year. First 3 years of that contract are guaranteed. They're paying Lombardi $1.5 million. They're raising money from Saudi Arabia to pay players and whatnot. And schools are struggling in college athletics, and people on the campus there at UNC are concerned that they're spending so much money on a football program that it's too much money. They have too much invested in this program.
Will they win 4 games last year?
Something like that, yeah. Right?
I mean that was, and it was like the first quarter or the first half of the first game or whatever. They looked good, and then it just fell apart. Maybe it was just the first drive, but nonetheless, I'm telling you, another one of those. I mean, it just kind of one of those. He's always stuck in my craw. Like, there's no doubt, and we're talking about one of the best coaches of all time. Right, but if we're going to have that conversation, it has been an absolute mess show since Tom Brady left. I mean, again, I say it all the time. My man was hiring defensive-minded guys as your offensive coordinator and thinking, oh, he's a good coach, man. The smartest guy in the room approach. And it's just been an absolute mess since Brady left there, and then all of a sudden in North Carolina it is as well. So, Michael Lombardi, man, good luck, my brother. Weekend's worse for you, Luke.
I wanted to stick with the drama, so I'm going to say Tony Romo, who got that DWI over the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Great mugshot, by the way. But him, Mark Sanchez, and I think Romo's going to be fine. I don't think this is going to have any impact on his job with CBS. It's not quite like Sanchez. But like you guys have these cushy.
Sanchez got shanked.
Yeah. What do we do? You have these cushy jobs. You have millions of dollars. Like, just get a driver. It's obviously it's not safe. It's incredibly selfish and stupid to drink and get behind the wheel. But also when you have, I mean, Romo has enough money. He could probably retire now and be fine for the rest of his life. But you have such a cushy job. You're making millions. Don't screw it up over something so stupid like this. But with all that said, when I got the news, I wasn't all that surprised because it almost sounds like he's boozing in the booth on Sundays, too, when he's calling these games. So, Tony Romo, weekend's verse.
I think I did see, Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong, but he was at a golf tournament.
Yes.
Yes, it was a golf tournament. So was he wearing Skechers? I mean, this is on brand now. There's nothing wrong with Skechers. I'm just saying it is so on brand for Tony Romo. I know a video surfaced of him helping some kid with the first step of a 3-step drop on the golf course kind of deal.
Okay.
And I guess it was before, or maybe he was trying to get some goodwill. Maybe it was afterwards. But I'm with you. This goes back to, Tyler, I know we've talked about it many times. This goes back to, I mean, if I were making $1 million a year, I would have a Sprinter van everywhere I went.
Right.
I would have a badass Sprinter van that I could stand up in with a driver, and I'd offer my buddies, hey, man, we're going to play golf. Hey, y'all leave y'all's rigs at the hotel, man. Y'all jump in and ride with me, man. I got this. We can have some pops on the way down. We can tell some story. We can play. If it's a long drive, we can play dominoes or cards or whatever. And, hell, if need be, I can get some work done on the way down there, on the way back. But the thought of going, like at that point, going to a golf tournament on a course for 4+ hours, banging out some drinks and then hopping in the car and coming home. I'm not saying that I've never done it now. I'm not trying to be holier than thou. I'm just saying I'm with you. If I had that kind of money, that I would own a Sprinter van and employ a driver.
Yeah. I don't get it. Or, I mean, you certainly have the money. Just call an Uber Black or something. I mean, there's no reason to be doing it. If you're Tony Romo or any of these other guys. In the NFL, it happens so often. All these athletes get themselves in trouble drinking and getting behind the wheel. Just hire a driver, and you don't have to worry about it. But so many people don't want to give up that driving. There's something to being behind the wheel and driving yourself and being in that control, I guess, that we see it all the time with celebrities and athletes that they
Well, you mentioned Mark Sanchez and Tony Romo. The difference is Romo's married a bunch of kids, so that you take that most powerful thing in the world, it's probably not in the formula or in the problem with Romo. The most powerful thing in the world was definitely in play for Mark Sanchez. Anytime a guy is stumbling out of bars and running around the corner like that, he was hunting something. The only reason he got to that point was there had to be a female somewhere that he knew or that he was hunting. That's the one thing that'll make that always seems to be a part of making men make the worst decisions of their life. Romo, I mean, he married out of his league and has got some kids. Hopefully that didn't have anything to do with it. We'll see. All right, we got Dirty's Daily up next, and I'm going to tell y'all the biggest thing about this weekend for the Astros, and I am absolutely jacked about it. Dirty's Daily next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics. Look, if you're out there
Tell Ron he's not here, so he doesn't get input.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that?
Hell no, python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It's Stoerner and Morrow today. Ron the Show Hughley is out. He's out there rooster telling somewhere up in Kansas City. He'll be back tomorrow. T Mills is on the 1s and 2s. And by the way, boys, I tried on them ostrich boots now. I ain't been out new boot goofing yet, but I tried them on. Going to go with the thin sock, but I tried them on. They are sexy. They are sexy.
The pace you're moving at with these boots and kind of, picking them up, making sure they fit right. I'm guessing you'll actually wear the ostrich boots somewhere in like 6 months to a year time.
Well, I don't wear boots on the day. I mean, we don't wear where would I go? I wore my boots.
No, I feel you.
I would have worn them Sunday to church.
Sure.
But I don't have my belt yet.
Yeah,
I can't go to rocking my my ostrich boots without an ostrich belt. You can't wear ostrich boots and then some just regular old leather belt.
I respect it.
I mean, that just I feel like they gotta go. I mean, they gotta go together. And I tried to be patient.
New boot goofing.
Yeah, that right there. I tried to be patient and let my wife get me the belt, but she didn't take the hint. Father's Day road didn't get one.
Genuine ostrich.
Yeah, genuine, the real deal. Cognac, I believe. Cognac color, I believe. But yeah, man, they're the Tacovas, the shorter Tacovas that are zip up, so they're not real hard to get on and off. And
that's good.
I think they're going to fit really well. I've had bad luck with boots, man. I've had really bad luck with boots. Gator was too tight for me and hurt my foot.
New boot goofing.
Yeah, I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Every time I get a new boot, they're expensive, and I struggle. But them goats, hey Tyler, them goats, them Tacova. If you ever go with you need a pair of boot, just everyday boot.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, get you a pair of them goats at Tacovas.
I've never owned a goat pair of boots.
Hey, soft, baby. Hey, I mean really soft. I need to go get them cleaned up because they scuff pretty easy and I'm pretty rough on them. But I'm telling you, man, them goats, soft and sexy. Now, that's no doubt about it. But I'll take a picture when I get them ostrich on and I'll send them to you.
Have you always been wearing boots, like going back to growing up? Or is this
growing up, mom and
thing?
dad? Yeah, hell, they'd put us in boots. They'd put us in all kind of crap. But yeah, no, I don't mind having a good pair of boots, but I'm not a cowboy per se.
Mm-hmm.
I like to have a nice pair of boots on to kind of spiff up every now and then when I go out with my lady.
Yeah.
Obviously during rodeo season, throw some boots on.
Right.
We do a lot of country music concerts, and when we do, and the weather permits, like throw my boots on. Problem is a lot of our concerts that we go to, like up in the hill country, it's 100 degrees outside. It's an outdoor amphitheater, so I ain't putting on jeans and boots.
Yeah.
So, it's got to be a little bit of a planned deal. I don't just throw them on day to day. Wear them to church quite a bit, but I don't throw boots on day to day like that. So it gets tough to kind of break them in right, and usually they last a long time. When I get them, they last a while. So. What about you? You do boots?
No, never. I mean, I'm not from here originally, but I've always, since living in Texas, I've wanted to go.
You can't be from somewhere else and wear boots, or what?
I grew up in the Northeast, and we weren't wearing boots up there. We were wearing Timberland boots. Those were the boots we were wearing.
I bet you're narrow too. I bet you was dragging around some big ass Timberland boots on them fungos.
Absolutely. So no, but since living in Texas now for a few years, I've always wanted to invest in the boots, the hat, the belt buckle, just go all in on it. But, man, you mentioned, I mean, that stuff's pricey. I just haven't pulled the trigger yet.
Well, it's pricey, and I'll be honest with you. I don't know if you should do that.
No?
I mean,
be too much of a poser?
It becomes, I mean, you may be able to pull it off, but more times than not, that I'm going to go get everything is a miserable fail.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you need to get you a solid pair of boots and just, I mean, a nice pair of boot cut jeans to go with it. Throw on whatever you want, whatever kind of top you want with it, whatever you had on back with your normal. That's it. You might want to ease into the full blown cowboy outfit. That's
maybe
some guys can pull it off. Some guys can pull it off. Few and far between, though. Luke, it's I mean, whew. But speaking of pulling it off, the Astros have done it. Tyler, what did Show say when they came out of the...
Oh, my gosh. Are they at 500?
No, they're not at 500 yet.
I didn't think so. I got overly excited. Sorry, I thought you were teasing the return of Ron the Show's Astros lineup.
No, they need one more little hot streak of 5 or 6 games to get there. But
my bad.
But no, remember he said they're going to do something. They're going to do something to keep us hoping. They're going to do something to keep us hanging on. They're going to do something to kind of stem the tide here, if you will.
I was out.
And what did they do?
Pull me back in.
That's right. What did they do? They win 5 of 6. They're 2 games back the division, 2 games back the wild card. And that's after dropping 1 embarrassingly yesterday. But they're right there. They're right there in a bad American League. They're right there in a bad division. And we're going to get there. A wet blanket, Luke. I don't want to don't throw the wet blanket on it yet. The biggest thing from this weekend. This was a big relief weekend for me, boys. Because Tyler, I don't know if I voiced it. Luke wasn't here. Luke's been out of pocket for about a week, but I don't know if I voiced the proper level of concern that I actually had for Hunter Brown. Again, the reports initially when he came back from his injury were the velocity wasn't the same. It was down a little bit, right? And then you watch him pitch, and he's walking walking more batters than he's striking out.
It's not ideal.
He's walking 4, 5, 6 guys, and it just wasn't Hunter Brown. And by the way, giving up runs along the way as well in starts. But it just was, and I was really concerned that this was some level of injury. The shoulder's not right. Something's holding him back. And we were fixing to get hit with another injury bomb.
It's not ideal.
It was. I did not think it was. You're right, Joe. But you guys y'all got this one right. Y'all hung with him, obviously. Which what the hell else you gonna do? But Hunter Brown is back. I have zero concerns about his health. Obviously, Luke. We're talking about. It was a big outing for him. Innings, no walks was the biggest piece. I think he gave up 2 hits. What do you have? 7 strikeouts. Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But watching the game, more than once he hit 97, 98 miles an hour. And then while the opposing pitcher was on the mound throwing off-speed stuff and was getting a lot of movement on his off-speed stuff, they compared it to Hunter Brown's off-speed, and they were talking about getting 17-plus inches of break on his off-speed stuff. And so I think the biggest thing that happened this weekend for the Astros was – and I don't care what they do moving forward – the biggest thing that happened this weekend for the Astros was Hunter Brown appears to be back. Whatever happens this season, yes, you've had a starter. That guy was never gone. But your ace, your guy that can shut down and change the momentum of an entire series, appears to be fully healthy and locked and loaded, and he showed it this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. You're not doing anything this year, even just making the playoffs in a bad American League. Without Hunter Brown. So it was promising to see him return to form over the weekend because, yeah, to your point, you get that ace back for this season. It deepens your rotation slightly where now you have Lambert and Hunter Brown you can feel good about. Still have to figure out the rest of it. And then also most importantly for me is also just the idea of like, okay, that peace of mind of here's the Hunter Brown that we've been expecting or that we know he's capable of. Because when he comes off the injury, and he was pitching poorly for, I think it was, 5 starts he made off the IL before this past weekend. A big enough sample size, like, oh, man, maybe it's just going to either take longer or maybe there's going to be further issues. The real skeptics might think that what we saw from Hunter Brown was a bit of a flash in the pan. So your mind can start going to these dangerous places. And when you get to see Hunter Brown over the weekend pitch like that, did have the 7 strikeouts, like you said, it provides that peace of mind that old Hunter Brown is back. And that's what the Astros need if they want to be able to do anything this year. I think it's all moot. I think they should be sellers anyways. I've made that clear. But it's exciting to see Hunter Brown pitch well. And for Dana Brown and company, that's what they need, that ace to try to ride here to the postseason the final 2 months.
You're right. You made it clear, wet blanket. You made it clear. No, just regardless of what happens the rest of the season, getting Hunter Brown back and knowing that he's fully healthy and capable of doing what he was doing before the All-Star break, again, touching high 90s, getting big-time movement on his off-speed, even if it's just for the viewing pleasure the rest of the way for the Astros to get to watch him once every 5 games is going to be big. You think you heard I don't know if you heard it last week, you may have been out of pocket, but Joe Espada referred to Peter Lambert as the ace.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he's been our ace. He's been our ace. He's not intimidated to attack people, yada, yada, yada. He's been our – I wonder, which the only way, right, I mean, come on. The only way you mention Peter Lambert and Ace when Hunter Brown's in your clubhouse is if you're trying to send a message.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, good Lord, this isn't a good Lance McCullers or a good Framber Valdez or a good, Cole or Verlander. I mean, you kidding me? It's Peter Lambert.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I would say in defense of Espada is if he did say he's been our ace, because that he has pitched. He's been their best and most reliable starting pitcher. If he did say, and this might be semantics, but if he did say Peter Lambert is our ace, then I think that's more offensive because Hunter Brown is still alpha dog.
I don't remember exactly how he phrased it, but it was almost one. It seemed
Peter
like
is kind of being that guy for us.
It seems like he was kind of being a little bit catty about it.
Yeah.
It seemed like it. Well, who knows? But
I guess it worked.
Seemed like it. Speaking of, Hunter Brown was great, so that's a huge plus. But I believe was it the following day or was it before Hunter Brown? But either way it goes, Spencer Arrighetti, 1 inning to the IL. Some kind of foot issue, I believe it is, but to the 15-day IL. So same weekend where Hunter Brown does his thing and appears to be back. We lose at least for 15 days. We lose the guy that we expected could be the 2 or 3 starter in this rotation as well. Your thoughts on Spencer Arrighetti and what that means the rest of the way?
Yeah, it's tough. That's a tough loss and really does shorten the rotation. Now the hope is that Hayden Wisniewski comes back and fills that spot. So you're just replacing like one now injured guy for another guy coming back. And oh, by the way, we just saw Blanco pitch yesterday who was lousy again. And I'm tired of this idea now of the last 2 to 3 years where the expectation is just like, oh, we're just going to get these guys back from injuries and we'll be fine. But it's guys coming back from lengthy injuries who also had questions about them before they even got injured. It's not a great plan. So Arrighetti's a tough loss because at least at one point this year he was pitching like an all-star. And if you could get Hunter Brown, Lambert, and Arrighetti all on the same page, then you got a good 1, 2, 3 punch for especially a playoff series. But they just can't seem to get all these guys on the same page at the same time. One's injured or one's not pitching well or this or that. And now Arrighetti goes down and he hasn't been the same pitcher recently like he was to start the year. So, it's just it hurts the depth. Now you rely on another guy coming back from injury, but then right after that whole thing happens, you get Blanco going out there, who's another guy you're hoping to pitch well off of injury, and he's continued to be lousy. If the Astros are going to be buyers, I continue to say that starting pitching, to me, is still the biggest need, and that was only amplified even further this weekend with the Arrighetti injury.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it definitely doesn't change, or actually changes the need significantly. We need more. It was pitching, starting pitching, and starting pitching. We need more if Spencer Arrighetti's going to be out. Hopefully, it's just short term, and he can get back. We'll see. But yeah, good weekend for the Astros on the Hunter Brown front. Bad weekend for the Astros on the Spencer Arrighetti front. You mentioned Blanco not having his best MI. We need him to follow. He was pretty good last outing, I believe, if I remember correctly. He was out
pitching tonight.
Good. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. And they got the Angels and then Angels Rangers.
I think so. I don't know. I haven't looked past the Angels.
Yeah. That's all I know. Angels. I'll get Cheryl on it right now.
That'd be big in the division, man. Making moves again. 2 back in the division, 2 back in the wild card. We'll see what the Astros can do. I need a little help here, fellas. I need a little help. I've been told by my bride that I need a golf cart.
A golf cart?
Yeah, we're in the rental. We're going to build, and so it's going to take about a year to build, 9 months, whatever it takes to build. And we're in a golf cart friendly neighborhood.
I like it.
And my little girls absolutely love father-in-law's golf cart up in the hill country, and so and we're right around the corner from the actual golf course, so we can drive to the golf course. They got lights at night. You can play golf on a par 3.
Nice, that's cool.
They're building a restaurant. They're doing all kind of stuff. I don't know if you've been out there lately, Tyler, but that Eagle Point they're taking to a whole other level, man.
Everything you've been telling me, I want to get out there and play around just to check all that out. Really,
yeah. It's the 18 holes. They're still working on some of the par 3s, so it's a little bit of a funky deal. You got to play some par 3s as you start. You got to play on the par 3 course, because the ones on the actual 18-hole course is the par 3s are the ones that they're redoing, but they're close. But it's right around the corner, and I need a golf cart.
I got me one. We got a golf cart at the crib.
Nice.
You do.
It's maroon. I know that will shock nobody.
That's all right. I mean, put a flying gander on the side of it, and we'll be good to go, man. Put that
Hell no.
Put that old flying gander, Air Baytown, baby, and we'll be good to go. But I need a little direction, man. I know there's a lot of golf cart dealerships out here. I need a little direction, man. 713-572-4610. Who out there's got the inventory? I want to take a peek. I'd like some used inventory. I'd like some new inventory. I'd like to take a look. I need a 4-seater. Got 2 babies. I like to travel in packs, so I need a 4-seater, and all 4 seats need to be facing forward.
Oh, okay.
Nice little sound system. I'd like a nice little paint job. I like some rims. I'd like my golf cart to be a little lower to the ground and not raised up on knobbed wheels and make a bunch of racket and be rough as hell when I'm driving. I'd like for it to be a Cadillac ride. You know what I mean? Just kind of sit down. I don't want to have to jump up in it. I want to just in and out. I want to sit down in it and slide on out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like it.
So keep an eye on that text line over there. Give me the golf cart dealers in the area, because
you're gonna slide this golf cart once you have it. Once you own it, you're gonna slide it through your washing service, like I saw you were doing for your daughter's.
Oh, did you see that
little car? Yeah.
Speaking of, I'm gonna tell you about that. I don't have enough time right now to tell you the whole story, but I'm gonna tell you about that, because that was
ice cream paint job.
Yeah, baby, that song right there goes back, doesn't it?
That was good.
I tell you what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna load that golf cart up with spectators when I kick your ass. I'm telling you, man, Tyler. I'm telling you, man.
Gallery.
I know nobody's ever won a golf tournament at a driving range, but your boy is hitting. I'm going tonight. Your boy is hitting them well. Trying to get Astro Granny to stay, and after I put the babies down, I'm gonna slide on over there about 8:30, 9 o'clock, and hit me a couple buckets of balls.
Sounds pretty good. Tyler, how often do you actually use the golf cart?
Honestly, as of late, we were just talking about how we haven't been taking use of that golf cart as often as we should be, but things are good. Just any given time, if it's nice weather outside, wife and I might load up a pup or two and cruise around the neighborhood. We got the lake over there and everything. I really like where we live. It's beautiful, but nice way to get out in the nature without having to walk. You know?
Yeah.
Forget them steps, man.
Yeah, right.
I'm in here doing radio with 2 skinny sunbucks that don't ever exercise. Are you an exerciser, Luke?
I am trying to get back into it now. I've been lazy for a while, but yeah, I'm what they call like skinny fat. So I got to get moving. I got to get going.
Well, your father time. How old are you?
34.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. I was in the best shape of my life, 32, 34. Boy, it starts going downhill once you hit that 35.
You're not kidding.
On the backside of 30. It's a great tune, by the way. But yeah, hit us up, 713-572-4610. I need the golf cart, man. I need a little direction here. Wifey's got me looking over in Beaumont somewhere, so that's an option. But I told her, I said, man, it's H-Town, baby. We got to have several dealerships here that are doing it right. So, but that little bug in your ear, I'm in need. 4-seater, all facing forward, like a little like a screen that I can put my AirPlay on and keep my scorecard on when I'm kicking Tyler's tail and what else do I need? I like my seats to be a little wider, not them narrow things. I'm a wide body, so I'd like to be comfortable. But that's what I'm in need of. Texans, they crank up training camp Wednesday, or at least the veterans report, I think, Wednesday. But this week, it's on us, man. It's here. I'm going to put Luke on the spot. I gave my top 3 things to watch, top 3 things to see. I did not mention the quarterback, the offensive coordinator, or the general manager. A lot of y'all would appreciate that. Top 3 things to see in Texans training camp right out of the gate. I'm going to put Luke on the spot. What's Luke's top 3? Luke's top 3 for Texans training camp coming up next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Orchard, y'all. Look, if you are looking to sell your home, if you're even thinking about selling your home, you need to lock arms.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We're on the show, Hughley out. Tyler Milner's here, though. Dirty Red, Clint Stoerner's here. That's me. Hello. And Luke Morrow is in the building over there in Ron the Show, Hughley's chair. How's that chair feeling, man? How's that chair?
It's good.
Holding up all right over there?
Yeah, I think so.
Ron usually gets a little excited over there and gets to bouncing around and stuff. You never know.
It's true.
We did a little exercise a little earlier for our listeners. Texans training camp cranks up this week. It's right around the corner. Reg and OG and Fig kept talking about two more sleeps. Like my wife left town. She tells my daughters 2 more sleeps and mommy will be home. And you got. I come to work and I'll be damned if the 2 more sleeps thing ain't happening at work too. We got Texans cranking up. Obviously, football season is right around the corner. The top 3 things to watch at training camp. We've talked about a lot, top to bottom. The general manager, the offensive coordinator, and the quarterback have obviously dominated the headlines this offseason, rightfully so. But the top 3 things to watch, top 3 things to see as we enter training camp. Not a tough question, Luke. There's a lot of things out there. I'll tell you what I went with. I went with O-line 1. I went with Aiden McDonald 2, and I went with Jalen Knoll as my number 3. So I told the folks I'm gonna put you on the spot, man. What is your top 3 to watch? What do you want to see opening up Texans training camp this week?
Yeah, mine will probably be pretty similar. I'm not going to include C.J. Stroud because I don't think you're going to get the answers here in training camp. We have to wait till season actually starts, and maybe even more so the playoffs, assuming they get there. Number 3, and I don't know how big of a deal it will be, but I'm going to say the linebacking position, specifically with E.J. Speed being out. I'm curious to see who's going to take that spot. And I know it's kind of like a quasi-starter because the third, 3 linebackers aren't always on the field. I think E.J. Speed played like half the snaps. But still, in this defense, as we discussed earlier, there's not a lot of weaknesses. It is such a good defense. I'm curious to see, though, because I question the depth at linebacker. So who is going to be that guy to step up, fill that void? And then what's that going to be like? Could that be one of the very few or maybe the only potential weaknesses? That's probably too strong of a word, but the one drop off in this defense from last year to this year being the loss of EJ Speed. So for training camp specifically, I'm curious at the look of the personnel at that linebacking core to see who might be able to fill that void and how that, whoever that might be, how that might look without EJ Speed around.
I like that. I'm on record and I stand by it. When it comes last year, when you looked at the Texans linebackers, I thought E.J. Speed was the most athletic of the bunch. And if you want to go deeper into it, when you talk about playing sideline to sideline, you talk about definitely playing the pass and playing zone coverages and things of that nature. E.J. Speed seemed to have a higher ceiling. Now, playing downhill and playing the run, Henry To'oTo'o and Azeez Al-Shaair are both as good as you're going to find. Those guys, Henry To'oTo'o is maybe the most underrated player on this football team. Does not get the respect that he deserves. But I agree with you. The EJ, who's going to replace E.J. Speed and how much is that individual going to be able to play and take some of the load off of Henry To'oTo'o and Azeez Al-Shaair? I agree with you. It's less about, we're going to play 3 linebackers, and it's more about the depth piece and not falling off when those guys can't play every single snap or if those guys get hurt. Now, look, they brought in Marte Mapu. He's one I know they got high hopes for. Jamal Hill, he's been predominantly a special teams guy, but I know they're excited about him. The one I like the most is Wade Woodaz. He's got some length, bigger, longer, kind of a different built player. Now, again, I don't know how quickly he's going to get up to speed and be able to help, but he seems to be the one that, boy, if he can fast track that NFL learning curve, that he could help this team sooner rather than later. Now, we'll see if the other veterans are obviously better players and take that position and run with it. But I'm gonna keep an eye on Wade Woodaz in that linebacker room.
Yeah, I like that too. So that would be number 3 on my list. And look, I have questions how the tight end was going to shake out. I'm curious about David Montgomery as a lead back once again. But I'm sticking to personnel because I think that's where we'll get the answers here in training camp. So number 2 on the list is the wide receiver room. But if I were to zoom in even more, for me, it's Tank Dell. And I don't disagree with what you said earlier, Clint. And obviously, there's going to be a lot of eyes on these 2 youngsters to see if they can make that next step in year 1 to year 2, because we need somebody to step up in this wide receiver room. But Tank Dell, for me specifically, just to see if he's even out there at any point in training camp, what he brings to the table. Because, for one, it's just an interesting story of what a gruesome injury to see if he can come back already and if he can be an actual part of the offense. That's fascinating. But then number 2, like, how much of a role, if any, can he play in an offense that sort of needs him? And I think you mentioned this earlier, Clint, but everyone, when they talk about the Texans, they talk about Tank Dell like it's a given. He's going to be back. He's going to be healthy. He's going to be their number 2 receiver. And people will say when they preview the Texans, well, you know, the offense needs to improve, but they're getting Tank Dell back. And I'm not so sure. But my concern is almost like, I don't know what's going on in that building, but almost this feeling of too much hope is being put into Tank Dell playing a role. So I just want to see, is he out there? What does he look like at any point in training camp? Tank Dell's number 2 for me.
Well, that plays into exactly what we've been talking about. Hey, man, training camp starts up this week. You know, what are we looking at this week? And I don't know that you're going to see a guy go out there and make enough plays in the first 2 practices to turn anybody on. But to your point is, Tank Dell, is he out there? Is he doing more than just the walkthroughs? Do you see him engage anybody and even pretend like he's blocking anybody? Is he running routes and drills where they're actually hitting guys and running through traffic? So there's a lot to be seen with Tank Dell. While we're on that receiving group, it is interesting. You mentioned, and I've seen this, it's wild to me that it seems like folks are so high on that wide receiver room. If you look at just the wide receivers, not the overall pass catchers, but just the wide receiver room, right? Nico Collins is the only one we know about. And you know what's crazy? When you talk about Tank Dell, Jaden Higgins, and Jalen Noel, when you talk about those 3 guys, I think I'm probably most confident in Noel. And he's the one we've seen the least of.
Right, yeah.
You know, Luke, every single time I went to an OTA or a mini camp practice, and this goes back to last year, even when he was active and playing. You can't go to a Texans activity and not see Jalen Noel. He jumps off the field. If he could be on the damn field for 3 plays, he's going to get the ball one time. It's probably going to be down the field. It's probably going to be on a slot corner route. I mean, it's wild how he jumps off the field, and I am just trusting my eyes on him that he's going to be something that we have no idea how good he is. The other ones, Tank Dell, I don't know if he's going to be healthy. Jaden Higgins was it last year tentative play? And that's just how he plays, or was it really, he was overthinking and, you know, or he was thinking, trying to learn the offense? I don't know, but we'll see. I think Jalen Noel is an X factor in this offense, not just a player, but an X factor. So, yeah, who's your number 1?
So number 1 is obvious. I think it's probably everyone's number 1. But specifically, just like I said, wide receiver room, but specifically Tank Dell for number 1 offensive line, but specifically Keelan Rutledge. And I had mentioned this earlier, but you know, there's only one team that started a rookie at center every game of the season and went to the Super Bowl, or maybe won the Super Bowl. Only one team has done it. Now the Texans are trying to do it with a guy who's also learning the position. So we talk so much about this offensive line needs to be better, and as I said earlier, I feel like we're just kind of glossing over the idea of this idea, we'll see how it shakes out in training camp, but this idea that Keelan Rutledge is going to be your center, so a rookie at center learning the position on the fly, to me that seems like a lot of big question marks for such an important position on this offensive line, which is the most important, unit that needs to improve.
Well, Luke, not only the rookie learning this offense, a more complicated offense with more communication, that's more find the right protection, find the right play based on what the defense is doing. Really, every play, it's exhausting, right? Not only that, but he's doing it in a system where communication from the mouthpiece, from the offensive coordinator to the quarterback to the center, it's all been a problem. Right, it's one thing to have a rookie center if you got Aaron Rodgers back there and he's seen every pressure and he's now in Mike McCarthy's offense, knows it like the back of his hand. He don't need anybody to help him, right? And I don't know to what extent it's on CJ or not. I don't know to what extent CJ's capable of doing or not. I have no idea. I just know that that is a troubled area for this team. So on top of what you just said, a rookie being able to do it, it's one of the craziest things I've heard in this city. it really is. Like, and I've tried. I try to be respectful all the time, but it's one of the craziest things I've heard in the city. Is like. And it may happen. Don't get me wrong. The kid may be worth every bit of the first-round draft pick and plug and play at center. He may get the Kamari Lassiter treatment. But it's the damnedest thing I've ever seen. If somebody knew what all goes into playing that position in a good system, in a system that's got it all figured out with a quarterback that can communicate it, that's difficult enough in itself. That was a good stat. What'd you throw out there? What'd you say, centers?
There's only one rookie center who started every game throughout the regular season, and their team went on to win the Super Bowl.
Who was that? Do you remember?
I think it was the Patriots, funny enough.
There you go.
I think so. There's two other centers, rookie centers, that were centers on teams that won Super Bowls, but they didn't start the whole year. They came in mid-season.
Right. Now if we win a Super Bowl with Keelan Rutledge as a starting center, I bet it's mid-season on. I bet it ain't from jump. So we'll see, man. But that is definitely one of the big talking points, and for you and I both, it was number one on our list of what we want to see in training camp. Texans crank up this week, 95.7 The Fan, Sports Radio 610. We will have you covered start to finish all day, every day. We've even got weekend live local programming going on. T-Mill's going to get back in here on a Saturday, I believe, coming up, y'all. So stay plugged in. All right, we're a week away from the trade deadline with the Astros. We've got Luke Morrow in the building, and I kid. He's a wet blanket, but we may be sellers, we may be buyers, but I'm going to let Luke explain that to you. Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. That's next right here on Sports Radio 610.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Reset your
Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. We are rocking and rolling. Quick reminder, we are on Sports Radio 610 for another 16, 17 days. How many days are in July, by the way? 31?
Yeah, 31.
31, so 4 and 13, 17 days. 17 more days. Actually, don't count 13 because that's when we are available on 95.7. So, what's that, 12 and 4? 16 days, baby. 16 days, roughly 2 weeks. Sports Radio 610 makes a jump over to the FM dial. You heard us talking about it big time last week. Obviously, you heard the big voice guy reminding you consistently throughout today's show. We will always be on Sports Radio 610, so you can always stay plugged in right here on the AM dial. We'll always be on the Odyssey app if that's how you choose to listen. YouTube and Twitch, we will clearly visual there as well. And now, the big change, the big news, the big move is Sports Radio 610's move to 95.7 The Fan on August 13th. That's also the first preseason game, I believe, for the Texans, so you'll hear them loud and clear. When I left last week, boys, I heard Mark and Mark Vandermeer and Johnny Harris and the boys, they were getting all worked up about that FM change. So it's a big deal around here. Everybody's pretty excited about it.
Rock and roll.
Yeah, that guy right there. He will be heard on the FM airways as well. We look forward to that. Tell all your friends and family about it, man. We want to make a big splash when we do jump over there. We're going to be much, much easier to find as well as so much easier and more enjoyable to listen to. It's going to be crispy clear now. I'm telling you, it is got a broader range, if you will, and a crispier sound. It's going to be a big move. So we'd appreciate it if you guys would share the word and spread the word and continue to support as you always do. The Astros, we're going to continue to support either way it goes, but the Astros had a big weekend, big end of last week, and a big weekend. Won 5 of their last 6. Took 2 of 3 from the White Sox. Yeah. Took 2 or 3 from the White Sox, who are having a really, really good year, one of the better teams in a bad American League, but took 2 of 3 from them. With a lot of ups and downs in terms of pitchers. Hunter Brown showed back up. The real Hunter Brown stood up. Spencer Arrighetti, he sat down after 1 inning with a foot injury and is on the 15-day IL. So some good, some bad, but the Astros are in a really good spot. Two games back the division, 2 games back the wild card. And we are 7 days. Boy, a lot of counting days here in this segment. Didn't mean to. Didn't do that on purpose. We are 7 days from the trade deadline. Major League Baseball trade deadline. Will the Astros be sellers or buyers at the trade deadline? And last week, obviously it was, we were trending towards that seller side of things. And then you rattle off 5 of 6 in a bad AL, and now you look like you could potentially be a buyer in the division. I know my boy Luke Morrow always keeps it real, even at the expense of being called a hater. Hating ass Luke. I don't like that, by the way. I'm not a fan. I feel that I don't know why, but like that you're hating, like the whole concept is always stuck in my craw.
Well, I agree with you. I say I just tell it as it is. But if you ever say anything that's like a disagreement or is the minority, then you're labeled a hater.
Well, I'm just saying, like in general, that like I would rather you call me stupid. Like, you're a dummy. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. I'd rather you tell me I don't know what I'm talking about than, oh, you're just hating. There's something about, like legit the act of hating, whether it's sports or anything else. Like, legit, not just thrown away thrown around carelessly, like the legit thought of like being a hater is one of the worst things you could do. And so when I hear it, it always sticks in my craw. So I don't appreciate when they say that about you, Luke. I'll be honest with you. It kind of makes my skin, my hair on my arms stand up a little bit.
I appreciate it. I'll take a wet blanket instead.
Yeah, now I will hit your ass with a wet blanket now because I do radio every day with a wet blanket every now and then. You know, Ron, he's been known to lay around with a wet blanket too now. But the Astros, man, well, I think most of us fans that are true fanatics that we just want the best for our guys, and we want to move. We don't want no damn rebuild. We don't want no selling. But the reality of it is that's where the Astros are living right now. They're teetering on selling versus buying at the trade deadline, and it's just a matter of time before I think we get there. I hope it's not this year, but I know, Luke, you always keep it real, 100% real, and you seem to do so with the Astros for sure. But your thoughts on where the Astros are right now, what they're going to do, and maybe what you think they should do.
Yeah, I think we need to keep it real with the Astros. If like everyone will point to, well, the AL is so weak or the AL is bad, the Astros can do something. But then you also zoom out, and it's like, yeah, the Astros are part of what is the weakest American League ever, historically. And yet they're still 3 games under 500. They're in the worst division in baseball. And yet somehow they're still only in 3rd place. So if you're like the Yankees or the Rays or somebody else, you can point to, yeah, the AL's terrible. And, we're cleaning up because we're better than all these bad teams. But the Astros, you can't use that as an excuse. You have to use that as to your detriment. That yes, the American League is incredibly poor this year, and yet somehow you still can't take advantage of that and be over 500. You're still 3 games under 500 with the 5th worst run differential. It's not a good team. So I think the Astros are at a crossroads here in this next week where this is an opportunity because of a couple of different factors where I think the Astros could really take advantage of this particular trade deadline and bolster their, not only the farm system, but honestly probably the Major League roster, or at least the near future Major League roster, very near future, to rebuild this team where you can do the tear-down rebuild without having to go through what they did 15 years ago and have 3 straight 100-loss seasons. I think it'd be a pretty quick turnaround because, as I referenced earlier, Jeff Passan has his list of the top trade targets in Major League Baseball, and they update it like every week. The Astros have 6 guys on there in the top 62. And then, thanks to a texter earlier who pointed out, Blue Ball's another one who's not on that list, who I think you could trade and get at least 1 piece for A.J. Blue Ball right now. Maybe 2. I don't know. He's young enough. But that could be a 7th guy. So you have, that's a lot of players, no doubt, but they have a number of guys that they can move on this roster, and I think really get something back for it, especially because this is going to be, I always get confused. What, a buyer's market? Whatever the market is that's more beneficial to the seller, that's what it's going to be for the Astros. There's not a lot of teams that are going to be selling because everybody believes they can make the playoffs this year. So if you are selling, you can get some deals. Teams are going to be desperate to bring in pieces that you can get more than what your guys are worth. And I think that's why this is the crossroads. If the Astros fool themselves and think, hey, we're just an outfielder away from competing for a World Series this year, then you're going to continue to spin your tires where this is going to be the Astros of the next couple seasons, just like the last 2 to 3 seasons of just a mediocre baseball team that you hope makes it to the playoffs, and that's about their ceiling. Where if you tear it down, you rip the Band-Aid off right now, you move some of these guys, you get a big haul of prospects or mid-tier big leaguers, you can be competitive depending on your offseason, more competitive next year than you are right now. We're almost in August, they're still 3 games under 500. It blows my mind when people talk about this team as they're just an outfielder away. No, they're still under 500, and we've played 2/3 of the season. This is just, it's not a good team. Tear it down and build, and you'll be able to rebuild very quick with this deadline.
That would be a seller's market that you were looking for there.
Thank you.
That's what you described. I'm not saying that's what it is, but that is definitely what you described. Yeah, I like the part because you're the first. I don't run around having a ton of conversations with folks about the Astros and how quick a rebuild would be. Most of my conversation is day to day. Are they winning or losing, and how much it pisses me off if they're losing. But that does make me feel better to hear someone that is as dug in as you, and dug in as in knowledgeable, not dug in as you won't change your stance, have a feeling that if they were to go the route of a rebuild, that it wouldn't be like what we experienced back in the day where it was 3 seasons of 100 or more losses. Like that is refreshing. I could probably come over to your side of thinking if you tell me what you are is that they could be pretty healthy on the backside of flipping some of these players. You mentioned 6 players and Blue Ball being the 7th. Who do you recall who the 6 were on that list of the top 62?
Jeremy Pena, who I would be very interested in moving now because I don't think the Astros are going to sign him, unfortunately. I would love to keep Pena. I just don't think the Astros are going to do it. So you might as well trade him.
No Pena.
So he was one.
Holla.
Josh Hader's another who I would move on from. You have Paredes, who's actually one that I would keep. He's the only one. So that's 3. Christian Walker would be 4. Brian Abreu's 5. Who are we missing?
Walker.
Got to be Isak.
I said no.
Did you say Christian Walker?
Yeah.
Isak.
Pena, Paredes, Hader, Christian Walker, Abreu.
The Christian combo.
There's another one.
Was Blue Ball one of them?
I don't think. Maybe he was on the list. I don't think he was, but he might have been. Maybe he was the 6th. So maybe it's 6 players. Blue Ball might have been on the list from Jeff Passan.
I got a feeling that surely Jordan wasn't on there, and I got a feeling that none of our outfielders were on there.
No.
Blue Ball's got some nuts on him, man. Let me tell you.
I haven't heard that one before.
Well, I mean, look, it sounds like either way they go, they should have enough value to move the needle, to your point, if they're going to turn this thing around, to maybe turn it around quicker. I don't know. I just hear that seller, and I think, oh, boy, that is going to be 3 years of painful baseball season if they indeed do that. So maybe it happens a little different, and we'll see. All right, 5 o'clock fire, y'all. We got a little news, little honors, recognition going out. Speaking of the Astros, we've got one of the guys. You can probably guess who it is. As hot as his bat's been, getting a little hardware, man. Player of the week. I'll tell you who that is. We'll do it next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Look.
click, play, and enjoy the ride. Only available in permitted states. See TNCs.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams, Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at DripDrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's DripDrop.com, promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. Head to DripDrop.com now and use promo code RADIO20.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. T-Mills on the 1s and 2s. And Astros, over the last 6 games, they've won 5 of 6. They've closed the gap in impressive fashion. They move on to Anaheim for a 3-game set on the West Coast. That means later night baseball, right? That means I can actually, if I can stay up long enough to catch it, I after I put Laney down, got to put Laney James down, and then I can catch some Astros. Usually, we're 5 or 6 innings deep by the time I get off a little girl's floor and baby girl's floor, and I miss a good chunk of it. But this West Coast for 3 before coming home and playing the Rangers is going to be some good late night baseball, so we can catch all of it. But won 5 of the last 6, including 2 of 3 versus the White Sox, one of the better teams in the AL. So pretty impressive fashion right there. Made a run. They're 2 back in the division, 2 back of the wild card race as well. We're going to get into the matchups tonight a bit, but before we would like to mention the American League Player of the Week is Jeremy Payne. Right? Whether we keep him and he's an Astro and we get to root for him, or we trade him, his value is obviously trending in the right direction. 500 average this week, 5 home runs, 2 last night, I believe it was, 8 RBIs, over 1,000 slug, over 1,500 OPS. I mean, he is absolutely rolling. Jeremy is hot right now, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's helping that trade stock.
Look at you.
Not that the Astros will take advantage, but he's been on fire, which is good to see now that he's been back long enough, timing on him and be healthy once again. So congrats to him on the Player of the Week honors. Scott Boras licking his chops because this is just going to drive up that contract eventually when the time comes in the next year and a half. But, he's been good. I like West Coast baseball because sort of what you said, I especially like it on the weekends because you can go out and do your thing and then you come home. And a lot of times the game's starting at 9 o'clock, and you can still catch it after already having your evening. I'm a night owl anyways, so 8:38 first pitch tonight. I like these games. So you get to watch your show with the misses, and then you still got time to put the baseball game on after before you go to bed. So
good to know you're more in my range than Tyler's, because if doing your thing on the weekends means you're home by 9 to watch baseball, you are definitely more in my game. Tyler might be Uber Eatsing at 2:30 in the morning and having to catch the highlights.
I like to have a good time,
Even though I will admit, T, it seems like you've T's mellowed a little bit. I don't know why what's going on here, man? Did you get a talking to, or I mean, what the hell's going on, man?
No, and your feeling is more than fair because I was just talking to Bijani about this recently. Wasn't planned or anything, but recent days and weeks, your boy's just been kind of chilling. Taking a little easier on the liver in recent days as well.
Mellow T, I tell you what, he may be mellowed out on that dirty water, but he ain't on them best bets. By the way, that's coming up at the end of the 5 o'clock hour before we get out of here. So if you're waiting on those, you're in the right spot. Stay plugged in right here. The Astros, tonight's probable starters for the Astros Angels is Tatsuya Imai. Who, by the way, on the heels of, I think he had a pretty good last outing, didn't he? Didn't he pitch well? It's one of those, like, we don't know exactly what guy we're going to get, but the last time he was on the bump for the Stros, he had a good outing.
Yeah, he's Jekyll and Hyde. Yeah, he pitched so well, he lowered his ERA to 5.59.
Wet blanket. There your ass goes. Wet
So
blanket.
it bears the question, though, like tonight, are we going to get good Imai or bad Imai?
Yeah.
Because this dude has been one or the other every start. It's either going to be a disaster early on or he's going to pitch his ass off.
Yeah.
I don't know much about Urena, but I could have some fun with that name. Am I saying that right? I'm sure John Lopez would really roll that R on me. By the way, I love the way John gets real hard on them rolling them R's, man. It's like he's going to let everybody know he got that R roll.
Mm-hmm.
But Urena, boy, we could have a lot of fun with that. That could get dangerous if he was an Astro for sure. I mean, your Kitty got pretty risky there, and then we had Kikuchi got pretty risky.
Oh, that's a favorite right there.
I feel like Urena could go a couple different directions, but hopefully tonight he goes down. Hopefully tonight the MI is we get the good MI and he's rocking and rolling. Have we seen a starting lineup yet on the West Coast games? Usually doesn't allow us to hit the starting lineup in 5 o'clock fire, but we'll keep our eyes open and see if we get that. I'm sure Joe will throw us a curveball here. We're 5. We won 5 of the last 6. We're hotter than a firecracker. I'm sure Joe will rest somebody.
Jalapeno.
5 o'clock fire.
By the way, Luke, you missed it earlier. Every time I say holla, you got to say pina. It's part of the deal in the drive. Holla!
Jalapeno.
Oh, there you go.
Holla!
Pena.
Hell no, Luke. That's how you do it right there. That's how you do it. Tyler, one more time. Show it to him. Holla! You got to play the game, Luke. Damn it. You got to play the game, man. All right, moving on to the NFL, man, from the diamond to the gridiron. I think this guy gets a little bit I think it's getting disrespectful. And I understand why here in the city of Houston. I don't fan that way, but I'm okay with people that do. But the report's out that Daniel Jones is close to full go and will be a full participant in camp. And I know a lot of times when we're talking about quarterbacks, and hell, in this instance, even quarterbacks that are coming back from injury or whatever, Daniel Jones and how good the Colts were last year when he was fully healthy oftentimes gets disrespected, if not just swept under the rug. Right? We're living in a division, and I agree. This division has not always been super competitive. But we're in a division right now where the Jacksonville Jaguars won 13 games, and at one point the Indianapolis Colts, pretty deep into the season, were one of the best teams in football. And Daniel Jones was quarterback in that team, and so I didn't expect Daniel Jones to be full participant from the jump with the Colts in practice. So the news of him being back and ready to rock and roll, I don't remember if a week earlier than the Texans did or not, or how I don't know. I can't remember how long when they go to camp, if it's the same time the Texans do or not. But nonetheless, him being healthy and getting a full training camp back with the Colts is, for me, was unexpected. And I don't know that we're not underestimating the Colts. With a fully healthy Daniel Jones, Luke, they were pretty damn good last year.
Yeah, they sure were. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think part of it is that like recency bias because they fell off the second half of the season, but obviously they did so once Daniel Jones got injured. When he was healthy, they were 8-2 and on pace to have a historic offense. I mean, they had the best offense statistically in the league through the first half of the season. I think a lot of times people struggle with, even Sam Darnold got that after Minnesota. I mean, it's why the Vikings let him walk. Like, you want to see it more than once. You have to see it a second time. So we saw Daniel Jones last year. I think the idea is that was a bit flukish and he'll turn back into a pumpkin this year. However, they did do it last year, so obviously they're capable. And this is what Shane Steichen has done. He just hasn't had a good enough quarterback. But the Colts nearly made the playoffs with Gardner Minshew that first year of C.J. Stroud with Shane Steichen calling the plays. And then last year, when Daniel Jones was healthy, they had the number one offense. So I do think Shane Steichen deserves more credit of what he's been able to do offensively there in Indianapolis with just a mishmash of quarterbacks here in recent years that none of them are all that great. But then the other thing that my biggest takeaway is just, I mean, these injuries, it's crazy. Mahomes is supposed to be ready for week one. Daniel Jones, no longer is it a year recovery. We've gotten these things down to 6 months now, and these guys are coming back from knee injuries and Achilles injuries, and It's just remarkable what, I guess, medicine and these doctors are able to do with these great athletes to get them back on the field so quick.
Well, bring it home, and it gives us hope for Tank Dell, man. I mean, that was a gruesome injury, and I know he's been out a while, but hopefully that will apply to him, and we're in awe of how quickly he's able to come back and do all of the things that football requires. But I know the division is more difficult with a healthy Daniel Jones. As you mentioned, I think Shane Steichen. There's been some curious things that he's done that I'm like, what in the hell's going on here? But I know when they finally figured it out with Daniel, they were pretty good. They were pretty damn good, and across the league. Now somebody will dig deep and they say, oh, their schedule was sucked on the front end and this and that. They're better with Daniel Jones healthy, so that will impact us here in Houston twice a year for sure.
5 o'clock fire.
MLB Hall of Fame class of 2026. Two names that spent some time in the Astros organization wearing an Astros uniform. They'll both go into the Hall of Fame wearing different uniforms, obviously. Carlos Beltran in a Mets uniform and Jeff Kent in a Giants uniform. But congratulations to those guys along with Andrew Jones. But obviously some great memories as Astros. Both of them spoke ridiculously highly of Craig Biggio and Jeff Bagwell. That's always good to hear. I think one takeaway from here with the Hall of Fame and the MLB Hall of Fame is Carlos Beltran went in, and it doesn't seem like the sign-stealing scandal stuff that he was a part of really was taken into account much. And so I think around here, I know we talked about it when it was happening. We've had a couple of conversations since about really how does that affect Jose Altuve and maybe down the road some of the other guys that were involved in it. I thought the jury was out. I wasn't real sure how they were gonna handle it, but I think take it for what it's worth. But the fact that Carlos Beltran didn't seem to be a big part of holding him out or any issues for him probably tells you that it won't be much of an issue with Altuve.
Yeah, I think Altuve will get in for sure. I don't think they'll keep him out. But I do think Altuve will be punished in the sense of, I don't know if he will be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I think the voters might make him wait. I think the difference is for Beltran, it wasn't in his prime where Altuve was more of his prime. Beltran already had his case made. But then also it was for Beltran, it was this was his fourth time on the ballot. He wasn't a first ballot Hall of Famer anyways, but I don't know if the voters made him wait.
Well, by the time you get to your fourth time, it may be like, hey, man, he's done enough time.
Right, exactly. So I don't know. That's my thing is I think it would be crazy if it kept Altuve from getting in completely, but I wouldn't be surprised if they made him wait at least a year, put him in his second year, or maybe make him wait even longer.
I thought Beltran being, because wasn't he kind of the one that, whether it's fair or foul, wasn't he the one that was thought to mastermind of the whole scheme?
Yeah, he was one of the ringleaders.
So you would think that I would think that would be more at least a conversation. I mean, look, I didn't follow the MLB Hall of Fame process day in, day out, but I know that the what you hear nowadays, now recently in the reports as it's coming true, it doesn't seem like it's brought up much, it's mentioned much. So surprised there that wasn't more of a talking point. Even if it was just for clicks, it was surprised it wasn't more of a talking point. I hate to hear you say that, though, that it's going to keep Altuve out being first ballot.
Just my thought. But also, I'll also say real quick, Beltran was originally hired to be the Mets manager. Then that's when that story broke, and the Mets fired him before he ever managed a game. Now there's talks that the Mets are going to they have an opening right now that they're going to hire him next year. So I do think the further we've gotten away, especially at least in Beltran's case, he's going to get a managerial job again. He was just put in the Hall of Fame. So the further we get away from it, maybe the more people will forget about it.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, little tough news for Lance McCullers. Obviously, a couple weeks ago, he's traded away from the Astros. I'm sure that broke his heart a bit, even though listening to some audio a little earlier, he may have expected it. But I think a couple weeks ago, maybe the 15th, so 12 days ago, I think, is when he was traded from the Astros, along with Colton Gordon, to the Milwaukee Brewers. And the Brewers have DFA'd Lance McCullers. I think that as of yesterday, I think it was. He had 2 relief appearances for Milwaukee. He allowed earned runs in 4 2/3 innings, struck out 5, allowed 3 hits, and as usual, had some command issues and walked 5 batters. So it looks like Lance McCullers, as you mentioned earlier, it looks like Lance McCullers, he could go back into the Brewers minor league system, or somebody could pick him up, and there's still some baseball life there at some level, but it looks like Lance could potentially be done. As many thought before the year started.
Yeah, I think he should be done, but again, a team might be desperate enough that they need an arm, and here's a guy that's experienced and has pitched in the playoffs, and maybe a team will bring him in here over the course of the next 2 months. But, I mean, we've seen it, whether it's injuries or the last 2 years, he's pitched almost a 7 ERA over the last 2 years. Like, he doesn't have any more, unfortunately, and it's kind of sad that he's going out with this whimper where it wasn't great here in Houston. They trade him away for essentially nothing. He makes only 2 appearances in Milwaukee and then gets DFA'd here in July. And we'll see if he gets picked up by somebody. It's kind of sad the way his career, these last couple years have been rough, but how it's essentially going to end like this after just 2 random appearances. And then when you think back on his career, you're going to forget, like, oh, yeah, he was a member of the Brewers for 2 weeks. It's just a weird potentially ending to the career. But we'll see. We'll see if someone gives him a shot. But if you're an Astros fan, you've known, that we've been getting to the end of the line here at McCullers, and we'll see if any other teams are interested.
Tried to hang in there, man. I'm a McCullers fan, but it's I hope he's done, man. Come on home, do what you said in spring training. Spend some time with your girls. Maybe we can have a coffee, man. Talk about it. We'll even bring you on a drive if you want to, Lance. Come on back, buddy.
Bury me in the H.
5 o'clock fire.
Real quick, man. Prayers up to Eric Bieniemy. He was back with the Kansas City Chiefs, man. A wild. I don't know all the details, but apparently his wife was shot multiple times, and it looks like his son has been arrested. And so his family. Looks like his wife is in stable condition. She's going to be fine, but just quick prayers up to them. It's breaking news or headlines all over TV and everything, so everybody knows about it. So just prayers up for him, and hope that everything turns out all right with his wife as well as his son. Man, what a horrible situation happening in the Bieniemy family. All right, we got to take a peek at this Yordan Alvarez Triple Crown watch. We've had a good run of 6 games where the Astros took 5 of them. Did Yordan stay hot? Where does he sit right now on the American League as well as the overall Major League Baseball Triple Crown watch? I'm fascinated. You will be too. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Yordan's a go for launch.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive. Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron is out. Luke Morrow is in. Tyler Milner is on the ones and twos. And coming up in the next segment, T. Mills' best bets. Had a pretty good weekend. Friday didn't end the way that he wanted to, but had a pretty good weekend. And so you might want to stay plugged in to Sports Radio 610 for T. Mills' best bets in the next segment. Now, there's something going on with the Astros. Look, they got hot. They won 5 of the last 6. They got me. They got me invested. They got me back in. I may go to a game. I'm damn sure going to watch. They got me back in. Right. I'm okay with the American League being awful and the division struggling and only having. Do we have anybody over 500? I guess the Rangers are over 500. Barely. Yeah. I'm okay with a bad American League as long as we can compete in that bad American League and maybe we can make a run. Kind of like. The AFC. AFC last year was down, and an unlikely team made a run. And they were a little better than the Astros, as Luke pointed out earlier. But
the arrows pointed up.
But the New England Patriots needed a little help from the Broncos, the quarterback to get injured. They needed some weather help against the Texans and the Broncos, wasn't it?
Yeah. But now I'm thinking about it. The Astros, they're like that Steelers team.
So that we beat 31-8-6 or whatever?
Yeah, that they don't belong. They shouldn't be here. It's just a weak AFC. They were able to sneak in. That's going to be the Astros.
Wet blanket there. There it is. Well, one thing that is playoffs doesn't matter. Trade deadline really doesn't matter. One thing as Astros fans that we're going to get cheered is Yordan Alvarez and him making a run at this Triple Crown. I am fascinated with it, y'all. One, because I think it can really happen, right? I mean, obviously – Yordan Alvarez, the ease, the effortlessness, hitting to all parts of the park. Yes, he is a slugger and he hits with power, but he also hits for average, and it's not coincidence. It's real. And so this Triple Crown thing with Yordan Alvarez, regardless of what happens with the Astros, again, playoffs or trade deadline, this Yordan Alvarez thing I'm dialed into, man. For those that aren't aware, the Yordan Alvarez is in the mix. For a potential Triple Crown, which has only happened 12 times in Major League Baseball by 10 different guys. Obviously, a couple of guys did it twice back in the day, but Yordan's got a chance to make it happen this year. In fact, we established last week that Yordan Alvarez was leading the American League, which I think he is. I think he is now as well. He's leading the American League, and this is deeper in the season than anybody since Miguel Cabrera won it in 2012 to lead all 3 categories this late into the season. So this is big news. Actually, is he still leading? Yeah, he's still leading in the American League in average, right?
Oh yeah.
He's still leading
by
in
20
average.
points.
Yeah, that's right. You mentioned that earlier. So here's the three stats, right? Average, batting average, home runs, and RBIs. Right now, where Yordan is sitting, average-wise, he's first in the American League at 323. He's third overall in Major League Baseball, because that's the one that's even obviously more fascinating. Is there's only been a handful of guys ever do it, but there's only been a couple of those guys do it in the overall in Major League Baseball, not just in the American League or in the National League. And Yordan actually has, it's within his reach right now to get the overall Triple Crown in Major League Baseball. But he's first in average in the American League. He's third in Major League Baseball right now in average. Otto Lopez with the Marlins is first, hitting 328. And Luis Ariz with the Giants is second, hitting 327. Yordan Alvarez, as I mentioned, hitting 323. So right there, leading the American League, and Luke with the 2 guys right there, an arm length distance to to lead in all of Major League Baseball.
Yeah, it's impressive. And you referenced this earlier of, I think Jordan, I probably mistakenly labeled him as like a power hitter, but he is just a well-rounded hitter.
You said slugger.
Slugger, okay, yeah. And Tyler has been saying, he's the best hitter in the league. And I think he has come to show that this year. And so that's the real credit is, like, he is a slugger. I mean, that is his profile, but still to be batting .323 and 20 points higher than anybody else in the American League, I think that's the most impressive part is a lot of guys can hit 40, do it while batting, over 320 is really remarkable, especially when he doesn't have as much support in the lineup. So that to me is he's head and shoulders above the rest of the American League from a batting average perspective, and I don't think most people would expect that from Jordan, as great of a hitter as he is.
Average-wise, it looks like he's got a real shot to lead the American League, and then obviously the guys in the National League are right there, and obviously he can reach them. We'll see if he'll handle business the rest of the way. Home runs is the second stat here. He's first in the American League and overall in Major League Baseball with 34. Kyle Schwarber has 33. Hunter Goodman of the Rockies has 31. And one of them old Yankee turds Tyler always talks about, Ben Rice, has 31 home runs. So Jordan already right now is leading both AL and MLB in home runs. You think he can hang on to the MLB lead in home runs the way he's swinging the stick?
I think so, but Schwarber, that is tough. Schwarber's been one of the best home run hitters, the last few years. So for Major League Baseball, that would be and then Hunter Goodman's having a great year, and he plays at Coors Field, so he has a bit of an advantage there as well. So that'll be tough, but certainly, I mean, Jordan has the capability of doing so, but we'll see what Schwarber and even maybe Goodman do the rest of the way.
All right, with RBIs right now, Jordan Alvarez is first in the AL with 77. Second place in the AL is Ben Rice. That Yankee turd was 72. And then also right now, overall in Major League Baseball, Jordan Alvarez is second with 77. He's 5 back C.J. Abrams right now. So, he's either leading or he's right there with a chance to lead in the AL and in Major League Baseball. If you had to pick one here, average home runs, RBIs, which one do you think is going to be the toughest one for Jordan to hold on to?
Yeah, normally I would say batting average, but he has such a large cushion there. In fact, the largest cushion of any of the three, that I am going to say runs batted in will be the hardest one, because that isn't, the homers is pretty much just dependent on Jordan. Batting average, pretty much just dependent on Jordan. Obviously pitchers as well, but you get the idea. But runs batted in, you need guys on base in order to do that. So that's not just about Jordan. He needs more help from the lineup. And I did look it up earlier, but I don't have it in front of me. But if you just looked at July alone, we're almost at the end of this month, but RBI leaders, Jordan is actually kind of far down on the list this month. There's guys that have 20 RBIs already this month. Jordan's down around like 13. So that's the fear, is that he can continue to have a great season, but he can only drive himself in so many times. And especially, Clinton, you made the good point earlier that if they do become sellers here in the next week, they probably won't, but just if they do, then the lineup could become weaker as well. So that's the biggest fear for me, is just he might not have as many opportunities the rest of the way to drive in runs, especially if pitchers pitch around him, compared to some of the other guys like a Ben Rice might for the Yankees.
I'm gonna go home runs, and here's why. Because really, to the point that you made earlier about Kyle Schwarber, he's been one of the best home run hitters in the game. Like, that's the only. Now, I mean, I know these guys are all clearly having a great year, but I mean, if I'm looking at Jordan Alvarez, Otto Lopez, and Luis Ariz don't. It's not like Bobby Witt's chasing him. You know what I mean? It's not like Aaron Judge is chasing him. When I look at Kyle Schwarber, I look at it and I go, okay, that could be a bit of a problem. That guy's been there, done that, and it's unless he gets injured, he's probably going to continue to hit home runs.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go home runs in the one that's probably, or if any, that might not happen. I'm going to go with the home runs. But I like your AL talk. Nonetheless, Jordan Alvarez, regardless of what happens with the Astros, I'm going to be locked into what happens with this Triple Crown. People talk about the MVP and this MVP. That's great, and I know if you win the Triple Crown, you're probably going to win the MVP too. But man, somebody wins the MVP every year. That Triple Crown doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, it's true. And the sad part about all this, and I know I've been negative about the Astros today. So, but to drive the point further home, there has never been a guy to win a Triple Crown on a team with a losing record. And now, of course, Triple Crown hasn't happened very often, but when a guy puts together the season that Jordan is putting together, typically it's enough to carry the team. In fact, the 4 people that have won a Triple Crown since the 1940s, they all played in the World Series that year. So it's just crazy that Jordan is having this. It speaks to how bad or not good this Astros team is, that he's having that incredible year, and they still can't get over 500, where Triple Crown winners usually are good enough to get their teams to the World Series.
Well, it's just a little bad luck here. Look, it's a little run of bad, it's a little run of bad luck,
all.
bud. We'll be up. But anyway, the Jordan Alvarez thing is real. I hope he can get it, man. If he's going to have to lose games and this organization is going to kind of backslide into maybe a rebuild or regroup, I think is what you called it a little earlier. Boy, I hope Jordan can do some special things along the way. All right, we've got T. Mills, best bets coming up. He was hot this weekend, I think. I think he had an okay weekend. Hot, maybe a little bit aggressive. Hot, maybe a little aggressive. But T. Mills' best bets coming up next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Like, oh, my God, Tyler.
Good hell.
Oh, my God.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
That's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor from power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's Best Bets on the Drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
Ron, the show Hughley is not here today, so we're going to stay in that windshield, Tyler. We ain't going to look in that rearview mirror, man. We're going to stay looking forward, baby. Good, bad, or indifferent. We're going to stay on the highway, baby. Eyes down the road, and we're going to see what you got for the people, man. Let's get this thing rolling. T-Mill's Best Bets. By the way, if you hear any of this and maybe you miss a little bit here or there, you don't remember something, you can always go back to at Space City Sharp. Space City Sharp, one word, or you can always go to Real T-Mill, or is it T-Mill Real Deal? Which one is it?
T-Mill Real Deal.
You can always go to T-Mill Real Deal and get directed to Space City Sharp. Either way it goes, you can find T-Mill and you can find these bets. What you got, bro?
Appreciate that on the handles and not bringing up the past.
No, man. I don't do that, man. Stay in the windshield, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 best bets around Major League Baseball for the people tonight. Again, I mentioned it earlier. It might be the move to tell me on Mondays because for some reason our Monday best bets just never get done what we want. We never accomplish what we're aiming for Mondays. I'm hoping to change that for you, but here we go. 3 best bets. First, the D-backs. They're going to be in Pittsburgh taking on the Pirates. Obviously, PNC Park is known as a pitcher-friendly place to be. In between the starters going in this game, I like the under in the game between the D-backs and Pirates, under 9.5 to be specific in that ball game this evening. Your second best bet, it's a New York team, but it is not those Yankee turds. It is the Mets. I got the Mets winning. Mets money line at minus 110 odds as they host the Atlanta Braves up there in New York. And your third best bet on a Monday with the Drive is a player prop within this Astros-Angels game as the series gets rolling between the Stros and lowly Angels tonight. And it is a Christian Walker, C-Walk. I like over 1.5 total bases at minus 160 odds. He doesn't have a whole lot of sample size against a starter tonight for the Angels, but in his experience versus, what's that name again?
Oh, you got me.
Yeah, you got me too. It's a funny name. But anyway, whoever this starter...
Angel starter. What
was it, Urena?
Yes.
Urena, there you go.
Yes, Christian Walker versus him in the past does have a 330 batting average. Nothing special. And again, not a huge sample size, but I like C-Walk over 1.5 total bases. Thinking that Jordan isn't going to get many pitches to try and hit anyway. So, Christian Walker, 1.5 bases. Take the over. Put some money in your pocket, hopefully. Those are your 3 best bets, boys.
I like this. I like C-Walk bets, man. I know a lot of these. It's been a real rough patch for him. Things have slowed down a bit since the beginning of the season, obviously.
Sure.
But I tell you, at minus 160, they got to believe it's likely, huh?
That's what I'm saying. I was kind of surprised at those odds, and don't love the odds, to be honest. But I think we might find something in old C-Walk tonight.
I don't love them odds either, but usually it means it's more likely to happen, and the more you got to risk for it. So, what do you think about those right there, Luke? And I know you got some thoughts on the betting game.
Yeah, I'm with you on the Mets. So hopefully the Mets come through for us both today. But
that means the other two you hate.
No,
I'm just kidding.
Just sort of indifferent. I mean, I don't know if I'm ever going to bet on Christian Walker, to be honest with you. That guy is just hard to trust. And yeah, no, I got nothing on the other one. On the what was the under for the Pirates? I might lean more over, but I have no action on that game. So I hope for your sake that the under comes through.
Be honest. What's your problem with C-Walker? You waved him off a little earlier, disrespectful, and you just kind of underhanded that one right there. Like, what's your problem? You have a disdain for C-Walker.
Well, maybe a little bit.
Do you lose bets? Does he cost you money or no?
No, I never bet on him. I really liked when Christian Walker in, and I spent all of last year defending him. So I think it's just the idea of like he's proven me wrong, and so I'm taking it out on him because he had a great April this year, and I thought, perfect. This is what we were waiting for. It just takes guys some time to adjust. But since April, I mean, really, he's been bad for the last 3 months. So I think it's just I've lost patience with him, and now I'm upset that he's made me sort of look bad because I defended him all last. I love the move. I was a Christian Walker guy, but he just outside of April, he really hasn't been good in an Astros uniform.
I knew there was something there, man. I could sense it, man. I just
it's become personal.
I had a gut feel that you were there. I didn't realize he'd been bad for 3 months. I knew it had been a little rough stretch, and he backslid a bit, but. I did not know he had been bad that long, but nonetheless, I hope he turns it around, and I hope he wins Tyler a bet tonight, and and helps the Astros get a dub, get 6 of the last 7 instead of 5 of the last 6. If you want to follow along, play the game with old T-Mill, you can do that at Space City Sharp or at, say it again, T-Mill Real Deal?
T-Mill Real
Always
Deal.
get it backwards,
Yes,
man. At T-Mill Real Deal or at Space City Sharp. You can check it out. Follow along. Hey, you can. He's okay. Ron does it all the time. When he doesn't have a good night, you can get on the socials and give him hell. He's okay with that. So,
yeah, bring it on.
Follow along. There's those bets right there. Hopefully, T-Mill makes some money tonight. And I want to switch over from the gambling game and from the diamond, obviously, over to the gridiron real quick. The Texans. They crank up camp this week, y'all. It's here, man. The football season is here, and we always do a little exercise. We'll do it multiple times this week probably because I think there's several different angles. But the top 3 things to look for, and I'm talking about early in camp. Hey, that we start this week. We're going to go out there. We're not going to learn this week if the Texans can run the football.
Right.
We're not going to learn this week if C.J. Stroud – and Nick Caley are seeing the game through the same lens, right? We're not gonna. There's some longer term plays here that's going to take a while for us to see what's going on. But there are some things immediately out of the gate that I think are going to be very obvious. I'm going to add one here, Luke, because I think this is important. But I'm going to go through my list. I'm going to go from 4 to 1. Okay. Number 4 for me is Jalen Noel. Jalen Noel, beyond Nico Collins, I hear a lot of conversation about people having confidence in this wide receiver room and the pass catchers. I don't know where it stems from, right? Other than fandom and hope, I don't know where it stems from. Most lists that I see of people talking about how much they love the Texans pass catchers, Tank Dell's in the top 2 or 3 names mentioned. And it's like that is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Tank Dell, we don't know if he's going to be healthy, right? Jaden Higgins, I like Higgins. I saw what everybody else saw last year. It looks like he was thinking instead of just reacting and playing. Is that the case, or does he just play tentatively? I don't know. I got to see it. I like Hutch, but Hutch I think is a depth receiver and a great safety net, if you will, inside receiver, if you will. He's probably going to play more than we would like, but that's just how they're going to rotate their wide receivers. Jalen Noel is the one to me, guys, that I expect, and I don't typically do this. I expect big things out of him. Like typically my feelings for Jalen Noel right now are reserved for guys like when you sign Joe Mixon or you sign Steph Diggs or you sign a Dalton Schultz. You know what I mean? Like you sign a guy like that, like we've seen we've seen them produce in a major way, and you know what they're capable of doing, and let's just get him on the field, and the offense coordinator's got to get him the ball. Usually, the way I feel about Jalen Noel is reserved for that caliber player. I'm just convinced that my eyes didn't fool me last year. Whether it was OTAs, minicamp, or when he did get an opportunity in games, or when we saw him returning kick, there's a different level of twitch, change of direction, explosion, awareness, like ball skills, like the ability to read the ball in the air, the quarterback friendly, the chemistry that he has. It's I would go out on a limb right now and say that it's not quite to where Tank Dell was with C.J. Stroud, but it's leaning in that direction kind of thing. And so for me, Jalen Noel is one that I think should jump the first offensive drills that we watch out there. I think Jalen Noel should jump. Number 3 for me is Caden McDonald. There's not many places that this defense can improve. I think Reed Blankenship coming in is an improvement, and I think Caden McDonald being added to this defensive line could very well be a major upgrade. And this is the reason I'm talking about it now. Again, the first couple of days of practice, Luke, is I want to see him. I just want to see him. Is this a Kenyon Green type of body where it's like, hey, man, you're either lazy or you're a baby, one of the two, like you just hadn't developed yet? Or is this grown man strength? Is this walking through the door built like a brick outhouse and just needs to kind of figure out the head game or something? I want to know where he's at and how much he can physically help this team immediately. I know there's a high upside But is that a longer play or is that a sooner play? I don't know. We'll see. Number 2, I'm going to go with the O-line. The O-line, the obvious, Luke. I think Keelan Rutledge is on the front of mind for most folks, but as I look at it, I think it's Wyatt Teller, Braden Smith, and Ed Ingram. They all better hit. They all better hit, right? Yeah. We talk a lot about the rookie. Hey, man, them three veterans that they brought in here better hit. Now, I'm not talking about if they're healthy. They better all three be able to stay healthy. They better all three be able to road grade and move the line of scrimmage and help us physically run the football in a manner that we haven't been able to do over the last handful of years. And then we can get to Keelan Rutledge and whether he's going to play guard or center and how much does he help us. But those 3 guys up front, there should be a noticeable difference from the first time we see this offense in a team drill. There should be an attitude difference. There should be a physicality difference. There should be an accountability of, hey, we just expect to do things a certain way, whether that's protecting the quarterback or moving the football. There should be a difference. So we'll see what that looks like. And number 1 for me, I left this off earlier, but number 1 for me, what's D'Amico do with practice? You've heard me talk about it before, Luke. It was borderline criminal what they did to C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley last year.
Yep.
I'm just going to tell you, man, call me what you want. I don't even give a rip. But going out there and unleashing Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson and Azeez Al-Shaair and Henry To'oTo'o and Jalen Petrie and Stingley and Kamara and just unleashing them at the end of every practice in an 11-on-11 team drill, it was criminal last year. And I would argue that of all the things that I saw them do, that was the most inexcusable approach to